Hi, this is Danny Doyle, and it's finally here, the Radiant Dawn tier list. I have been looking forward to making this for a while. Radiant Dawn is one of the games I would say I have the most experience with. I played it a ton as a sort of young adult fresh out of college. I actually have taken every single member of the cast to the tower. I did a sort of like self-imposed challenge run where I had to take everyone to the tower and over a series of like consecutive playthroughs, but I couldn't repeat any non-forced units. So like obviously Ike and Micciah and whatnot come, and then the dancers I could repeat, but anyone who was not that I couldn't repeat. And I couldn't bring any Laguz Royals until I had brought every single other non-Laguz Royal. So I got to know pretty intimately the shitty little scrunkles. And to be clear, I mentioned the tower. To be clear, this tier list is not specifically about who's best to bring to the tower, because I think there's a lot more to Radiant Dawn than the final 5 maps of the game. And in fact, I think the tower is some of the easiest, well, not necessarily easiest, but least important for the non-royals, just because you get handed so many overpowered Laguz Royals, and even the pre-promotes you get before the tower, it can be kind of trivial to just pub stomp with the team you've been handed rather than the people you raised up. But Radiant Dawn, very long game, very large cast, 73 playable characters, although I believe that includes these 4 up here who I have in special cases. It is the second largest cast. New Mystery beats it out just barely at 77, but I think that there's more to talk about with the average Radiant Dawn unit than there is the average FE12 unit. I might be wrong. FE12 heads don't at me. That's sort of a blind spot when it comes to Fire Emblem for me. It's the game I have the least experience with and, to be honest, the least desire to play. But Radiant Dawn is very fun, and it's a very sort of controversial game to tier, just because of the funky way that availability works in general, and the sort of the army split and the whole units being around temporarily, and the vast differences in strength between units. You know, in the same game, you have Haar and Ike, who's not even on screen yet. You can see his hair. But then you also get Edward and Fiona, right? Like, very high highs and very low lows. So I want to very briefly go over my criteria. I don't want to take too long and waste your time because it's going to be long enough as it is. I have an entire video going in depth about the things that I value in tier listing, which will be linked below, and sort of the approach that I take. But I am tiering these units from a casual perspective. Now, what does that mean? That doesn't mean like, oh, we're playing on easy mode, permadeath turned off type deal. What I mean by casual is simply I want to beat the game. The only thing I care about is seeing the end credits, and so I'm ranking these units based on how much they help me get to that point, how much they help me beat the game, both in terms of how easy it is for them to help me beat the game. You know, Haar just sort of brainlessly slamming through enemies makes things very easy. Now, the biggest thing that differentiates a casual tier list like mine from an LTC tier list is that I don't think there's an inherent value in completing maps in a lower number of turns. Lowering your turn count is one way of expressing skill in Fire Emblem, but there are plenty of other ways of playing skillfully, or even just playing through the game without necessarily demonstrating that you got a big gamer dick, right? Like, you can just play the game because games are meant to be fun. And so, unless a map specifically rewards you for going fast or penalizes you for going slowly, such as having a thief that'll open a chest on turn 10 if you don't get to him in time, or, you know, a bunch of scary reinforcements that show up on turn 5 that you want to get out of there before. Outside of situations like that, I don't think clearing a map in 12 turns is significantly different from clearing it in 13, right? Unfortunately, though, for all of the turn count pilled people, Radiant Dawn is a game where actually every single map in the game has a measure to incentivize you to play the game more quickly, to lower your turn count. And that is bonus experience. I say every single map in the game, but in reality it's like only 95% of them. But still, if you complete maps within a certain number of turns, you will be given extra bonus experience, and this bonus experience can be allocated to your units to level them up and gain more stats. Now, bonus experience levels work differently from regular level ups. Instead of rolling all of your random stats and giving you the stats that you gain off of the RNG, you will always gain 3 stats with a bonus experience level up. And these 3 stats are just going to be the ones that you rolled the highest on based on your growths, right? This can be used to kind of abuse characters with more lopsided growths. If you cap a stat that a unit has a really, really high growth in, for example, say you've got Mia who has a really high speed growth. If you cap her speed, then she will always gain 3 stats, but since she can't gain speed, she might gain a stat that she has a lower growth in. I think the biggest, like, standout BXP manipulation is Haar. Oftentimes will use his capped stats while unpromoted in order to gain much more speed than he normally would through bonus experience. And this is something that just kind of happens accidentally if you give him BXP, just because his speed growth is shaky, but his other growths are good, and he'll oftentimes like just cap them and, you know, accidentally BXP abuse. You can get really into the weeds trying to ensure like Heather gains strength or something. There's some funky BXP abuse you can do. I personally am not factoring in intentionally going in and manipulating BXP abuse and save scumming in order to make sure you get the stats that you want or whatever, because otherwise all the units kind of just blend together and we just rank by classes, which is already going to be a differentiating factor for a lot of these units where it's like, oh, well, you're a flyer and that's a good thing. Oh, well, you're a cavalier and that's actually a bad thing in this game. Believe it or not, that is her class is so bad. But the thing is that, like, if you BXP abuse to make everyone super, super powerful, then the cast just kind of blends together. So instead, I will talk about when BXP can make a shaky stat less shaky than it necessarily appears on the surface. I do think it's worth acknowledging the units with lopsided growths who will either accidentally or through purposeful manipulation get more out of BXP. But I'm not going to be assuming, like, you're BXP abusing every single unit you're using on your team, or any of them, because that just is not the way that I personally like to play the game. One last thing that I think is worth talking about is availability, because I do value availability quite a lot. A unit can only contribute to a map if they exist on that map. And so, to take a FE7 example, right? Athos and Marcus are both very, very good at deleting enemies. But Athos only exists on one map, 2 if you count the Fire Dragon and the other final map as, like, separate, whereas Marcus exists on every map in the game after Lin mode. So Marcus is able to help you on all of those maps because he exists there. He's able to contribute to your army at many more opportunities than someone like Athos is. Now, I tend to think of availability as a penalty for late joiners rather than a reward for early joiners, because Rebecca is also available on every single map if you play Elliewood mode, and she does not contribute on most of those maps. And so rather than being like, oh, well, we're gonna elevate her even though she's probably sitting on the bench that whole time, I tend to think instead, I'm gonna penalize you for the time you missed. You know, Athos, Pentarchin, you're really good, but you are getting a demerit for showing up late. So that is sort of my approach to availability, at least when it comes to the average game. But a couple of Fire Emblem games have weird availability quirks, and Radiant Dawn is definitely the weirdest. Radiant Dawn is split into 4 parts. The first part, you entirely control Micciah's army. In the second part, you control sort of it rotates between what you're controlling in what chapter. It's allegedly Elincia's army, but Elincia only exists in prologue and endgame. And you just sort of get handed, like, these are the units for chapter 1, these are the units for chapter 2, these are the units for chapter 3, these are the endgame units. Like, you get these 4, and then you get these 2, and then you get these guys. And they leave, by the way. Like, the 2-1 people aren't around in... Or the 2-2 people aren't around in 2-3, and the 2-3 people aren't around in 2-endgame. It's a very bizarre join situation. And then in part 3, you get Ike's army, which you can just barely see Ike right here, Titania, Soren. You can see their hairs. I can see them. You can't. I'm hiding them from you. Much like Radiant Dawn, I am getting off on withholding Ike until a later time, because he joins so late, and you're just like, oh my god, I miss him, he's the main character from the previous game. Ike's army is most of what you control during part 3, but you do occasionally get flashbacks to Micciah's army, and one chapter where you play as Elincia's army, although Elincia herself is also missing in action. And so for this reason, a lot of people like to rate Radiant Dawn either by assuming availability doesn't matter, or instead of making an overall tier list, tiering by part. You know, this is the part 1 tier list, and then we clear it. This is the part 2 tier list, and then we clear it. This is part 3 tier list. Part 4, the reason I didn't mention part 4 is everyone joins together. Everyone has the same availability in part 4, except for the people who aren't recruited yet, right? It's perfectly fine if you don't want to rank availability in Radiant Dawn. I don't think there's like a correct, your criteria is your criteria. But personally, I still think availability is important, because there are people who would be really strong and then show up with, on like 3 maps, right? So the way that I look at it is similar to Fire Emblem 4 Genealogy of the Holy War. In Fire Emblem 4, you play through chapters Prologue through 5 as Sigurd's army, and chapters 6 through Endgame as Selif's army, and never the twain shall meet unless your name is Finn. And in that case, usually people will treat availability as if it's only 6 chapters long, Prologue through 5 or 6 through Endgame. And so, Sigurd is around from Prologue till 5, he's considered to have perfect availability. Selif is around for the entirety of Selif's army, he's considered to have perfect availability. I think that a similar approach to Radiant Dawn, specifically regarding Micciah's army and Ike's army, is kind of the best approach to take if you want to factor availability in Radiant Dawn. Because while it's not perfect, they actually have a shocking amount of overlap in terms of the amount of chapters are available. So Micciah, and by extension Edward and Leonardo, are around for 15 chapters before part 4. I'm going to be listing pre-part 4 chapters for this. Ike is around for 11 chapters before part 4, and by extension, all the people that join alongside Ike, Titania, Soren, Mist, etc., are also around for 11 chapters pre-part 4. That is 4 less chapters than Micciah, Edward, and Leonardo. However, Prologue, like 1-P, is not a very involved map. It's much shorter. 1-1 is also a very not involved map. And, the reason I say Micciah is Micciah is actually only around, or Micciah is the only unit who's around for the Micciah Black Knight fight. Everyone else is around for 14 chapters pre-part 4. I tend to think that with the shorter chapters at the beginning of part 1, as well as the longer chapters in part 3, Micciah and Ike have very similar availability, and as such, the people who join in Micciah's army, early on in Micciah's army, are similar to the people who join early on in Ike's army. Haar and Mordecai and Lethe and whatnot join fairly early, and then you get like Ulki and Janaf joins late. And meanwhile, in Micciah's army, you get, like, fairly early on, Sothe shows up. Sothe is around for 12 chapters prior to Part 4. And then Haar is around for 11 chapters prior to Part 4. And that's counting Haar's sort of bonus availability, because he's around in 2 maps in Part 2. And so the way that I look at the Part 2 maps is, rather than penalizing people for missing Part 2, which is sort of a hodgepodge of pre-made chapters, I give a little bit of a bonus to the people who exist in Part 2 and are helpful. So, you know, Mordecai and Lethe are helpful in 2-E, and they exist in 2-1, and they're helpful, or 2-2, they exist, not 2-1, and they're helpful there. Haar exists in a couple of maps in Part 2, and that sort of adds on to his availability in Ike's campaign, that sort of stuff. And so rather than being like, oh, well, you know, Zihark, he misses out on Elincia's availability, and he misses out on all of Part 3. I don't penalize him for missing the army that he's not in. I guess Zihark's not a great example, because Zihark and Jill have that weird thing where you can recruit them cross-army. Volug, I'm not going to penalize for missing Ike's army, right? Now, obviously, the situation is a little bit more complex than that when it comes to people who only join in Part 2. Although there's not as many as you would think, because the Royal Knights join up with Ike's army after the second Elincia map, just in time for Pitfall Bridge. So they sort of feel like late joiners in Ike's army that have bonus availability in Part 2. As it comes up with specific units, like I mentioned, the Jill and Zihark situation where they have the ability to change armies, I will address the way that availability can be kind of complicated in this game, but for the most part, I do think splitting it into Ike army availability, Micciah army availability, bonus availability is, and treating those as similar to Selif's army and Sigurd's army, is just sort of the simplest approach. And then people who join in Part 4, well, they're late joiners anyway. They're always going to have pretty bad availability, right? If you join in Part 4 like Skirmir's only around for 2 maps before the tower. And the grand total of 7 if you bring him into the tower. Speaking of the tower, the tower is, while a very centralizing, like, because it's the final map thing, it's not going to be the primary focus of this. As I mentioned, you get a lot of very strong people to take yourself into the tower, and so units who are like Meg or Aran or Ilyanna or even Sothe and Nolan and whatnot, who are less than ideal tower candidates, I still find can be quite useful in the early game. You know, Lara, as the only healer in the Dawn Brigade, very useful in the early game, probably not someone you want to bring into the tower. And because of that, I know that a lot of the community's perception of units who scale really badly into endgame is, in my opinion, lower than it should be. I'm not going to try to claim that, like, I'm not going to try to claim it doesn't matter or isn't valuable to scale well into endgame. There's a reason that someone like Haar, who's really, really good for the entire game, is more valuable than someone like, you know, I mean, Meg isn't really good at any point in the game, but someone who is good in the Dawn Brigade and doesn't super scale well into the tower. But I think that there is value in early game stuff, and so I am going to be giving people a benefit for that, which is why the tier names are a little bit weird. On the extremes, we have Utterly Broken and Trash. I thought about saying Utterly Trash to make it like Mirror, but that felt a little bit too mean. I know they're fictional characters, but it just felt a little bit too mean, so I decided just Trash. It's bad enough that you're trash. But everyone else, it sort of depends on their term. So we've got like phenomenal short term or great long term for A, and that is because, again, with the availability thing, I do think that a unit who is really, really good, but only around for a couple of maps, is roughly on the same level as someone who might be a little bit worse combat-wise than them, but is able to contribute in more maps, right? So we got great short-term, good long-term. good short-term or long-term filler, and then bad filler or short-term filler, which is just sort of these are filler units you're not happy about, or filler units who can do filler stuff on like one map. Yeah, I'm not gonna praise Kieran for being around on like 2 to 3 maps and being alright filler on those maps. And then obviously we got trash and special cases. Now, the reason for special cases is twofold. One, the Black Knight is a fake unit. I do want to talk about him, but he exists in 3 maps total, and none of those maps are like, it's not like a Goto situation where you get him for the last 3 maps of the game. He exists in 1-9, which is a fake map to begin with. It's like a puzzle map that he and Micciah have to solve together. Then he exists in 1-E, which is the final map of Chapter 1. He's the Goto of Part 1. Probably what the fucking Pitfalls wiki would say. And then he exists in a random map in Part 3, the first Micciah map in Part 3, sort of a swamp map. He is literally unkillable on the first 2 maps, and I think functionally unkillable on the last one. He doesn't have, so on none of those maps does he have like a literally invincible flag, but his stats are too high to take damage, which is why I mean by literally unkillable. And you actually get a game over if he dies. There's like a dummy text. It's a little bit silly, but I just find it, rather than someone like Orson, where you're around and you contribute for a map, even if it's an easy map, and then you go away, in the case of the Black Knight, it's so weird because he's literally invincible and can just be the, like, you turn off this map button, but also he doesn't actually go with your army. And considering how weird the Radiant Dawn tier list is going to be anyway, he just felt like an unnecessary spanner to throw in the works. So you should use the Black Knight on 1-E and 3-6, especially since using him on 1-E is also a requirement for a later recruit, at the very least deploying him. And if you're deploying a literally invincible kill everything unit, you should use him, right? But I don't think ranking him like above or below Calill or Nialah or Viika is particularly productive, or at the very least, not really something I'm super interested in doing. As for the 3 dancers, they would all probably be in S tier. I say that, but it's weird because Leanne's around for like 4 maps, right? So the 3 dancers, the reason I'm not ranking them is they sort of function kind of like a shared unit. You can only bring one of them into the tower, and only one of them will ever be available at a time, but which one is available is just going to depend on the point you are in the story and what map you're on, right? Like, Raphael is in Micciah's army during Part 1, and then you get Leanne for a couple of maps in Part 2, you get Rayson for quite a few maps in Part 3, and then Rayson leaves and you get Leanne for a couple more maps. Or I think you only get Leanne for 1 map in Part 3, because I know you get her on the bridge map. I don't remember if she's an endgame or not. But they just sort of juggle back and forth which one you're going to have. They are not literally the same unit in the way that Ninian and Nils share their level and stats. And in fact, they function pretty differently, which is why I have them ordered. Raphael has the lowest movement, only 5 move, and he doesn't get flight or canto, but he has a 4-way dance, which is incredibly powerful because it means he refreshes 4 units at a time. 4 is higher than 1, right? The downside is, of course, you know, it's harder to move him around. He can't dance and then canto somewhere else. And that's really it. But you can shove him, you can rescue him. Like, he's still very, very good. And I think having that 4-way dance immediately is better than what Rayson offers, which is he has a 1-way dance, but he has flight and canto and higher move than Raphael. And when he transforms, either by using a stone or by filling up his gauge, or using a Laguz gem in the endgame, then he will, for the next turn, have a 4-way dance. And while he's transformed, he has a 4-way dance. The Laguz gem is something that I do want to talk about, because you get 2 of them. And you get them at the very end of the game. One of them is found in the desert, and one of them is in, I think it's Gifka's inventory? I moved my mouse and then I realized, like, oh, he's not. I'm highlighting. But you get them functionally only for the tower. You can do some stuff with the one in the desert where you convoy warp it. If you manage to send the one in the desert to the convoy, it can be available in the Ike map, the Oliver's Mansion Ike map, where you have, well, you have Raphael there. So Rayson is in Elincia's army, right? Yeah, he's in Elincia's army. So I guess you could send it to that and have him use the gem if you want to train on the Laguz map. But ultimately, I think it's basically just a tower item. What it does is it permanently transforms your Laguz for the map. So if Rayson eats a Laguz gem, he just becomes a better version of Raphael, but the trade-off is you lose the ability to dance on the first turn, because you want to eat the gem on turn 1, right? And I actually think that's worse than having Raphael with his limited movement and his limited bulk, because Rayson is slightly bulkier, although not enough that you can, like, have him take a lot of hits, or even more than one hit. I think losing out on the turn 1 4-way dance is a much bigger deal than losing out on the Canto, losing out on the extra movement. And the reason for that is the tower maps in particular really value the actions you take on those first few turns. Ashura is the big one that comes to mind. It's one of the most complex boss fights in the franchise. You gotta destroy the 8 spirits guarding her and then attack her. And they all, like, reflect your damage back at you, and she has a bunch of AoE attacks and stuff. The AoE attacks, of course, are very threatening to Raphael, but you can work around that by rescuing him and then having someone die while holding him to drop him, or just moving him out of range or something like that. There's plenty of, even though the AoE covers the whole thing, the farther away he is, the less damage he takes. There's plenty of counterplay to Ashura to keep him alive, or you can just take advantage of him on turn 1 and then not have him on turn 2. Although that does put him on basically the same level as Rayson, because you only get, you know, the 1 turn of it. Getting those extra actions super early on is very, very vital, though. Meanwhile, and not even just on the Ashura map, like the general map, I think it's really good to be able to position your people and take out key threats on turn 1. The Black Knight fight, if you want to get the Wishblade, then you probably want to have a dance available on turn 1. The Dragons fight is really the only one where I can see Rayson being better if you're slow playing that map, if you're, like, dragging things out and fighting the dragons, especially if you want to, like, train up Kurth Naga or something. But that's another map where it's relatively trivial to just rush the boss and kill the boss very quickly. And at that point in the game, like that late in the game, you don't really care about your experience. And so getting out of the map before the dragons can start causing problems and killing your units is still, you know, it's going to be good to do with Raphael's help. And then, of course, the Sephiron map, there's teleporting spirits you want to get out as fast as possible, and the Ashura map I already talked about. So I do find that being able to 4-way dance on turn 1 is just so massive over no dance whatsoever, and then 4-way dance plus Canto. Because he can also 4-way dance on turn 2, right? He can 4-way dance on multiple turns. And then, of course, Leanne is sort of the worst of the 3 of them. She always only dances 2. So she has Flight and Canto, but rather than choosing between 4 and 1, like starting as 1 and then transforming to 4, she always dances 2 in a vertical or horizontal line you get to choose. I think that she's sort of the most fun to sort of play with and try to position and figure out my 2 best units and dancing them and whatnot, but ultimately she is the weakest because she doesn't have the option to refresh 4 ever. I can see, like, niche situations where you're like, well, I only need these 2 extra actions, but I do need to Canto out, but I think usually it's either, like, I would prefer, you know, race and take a turn off, or I would prefer the limited movement of Raphael, which is why I have her at the bottom, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't use her. on the maps where you have her, where she is the forced dancer, she's quite useful. And that's part of why I didn't want to rank them in terms of in the tiers, because you can also argue, and I've seen some people argue like, well, you know, sure, Raphael's the best dancer in a vacuum and the best one to bring into the tower, but is he really helpful on the maps where he exists? Because he exists alongside, you know, Nialah and the Black Knight, who are literally invincible. Meanwhile, Leanne is crucial to Elincia's Gambit, which either is a kill boss map where you need her to kill the boss on like really fast, or is a defend map where you drag it out and the extra dance actions help you sort of eliminate threats and play defensively, play more passively. And so therefore she should be better than Raphael, and then Raisin's around the longest, so he's the availability lead, right? And it just gets really funky, I think, ranking them and being like, well, Leanne is around for like 4 maps, but they're 4 really important maps or whatever, I don't know. So instead I just have them in special cases, and if they were a singular unit, Ninian and Nil style, it would be S tier and it would be the best unit in the game. I don't think the Dancer is usually the best unit in the game in most Fire Emblems, but 4-way dance plus like Flight Canto plus like, you know, just the amount of really strong units that you can give an extra action to, like, hey, I get another Haar, I get another Ike, I get another Micciah, I get another Nialah, you know, all of that sort of shit, right? Is just so valuable that it's hard to say that they are not literally the best unit in the game. But I guess that means that Haar gets to be the best unit in the game. Spoilers. Because they are not a single unit, because they're split up and separate. I guess spoilers for Haar, right? Surprise, surprise, local YouTuber likes Haar. Okay, so first up, we have Micciah, the Maiden of Dawn, the Lady of Miracles. And I have a feeling that my placement for her is going to be somewhat controversial. Probably not as controversial as it would have been a couple of years ago. People have started to come around on Micciah. I like to think that I at least had something to do with this, although I know there have been other people talking about how Micciah is actually quite underrated, or was. Still is, I would say. She is a very frail light mage. I'll go over her stats first, because it's kind of understating things to say that she's a very frail light mage. She has 15 starting HP. And 2 starting defense, so it's not even like a Hector situation where, oh, well, his HP kind of sucks, but at least he has good defense, so he doesn't take that much damage. And she has 4 resistance, so she can't even, like, cope on fighting against magical enemies, right? Mage on mage action. 2 strength, 8 skill. The real heartbreaker is 7 speed, because she's actually slow enough that she gets doubled by soldiers without a speed level up. And her speed growth is 35%. Specifically, the Chapter 1-2 soldiers are a threshold where if she gets doubled by them, she dies. You should not put Micciah in range of enemies on enemy phase, for the most part. They will destroy her, even the fairly weak ones, right? If she gets a speed level, and I think she needs a speed level and an HP level, which HP is 40%, she can survive a round of combat with the soldiers in Chapter 1-2. That is 2 very low growths to survive a round of combat with. I mean, Radiant Dawn soldiers are stronger than Game Boy Advance soldiers, but it's a Chapter 1-2 enemy. It's hard to overstate, like, how bad this bulk situation is. And I think a part of the reason why so often Micciah is looked at as complete trash is because she folds to a stiff breeze, and Radiant Dawn comes immediately after the slew of Fire Emblem 7, 8, and 9, where the most important trait that a unit can have is their bulk. More important than 1-2 range, arguably more important than movement, depending on the playstyle. I think it's probably on the same level as movement in those games. But in Radiant Dawn, the way you want to approach enemy encounters is very different from how it is in, Path of Radiance, in Sacred Stones, in the Blazing Sword. Because Micciah, while she has the most extreme bad bulk situation, she's not the only person who can't stand up to multiple enemies, and in fact, she's not even the only person in your army who gets one-rounded by everything on hard mode. I am judging these units on hard mode, so that's sort of the benchmarks that I'm pulling up. Especially once you get to, like, Chapter 1-2 and 1-3, Edward, Leonardo take, like, one hit. Lara gets fucking badonked all the way over dead. And even Nolan, who's sort of thought of as the bulky unit in the Dawn Brigade, gets, like, 2 or 3 rounded, depending on the group of enemies. So Micciah's main function is killing people on player phase, and then not being in range of the enemy on enemy phase, which is way easier to accomplish than you would imagine, especially in the Dawn Brigade chapters, because there's a lot of terrain. Chapter 1 is basically all just a curvy hallway. Chapter 2 is a indoor map where you've got a bunch of ledges, you've got a couple of one-tile-wide choke points, you've got plenty of space to sort of space out enemies and engage with them in the way that you want and protect Micciah that way. Chapter 3 is an escape map where you are sort of rushing down, but there's a couple of choke points that you funnel towards. There's some terrain and some areas too. Again, one tile, not really choke points, but one tile like bottlenecks where you can, there's sort of trees. You can have someone block people from being able to access Micciah because they can't go through the trees and they can't go through whoever's blocking. Chapter 1-4 is another indoor map with a lot of gold, a lot of walls that you can attack over. Because Radiant Dawn walls are weird. There's some that are completely solid, and some that are like columns. And the column walls, mages and archers and hand axes and whatnot can go through. And because every enemy in Chapter 1-4 is one range locked, you can sort of pick at enemies over the wall or from behind a choke point while playing more defensively, and even playing aggressively in these maps. Micciah is incredibly useful because if you're pushing forward, she can be a source of reliable chip. Light magic is incredibly accurate. The basic light tome is 3 might, 100 hit. She attacks 1-2 range. The majority of enemies aren't going to be able to counter her. Either she attacks the archers and bow units from 1 range, or she attacks the regular lance units and sword units and axe units from 2 range. There's a few enemies that have like hand axes, javelins, and wind edges, but for the most part, there's not 1-2 range during the early game of Radiant Dawn. And I think Micciah is the most reliable damage dealer of the scrubs that you have, aside from Sothe. Because Nolan is typically going to be dealing more damage to the average opponent. But Micciah hits on reds, remember, right? 7 magic plus a 3 might light tome. That's 10 damage going onto reds, which will oftentimes be either 0 or near 0. Not going to be doubling, unfortunately, because her speed stat is pretty mediocre, but that's still a respectable chip. In Radiant Dawn, you typically need multiple units to team up, unless, again, you're Sothe. During the early portions of Radiant Dawn, I should say, specifically Part 1, you need many units to sort of team up rather than having people who can one-round. You don't have your Haars and Ikes and whatnot yet, right? So this chip is valuable in that early game, and Micciah is also technically one of your healers during Part 1. I say technically because she doesn't heal using staves. She uses the skill Sacrifice. And what Sacrifice does is it lowers Micciah's HP up to 1 to fill in the missing HP of an adjacent ally. So say Edward is missing 7 HP. Micciah can sacrifice, go from 15 HP down to 8 in order to heal up Edward. And what this does is, functionally, it serves as like an emergency heal because you haven't actually gained HP in your overall party. But if Micciah is weak enough that enemies are one-rounding her anyway, which, unless you get incredibly lucky, she is, it doesn't matter if she's at full HP or 1 HP, right? So she can heal up units who are bulky enough to take a single hit, like Nolan, like Edward, or even like Sothe and Aran, who can usually take more than 1 hit. and then have them be able to frontline for another turn without those units having to use their action using an herb or a vulnerary to heal up. And Micciah herself will need to then, like, later take a turn off to heal up or get healed by Laura. But if you run into a situation, a very combat-heavy turn where you need to heal up multiple combat units, having Laura staff and having Micciah sacrificed in the same turn can potentially save you, in order to let people survive either a counterattack on player phase or a pretty big enemy phase. But all of that, those are sort of like fairly minor contributions, right? Yeah, she's more accurate than Nolan, but ultimately Nolan, like, when he hits, he deals a little bit more damage, right? She's frail just like Edward, but Edward does at least survive getting hit by some of the weaker enemies, even if he does get one-rounded earlier than you would expect, to be honest. You know, and her healing has a lot of asterisks attached, right? But the big thing that sort of separates her, well, I guess technically she does also provide support bonuses for Sothe, because they start with an automatic A support, so I'll talk about that before I talk about the big thing. Micciah and Sothe start with an A-rank buddy support, which is the standard support system where you build rank between characters. And they also have a +10 bond support. These are two separate support systems, and they just happen to have both of them. The bond support is a fixed attribute. You will always have the bond support. It's not part of the building and lowering support system, and it gives bonuses to crit and crit avoid. In Micciah and Sothe's case, it gives +10 crit and crit avoid, which in theory could help Sothe out while he's enemy phasing, but in practice, Micciah really shouldn't be near Sothe. He wants to be super deep into enemy lines. I guess if you're attacking an enemy who would have a crit rate on you, getting that 10 crit avoid is nice, but it's really only beneficial on player phase, and because it gives the crit avoid, the amount that it is useful is limited. I guess sometimes Sothe can get a lucky crit, but Sothe should be one-rounding stuff anyway. What's potentially more interesting is the actual support bonus. Any two characters in Radiant Dawn can build support with each other, although they do so at different rates. There's actually 5 tiers in terms of the support speed. So unlike Fates, where you've got slow support and fast support, you have Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, Type 4, and Type 5. And Type 5 is the slowest, Type 1 is the fastest. This is only really relevant if you're trying to build supports between specific pairs. And for Sothe and Micciah, it's kind of not relevant at all, because they already start out with a support with each other. Although I guess you could unpair them and try to have them support other people. Generally, I don't think that's super worth it, just because you might as well take advantage of the A-rank supports that you already have, right? For this particular pairing, you get 2 attack, 8 hit, and 15 avoid. That 2 more attack can actually make a difference when fighting bulkier enemies like the Armor Knights and Cavaliers, but in general, that's really all that matters. Micciah shouldn't be close to Sothe on enemy phase, just because Sothe wants to be really deep into enemy lines. So the support bonus feels like a bit of a trap, but on player phase, the 2 attack that she gives Sothe can be nice. The bigger thing, I think, is that Sothe gives her 2 attack and 8 hit to sort of bolster that chip roll. But she doesn't have to be in the chip roll, because towards the end of chapter 1-2, you get access to the Thani Tome, which is Micciah's personal weapon. It only has 45 uses, but you get a second one near the end of part 1, so for all intents and purposes, Micciah can just spam Thani, because her combat is really only good during part 1. It's not up to snuff in part 3 and part 4. You can do, like, again, select enemies you can do chip to, but it's not good enough that you're going to go through all 90 uses of Thani. So once you get Thani, you can essentially just not care about the Light Tome and its 3 might, and instead focus on Thani. Thani also has 100 hit, and it has 8 might instead, so already we got, better chip damage, starting attack of 15, and then as she levels up, her magic growth is not her magic growth's actually really good, 80%. So as Micciah levels up, she's going to deal more damage with the Thani chip-wise. But the big thing about Thani is It's effective against armored and horse units. Now, you might think, especially with the armors, that this effective damage isn't actually super relevant. They're the low-res enemies anyway, right? But it turns it into a 24 might, 100 hit weapon. That is almost as strong as the legendary weapons from Fire Emblem 4. And you get that in Chapter 2 of this incredibly long game. Of course, it's only 24 might against Cavaliers and Armor Knights, but as it just so happens, Cavaliers and Armor Knights are not only pretty plentiful in Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn, but they're also some of the enemy types, especially armors, that Sothe can struggle against. There's no armor-effective knife, and Sothe gets a lot of his damage output by, doubling and hitting on the sort of mediocre defenses. He has high strength, but the higher an enemy's defense, the worse the low might of knives combined with Sothe's propensity to double is going to match up. Micciah can one-shot Armor Knights in Chapter 2, but more importantly Chapter 3, where there's a couple of Armor Knights that are sort of blocking the exit point, the escape point on the left-hand side. She can one-shot Cavaliers on that same map. Also in Chapter 6, in both of the Chapter 6s, there's a good number of Cavaliers that she can one-shot, and Armor Knights that she can one-shot. She can, just one-shotting, it's not just random Armor Knights and Cavaliers, bosses as well. She, I believe with a little bit of magic leveling, let me check the numbers real quick. Okay, I ran the numbers. Micciah needs 3 magic level ups in order to one-shot Burton, who is the boss of Chapter 1-2 or 1-3. Although with Sothe's support, she only needs 1 magic level up, and that is an 80% growth rate. She needs 7 magic level ups in order to one-shot the boss of 1-6-2. And again, with Sothe, that's only going to be 5 at an 80% growth rate. So she is also a very reliable boss killer. Now, she can't fight these guys on enemy phase, which is the major disadvantage. But being able to just nuke and not eat the retaliation, very, very useful. I think that Micciah's combat in part 1, like I said, I find her to be the second best damage dealer after Sothe, just because I really don't like Nolan's hit rates, considering how much reliability matters in terms of actually deleting these really dangerous enemies, right? And so I think all the way up until the point where you get Tauroneo, Micciah is just one of your better combat units. She can attack without taking damage. She just needs to not enemy face people, but hey, look at who else you got that doesn't need to enemy face people, right? Of course, once you get Tauroneo and Jill and Zihark and Tormod and Muarum and Nialah, suddenly there's not that much use for the fragile nuke, right? The glass cannon mage. And so Micciah kind of takes a back seat. She can, delete Armor Knights on 1-6. She can delete Armor Knights on 1-7. And she can even delete Armor Knights on 1-endgame. But her contributions are fairly limited. Once you get the hammer as well, like Nolan and Jill can also delete Armor Knights fairly easily. So, and you've got other mages in Tormod. We'll talk about Ilyanna, but I don't like Ilyanna that much. But still, being able to attack uncountered, being able to attack very accurately, and being able to deal that accurate chip or just fucking one-shot select enemies is nice. It's just a really short-term thing, right? I would say, good short-term or possibly great short-term, depending. The thing that pushes her over the edge to be, in my opinion, a solidly B-tier unit is that she's not only great short-term, but I think she's actually quite good long-term. And that's because she transitions from a combat role to a very solid utility role going into part 3. At the end of part 1, Micciah gets her forced story promotion. And she gets some stat gains off of this, but that's not really all that important. It's not enough to make a difference in her combat. She only gets 1 point of magic and 1 point of speed, and then 3 defense. Thank you very much. I will actually be able to tank now, right? The big thing is C rank staves. Light gets, like, promoted up to C if you aren't already there, but you probably are. She's seen 40 rounds of combat by now. So, C-rank staves is enough for Physic, which means that Micciah can be one of your 2 healers. You have Lara already, and Lara does a good job healing people in Part 1 and Part 3, but I find that in Part 3, the Dawn Brigade is pretty outmatched by the opponent in the 3 maps that actually, like, matter for the Dawn Brigade. The Swamp map, the Canyon Defense, and the 313 big defense against Ike's army. If you are playing those maps more, like, if you're boss skipping 3-13, Micciah is not going to be super useful. But if you're playing that map as a defense map, and if you're playing 3-6 and 3-12, your units are going to be taking a lot of punishment. Even the strong units like Zihark, like Tauroneo, who's not even in 3-6, but is in the other 2, like Geo, like Volug and whatnot, are only going to be able to stand up to like 1 or 2 enemies at most before they need a heal. So having a second staffer and being able to pass the physics staff around, or, you know, use the mend or heal staff and then get rescued out by Fiona, her 1 contribution, is genuinely really helpful. Being able to just get that action economy so they can spend their player phase deleting people instead of having to vulnerary. And then we move into Part 4, and during the army split, Micciah is just probably one of 1 or 2 healers in your army. But going into the tower, you only have 10 slots to bring non-forced units. And so Micciah being force deployed in the tower affords you a lot of flexibility. I think most tower teams want between 1 to 2 staffers. And Micciah entering for free means you really only need to choose at most 1 other staffer to fill up these incredibly limited slots. And so you can bring Elincia or a Trained Mist, or one of the Archsages if you have a, like, you know, well, my mouse is off screen now, but you get, like, Oliver, you get, not Sanaki, her advisor, the guy who speaks in limericks, whose name I can't remember. If you trained up Soren, I know a lot of people like Soren. If you trained up Soren, like, he can be your other staffer. Trained up Peleus, I know a lot of people like Peleus, he can be your other staffer, I guess. But I think that most teams don't really want more than 2 staffers, and Micciah coming for free gives you that flexibility to fill up those slots with, well, now I want these combat units. I want Nialah, I want Tibarn, I want Gifka, I want Kanagus, I want Haar, I want Jill. You know, I'm filling out just by naming the people who feel like auto includes. I filled out more than half of the slots before even getting to the question of staffers, right? And then if you've trained up people who you really like, if you're like, well, I am the world's biggest Boyd fan, and I trained up Boyd, we're bringing him to the tower, things get even tighter. And so I think that a free staffer is really nice, especially since the other free staffer you get in the tower doesn't join until literally the final map, and he's pretty bad because of that. So overall, I think very solid combat in Part 1, the first half of Part 1. Transitioning to, like, it's sort of like the bad portion is the second half of Part 1, where she's like, well, I'm just a chip bot. And then transition to a very important heal bot in both Part 3 and Part 4. I think that she's solidly B tier. I think that she does a lot more for the time that she's around than the majority of combat units. I think she's a lot less replaceable, especially in the Dawn Brigade, because Lara's the only other one who does what she does. It's also worth noting that this doesn't come up very often, but a niche application of Sacrifice is Sacrifice actually heals status. And so you can have Micciah sacrifice towards, in particular in the first floor of the tower, if you are running some magical units and they get silenced, Micciah can sacrifice towards them in order to unsilence them. In the desert map, there's some sleep staves that Micciah can potentially sacrifice towards. Now, you have restore staves at this time as well, so it's not a huge deal, but it is kind of cool that she can do it without using the staff, I guess. I guess the other thing that comes up is in her unpromoted class, Micciah actually has 5 more capacity than the other unpromoted units. Those being like Edward and Leonardo and Nolan and whatnot. So she can equip skills that others cannot. I know a lot of people like to do Wrath Resolve stuff because she's getting one shot anyway. You might as well put her down to low HP, and she can reduce herself by using Sacrifice to get herself into the Wrath Resolve range and then fish for crits, especially as someone who is attacking not at 1 range, so it doesn't matter that, like, she's not going to face a counter if you don't get the crit. Now, this would be Wrath that you would give her, which you do have access to Wrath, because Edward starts with it. You can't give her, or you can give her Resolve, but it boosts Strength instead of Magic, so it's not as helpful on her. It boosts the speed, at least, and that's cool. Although I don't think her speed is particularly salvageable with the 7 base and 35% growth. But people like the Wrath stuff. I think that's more memey than anything, but it's at least, like, it's something. And you get Purge for Chapter 3-13, because Micciah is actually stuck in the backlines in 313, so her being able to physic people is pretty important because she can't heal staff them, she can't heal from the front lines. But she does get Purge. Purge is a B rank tome, and Light Sage is only guaranteed C, so if you didn't do a lot of combat with her in part 1, then the Purge tome is useless. But if you did some with her, or you gave her Discipline, which is not a very competitive scroll, then she can, just purge some people. And I know a lot of people like doing the Wrath build there, because you just spend the first turn sacrificing for someone, and then you have Purge with the potential to crit people, which can be cool. It feels pretty gimmicky to me. I think Purge just kind of functions as a way of doing chip damage at long range on 313. Although, I guess it's worth noting that because she's a light magic user, and she has potential access to Purge, in the tower, if you bless the Purge tome, which would give it infinite durability, you can bless weapons going up to the 3rd floor, and that gives them infinite durability, as well as the ability to hit the enemies who've been blessed by Ashira. So the bosses of the next couple of maps, as well as every enemy on the final map, is required to have a blessed weapon to fight them. If you bless Purge, you can sort of have her and Sonicy pass it back and forth and deal some chip damage to enemy dragons. Or you can give Dragon Foe to one of them, and then it's effective damage on a Siege Tome, which is kind of cool. I don't think her combat is super stellar in the tower. It's nice filler, and because you get so many uses of Thani and you're not going through them, on turns where she doesn't have any staffing to do, she can just launch a Thani bomb at the generals in 1-tower-1, which it's very funny because on average she does not have the speed to double them, which I think highlights just how bad her speed is, right? You don't want to put Resolve on this unit because the speed doesn't matter. On average, she doesn't have the speed to double the generals, so she'll deal like 50% to them. If you can get her doubling, she will one-round them. And every enemy on that map is either a general or a bishop, except for the single sniper that has the double bow. So she can deal effective damage and do a big chunk to about 2/3 of the enemies on that map, which is a lot less impressive than it sounds, because so can everyone, if we're being honest. Not effective damage, but everyone can deal at least 50% to a general. If you're bringing someone into the tower who deals less than 50% to a general, you've made a mistake. But at the very least, it shows that she's, like, not worthless at combat at that point. She's just not good at combat at that point. And what she's really doing for you is staffing. You just have her do combat on turns where, oh, it turns out everyone's healthy. I don't need staffing right now. Okay, next up is fan favorite Myrmidon Edward. And I'm sorry, he's quite bad. I wouldn't put him in the trash tier simply because As a unit with perfect availability, he does some useful combat during the first few maps of the Dawn Brigade chapters. It's worse combat than most of the other units around him, but you take every little bit you can get, and his bulk is good enough that, like, he's your enemy facer for exactly one map, which is very funny. Edward's problems are sort of twofold. The first is that hard mode of Radiant Dawn removes the weapon triangle, and so while normally the early joining sortie gets to take advantage of their avoid and accuracy against axe enemies, Edward is still a fairly accurate sword user just because swords have high hit in general, but he isn't able to be sort of a dodge tank, and he doesn't get the damage reduction or damage bonus for being at weapon triangle advantage, which is pretty unfortunate for him. But if that was the only thing in his way, then it would be the case of like a pretty recoverable, decent growth unit, yada yada yada. The biggest problem Edward faces is the new class system introduced in Radiant Dawn. Because unlike traditional Fire Emblems, where you have your unpromoted class, you get to level 20 or use a promotion item, and then you promote into your promoted class. So as a Myrmidon, he would promote into Swordmaster, or in some cases you get a choice. So he would choose between Swordmaster and Assassin, or Swordmaster and Master of Arms, or something like that. In Radiant Dawn, it is a 3-tier class. So Edward starts out as a Myrmidon. When he promotes, either as a level 10 Myrmidon using a Master Seal, or by hitting level 21 as a Myrmidon, he turns into a Swordmaster. And then as a Swordmaster, he can use a Master Crown or get to level 21, and he'll promote into a True Blade, which is the tier 3 version of Swordmaster. Unfortunately, as, like, unique as this system is, Radiant Dawn doesn't really take advantage of it. The majority of the units who join you join in their 2nd or 3rd tier classes, and so for most of the campaign, it just feels like it is a regular promotion system, except for Swordmaster is the base class, and True Blade is the promoted class. And so it makes any of the units that start out in an unpromoted class, those being Edward, Leonardo, Nolan, Laura, Ilyanna, Aran, Meg, Jill, and Fiona, I believe are the only people, those are the only units who start out in a tier 1 class. All of them feel closer to trainee units, like from the Sacred Stones, where you start in an underclass, and then you have to promote to the real class. But unlike the trainees in the Sacred Stones, they have to use a Master Seal or get 20 levels, and their experience gain, while obviously it's higher than the people in Tier 2 classes, Tier 1 experience gain isn't so accelerated that they're going to be very quickly reaching the benchmark to promote, and in fact, oftentimes the unpromoted Dawn Brigade units will struggle to hit level 10 in a timely manner. And that's kind of what Edward runs into. His base stats are pretty unimpressive. 19 HP and 5 defense is worlds above Micciah, and in the prologue, Edward is your frontliner, but he's at the point where he's getting 2-rounded as soon as you enter 1-1, and he at least maintains the bulk threshold of surviving a single attack for a couple of chapters. Notably in the Laguz map, the only enemies that can one-round him at base are the 16 strength tigers. There's 14 strength tigers that he survives at 1 HP at base, and there's cats that he does not get doubled by at base, but the 16 strength tigers, he needs to level up HP and bulk a couple of times in order to survive a hit from them, which is a little bit unfortunate, but he also doesn't have, like, well, he does actually have a pretty bad percent chance of leveling up defense, but his HP growth is good, so sometimes you can power through it for that. The bigger problem is actually getting him those levels. As I say, the experience gain is not great, and his base combat isn't really impressive enough that he's going to be easy to funnel kills to. You're kind of going out of your way to feed them to him, which granted, he does have decent strength and speed growths, and skill, 60% in strength and speed, and 65% in skill. So if you do bother training him, he becomes an offensive powerhouse using swords and potentially critting with the +5 crit that Myrmidon gets, plus his inherent skill of Wrath. And if you promote him, that crit bonus goes up to 10 and then later 20 as a True Blade. The problem is, again, he's so slow to gain that experience. And if you want to have yourself a strong Swordmaster, Radiant Dawn hands you Zihark, who is a pre-promoted unit who actually has better stats than Edward would at 10-1 all around. So then the idea of just getting Edward those 6 levels so you can promote him to Swordmaster becomes less appealing. But if you want to train him all the way to level 20, not only are his stats still going to be behind Zihark on average, but he also takes so much experience, and the payoff is just sort of a frail guy who can do decent damage and double people at 1 range. Although, I guess Swordmasters are not specifically 1 range locked in Radiant Dawn, because the Wind Edge does exist. And the Wind Edge, despite the fact that usually 2 range swords are magical, Wind Edge is actually a physical sword, so it functions kind of like the Javelin and Hand Axe. However, the Wind Axe is a lot worse than them. Not only does it have lower hit and might as compared to the other 2 weapons, but it also is unforgeable. You can forge up really strong hand axes and javelins in order to sort of dominate the later route maps where you want to be doing a lot of 1-2 range combat on enemy phase. But that's not the case for any of your sword-locked units, because they have to either use the Wind Edge or the Storm Sword, which is the spear tomahawk equivalent for Wind Edges. So that's pretty unfortunate for Edward. Now, I made the Zihark comparison, and that's the obvious one. That's the one people usually jump to. Edward is the growth unit. He's got 60s in his important offensive stats, but his bases are pretty bad. Whereas Zihark is the bases unit. He's got really high bases. He starts out pre-promoted, but his growths are not great, although he has a higher speed growth than Edward, which is pretty funny, just like rubbing salt in the wound. Also a higher skill growth than Edward, which they both use really accurate weapons in terms of swords, but if you want to do enemy phase stuff, that skill is going to be important because the Wind Edge for 1-2 range, it's got pretty bad hit, so having a high skill stat to make use of the Wind Edge or the Storm Sword is pretty ideal. But the thing is, I don't think Zihark is actually Edward's primary competition, because what Edward wants more than anything is experience. And the other units that really want experience are Leonardo and Nolan, because they're, early game. Aran, I guess if you want to train him up, Meg, but she's a meme, and then Jill in the mid game. I think if Edward hasn't already gotten to the point where he's either ready to promote or close to promote by the time that Zihark and Jill show up, it's a lost cause, because now Jill is super experience hungry, and you're also actually nearing the end of part 1, believe it or not. They show up at about the 2/3 point way through the campaign. So the main competition I would look to are Leonardo and Nolan. And unfortunately, both of these units just make much better use of the experience than Edward. Leonardo gets a lot of good tools on promotion, and Nolan is just the bulkiest unit you have access to outside of Sothe. He is able to use axes, which are generally a better weapon type, although early on he can have hit issues until you're able to forge him more accurate axes. And he overall has better stats than Edward. I really like the warrior into Revenant, I think they're called, the 3rd tier warrior. I think that line is much better suited than the Myrmidon Swordmaster Trueblade one. So unfortunately, if Edward is fighting them for experience, it's a fight he's probably going to lose. And even if you're just, like, training up Leonardo and Nolan, it can be hard to route the experience that both of them want with each other, let alone if you're then also trying to train Edward, also trying to train Aran, also memeing around with Meg, and then, you know, Volug and Jill also appreciate experience. There's just so much that, there's so many people vying for that experience, and Edward is like the worst user of it. So he kind of just becomes the does combat for a few maps. I would call him either bad filler or short-term filler. If you do train him up, there are some good swords that the Dawn Brigade has access to. You get a Brave Sword in early part 3 for the Dawn Brigade, which is cool because, you know, Brave Weapon, early Brave Weapon is always good. Unfortunately, you've got other better sword users, so Edward's almost always not going to be qualifying for Brave Sword duty. But you also get an early Storm Sword, and again, probably not going on Edward, but worth noting. Edward himself gets a personal weapon, though. I believe it's pronounced Katabal? The Katabal is a 15 might, 85 hit sword that has 5 crit, which is, I guess, kind of cool, and gives 8 luck when equipped, which is, I guess, kind of cool. But it's mostly just 15 might and 85 hit. It's a stronger sword than Edward would otherwise be using, because your other strong weapons you're usually going to be giving to Zihark, or even Tauroneo can use swords if you forged up some swords and you want to give them to him. So Edward having this is cool. Unfortunately, he only gets it in part 3, right before 3-6. And at that point, unless you've really been focusing on training up Edward, he's probably fallen off to the point where even with a 15 might weapon, his combat just isn't worthwhile. He's obviously, like, I was going to say he's not worth a deployment slot, but he is getting deployed because you get full deploy on all 3 part 3 maps, so there's no reason not to deploy him. But I think at best what Edwards is doing on those maps is, like, maybe a little bit of chip. Even then, like, he probably dies in retaliation, so he would have to finish off weakened enemies, or provide support bonuses, or, like, shove people around. Or in 313, he can be a body to sort of block off the ledges that the Lagoos could climb up, which is unironically useful, just as a 6-move unit who can block ledges. He blocks ledges better than Meg, because he has infantry movement instead of armored movement, so that's pretty cool. But, yeah, Katabulk doesn't really save his combat, so it's not that great. It's not that great. I think really the only combat Edward should be doing is towards the beginning of part 1. But one interesting thing about him for the beginning of part 1 is he starts with the skill Wrath. Now, skills in Fire Emblem 10 are not permanently affixed to units. You can remove a skill from someone and give them to another unit for the most part. Some skills stay locked to characters, like Sacrifice is always on Micciah. But Wrath is not one of those skills. You can take Wrath off of Edward and give it to someone else. However, you have to function around the weird capacity system that Radiant Dawn has. So, Bjork units have 15 capacity tier 1, 20 capacity tier 2, and I believe it's 25 capacity tier 3. The important thing is that you only have 15 capacity as a tier 1 unit, which most of your, like, beginning Dawn Brigade squad people are tier 1 units. Edward starts with Wrath, but if you start with a skill, it doesn't take up its capacity. It is free until you remove it, and then it will cost the 15 capacity to assign it to someone else. So Edward starts with Wrath, but if you take Wrath off of Edward, you can't actually give it to any of your unpromoted units. You can't give it to Leonardo or Nolan or anyone like that, Ilyanna until you promote her, Aran, etc. And the reason for that is that even though they all technically have 15 capacity, they functionally only have 10 capacity because infantry units always start with the skill Shove, which is locked onto them, takes up 5 capacity, and you'll never get rid of it. And then mounted units all have the skill Canto, which does the same thing. It's locked on, it takes up capacity, so functionally, everyone has 5 less capacity than they normally would, or than they are listed as having. It feels like an oversight, especially since so many skills take up 15 capacity, and so many skills can just not be given to tier 1 units. So even though the skills are very malleable later in the campaign, during the early Radiant Dawn chapters, what skill you start with is actually fairly relevant. And Edward starting with Wrath is kinda cool. At 30% or lower HP, he gets plus 50 crit, which is a huge amount of crit. And the Myrmidon class gets an innate 5 crit bonus as well. So that combined with his high speed and the fact that he's just going to be trying to crit enemies anyway is neat. The 2 problems with it. The first one is if he's at lower than 30% HP and he's relying on a crit to kill someone and he doesn't crit and they retaliate, then he's dead. He's already a very frail unit. At 30% or lower HP, he's just dead to every single attack. But the bigger problem is even turning on Wrath can be a problem for Edward. I mentioned that he's getting 2 taps by most enemies, but the thing is that, ironically, the slight bulk lead he has over Micciah is kind of his undoing, because he gets hit for 50 to 60% by most enemies instead of getting just one shot by most enemies. If he got knocked down, hit by 70%, 80% or whatever, then he could easily get knocked into Wrath range. But as it stands, it's really hard to find an enemy who will knock him into Wrath range, and both Micciah and Lara have enough magic that they'll heal him to full, so you can't even do this sort of FE4 marginal healing to keep Miracle on or activate Miracle, those sorts of things. You can't do that with Edward and Wrath. He's just sort of almost never gonna have it active. Believe it or not, this terrible unit I'm describing is actually buffed in the English version, which is what I've been talking about, as compared to the Japanese version. Because not only does he have better stats, but his personal weapon is exclusive to the international release of Radiant Dawn, and Wrath as a skill is better in the international version than it is in the Japanese version. Because in the Japanese version, it doesn't just give you a 50% crit rate when you're below 38% HP. It has every single round of combat that you're below 30% HP, you have a skill percent chance to gain 50 crit. And even if you gain that crit, you still might just not land a crit. It's very silly. It's very silly. I do think, if you're planning on raising Edward long-term, if you've decided, I don't care that he's bad, I'm leaving him on my team, you probably just don't want to take Wrath off of him, because keeping it on him for free means he can equip other skills with his increased capacity as he promotes. And he can still take advantage of the crit bonus that you get in the Myrmidon line. I think I mentioned it earlier, but he starts out with the 5 crit for Myrmidon, but Swordmasters get 10 crit and True Blades get 20 crit alongside the Astra skill. Every tier 3 class gets a mastery skill that is just permanently given to them and locked on. Astra just lets you hit 5 times. All these mastery skills are basically a fancy critical hit where you kill the enemy in some sort of fancy way, and Astra is the super iconic one, but it's still not it's still whatever, it's still whatever. I guess if you're doing the crit build, hitting 5 times lets you get funny, I crit on the second attack, but you would have killed with 5 attacks anyway, right? It's Edward. Even though he has terrible bases, if you trained him to the point where he's a True Blade, he probably kills it with 5 hits anyway. Because that's 60% strength growth. That's, it's pretty good. I do briefly want to talk about Edward's potential as a support bot, since you are forced to deploy him throughout part 3, or you're not forced to, but he's a free deploy, so if you want to sort of take advantage of the supports that he gives, that can be useful. I mentioned in the Sothe and Micciah section that Radiant Dawn's support system is called the Buddy support system, where every single unit is capable of building support rank with every other unit in the cast. There's just 5 different speeds of these. These are called types 1 through type 5, but I'm going to refer to them as super fast, fast, normal, slow, and super slow, just because they are, tiered in order. That feels like logical names for them, and I haven't heard anyone talk about the Radiant Dawn support system in depth, so fuck it, I get to come up with the terminology. These support speeds just affect how many points you get for every action that you take. There's a chart that'll go over what the different actions are that give you support points. I'll throw it up on screen now, but basically, being deployed in the same map as someone, or standing next to them, or shoving them, or having them rescued at the start of turn and you're the one rescuing them, gives you positive support points. The one exception is that shoving usually gives beneficial support points, but in the super slow group, it actually gives -1 support to shove someone. So you don't want to shove someone you have a super slow support with, because they will take it the wrong way. But once you reach 50 support points with your partner, you have the ability to rank up. It's always 50 for each tier, so from 0 to C, it's 50, from C to B, it's 100, and then from B to A, it's 150, but it's cumulative, so it's like a total of 150. It's 50 in between each. I'm over-explaining it, but hopefully you get the idea. And basically, you want to build up these support points, pair people off so that you can get the bonuses. I actually really like this system from a mechanical standpoint. I think the biggest downside it has is that there's no story benefit to it, because there's no conversations. There's just these little, generic dialogues they'll have with each other instead of actually having the convos. But mechanically, I think it's very, very cool, and I kind of wish that they had given us this as the mechanics and then just a bunch of support conversations in the base so that we could get both halves of the story and the gameplay stuff. But mixing and matching different people's affinities based on what you want to boost on each unit is kind of cool, and Edward has the light affinity, which means that he will give both hit and defense. And these are actually very valuable things to give to the Dawn Brigade, because you want to give accuracy to the various axe units in Nolan and Jill, and you want to give defense for the more defensive playstyle that Part 3 Radiant Dawn encourages. The swamp map, you kind of want to play defensively, fight people on enemy phase, and just sort of avoid taking aggressive risks. And the same with the canyon, where you're sort of holding the choke points, and especially 313, if you're not going for the Ike boss skip, you want to hold the line, hold the different, not choke points, but ledges, and stop people from getting up too high. So bolstering defense is quite nice, and bolstering accuracy is cool. And even for a more accurate unit like Edward as a sword user, if you're trying to use him in combat, that extra hit can be good because the storm sword is very inaccurate. Or if you support him up with Zihark, Zihark appreciates the hit, appreciates the defense for sure, because he can be a little bit frail. And that's nice. Edward does have a super fast support with Leonardo, which is kind of unfortunate because Leonardo doesn't really care about getting extra defense from the light affinity. The hit is nice, although he's already pretty accurate unit. But then he also has a fast support with the other Dawn Brigade members, specifically being Nolan, Sothe, and Micciah. So if you do want to detach Sothe and Micciah from each other, I guess technically Edward has a fast support with the two of them. But I think the big one is just fast support with Nolan. I do really like giving those bonuses to Nolan, since Nolan's not defense. His defense is good, but his accuracy can struggle, so getting extra hit from light affinity is good. Nolan, unfortunately, only gives earth affinity, which is not particularly good. I guess the extra avoid if you want to dodge tank with Edward, but as I said, without weapon triangle, dodge tanking is limited, and Edward is so frail that he can't really afford to gamble on dodging. So unfortunately, it's mostly just beneficial for Nolan, because earth support is really bad affinity. The community has gaslit themselves into believing is strong for some reason. One thing worth bearing in mind when it comes to the supports in Radiant Dawn is the support bonuses get rounded up. So as opposed to something like the Game Boy Advance games or Path of Radiance, where you need to have 2 units with a plus attack or plus defense in order to get any benefit out of that. Here, if you have a plus attack support, or in the case of Edward, plus defense, which gives you +5 at C, you get a full point at C, and then you just don't get anything extra at B, but then at A, you get a full 2 points because 1.5 rounds up. So it makes these sort of plus attack and plus defense affinities a lot stronger. And in particular, water affinity is really good. If you can get a C support, you get both +1 attack and +1 defense, which is pretty awesome. And speaking of water affinity, let's talk about Leonardo. Because water affinity boosts attack and defense, in the role of just existing, Leonardo is doing a better job than Edward. And his support pool is pretty similar to Edward's as well. I mean, obviously, they can both support everyone in the cast, but when it comes to the speeds, he has a super fast with Edward to boost Edward's attack and defense, which is actually really helpful. Even if you're not planning on using Edward long-term, I would consider trying to get this just for the first few maps, because it becomes really fast. The C support is where you get the +1 to both attack and defense, and the extra hit is, like, always nice. And just having that little minor buff immediately as soon as you can activate the supports is good. But then he also has a fast support with Nolan, Sothe, and Micciah, as you would probably expect. And weirdly, also Oscar and Rolf, which I guess the idea is because you could potentially build it up during part 4 and you don't have that much time to build supports, but from a story perspective, I don't really understand that. Don't worry, I won't be going over everyone's support speed things. I just find the Leonardo, Oscar, and Rolf to be really interesting. I'm thinking about maybe making a video about these support speeds at some time, so comment down below if that's the sort of thing that you would find interesting. If we're judging them as support bots, Leonardo is definitely better than Edward, but if we look at them as combat units, it feels like it's the other way around. Leonardo's bases are almost universally lower than Edward's, and his growth rates are also quite bad, with the only good one being his skill growth at 75%, which is nice because, you know, you want to be able to hit stuff, but if you're not dealing much damage, then what good does it do to hit? While modern games would typically give bows higher stats in order to make up for the fact they are 2 range locked, Radiant Dawn was still in the era where for some reason they felt the need to nerf bows even further. So bows have the same might as swords but less hit than them. And hilariously, in what I'm pretty sure is a glitch or typo or whatever, the bronze bow actually has less hit than the iron bow. It has 80 hit, whereas the iron has 85. Normally, bronze weapons have lower might and higher hit, but for some reason the bronze bow doesn't follow this pattern. The funny thing is that bows being nerfed feels like it uniquely impacts Leonardo, because bronze and iron are strictly worse than the sword equivalents, but once you get up to steel and silver, they actually do get higher might than the swords do. So the trade-off is you have higher might and lower hit, which feels weird for a bow, but also feels kind of targeted at the only archer who doesn't start with a high bow rank. Leonardo famously has weapon rank issues and oftentimes isn't able to wield the steel bow when you first get it. So giving him discipline is usually a pretty good idea if you want to use him even short term, just because it lets him make use of these better bows and maybe, just maybe, edge out a niche over Edward. Leonardo also starts with a skill, but hilariously his skill is nearly worthless on him. He has cancel, which is a % chance to stop an enemy from counterattacking you, but he's using bows, so he shouldn't be getting counterattacked anyway. That's kind of the one advantage Leonardo has over Edward is, much like Micciah, he can do that sort of accurate chip damage, although it really is chip damage. Unlike Micciah, he doesn't have any way to deal effective damage to Cavs or Armor Knights, and he probably deals nothing to Armor Knights, so it's just a little bit of physical chip in order to soften things up for Nolan or Edward. And realistically, it's really only softening things up for, well, I guess no, Leonardo and Edward can sort of combine to kill something, which is cool, I guess, but then he runs into the issue where, much like Edward, because Leonardo starts as a tier 1, he ends up lagging behind experience-wise to everyone else, but in a sort of negative snowball effect, because Leonardo is attacking uncountered, you want to have him be the one to do the chip damage rather than get the kill, because he can attack an enemy, and even if the enemy's alive, they won't counter him. Whereas, Edward or Nolan will attack an enemy, and then the enemy will counter them, so they're not really as good at being chip bots. And because of that, Leonardo isn't going to be naturally getting kills. Nolan and Edward and Micciah and Sothe will be sort of naturally gaining some amount of experience just through the fact that you're using them. Since you don't have any other options, you have to use them. But Leonardo, because his most natural use case is simply to set up kills for others, he doesn't really get experience naturally funneled into him. So if you want to train him up and keep him from falling even further behind the level curve than where he starts, you have to go out of your way to train him, and it's just not a good place to be. If you do manage to do the incredibly slow training arc and get Leonardo promoted, he actually has a rather unique benefit from promotion that can allow him to slide into some interesting niches. Snipers and marksmen, the third tier of the archer class line, have access to crossbows, and crossbows are a very weird weapon type that haven't appeared in any other Fire Emblem, at least not in the same way that they do in Radiant Dawn. They are really high might and deal effective damage to flyers, much like regular bows would, but they don't rely on your bow rank. They don't actually have any rank at all. You just have to be in a class that can use crossbows, and they don't use your strength stat. So because of that, they have incredibly high might, but usually deal less damage than if you had a real unit using a bow, because they could take advantage of their strength stat. Promoting Leonardo to Sniper, therefore, allows him to just use crossbows to be an anti-flyer machine, and there are dangerous flyers on all 3 of the Part 3 Radiant Dawn maps. In 3-6, there are plenty of Hawks that you want to take down. In 3-12, there are some Falcon Knights that you want to shoot down. And in 3-13, there are once again Hawks, because the Laguz army has come to seize Micciah's castle. But it's not just flyers you can leverage effective damage against, because the Beast Foe skill means that you will deal effective damage to every single Beast Laguz enemy. This means that if you give Leonardo the Beast Foe skill, he can function as a player phase nuke, deleting the cats and tigers that threaten you on 3-6 and 3-13. Which is something that he can do regardless of his stats, because all of that power is coming from the combination of the Beast Foe skill and the might of crossbows. This actually puts Leonardo in a pretty cool position when it comes to experience management, because he doesn't really have anything to lose from early promoting. With the other tier 1 units, you kind of face a Sophie's choice of, do I raise this underleveled, understated unit all the way up to level 20 and promote them, therefore I get the most out of their stats, or do I give them early promotion with the Master Seal so that they can actually contribute sooner in the late Part 1 maps? But with Leonardo, all you really need to do is get him from his base level of 4 all the way up to level 10, and then use a Master Seal. His strength does not matter. His skill does not matter. He will one-shot enemies and he will hit them, because the high might and high hit of crossbows is enough. Heck, even his speed doesn't matter, and his bulk doesn't matter because he's attacking without getting countered. Sure, he's going to get deleted if he gets attacked on player phase, but that would be the case for a 21 Leonardo as well. Why not just promote him early? I guess the one major downside of not training Leonardo is you can't use the Lunasaw, which is his personal weapon. It's actually a really good weapon. It's 16 might, and it gives you 5 more speed when it's equipped. All 3 of the Dawn Brigade, scrubs who are not Micciah, get given a personal weapon. And Leonardo's is probably the best of them in a vacuum, but in practice, it's just like, Leonardo's not very good. Like, I'm sorry, I know Leonardo's epic and whatnot, but he's just not very good. He doesn't scale particularly well. I think the best course of action to take with him is to trade in his long-term potential, potential in quotes, because his growths are pretty bad, for a short-term crossbow user, right? And unfortunately, I would say even if you train him up like to 21 and make him into a sniper, heck, if you train him up to be a marksman, he probably still doesn't really have the stats to make the Lunasa work against enemies. Just like use crossbows, right? If you want to kill flyers, crossbows are more effective. And if you want to kill non-flyers, I mean, the Lunasa is cool, but Leonardo's stats, I guess technically he has like, I don't know. No. I'm trying to cope myself because I like Leonardo, but he's just not, the Lunasa doesn't save his non-crossbow combat. It really doesn't. And the experience competition isn't necessarily as bad as it might seem. In Chapter 1-6, there are flying enemies for Leonardo to pick on, and he can potentially get chip EXP during the maps where you are having him help set up kills for your other units. Since he doesn't need experience as badly as someone like Nolan or even Edward who wants to get raised up to level 20, then he can afford to take the cut that comes with being a chip bot. As long as you aren't completely starving him and feed him some kills when it's convenient, Leonardo can comfortably reach level 10 by the end of 1-6-2, which is good because that's when deployment starts stop being free. Because the early game of Radiant Dawn, you have the same number of units as deployment slots, but as soon as you get into 1-7, that changes, and you have to bench quite a few Dawn Brigade units. Of course, Beast Foe is a pretty competitive skill, and you could put it on another combat unit, namely Jill and Zihark are pretty good users of it. They can often kill people without Beast Foe, especially if you give them forges, but Beast Foe allows them to avoid taking a counter, which can be really helpful since you're trying to keep them as healthy as possible. Not only that, but Nolan is another crossbow user, and he's bulkier than Leonardo, so he can potentially take a couple of hits and use the crossbows to kill birds, or kill the beast with Beast Foe on enemy phase, which is something that Leonardo just is never going to be able to do, even if you give him a ton of experience. So, I'm not trying to sell him as some sort of, like, low-tier god who absolutely destroys things, but the fact that he does have this rather unique and fairly low investment payoff, even if you don't give him Beast Foe, because Beast Foe is a good is like, I would say, high investment, but even if you just give him crossbows and a Master Seal, he can shoot down the birds, and that's pretty cool, and that doesn't take that much investment in him. I think the payoff of like that, combined with better affinity, puts him above Edward. I also just value the chip that he gives uncountered in the early game a little bit more than Edward's like countered chip or countered kills. Especially because both of them have just very similar bulk thresholds. Edward does definitely have a better enemy phase profile, but not by enough that I think it's like super notable. There are some enemies that will one-shot Leonardo that don't one-shot Edward. Like the tigers I mentioned, right? The 14 strength tigers, but Leonardo shouldn't be getting attacked anyway, right? So I think just the top of D tier, or maybe not the top of D tier, but directly above Edward. As the list fills out, it'll be easier to tell what's actually the top and the bottom. Next up is Nolan, and unlike his comrades Leonardo and Edward, Nolan actually has very good combat at base. Well, okay, very good is probably a bit of an exaggeration, but it certainly looks significantly better than Leonardo's and Edward's. And honestly, because he can take a few hits, I don't blame people who like his combat more than Micciah's. It's certainly better than hers in the first map that he's available, because you don't have Thani at that point. But once you get Thani, I do think Micciah elevates above Nolan just because she has that accuracy and that high might. Speaking of accuracy, though, that is sort of Nolan's biggest problem for the first couple of maps. You don't get access to the base until 1-4, and I think that 1-2 and 1-3 are some of the hardest parts of Radiant Dawn, partially for that reason, that you just don't have access to stuff. Nolan starts with a steel axe. And when combined with his base skill of 11, which is actually quite good, he still has like 70, 75, 80% accuracy against most enemies at a time where you really can't afford to miss. Part of this is just because enemies in Radiant Dawn tend to have higher avoid than in other Fire Emblem games, and part of this is because the biorhythm system is so stupid that even having a 104 hit as your, like, displayed hit, you get screwed over by low biorhythm, and it's really annoying. Accuracy aside, Nolan's stats are very impressive. The 29 HP and 9 defense doesn't seem super bulky, and it doesn't scale as well as you might think it would, but in the early game, he's getting like 3 or 4 rounded, which is a huge threshold to hit. Like, he is by far your bulkiest unit, except for Sothe, but, you know, Sothe is the Jagan. So he can actually frontline, and his existence is kind of what allows Sothe to go off on solo missions, because the rest of the team can kind of hide behind Nolan and Nolan's existence. Nolan also deals a good amount of damage, and he gets access to 1-2 range with the early hand axe you can get in the house in Chapter 1. 12 strength is also really good. He's going to be a very solid damage dealer when he connects, competing with Micciah versus the non-armored, non-cavalier enemies. And his speed of 10 is, while not phenomenal, he's not going to be doubling a ton of things. He's at the level where he won't get doubled a ton, and considering his speed and skill growths are his most impressive ones, he is going to maintain his sort of accuracy once you're able to forge him a bronze weapon, and able to maintain the ability to not get doubled, which furthers his bulk. Now, his bulk growths aren't great. 60% HP and 35% defense leave a lot to be desired, but even going into Part 3, he can often take an enemy worth of punishment, and that is impressive enough. Speaking of going into Part 3, though, one of the things that is really impressive about Nolan as compared to the other Dawn Brigade members is his starting level of 9. Because he's level 9, he needs less experience to promote to Warrior. He can either just get 1 level and promote with the first Master Seal, which screws over his long term but makes him good in Part 1, and then he can continue to be good in Part 3. Or you can just get him 11 levels in Part 1, he's right and ready to promote for Part 3, and then he can be a warrior in Part 3, and he gets access to crossbows. Not regular bows, but he can use crossbows, so mostly it's only an option for shooting down birds or using Beastfoe crossbow, which Nolan can use just as well as Leonardo. Arguably better because he's bulkier, although that can definitely be a suffer from success moment as well, depending on what enemies you have him set up to fight, because he's bulkier, but he's not like an armor knight, right? But Nolan can perform really well if you raise him all the way up to warrior. If you early promote him, he's not going to be getting as many stats in preparation for Part 3, which Part 3 can be a bit of a stat threshold, like, check for him. But early promoting Nolan does give him access to additional skills that can be useful for Part 1, in particular the early Paragon. Because Paragon is 15 capacity, so none of the unpromoted units, the ones who need it the most, can use Paragon. But if you early promote someone, you can use Paragon to try to sort of cheat the experience loss, because, you know, when you promote, you gain less experience than if you were unpromoted. But if you promote someone and then give them Paragon, they get the promotion bonuses, and they potentially benefit from an extra weapon type, in Nolan's case it's crossbows, or just the extra movement. And then you can use Paragon to kind of make up for the experience drop-off. Personally, I prefer giving Paragon to the units who already start in promoted classes. Zihark is a big user of Paragon in my opinion, but if you want to early promote Nolan, he's not the worst user of it. There's better candidates than him, in my opinion. But yeah, I really like Nolan in Part 1. I like him a bit in Part 3. Definitely better combat than, like, Sothe in Part 3, but worse than, like, Zihark and Tauroneo and a trained Jill and all that fun stuff. So sort of thread in the middle there, but you might as well deploy him. And I guess he technically can be a support bot, although he's got the Earth Affinity. That's just a Void, and it is... If you get double Earth, I guess it is worth noting, if you get double Earth, you get a lot of Avoid out of it. Each Earth Affinity gives 7.5 Avoid, so if you have a double Earth, you get 15 per level. That's 15 at C, 30 at B, and 45 at A, which is a pretty big amount. Nolan, being a unit that wants to frontline and having Earth Affinity, means that if he teams up with other frontliners with Earth Affinity, namely Volug and Zihark, since they're also in Micciah's army, then you are able to get this massive Avoid boost and sort of maybe play the numbers to be able to fight one or two more enemies statistically. But honestly, I think when you're in the bulk thresholds that Micciah's army is, where getting hit by 2 enemies and surviving is considered impressive, then you're not really in the market for dodge tanking, right? The real value in getting high Avoid is if you are getting 3 or 4 or even 5 shot, then the super high Avoid makes it very, very unlikely that you will get hit 4 or 5 times. If you're getting 2 shot, even getting the extra 30 from B support or the extra 45 from A support, there's a decent chance you just get hit twice. You get unlucky and then get fucked, I guess. So I'm not a huge fan of it on these units. And since Nolan is a unit who likes to frontline, if you have him in Zihark in particular, both units who can do pretty good combat promoted in Part 3, going as sort of double Earth support, then they can leverage the fact that they're bulky enough to take a hit or two, and if they're dodgy, they might be able to take a third one. I still don't love it because I'm pretty reliability pilled, but 60 Avoid is a lot of Avoid. But if you're just pairing, and that is A rank with double Earth though. If you're just pairing him up with someone else who doesn't have Earth Affinity, then it's definitely not as good. It's not just Zihark though. Volug also has Earth Affinity, so if you're training up like any number of them and want them to sort of work together, the double Earth can help, but personally I prefer having more reliable strategies than that. Avoid boosting is really more for if you're getting 5 or 6 rounded, which nobody in Part 3 is going to hit those thresholds. Nolan also gets his own PRF, much like Leonardo and Edward, and while I said the Lunasaw is the best one in a vacuum, I think the Tarvos is definitely the best one in practice. It's 18 might and 100 hit, which is already statistically the best of the 3 PRFs, but also it's on the unit who can do a bunch of enemy phasing and boosts your defense by 4. So while you could make the argument that the +5 speed boost from Lunasaw is better, I think the +4 defense is more impactful, just because Leonardo's not really reaching extra doubling thresholds with +5 speed, but Nolan can legitimately survive an extra enemy with that +4 defense. It adds up over time, the more you enemy phase. It is only one range locked, but there's a lot of one ranged locked foes for Nolan to face, especially during Part 3 where there's a ton of Lagoos for him to fight. But even if you drag him kicking and screaming into Part 4, there's Paladins that the Tarvos can be quite effective against. And 2 of the early Part 4 maps, the one in Micciah's army and the one in Ike's army, are pretty defensively oriented, with some choke points you can take advantage of, those being the bridges in Micciah's maps, or the sandbags in Ike's maps. So if you want to play those maps more slowly and taking the enemies as they come, Nolan is a pretty good choice for that. He's sort of the first Dawn Brigade member who scales well outside of Part 3. I mean, Micciah scales well too, but she scales into a utility role. She sort of transitions out of combat into utility. Meanwhile, Nolan, I think, just genuinely keeps up as a combat unit. Definitely suffers a little bit if you give him that early promotion, but that's why I don't like giving him the early promo. I get him up to 20, so he's good in Part 3, and then maybe slap Paragon on him in Part 3. I tend to prefer it on Zihark, but even then, he gains a good amount of experience. You can feed him some bonus experience and maybe train him up a little bit in part 4. And then Reaver caps are pretty phenomenal. The only thing that's kind of shaky is Nolan's strength and defense growths are not as high as I would like for a unit who has so much #room to grow. But you can make up for this, especially if you're using BXP to catch him up. He will sometimes just get the unintentional BXP abuse that I talked about, or you can feed him an energy drop. You get a couple of them in terms of stat boosters. There's an angelic robe you get fairly early on in the Dawn Brigade you could give him, although it's a pretty competitive stat booster. So I don't know that Nolan is necessarily the best user of it, but even just, like Tarvos and the High Might and the defense boost can sometimes be enough to make up for these stat deficits, depending on how the dice roll. Ultimately, I don't think his long-term potentials are the best, but I do want to acknowledge them because they are, at the very least, existent. He's the first unit who legitimately can potentially scale to be a member of your endgame team, and I mean, that certainly elevates him above Leonardo and Edward, but I don't know that that's necessarily a super high bar to reach. The bigger question is whether or not he's better than Micciah, because I think they are, even though they fill very different roles, I think they are similarly strong. And I think I'm going to put him directly below Micciah. Again, as this list fills out, there might be some people in between them, but for now, they can just hang out together. Unfortunately, even though Leonardo and Edward can build their super fast support down at the bottom, Nolan isn't building a support with Micciah. They do have a fast support, but I really don't see any benefit to unpairing the support that Micciah has with Sothe, which is a shame because Micciah actually has one of the highest number of fast supports, which makes sense. She's the Lord. Traditionally, they have a lot of supports, but yeah, unfortunately, she already starts with an A support, and because of the way the buddy support system works, she can't get another one. A little bit sad right there. The next unit to talk about is Lara, and there's not as much to say on her as the 3 Dawn Brigade members. Lara is a staff bot. She joins you in Chapter 1-2, and she is the only staff unit you have for the first part of the Dawn Brigade, because you just don't get any other staffers. You can't promote any mages to get staffs, because mages don't get staffs until Tier 3. So even if you promote Ilyanna or Tormod in order to try to get... Well, Tormod starts promoted. But if you promote Ilyanna, she doesn't get staffs. So Lara is the only staffer. And that in and of itself is pretty valuable. In Part 1, your units are not super bulky. I've mentioned that the bulk threshold tends to be being able to take 1 hit, maybe 2, is impressive. And Lara is the person who can heal them up back from getting hit once to full HP so they can get hit again. Yeah, not too much else to say about her. I guess she's also one of 2 staffers in Part 3. And so it might seem like, oh, well, now that we've got Micciah, we don't really need Lara. But I honestly think that, again, the bulk thresholds are, or the bulk of your army are so underwhelming that being another staffer is just, it's incredibly valuable. I guess technically Lara herself can do combat. Once she promotes, she can use light magic. But her combat is not important. Her stats do not matter. She is just there to click heal, click mend, click physic, click restore. In 3-13, she's once again sort of on only staffer duty because she's the only one who can actually leave the Micciah being stuck in the back lines and not being able to cross the line. Lara's the only one who can sort of run around and heal people up. And while staffing is not always going to be super valuable, in Radiant Dawn, I think heal staffing is at a premium. And so I think at the bare minimum, being the only staffer is C tier just as long-term filler. I can see good long-term, like the bottom of B tier as a justification for her. Very early tier list, just sort of it's filling out. I don't really know. I'll see who else ends up in C tier and see if Lara feels meaningfully worse or better than the B tier and C tier units and where she sort of belongs there. But right now, I feel like long-term filler because is the healer role a filler role? It's really crucial. It's really crucial. I think it is just peak filler because she's not the one doing the combat, but she's enabling all of your combat units, right? And then in part 3, you have 2 of them. So she's 100% of the staffing and then 50% of the staffing. And that's really quite good. And she can also be a staffer in part 4 with whatever army you send her with. That's a lot less impressive because now you've got, like, maybe you promoted Soren to Arcsage. You can recruit Arcsages in, like, Bastion and Oliver, who's not an Arcsage, but he's a Saint. You have Riss, you have Mist, you have Elincia. You have other staffers. But in part 3 and part 1, I really like her. I was going to say that maybe we should take a look at Lara's support, but then I looked at her affinity, and it's Wind. Wind is the worst affinity. It gives 2.5 hit and 2.5 avoid, and that's it. I'm already not super big on the avoid that you gain affinity-wise, but at least Earth gives 7.5. So you can potentially double up in order to stack to meaningful levels, with 45 at A being a meaningful avoid boost. Like, I still don't love the low reliability strategies like that, but it's not nothing. Whereas Wind, if you double up on Wind, you get a grand total of 15 avoid and 15 hit at A. That's awful. Yeah, Lara as a support bot? No, sorry, Aran. You're fast support. You picked the wrong girl. Break up with that girl. Go date Leonardo instead. I guess if you wanted to cope on something other than just being staffbot.exe, Lara does have really high magic and speed growth, so if you want to raise her up to be a saint in the tower and do, like, magical combat that way, I guess you could do that. The problem is staff experience is really low compared to other units, and I'm already not super high on magical combat. I didn't really mention this with Micciah because in part 1, which is the only time she's doing combat, enemy res is not super high, but the later you get into the game, the more the defense res gap becomes less of a gap and more of a suggestion. And you even run into enemies that will have higher res than defense in some cases. So I don't love the idea of, like, super trying to train up a mage. Mages also have less move than the rest of the infantry classes. And I don't even think that, like, even if you care about getting magical combat, yeah, Lara has impressive growths, but anything that she does to the staff is more impressive than the stuff she does combat-wise. Light is also the worst of the magic types. I mean, 3 might and 100 hit is, again, nice if you're doing chip like Micciah, but if you're training someone to be a long-term combat unit, you want a little something better than that. So yeah, I don't love Lara as a combat unit, because I'd much prefer to just have her staff every single turn. I think it's way more valuable. Alright, next we have Sothe, and I actually took a couple of days off to think about Sothe because he is so weird to rank. It feels difficult to justify putting him anywhere other than S tier, Utterly Broken, but it also equally feels difficult to justify putting him into the S tier, the Utterly Broken tier. And that's because he's sort of a unit who exists in 2 halves. As the game continues on, he goes from one role to another, and one of those roles, the role of the Jagan, is very, very useful, and the other one, the role of the, Dawn Brigade's Thief, is a meme. People like to say that Sothe doesn't fall off because of Thief utility, and, we'll get to that, but I don't subscribe to that personally. Sothe's starting stats, though, are phenomenal. He joins you in 1-2, and he has 35 HP, 18 strength, 20 skill, 20 speed, 15 luck, 14 defense, 9 in resistance. And he has 7 move because he is a promoted unit. He's not a whisper, he's a rogue. He initially only has access to 1 range knives. He has an iron dagger and the card, I believe it is. But very quickly he can get 1-2 range and just sort of put himself in the... Actually, as soon as you get access to forges in 1-4, you can forge him up 1-2 range daggers. Daggers themselves are really low might, only 2 might, but combined with forging bonuses and the fact that he just has really, really cracked stats, 18 base strength, with a 60% strength growth, which, like, yes, he's not going to be growing that fast, but he still has a good chance of just his strength improving. Means that, especially in the early game, he's one-rounding basically everything. Some armors are going to survive him, and some bosses are going to survive him, but all of the other generic enemies, he one-rounds with perpetual 1-2 range. He is really the only unit bulky enough that you can throw in a group of enemies for the first few chapters, because the Dawn Brigade's on the struggle bus in the first couple of maps, and Sothe just kind of trivializes not entire maps, but portions of maps by being able to safely extend himself forward, fight a bunch of people, you know he won't die, because in addition just being pretty bulky on his own, 14 defense and 35 HP are impressive thresholds. He also just has really, really high speed, so he will dodge a lot of enemies. Nobody's doubling him, so he doesn't even have to worry about that, but sometimes people will land 0 hits on him because he's just like, nope, backflip time, backflip time. And like his res is also decent. In fact, the big sort of fighting mages map is 1-5. And I tend to think that the best strategy for that is give Sothe a Pure Water and send him off on a solo mission. He has 1-2 range, so he'll always counter them. He one-rounds them. There's a stealable on, I believe it's on the boss in that area. It might just be a generic mage. So you probably want him over there anyway, but he is completely safe with just a Pure Water bonus, because his 9 base res is solid enough that adding 7 on top of that makes him basically immortal. And that is sort of the description I would give Sothe for like 2/3 of part 1 is basically immortal. He kills a lot of stuff, and a lot of stuff doesn't kill him. Even in, I mean, I say 2/3 of part 1, but even in like 1-7 and 1-8, Sothe's doing really, really good combat. It's only 1-E that he kind of starts to slip, but part of that is just because the units around him shine so much brighter. If Sothe were the only Jagan-esque unit that you got in part 1, I would say that he pretty undeniably belongs in S tier. Because I do think he's the Jagan of the Dawn Brigade, and they sorely need it. When you look at, I mean, Nolan is the next best thing we've got, because Micciah is good, but she's good for different reasons, right? Nolan is the one who you can sort of have tank multiple hits. And then, like, Edward, Leonardo, and Laura are not good at that role, and we'll get to the other Dawn Brigade members down here, you know, Ilyanna, Aran, and Meg. I know each of these units have their fans, but they're not going to end up particularly high on the tier list either. Sothe, therefore, feels like a desperately needed, sort of the Marcus in Binding Blade, right? But that's only the case for like 3 maps. He's in 1-2 where he shows up, and then he's in 1-3, which is, I think, the hardest map in the game, or at least a contender for it. And then he's in 1-4, which is the Laguz map, and he does really good in the Laguz map too, because you can purchase the Beast Killer, which is the knife that is effective against Laguz, or Beast Laguz specifically. So he can just sort of delete them, which is, I think it's a really good pickup, because not only is it useful in that map, but later maps as well, where he's going to fight beasts. And it's also just like, they, I think, might be the only enemies that he would kind of struggle against, because they do end up being so bulky, and that instead allows him to just trivialize not just the tigers, but also even the tiger bosses. And the cats, he probably wouldn't have much problem with even without the Beast Killer. But after that, though, after 1-4, so yeah, 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, then you get Volug. And obviously, you know, why not use both? Yeah, to use the FE6 comparison again, Marcus is still good even after Zealot joins. But then you get Jill, Tauroneo, and Zihark, right? And then you get Tormod and Muarum, and then you get Nialah. Like, the game just keeps throwing powerful pre-promotes at you, and, you know, Tauroneo and Tormod and Muarum and Nialah are all temporary. But it still really feels like Sothe gets decentralized as the Jagan much, much faster than other Jagans do, right? Not only that, but, I mean, he is still good in those last portions. I think he should always be deployed. But it doesn't feel as, like, for a unit who has such a harsh fall off in part 3, which is the sort of second half of the Dawn Brigade's campaign, where Sothe can feel just kind of bad. Not in 3-12 and 3-13, I think Sothe feels bad. 3-6, he's kind of it's really hard to justify, like, how good is 3 maps where you were just the bee's knees, completely essential, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maps where you're still really good, and that's about it? Because, like, he's good in 1-5, 1-6, 1-7, 1-8, and then 1-E. He's okay in the Laguz Swamp? Well, I guess that's only accounting for his combat, because he does also have Thief utility. In fact, the Part 1 Thief utility... So this is where we get to the weirdness, right? The narrative around Sothe is... He is really good at combat in Part 1, and then when he falls off, as Jagans often do, he slides into a utility role, and he can do Thief utility. But... he doesn't have Thief utility after Part 1. The majority of stealable items in the game are in Part 1 when Sothe is at his combat best. Which I do think that is, you know, a net positive for him in terms of viability, that he not only gets this amazing combat, this amazing combat role, but he also gets a huge amount of Thief utility. I have a list of all of his stealables here because I thought that I would probably miss some if I, you know, didn't go over them specifically in front of me, but I'm getting it from Serenus Forest. Obviously, there's the chests in his join map. You can open them with a chest key, but I do think he gets some credit for it because there's other chests and, like, you're not going to have chest keys for all of them, right? But in the first map, that's where you get Thani, that's where you get the Wind Edge, and that's where you get the energy drop, which is really good. In 1-3, he can steal the Discipline skill from the boss. This is dropped on lower difficulties, but on higher difficulties, on hard specifically, you do need Sothe to seal it. And then there's chests in 1-4, you get a bunch of gold, 3,000 gold there. You get the Seraph Robe, you get the Pure Water, which I think the Pure Water is really, really nice because it is, you know, for the next map, 1-5, you want to use the Pure Water to fight those mages. Then the second Master Seal in the game is stealable from a soldier in 1-5. You can also steal a Shine Barrier from the boss of 1-5. I don't think that's very good. You can sell it, or I guess if you're, maybe in the Dawn Brigade defense maps it could come up, because Shine Barrier lasts a very long time in this game. I think it's 5 turns. It's something stupid like that. And then you can steal, no, it doesn't look like there's too much more to steal. I thought there was a stealable gem at one point in Part 1, on the boss, but it doesn't look like it. I thought 1-6-2's boss had a stealable gem. Oh, no, he's got the stealable Paragon, and there's another enemy who has a red gem. I don't know if it's droppable or stealable. because it says droppable, but I think that's on lower difficulties only. I might be wrong about that. Regardless, the majority of the thief utility is in part 1. Oh, and also there's all the chests in endgame, where you get like the speed wings, the Reaper card, the Vantage scroll, the parity scroll, a couple of coins, the unlock staff, which is such a fucking meme that they hand you the unlock staff and then there's nothing to unlock. Like there's nothing to unlock for the rest of the fucking game. But then in part 3, there's no, like there are stealables in part 3, but they're in Ike's army, right? So Heather is the one getting credit for those. And in part 4, I guess you could, in 3-13, steal stuff off of Ike's army. But like that feels so scuffed. Like, oh no, I forgot to get an item that I need for 3-13, so I'll steal it off of Ike's army. What's going on there? And then in part 4, there's a chest in the tower, which has like a staff that I almost never use. And like, Sothe is probably going to open that because he's forced to go in the tower. But like, that's less of a great thing for him and more of like a reason not to bring Heather or Volk in the tower, right? It just feels... It feels like there's this narrative, because it should be that way, right? It should be that once he stops being good at combat, he starts being able to do thief stuff. That's what Esfer in Vision Quest does, and I think that she's a really cool design for a Jagan. But in Sothe's case, that's not really true. I think maybe people are referring to the hidden items, because hidden items work weirdly in Radiant Dawn. I guess I should go over that. So almost every map in the game has hidden items. A lot of them are just coins, but the hidden items are... So you get a... Let me make sure I'm saying this right. I believe you get a luck % chance on waiting to find the hidden items, but that's also increased and decreased by your biorhythm. And then thieves instead have a 1 in 13 chance that is increased or decreased by their biorhythm. Let me double check. That sounds wrong. I think I'm wrong about that. Okay, I was incorrect about that, on all accounts, actually. So, how it works for thieves is it's 60 plus skill % chance plus the biorhythm effector. So, the highest biorhythm is 20, medium biorhythm is 10, and then, you know, low biorhythm is -10, lowest biorhythm is 20, or is -20. So, plus or minus somewhere between 10 and 20, plus or minus, based on your biorhythm. And then skill % is the normal formula. And thieves get an extra bonus of 60%. Notably, this means thieves are still not guaranteed to get it. At highest biorhythm, a thief would have an 80% chance plus their skill %, which I believe means, yes, Sothe is guaranteed to get it at highest biorhythm. But on all other turns, when it's not highest biorhythm, he is still beholden to the weird-ass formula. And I've had Sothe, like, wait multiple turns on the correct square and just not get the item. So it's not as free as you would expect, but I also think that counting desert items is... Well, typically, I don't think counting desert items as thief utility is as big a deal. However, in Radiant Dawn, I do think that it does count, and it's specifically because every single map in the game is on a turn timer tied to bonus experience. Because normally I don't care about turn counts, but in Radiant Dawn, I do think you have to account for the fact that the more time you take, the more turns you take before clearing a map, the less bonus experience you get. With the exception of ones that are floored because of like defense nature and right, but then those also have a time limit because, you know, once the defense map is over, you can no longer wait to get those items. So having either a higher chance or a guaranteed chance, depending on what his biorhythm is nice. It does suck though that like he doesn't just always have a guaranteed chance, right? That feels like some bullshit. But that's just Radiant Dawn being Radiant Dawn. The design of this game is I love this game, but it is sometimes there's some decisions. But here's the thing about the hidden items that I was working around to, is the majority of them are also in part 1. So a lot of the hidden items are coins, and I'm not going to count coins because coins buy into the whole like coin forging weird system that is kind of worthless. I don't think it's worth giving like, oh, well, you get 17 coins credit to Sothe. So I'm just gonna go over the notable items that you can get that are not coins. In 1-4, you can get the Beast Foe Scroll, which is huge, and the first Master Seal of the game. Those are both huge, and other units can get them, but Sothe is significantly better at getting them. You get a Concoction in 1-5, but it's on the complete opposite side of the map from the stealables, so I don't think Sothe is going to be helping out with it. It's more of like a, maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. You get an Arm Scroll in 1-6-1, which is nice, but generally not the biggest deal in the world. You can get another Master Seal in 1-6-2, which means that so far at that point of the game, and also then in 1-7, you get another Master Seal. Most Master Seals are specifically either stolen, like there's the stolen one in 1-5, or hidden items. So Sothe gets a lot of credit for that. And then you can get an Arm Scroll in 1-8. Aside from that, the only hidden items Sothe can get are the Brave Bow in 3-6. There's not even coins in the other two Radiant Dawn maps, actually, which is silly. And then the Desert. So 4-3 is a desert map. And that has a large number of items, many of which are pretty valuable. Dragon Foe, you're going to face a map full of dragons. There's a demon card that doesn't really matter. Base Lord is the highest ranked dagger if you're, trying to do combat Sothe, or if you decide Volug is one of your tower picks. And then you get the Laguz gem, which permanently transforms the Laguz for an entire map. And the White gem, which is a lot of money. There's also some coins in the desert, but like, who fucking cares? I think those are all really good, but they're also not like, this isn't like Warp, right? Heck, I would argue these are all probably worth less than the Part 1 Master Seals that you can get, right? So even if you're giving Sothe like full credit for the hidden desert items, it's really not a big deal. Like, I do think Sothe's noteworthy, notable career really ends after Part 1. He can use the Beast Killer to deal effective damage to the Laguz in 3-6, but by the time you get to 313, like, yeah, he's dealing effective damage to the Laguz, but he's not one-shotting them, and if he's not one-shotting them, he's taking a counter, and he is too frail in 313 to live, like, to do significant combat, right? So it doesn't feel, it's so weird. Do I want to put a unit in, I know this is probably like the most sentence fragmenty section, but Sothe is just such a weird unit to talk about when it comes to, he is phenomenal for those first 3 maps. Like, I think that this is probably the unit that if there was one unit, if I had the entire cast down here, right? And someone is like, you lose one unit, and they get to choose what unit. I think Sothe is the unit that I would hate losing the most. He's not the best unit in the game, Haar and Ike. Ike is down here. You can see him. I mean, heck, like some of the Laguz Royals, like Nialah and whatnot, right? Nialah's probably not better because she's just, not around as often, but I think Sothe is the unit who I would struggle the most if he was just yoinked out of existence. I mean, fuck, I don't know how I would beat 1-2 Generally my strategy relies on like slow play for 2 turns and then Sothe shows up and suddenly things go fast again. I mean, I say I don't know how I would. Like, you can obviously do it. You've got Nolan, you've got Micciah. Heck, even Leonardo and Edward can, like, do shit, right? It's just, like, he is such a crucial part of the way this game works. I feel like the Dawn Brigade just gets completely shut down without him. And no one else really holds that much of a linchpin on any section of the game. Like, yeah, you know, someone like Zihark is phenomenal for multiple portions of the game. But if you lose Zihark, there are plenty of people who, for some reason, think this guy sucks and play the game without him. And play on hard without him and do fine, right? You could easily play through the game without Haar. You could easily play through the game without Ike. You could easily play through the game without Titania. I don't think Sothe falls into that same category. I think I'm convincing myself to leave him in S tier just because of how crucial he is. He's nearly essential. Maybe I'll edit the tier category. Utterly broken or nearly essential. There we go. Or's gotta be all capital. I guess I should also say that Sothe and Micciah start out with an automatic A support. This definitely benefits her a lot more than him, though. She is going to be doing most of her work on player phase, and Sothe is oftentimes just one-rounding without it. I mean, Micciah oftentimes one-shots without it anyway, but it definitely comes up more often for helping Micciah reach thresholds than helping Sothe reach thresholds. He kind of just kills things for free, until the part 3 portion where he just doesn't kill anything. Next up is Ilyanna, the Thunder Mage. And Ilyanna is an interesting unit to talk about for a couple of reasons. I think she's the first unit in the game that transfers really significantly impact. I mean, she's one of only 2 units we've talked about so far that can even get transfer bonuses. But if you have transfers for Ilyanna, she actually does significantly better, which is not something that's true of a lot of other transfers units, but Ilyanna is oftentimes just short of speed thresholds or magic thresholds that she wants to reach, so a +2 speed boost can sometimes be the difference between doubling and not doubling, and a +2 magic boost can sometimes be the difference between, you know, actually killing something or not killing something. As I said at the beginning of this is not going to be a transfers tier list. However, at the end, after we go over everything, if I feel like this 10-hour tier list is not long enough, I will update the transfers units. But it felt relevant to bring up again in Ilyanna's case in particular, since she is a pretty big beneficiary of the transfer system. The other big thing that impacts Ilyanna in terms of tier list rankings is the weird availability that Radiant Dawn has going on. As I mentioned, I tend to look at it as very similar to FE4, where you have Sigurd's army and Selif's army divided by generations, and in this case, I apply that to Ike and Micciah. You know, they're sort of doing their own things. It's not quite generational, because you do have some Micciah missions in between Ike missions, but for the most part, they feel very much like different campaigns. And if that's the case, Ilyanna is kind of like Finn, in that she starts out in Micciah's army, but she goes to Ike's army. There are a couple of other units who can transfer between armies, but Ilyanna's the only one that has to do so, and honestly, in the case of the other 2, Zihark and Jill, you usually don't actually want them to move armies. They're kind of at their best, living their best lives in Micciah's army. But Ilyanna, weirdly, I think she would, if she was allowed to stay in Micciah's army, I think she would benefit from it, just because it'd be nice to have someone else dealing magical damage that's not just Micciah. But in the case of how the game is, she's forced to leave Micciah's army. So she's in Micciah's army for most of part 1. She joins in 1-3 and she's available all the way up until endgame. But then she joins Ike's army in, I believe it's chapter 3-2. Yeah, 3-2. No, 3-3. 3-2. 3-2. Final answer, 3-2. It's the big open field. It's the third map of Ike's campaign. I always confuse the numbers in Ike's campaign because 3-P is a very long map, so it feels like the first chapter, but I'm getting sidetracked, and this video is too long for that. But yeah, the interesting thing about Ilyanna moving between armies is it means she technically has the highest availability out of any unit in the game, because she's around for all of part 1, and she's around for all of part 3, basically. She misses like 2 chapters of each of them, right? Unfortunately for her, high availability does not mean high impact. While yes, she can technically be fielded during all of the part 3 maps, because she joins so far under-leveled in comparison to the rest of the Grail mercenaries, because she starts out as a tier 1 unit, whereas all the Grail mercs are going to be in tier 2, unless you really focus on hyper-training her during the part 1 campaign, she's always going to be way behind, and as such is just not really worth fielding in the majority of part 3. Like, once you start having more units than deployment slots, Ilyanna's gonna be like the first one cut. And you might think, okay, well, why don't I just train her up during part 1? Well, you kind of need to devote, because on hard mode, the EXP gain is so low, you kind of need to devote as much part 1 experience as you can to your training projects, you know, like Nolan and even, you know, Jill and Zihark, and well, I guess not Tauroneo, but like Volug wants to build strike rank, Aran if you want to train him up, Leonardo and Edward if you want to train them up, like, the people who are staying with Micciah's army are going to be better uses of that experience, because once you get into part 3, Micciah is going to be surrounded by kind of weak, under-leveled blue units, whereas the Grail mercenaries are all very, very, very competent. So giving the Grail mercenaries another mage kind of doesn't really do anything for them. Like, even if you wanted to have a mage in the Grail mercs, you have Soren already. You have Riss already, technically. He's not, like, great at combat, but he is someone who can function as a mage, like, using light magic and whatnot. So in the case of, like, Ilyanna, not only is she sort of redundantized by other mages, but she's also redundantized, that's not really a word, but whatever, by strong combat units. Like, you don't need to be a mage to be better at combat in the Grail mercs than Ilyanna is. Shannon, Gotri, Mia, Brom, Nephenee, like, not all these units are even necessarily super badass. Like, a few of them I would consider to be quite bad, but they're all going to be doing a better job in Ike's army than Ilyanna is. So in terms of availability, yes, technically she has super, super high availability. I think the only times that she's actually really doing anything with that availability is in part 1. Although the army transfer does give her the opportunity to move items between Micciah's army and Ike's army, because you don't have a shared convoy until part 4. But there's some items you get in part 1 that Ike's army would really appreciate. The pass scroll to give it to Haar, since the only flyer that Micciah's army gets is Jill, and she doesn't really utilize pass as much. The savior scroll, also potentially for Haar, or for Titania, or for any number of other strong mounted units in the part 3 army, Grail Mercenaries army, because again, the only mounts you have in Micciah's army are going to be Fiona, LMAO, and Jill, who we'll get to. She is good, but like, you can't load every single fucking mounted skill onto Jill, right? So you end up in this situation where Ilyanna does provide a very valuable service, kind of like a merchant service, kind of fittingly from a story perspective, that she the person who travels with the merchants, does this sort of caravan merchant service between the armies. Sometimes it's even just like, hey, give your valuable items, like junk that you want to sell, to Ilyanna so that Ike can sell it and then he'll have some money, because the Grail mercenaries don't actually have all that much money, whereas Micciah gets handed a lot of powerful stuff and you don't need to spend as much necessarily in Micaiah's army. So depending on how you want to handle things, that can be very, very valuable. And I do count that in Ilyanna's favor, which is probably the only reason that I would put her above Laura, because as a unit, I think as a unit, no matter what, Ilyanna was going to end up in C tier as a, you know, just sort of a good short-term filler unit. I guess short-term filler, she could have been D tier, but I think she does feel meaningfully better than Edward and Leonardo in sort of the filler role. Merchanting stuff to Ike is very valuable, even no matter what units you want to use. There's going to be some stuff that you want to merchant between Micciah and Ike, and Ilyanna is the easiest way to do so. There are other methods of transferring stuff. I mentioned Zihark and Jill, but there's also like this really fucking memey strategy where you give stuff, you give belongings to the Micaiah's army, you put them in their inventory, and then you have Heather steal them off of them. So like, let's put a skill scroll onto Zihark and then have Heather steal it from him. You would have to have a really fast Heather do it from Zihark. So like Meg is probably a better example, but you can kind of do that. Ilyanna does it for free, and Ilyanna does it much sooner in the campaign. I think Ilyanna is the easiest way to transfer stuff between the armies, and that's pretty cool. But that's not the only thing. I've talked for almost 10 minutes without talking about her as a unit. So let's dive into her stats. She starts out with 12 magic and 13 speed, which, as I mentioned, are actually not great. Like, they're just shy of where you would want them to be for doubling and killing thresholds oftentimes. She can still do a good chunk of damage. Like, she'll double armor knights, but she doesn't kill them. And she'll double, or she won't double, but like the units she doesn't double, she'll do a big chunk to. So Ilyanna can oftentimes set up for kills. And since she attacks from 2 range, she gets sort of the Leonardo bonus of not being countered and therefore being able to do better chip damage. She does, I guess, theoretically suffer from getting less EXP than Leonardo, but as I mentioned, Ilyanna experience isn't really a huge deal, because she's not going to stick with the Dawn Brigade long term, and I don't think she's super good in the Grail Mercs. It's also worth noting that since she joins as a level 12 unit, she doesn't even need any experience to class change. So you can immediately Master Seal her as soon as you get your first Master Seal if you want to give her a bit of a combat buff. And that does help in terms of like the stat boost. She gets a little bit of extra defense. Going from 3 defense to 6 defense is really nice. And then 2 extra HP as well. Like, that's not going to make her bulky, but it often makes the difference between dying in 1 hit and surviving 1 blow, which can be useful for if you give her the Resolve skill, because the main reason you want to promote Ilyanna is promoted units get more capacity to equip skills, and all these super, super valuable skills that basically only Micciah can use, a promoted Ilyanna could also use. Something like Resolve, something like, I think just Resolve, because like all the other ones, oh, what are we doing? Vantage? That sucks. What are we doing? Cancel? Well, she shouldn't be getting counterattacked anyway. Yeah, Resolve's the only one that I can think of that you have access to early on, because Savior, what is she doing? Rescuing fucking mice? the mouse lagoos? So yeah, basically Resolve. Like, Resolve solves Ilyanna's speed issues. It does mean you do have to, like, have her get hit down into Resolve range, but it gives her a 1.5 times speed multiplier and also a 1.5 times skill multiplier, which you would think as a tome user is not super valuable because tomes should be accurate anyway, but Ilyanna does have the unfortunate position of being a Thunder Mage, and Thunder Tomes are incredibly inaccurate. The basic Thunder Tome that Ilyanna gets access to is 3 might, 80 hit, which is not terrible, but like not great. especially considering like faster enemies will have better avoid, and her innate skill is only 12, so she's not getting a ton from that. Thunder is not only the lower might tome, but the lower hit tome, and it's honestly heavier, although 4 weight means she's not getting weighed down by it anyway. The main trade-off that Thunder has as a school, as compared to Wind, which is the more accurate one, or Fire, which is the highest might one, and the best one, is that Thunder gets crit. But the basic Thunder tome has 5 crit, so it's absolutely not worth it. Like, I think the idea was Thunder is supposed to be sort of like the killer school, and as you go up the ranks, it gets more and more crit. But even L Thunder has like 10 crit, right? So it's the same level as like Rapier in some older games, where, and that's for L Thunder getting 10 crit. Regular Thunder getting 5 crit is less crit than Rapier gets in older games. It's a nice bonus, I guess, but it's not worth losing out on might and hit rate like so badly. The crit, if this was like actually a killer tome, like actually 30 crit, then you might be talking, especially if you stack with like crit supports or something, but oh, wait, no, there's not any even crit supports in Radiant Dawn. Those are from bond supports. Never mind. In Ilyanna's case, she's never going to have even like a good crit rate to gamble on, let alone a crit rate that is worth like actually trading off the rest of your combat stats. So it ends up very, very sad. It also means because the low might of Thunder, as I mentioned, even when she doubles Armor Knights, she's not going to one-round them, which means that she is kind of just relegated to the role of chip bot, even as a resolve. Like, even if you spend a Master Seal on her to turn her into a resolve gamer, she just becomes a better chip bot. Like, doubling enemies isn't always going to kill them in Ilyanna's case, which is quite sad. Enemies in Radiant Dawn actually have functional resistance stats. Even this early on, you're going to face enemies with, like, 2 to 3 res. Which I guess isn't functional, but it is not the 0 that you might expect from other games. And HP pools are high enough that, like, it just feels bad. She feels very much like sauceless Micciah. Like, she doesn't have the super accuracy, and she doesn't have the effective damage to deal with Armor Knights and, Cavaliers. So she's doing basically the stuff that Micciah does when Micaiah's not doing anything good. Like, she's doing a little bit of magical chip. And hey, Micciah can do a little bit of magical chip. It is valuable. The fact it's accurate is valuable, which Ilyanna can't replicate. She'll have like 70 to 80% hit rate oftentimes. It's very sad. Yeah, I really want Ilyanna to be better because she's cool, and she's the first, well, Sothe is the first, but she's like the first sort of big returning face from Path of Radiance, because let's be honest, nobody actually fucking uses Sothe in Path of Radiance, right? So it feels bad to have the first returning character from Path of Radiance be this bad, but it really just, there's not that much else to her. The other really, really sad thing is, like, Thunder Magic is supposed to be the counter to dragons. So theoretically, I guess she could be effective against, like, the wyverns in the swamp map, which is 1-8. But by the time you get there, not only do you have, like, very limited deploy slots, but you have so many better units to deploy. I guess Tormod existing also kind of just, like, shoves Ilyanna to the side, because you don't need 3 mages, and you have Micciah for free. She's doing the Ilyanna thing better than Ilyanna, and then you're gonna get Tormod, who does the Ilyanna thing better than Ilyanna. And it's just like, how much more do you need? Do you really need 3 mages? And if so, like, why? What are you doing with them? It's very sad. Okay. In Ilyanna's defense, in terms of avoiding Thunder Magic, when she promotes, which she can instantly do as soon as you get your first Master Seal, which is in Chapter 1-4, the Treasure Room, it's a hidden item, she gets access to Wind and Fire Tomes, but unfortunately, you can't actually give her a Wind or Fire Tome until Tormod shows up. Because, like, if you could just buy a Fire Tome for her, give it to her, promote her, then I think that would be enough of a glow up to, like, put her in B tier at least. But she can't use Fire Tomes until she's already outclassed, and there's a deploy crunch. Like, if there wasn't a deploy crunch in 1-8, and you could justify deploying 2 different Fire Tome users, sure, go at it, right? And you can't sell Master Seals So unless you are super training like Nolan, Leonardo, and Edward, and Fiona, and Aran, like, the Master Seal for Ilyanna is basically free. But by the time she's able to use an actual good weapon, she's just so severely outclassed that you kind of wonder what is the point of deploying this unit. You also can't forge them, because I've seen like a weird amount of Ilyanna misinformation, but I've seen it said like, oh, you know, you can't buy them, but you can forge them. You cannot forge, at least in the English version of Radiant Dawn. I don't know if there's like, maybe it's a Japanese only strategy or something, but in the both the American and European versions of Radiant Dawn, which are the two English ones that I am aware of, you cannot forge a fire tome until Tormod joins. I think the logic was they only let you purchase and forge weapons that people in your army can use. So like, because Ilyanna is a thunder tome user, they only let you forge and purchase thunder tomes, but if you promote her, she's not. It's just unfortunate. Next up is Aran, the humble soldier. And I'll be right off the bat honest, I don't think he's particularly good. And every time that I say that, I inevitably get a huge number of comments from Aran fans talking about how I'm an absolute idiot for underrating him and how he's clearly one of the best units in the game. So I'm prepared for another influx, but if you are an Aran fan, please at least hear me out, because I do think that Aran has very, very passionate fans, in part because he's in the soldier class, and soldiers are a very rare class, even amongst the games that have them. Here in Radiant Dawn, we only have 3. We have Aran, we have Nephenee, and we have Devdan, and they all have their own issues associated with them, but Aran's, I think, are the most detrimental. Because he starts out with pretty bad base stats. Aran has a base strength and speed of 10 and a base defense of 11. And I think the easiest point of comparison to show how underwhelming these stats are is by looking to Meg, the next unit to join and one who is universally considered to be bad. She has the same strength as Aran and only 1 less point of defense as well as 2 less points of speed. But this comparison gets even sadder when you consider that Aran is a level 7 soldier, putting him 4 levels ahead of Meg. And he's also a higher level than similar underpowered joiners like Edward and Leonardo. So in theory, you would expect his stats to be significantly ahead of these scrubs, but in practice, he's honestly pretty close to them in most relevant areas. The one main advantage that Aran has over the other Dawn Brigade scrubs is he has incredibly min-maxed growth rates. He has 75% in both strength and skill, and 70% in defense. And so you can expect these 3 stats to ping on almost every level up. But in comparison, all of his other growths are incredibly subpar, including an HP growth as low as 50%. Which doesn't sound that bad until you consider that most units' HP growths are pushing towards 100%. After all, a single point of HP on level up isn't a huge deal, and especially when looking at Aran's underwhelming HP base of 24, he kind of needs that HP growth if he's going to perform in the tanking role that he so clearly desires. After all, 70% defense growth means that he does want to be physically bulky, especially since he'll often be doubled based on his abysmal speed growth and his subpar speed base. Based on these growths, a hyper-trained Aran can kind of feel like an armor knight. He doesn't take much physical damage, and he strikes back relatively hard with good accuracy because of his high skill. But in comparison, he's not going to double anyone, and oftentimes he ends up getting doubled, and since he has really bad resistance, he also gets shredded by enemy mages. Because of how fast a lot of the armor knights in Radiant Dawn are, a trained Aran can feel much more like a general than the actual generals do, which is kind of funny. Although it's not necessarily the biggest mark of pride for him, Armor Knight is typically considered to be a pretty suboptimal class at most Fire Emblem games. But Aran is in an ideal position where a super tanky unit can work, because in the later Radiant Dawn Brigade chapters, you do have the option to adapt a much more passive playstyle. There's a lot of defense maps with like choke points and whatnot, whether that be the swamp where you're choking the shores, or the canyon where you're choking the narrow hallways, or the literal defense map where you're choking choke points in the castle. A really powerful defense unit who doesn't necessarily get kills is actually going to be super valuable there if you're not caring about your turn count. But the problem is all of this is describing a hyper-trained Aran, and at base, he really doesn't perform very well. Like I said, he has similar bases to Meg, and at the time that he joins in Chapter 1-3, you really have an all-hands-on-deck situation. Like, the early game of Radiant Dawn is some of the hardest maps in the game. 1-3 is my personal pick for the hardest map of the campaign, but 1-4 is no pushover either, with a ton of scary Lagoos who can 2-round Aran, because, he hasn't gotten his tanking online yet. Because he starts out as a level 7 unit as well, he's not going to be leveling up as quickly as someone like Meg or, Aran and Leonardo would, so you can't start getting and building with those growth rates. Sure, he does, he has plenty of time to get trained, I guess, since he joins early on, but you don't tend to have the resources to really baby people. You kind of have to have everyone focus on doing the best job that they can do, rather than taking the sort of, training arc approach to your army. And by the time things sort of slow down, when you get units like Volug and Jill and Tauroneo and Zihark and whatnot, and once Nolan is online as a much more powerful unit than he starts out as, the question then becomes why do we bother training Aran? Because yeah, he would be useful if you sunk a ton of experience into him, but then he's taking that experience away from people who perform more valuable roles and are able to secure that experience more quickly. Someone has to set up kills for Aran, whereas no one has to set up kills for Nolan. He can just fight on his own and naturally get experience. I guess Aran is easier to train than Meg, but is that what we're comparing things to? He's also competing with that experience pie with Jill, who is a unit who really wants training because she's the only flyer that you get, one of only 2 mounts, and the other one's Fiona. And I guess you could train Fiona as well, but I don't really think Fiona's competing with Aran for experience. So he joins at just sort of a really awkward time. He's not super competent at base. He is useful at base. He has the bulk threshold. So he has the bulk threshold to live 1 hit on chapters 1-4 and 1-5, which sounds unimpressive, but it is actually enough that I would push him up to bad filler or short-term filler. I think that he and Meg, the reason I'm talking about Meg so much is he and Meg fulfill very similar roles in the short term. I do think he's better than Meg, both because he has the long-term potential with the growths, the being able to slot into that Armor Knight role, which Meg's growths are really underwhelming. So even if you do train her up, she's easier to train, but the payoff is worse. And because even in the short term, even at the time where you're fielding them just to be okay, you take 1 hit, if you're playing really passively in 1-4, there's a bunch of choke points. You can have Aran, Meg, Nolan rotating between who's taking a hit this turn, and then Micciah and Laura are sort of healing them up, right? He has 1 extra point of movement, which means that you've got more flexibility in terms of sort of moving around between choke points, or in 1-5, moving forward to try to take some pressure off of Jill, Tauroneo, and Zihark, who can be in, Zihark and Jill, not really Tauroneo, be in, danger from the red unit enemies. So having that extra point of move is nice, and then there is, the long-term potential, but even if you don't train him up, he does, die to enemies in the Part 3 stuff, but sometimes just being a body who can, shove people or stand at the top of a ledge in 313 is really valuable, and him having 6 move as compared to Meg's 5 is like useful for that, right? Like the extra point of move I think does make the difference, and his long-term potential is something that I don't want to ignore, but I also think in Radiant Dawn, a unit who starts this far behind where you want them to be and isn't under-leveled. Like, it's not an Est situation where you're like, oh, but he'll get more experience than the rest of my dudes, right? He's level 7. It's just his stats aren't very good, right? Yeah, you can train him up. He can be your sentinel. He'll be, like, fine. But it feels very much in the same vein as, like, you can train up Edward. You can train up Leonardo. I've seen people bring Saint Laura into the tower, right? Like, Radiant Dawn gives you the opportunities to train the people you want to train. But unfortunately for the training projects, Radiant Dawn also just gives you so many fucking godly units for free, where you really the only benefit to training Aran is if you like soldiers, then he's another one you can have, right? And that's cool if you like him, but it still ends up not being impressive compared to the rest of the cast. Next up is Meg, one of the legendarily bad units in the Fire Emblem franchise. She's probably not quite as ubiquitous as people like Sophia and Wendy, but she definitely sticks out and has a reputation for just how bad she is in Radiant Dawn. I sort of mentioned this when comparing her stats to Aran to show how he's not really all that favorable, but Meg starts out pretty underpowered in compared to the rest of your army. She joins in a base conversation right before 1-4, and she has 21 HP, 10 strength, 7 skill, 8 speed, 8 luck, 10 defense, and 5 resistance. She is also a sword-based armor knight, which means she only has 5 move as compared to the 6 that the rest of the infantry in your army will have. And she has C-rank swords, so she's competing for the good swords with Edward and later Zihark, which is a further insult to injury because, honestly, even Edward is going to be better than Meg. It's that bad for her. Now, as I mentioned with Aran, initially the two of them do meet the same bulk threshold of surviving a single hit, which means that against certain tigers and even cats, they will end up not getting killed. Sometimes they can survive getting doubled by cats, although oftentimes that's not the case. The cats that roll up on strength or tigers that roll up on speed will just completely eliminate them. But being able to hold a choke point in 1-4 or potentially be part of a big line formation in 1-5 is something, but it's really the height of Meg's career, and it's not all that impressive of a height. Because unlike Aran, who can at least cope on having super high or at least somewhat good growth rates, Meg's growths are pretty bad. She does have a notable 65% speed growth, and 75% luck is quite nice, although a little bit ironic since her starting skill of Fortune gets rid of critical hits entirely, so it makes her luck growth redundant until you remove Fortune from her, which you probably should. It's a very good skill, and you want to give it to an actual good combat unit. But my point is that, aside from those two stats, Meg's growths are they're very bad. 35% strength growth and 35% defense growth means that she's not going to be very bulky. She's going to take hits very poorly, which is not what you want out of an armor knight. And she's not going to be able to deal much damage, especially since that noodle arm strength growth is backed up by swords, the lowest power weapon type. So there's not that much she's contributing. Like, yeah, she's got that 65% speed growth, and so in theory you can kind of do like the Myrmidon thing and make up for low strength by doubling foes, but in practice, Meg is held back by the fact that she's in the general line, not just because it means she has lower move than the rest of your infantry, but also because she's always going to have a really unfortunate speed cap, and like she'll ram that speed cap because of her high speed growth, but then she gets held back by it. Tier 1, it's a 20 speed cap. That's fine. That's just standard. Every Tier 1 class has 20 speed cap. But if you do train up Meg to the point where she gets promoted, General has a 22 speed cap, which basically puts her on tier with the unpromoted units as far as it comes to speed. And since speed is one of her 2 only good stats, that's just not where you want to be. Like, there are tons of enemies that she just isn't able to double as a general. And even once you make it to Marshal, the speed cap of 32, while it is better, and it's certainly something that you can do to, like, you can double some of the slower enemies, right? Especially in the tower, there's generals and whatnot. She's incapable of doubling auras. I think she's one of the only units who can't even do it with Nasir support. Although I have to double check that. Okay, yeah, so barriers on hard mode have 35 speed, which means to double them you need 39 speed. And since she caps out at 32 speed, even with White Pool, she only reaches 37. So she is one of very few characters in the game that literally will never be able to double the White Pools, or the auras, even with White Pool support, which is super unfortunate because, as I say, speed is like her specialty. I think that people sometimes overhype how important it is to be able to reach the doubling aura threshold. You can sort of make do even if you aren't able to do that. That's something that'll come up with some of the other marshals and whatnot. But in Meg's case, because speed is her specialty, just being held back by these caps it's really sad. And even as just a short-term unit, like if you don't want to do the Meg training arc or whatever, she's gonna come up shy to Aran. And Aran is a unit that I think is very bad, but just like strictly outclasses Meg in so many areas. Like, they're very similar. This is where I'm struggling with, because I feel like Meg, it's kind of hard to justify not putting Meg in trash. But because Meg and Aran are so similar, it has me wondering if I am overrating him, if he should also go in trash, or if it's just like Meg is the very top of trash and Aran is the very bottom of short-term filler. Because, like, Meg does the Aran jobs, right? Like, she takes a hit from enemies in 1-4 and 1-5. She can be a shove bot in 1-6, that's an Aran job. But she does those worse, right? She has worse stats, so depending on like how enemies roll up or whatever, she's going to be able to take a hit. In 1-5 in particular, there's just going to be more enemies that kill her straight up that don't kill Aran straight up. In 1-5, there's also the matter of her lower movement means it's harder for her to get places, and that also means she's a worse shove bot because she can't get places as easily. She also can't do the whole like stand on a ledge thing in 313 as easily as Aran can, because that lower move means if you have to move her between different spots on the ledges, or, you know, move her somewhere else to get her out of range of the birds or whatever, she just has less movement to do that. So I think with Aran being a unit who is so disappointing, the fact that Meg is ever so slightly worse than him in all these tiny little ways that add up over the course of the filler jobs that he's doing, combined with the fact that if you do want to do a hyper investment build, like Aran, his hyper investment, it does have problems. It's like, you know, you start out a little bit higher level than I would want you to be, whereas Meg is a lower level, so she actually gains experience. And then the low HP holds back his like tanking build that he wants to do. But like, it's something, whereas like Meg's long term is what? Hit your general speed cap and then cry because you're not doubling things because of general speed cap. Like, it's really, really unfortunate. I like when a unit is sort of like statted against type, you know, oh, this is a general that actually has like decent res or whatever, or, you know, this is a Myrmidon, but they're slow, but they're strong. Like, it can be cool, but in the case of the speedy armor, just the mechanics of Radiant Dawn and how the caps work really, really hold her back. If Meg caps her speed as an Armor Knight, then when she promotes from Armor Knight to General, she gains a point of speed, putting her one away from the speed cap again. So, like, That's just how bad the general speed cap is. And general speed cap is going to come up with a few other units, just in terms of how it holds them back from, you know, realizing their potential or whatnot. Not that Meg necessarily had a lot of potential. Starting with Fortune is nice. I do think that is one way that she outclasses Aran. It's minor, right? Because, let's be honest, they're meeting the same bulk thresholds, but Meg doesn't have to worry about crits, you know, the low percent crits or whatever. So, like, that's cool. Fortune is one of the better skills in the game. I know a lot of people just sell it because it's super valuable, but I think you should hang on to it. Give it to a unit who's doing, not Meg, like, give it to a unit who's doing a lot of combat. You know, Haar is a good user of it. Jill, if you're keeping it with the Dawn Brigade, or Zihark. Someone who is enemy phasing a lot of units, just so that they don't have to deal with, like, random crits. Either from, like, low percentage crits because they don't have good luck stat, or from enemies that have killer weapons, enemies that have thunder magic, enemies that are, you know, pull that minor crit. There's a lot of bolting mages in Part 3, so Fortune's very good for that. Fortune is the best part about Meg, but unfortunately, the way the skills work, you can just take them off of her, and then have her give it to someone more deserving. Okay, the next unit we need to talk about is Volug, but unfortunately, before we can get into him specifically, I have to go over two major mechanics in Radiant Dawn that we haven't covered yet. The first is Legu's transformation, and the second is the skill Half Shift, which is probably the most complex skill in the game. Transformation works differently in Radiant Dawn than it did in Path of Radiance. Here, every Leguz has a transformation gauge that starts at 0 and goes all the way up to 30. Every turn, the Leguz will gain some amount of gauge depending upon what type of animal they can transform into. Additionally, anytime they are involved in combat, they will also gain gauge, and this too depends on what type of Leguz animal they are. In general, the animals that gain the most per turn are also going to gain the most per battle, but that's not always a 1-to-1 ratio. The fastest animal type to transform are cats, whereas the slowest are white dragons, and all of the others are in various stages in between, according to this chart that I've thrown on screen. As you can also see, once a Leguz reaches 30, they have the ability to transform. But unlike in Path of Radiance, they do not automatically transform. Instead, it must be done as an action on your turn. Now, it is a free action similar to trading, so you can transform and attack at the same time, but you can't move after transforming. So functionally, on the first turn that Leguz transforms, they have less movement than they would in their animal form. While shifted, Leguz will start losing gauge on a per turn and per battle basis. And as was the case with the transforming gains being higher for cats and lower for dragons, cats lose more every turn in every battle, and dragons lose less every turn in every battle. Once a Leguz reaches 0 on the transformation gauge, they will automatically untransform, whether it's player phase or enemy phase. There are 3 items that interact with this transformation process. Those are the Leguz Gem, the Leguz Stone, and Olivey Grass. Olivey Grass adds 15 to your gauge, meaning that you can use it while untransformed in order to transform sooner, or you can use it while transformed in order to remain transformed for a longer period of time. The Leguz Stone can only be used while untransformed, and it will automatically transform and fill up the gauge entirely the unit who uses it. And the Leguz Gem, which is an exceedingly rare item you only get access to at the end of the game, will not only automatically transform the user, but also maintain them in the transformed state for the entire rest of the map, so they no longer have to deal with gauge nonsense. There are a number of benefits to being transformed as a Leguz. For starters, all of the basic stats get doubled in animal form, so strength, speed, etc. and as such, it's often productive to think of level ups as being +2 instead of +1, since you want to stay in the transformed state for as long as possible. Not only that, but you can only initiate attacks while transformed. Lagoos can still counterattack by punching and kicking if they are attacked in human form, but they can't initiate combat on their own, so it's a lot trickier to use them productively. Lastly, non-basic stats of Constitution, Weight, and Movement each get their own individual bonuses while transformed. Although, in the case of Kurth Naga, before he gets form shift, he actually gets a movement penalty while transformed, which is super unfortunate. The second thing that we need to talk about is the Wildheart skill, which I often mistakenly refer to as Half Shift, since that is the name of the command it gives you access to. Wildheart is, as I said, likely the most complex skill in Radiant Dawn, and in no small part, that's because it works differently at different stages of the game. And to make things worse, the skill description is mistranslated, so it doesn't correctly describe either of its functions. Wildheart says that it allows you to be permanently transformed, but it cuts your experience gain in half. However, neither half of this is true, or at least not entirely true. During the Part 1 portion of the campaign, Wildheart is permanently equipped to Volug and cannot be removed. And in this state, it forces Volug to always be transformed. In fact, he will start the map transformed rather than starting in human form, which is a trait not even shared by the Laguz Royals. However, in exchange, it does severely reduce his transformation bonuses. Instead of doubling all basic stats, they instead receive a 1.5 times multiplier. So effectively, it cuts his bonuses in half. It doesn't impact the weight, con, or movement bonuses, however, so Volug will still get full move as a wolf. Contrary to what the skill's description said, it doesn't actually impact Volug's experience at all. It's just that Volug is a Laguz and therefore treated as a higher tier than many of the units around him, so he's going to receive less experience anyway, especially since transformed Laguz also get an experience penalty as compared to their untransformed counterparts. Upon reaching Part 3, Wildheart is no longer locked onto Volug, and can be removed and given to other Laguz, although you don't immediately have access to any to give it to. It also has a slightly different effect than it did in Part 1. It no longer forces the user to be permanently transformed. Instead, it grants access to the Half Shift command, which allows them to, at any point, transform regardless of how full or empty the gauge is, sets the gauge to 30, but only grants them the 1.5 times transformation bonuses. Crucially, however, Half Shift does not overwrite the normal shift command, and as such, even with Wildheart equipped, if you build up your gauge from 0 to 30, then you are able to use a full shift transformation, and as such, can get the full bonus of doubling your basic stats instead of a 1.5 times multiplier. And this is so frequently misunderstood that even the Discord bot Ninian, which is what I use to get most of my information that I show up on screen, has the skill listed incorrectly. It claims that Half Shift is the only option, and that you cannot ever fully shift, that your transformation bonuses will always be halved, but that is simply inaccurate. Half Shift instead functions as a sort of emergency button. You can still use the Wildheart Laguz as you would normally, trying to manage their gauge and get them to a point where you can transform them and use bonuses. However, if you find yourself in need of dire assistance, using Half Shift and taking those penalties in order to actually be able to participate in combat is a viable option. And for that reason, I think it's actually valid and advisable to leave it on Volug. The only possible downside is if you make a misclick and accidentally half shift, it will give you those lesser bonuses instead of full shifting, and untransforming from a half shifted form will reset your gauge down to 0, meaning you need to spend more time building it up. This is genuinely obnoxious when it happens, and it can actually get in the way of some of the harder maps, but at the end of the day, it is also a user error, and I don't think it's relevant to penalize the skill or unit for a mistake on the part of a player. It feels to me very similar to the weight being above staff on all clerics in FE3. Yeah, it often leads to a mistake or missed input when you're fast menuing, but that's kind of on you, not on the clerics, and in the same way, I see this mistake as being on you, not on Wildheart. With all of that preamble out of the way, Volug is incredibly good. He joins in Chapter 1-5, and considering how underpowered your army is at that point in the campaign, he feels like a breath of fresh air. Even accounting for the Wildheart penalties, he has 49 HP, 16 strength, 18 skill, 19 speed, 13 luck, 13 defense, 7 res, and 9 move, meaning that he's on cavalier pace. And you don't have any mounted units at that point in the campaign, so Volug is outpacing everyone you've got deployed. Because Volug starts out with A rank strike, he has a 9 might weapon, meaning that under Wildheart bonuses, he has 25 attack and 19 AS, alongside a spectacular 139 hit, so even high avoid enemies are typically going to find Volug connecting with them. And because he's super fast, not only does he double every enemy on the first few maps after he joins, but he's also got a super good avoid rate, meaning he will oftentimes supplement his already impressive bulk. 13 defense isn't that much, but for part 1, it's good enough, especially since his HP is pushing the limit at 49. I typically find that Volug's biggest contribution is on his join map of 1-5. I send him up the left-hand side so he can help distract enemies from Jill and Zihark, because otherwise they can face the risk of being overwhelmed, especially Jill, who likes to take advantage of her high movement to get put in danger. Both Jill and Zihark are game over conditions on that map, so protecting them is a priority, and the rest of your units are not only lower move, but also much less bulky, so overextending with them isn't going to be productive. That being said, if you're feeling risky, you can keep him back with the rest of the army in order to protect them, or you can send him to the right-hand side to go across the desert and fight mages. Although personally, I like sending Sothe that way just because the fire mages are going to deal effective damage to Volug, and he doesn't really have a super good res stat, so even though his HP is high enough, he can take 2 L-fires or fireballs or whatever. I just don't like sending him that way. He won't counter them either, which is unfortunate because even though he doesn't get much experience from kills, you do still want Volug doing combat because it'll help build his strike rank up, and building his strike rank is important for making him more viable in part 3. That being said, Volug's combination of bulk and movement remains important in other part 1 chapters, such as 1-6-2, where he can be a reliable person to send up to the northeast and protect Fiona, or 1-7, where he can run ahead and open cell doors that you might not be able to reach quickly otherwise. And of course, he's just a fast and reliable damage dealer who can oftentimes kill enemies with no risk to himself. Being one-range locked is unfortunate, but in part 1 of Radiant Dawn, it's not that big of a drawback. There's not a ton of mages and archers, and he probably shouldn't be facing mages anyway thanks to his lower res and fire weakness. Volug also gets free deployment on the swamp map 1-8, and he's in the sort of top left corner area with Nialah and Raphael, it's not really that difficult to handle things with just Nialah, so you can send Volug over to the right to assist your main squad if you're having difficulty with them, but if you're not, it's kind of just free strike rank for him, picking on soldiers and mages who are far too weak to genuinely threaten him. As is always the case, the mages are gonna be your top priority to kill just because they will deal effective damage to him and he doesn't counter them on enemy phase, but it's not a problem, especially with Nialah backup. We'll get to Nialah, but she is a truly bonkers broken unit. The biggest issue that Volug runs into is in part 3, you kind of have to engage with gauge management, since the half-shift stats are really not cutting it anymore. I would still recommend leaving Wild Heart equipped, at least for a couple of chapters, because in case of emergency, you can still half-shift just to attack and kill a weakened enemy if you end up in a bad situation and just need 7 or 8 more points of damage. But while half-shifted, Volug is going to struggle to double the tigers and oftentimes gets doubled himself by cats. However, while full-shifted, his stats are notable enough that he can potentially hold his own against a large group of the enemy Lagoos, especially on 3-6. And because all of the foes are going to be one-range locked, you don't really have to worry about the fact that Volug is also one-range locked. If you manage to raise his strike rank to S, then Volug will now have a 14 might weapon. I don't think SS is reasonable, but if you somehow get there, it's a 19 might weapon, and that actually makes a pretty huge difference in terms of kill thresholds. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to assume that an optimistically trained Volug has the 14 might S rank Fang. If that's the case, Volug can find himself frontlining in order to double and one-round hordes of Lagoos. Although you do have to watch out that you don't end up in a suffer from success situation, but given his large HP pool and decent defenses, alongside his very good avoid stat, I don't think it's going to be a problem for Volug, especially if he's built a support rank with any of the other members of the Dawn Brigade, because Volug's affinity is Earth, and while this isn't the greatest thing out there, the extra 10 avoid from C support, or 20 if it's a double Earth affinity support, is going to add some amount to his bulk if you're assuming that he dodges at least one extra enemy from it. To be clear, you shouldn't rely on lucky dodges in order to justify the number of enemies Volug will have to face every turn, but occasionally dodging a foe that you might not have without a support is going to help you in terms of your action economy with Micciah and Lara as they try to physic up your team, especially in the swamp map where you can find yourself under a lot of pressure. All of this sounds fine enough, and in all of the Part 3 maps for the Dawn Brigade, Volug can be a meaningful contributor if he gets his full shift bonuses. But unfortunately, that means engaging with his transformation mechanic in a way that is kind of obnoxious. Wolves gain 6 gauge per turn, which means starting on turn 1, he will have 6 out of 30. If, therefore, you use Olive Grass on turn 1, it powers him up to 21 out of 30, and then on turn 2, he will gain 6 more for a total of 27 out of 30, which is just shy of transformation. So, unfortunately, you either have to spend your first 2 turns consuming Olive Grass instead of contributing by attacking enemies, or you let Volug get attacked and consume a turn that your healer could have spent on someone else, and he still didn't spend the first turn contributing because he had to stand around or eat Olive Grass. And perhaps worst of all, the Dawn Brigade doesn't have access to any Lagoo stones in Part 3, which means Volug can't even take the shortcut of consuming a valuable item to transform on turn 1. Although even if he could, you still run into the problem of skipping your first turn. And missing the first turn is a big deal. Turn 1 is where you're going to be able to make the most progress before enemies have a chance to retaliate. I think the Part 3 maps often encourage defensive play, and for that reason, you can still manage to do things with Volug on the later turns, although even then, because you're managing his gauge, you're going to have to take some time off to chug Olivigrass on player phase just to maintain your transformation in these longer maps. Or, if you don't, then he untransforms and you have to handle the whole transformation process over again in a way that gets really grating and really drags down his ability to contribute. And all of this is just talking about Part 1 and Part 3, because once we enter Part 4, Volug basically becomes irrelevant. His combat stats are just not good enough. You have a ton of deployment slots across the 3 armies, so you might as well field him, but I think he's going to be doing filler combat at best. And at worst, he's going to die and then you won't reset because he's just not strong enough of a unit to give a shit about. It's so hard though, because part of me wants to put him in C or low B for this performance, but his Part 1 excellence is really hard to overstate. I mean, he joins only one chapter before you get some other really powerful units, not you. I think mid B is probably appropriate. His high movement in those Part 1 chapters does make him stand out from like Zihark, Tauroneo, and Tormod, who are struggling on infantry move, and the fact he comes earlier than them, I think is enough of an advantage that, combined with his ability to maintain relevance for Part 3, even if there is obnoxiousness with the gauge management, I think earns him a better spot than Nolan, but only just barely. Okay, I think I'm actually going to change the order from how it is in default, because I want to talk about Jill and Zihark together. I think that it's important to talk about them as a pair just because they're competing over some of the same resources, and they surprisingly have a weird amount in common despite also being very, very different from each other, partially because of those resources that they're competing over. But Tauroneo is a phenomenal unit, joins in 1-6-1, and is available for 1-6-1, 1-6-2, and that's it. He doesn't come back until 3-12, and in fairness, his stats are good enough that he is still phenomenal in 3-12. He's in his own little, like, isolated area, fighting a bunch of people coming up the cliff. And then in 3-13, he's also going to be one of your best choke point holders, going to be a heavy hitter. Even if you want to go offensive, it's definitely possible to make him into an Ike killer. You do probably need to spend like a Master Crown and an Arm Scroll on him, which is more investment than you would like. But just having Jill like rescue drop him over to Ike and then have him beat up Ike with the Brave Sword is... it's funny. I've done it once before. It's very funny, and he's better at it than you would expect for someone who's just absent for the majority of the game. I guess I should go over his stats, because they're his biggest claim to fame. As you would expect for a general, Tauroneo has super high HP, strength, and defense, with 38 HP, 24 strength, and 21 defense. But perhaps unexpectedly, he's also got very good speed, skill, and resistance. 22 skill means he's not going to miss any attacks, even though he's using lances and axes, and 15 res means that he can be a surprisingly decent mixed tank. There's not too many mages he has to worry about. In fact, he shouldn't be fighting any mages in Part 3, but in 1-6-1 and 1-6-2, there are a few magical enemies, and they're mostly just going to be, he's shrugging off the attacks, right? And then 20 speed is actually kind of absurd. Tauroneo is going to be one of your fastest units. For context, Zihark, the Swordmaster, the super fast class, only has 3 more base speed than Tauroneo. And now, It's because Tauroneo is a level 14 general, whereas Zihark is a level 3 swordmaster, and Zihark has a 70% speed growth, so it's not like Tauroneo is going to be faster than Zihark long term, but the fact that Tauroneo is like this close to a swordmaster despite being a general it's absurd. He's going to double a large number of foes in part 1 and potentially in part 3, even though you're facing cats and tigers. He doesn't have a super good, well, he has a 50% speed growth. That's actually like pretty okay. It's just that he's level 14 promoted, so he's not gaining much experience. But he's also dealing with general speed caps. General's speed cap is 23, so he's, even if he gets lucky and gets 3 level ups, that's as high as it's going to be. But he starts out with the Resolve skill, which means when he's at 50% or less HP, his skill and speed get doubled. And if he's got Resolve active, Tauroneo just doubles everything on the map. It is, it's ridiculous. It can, unfortunately, lead to some weird situations where, because it's only at 50% or less HP, you kind of don't want him to kill, like, the tigers on 313 and whatnot, because if he doubles and kills them, then he's going to open up a choke point for someone else to attack him, and he can get the whole suffer from success thing pretty easily with Resolve. But on the other hand, if you're eliminating those enemies, it's one less problem to have to deal with next turn, and there's flyers on 313, so you don't want to play super passively, because then Hawks will just go up and seize the seize point, and then you're just like, oh no, Micciah, the line has fallen, and it's a whole mess. But yeah, still, Tauroneo, absolutely absurd. And if you do give him a Master Crown in part 3, you can sort of escape that speed cap. He has a speed cap of 31. All generals, like I talked about with Meg, have a very bad speed cap for the tower. And because of that, and because Tauroneo, like, he doesn't have time to grow, right? Like, he's not an investment unit. I don't actually like him in the tower. I think he's still good in part 4. He's available for 2 part 4 maps. He's forced to go with the Tabar and Elincia army, but he's still quite good during those maps. I think that he can be not like an all-star, because they're very terrain-heavy maps, and that holds him back as a general, but he can still be a decent guy. Like, generals in Path of Radiant, or sorry, in Radiant Dawn have 6 move, so they're slightly behind other promoted infantry. It's like, it's a difference of 6 to 7, right? Yeah, promoted infantry have 7, generals and marshals have 6, but it's not too bad in a game with shove and rescue drop and whatnot. It's just, it's not good. Like, it definitely holds him back in that regard, and I definitely wouldn't bring him into the tower just because the speed cap and the movement type itself being unproductive. But even in part 4, Tauroneo, of course, is very good, and then in part 3, he's just phenomenal. I wish he was available for more of part 1, but like game balance purposes, I guess, well, they give you Nialah, so I don't really know. Story reasons, story gameplay integration. It really is the availability that holds him back. In a weird way, like people talk about, oh, Wallace, the Goto of Linmeld or whatever, but Tauroneo like parallels him in a very weird way in that he's available for 3 maps where he's just the goddamn bee's knees, and then he's like a filler unit for a couple of maps, and then you probably shouldn't use him in the tower. I think he probably ends up in, I want to say he's less important than Volug, because when he's around, like, he's the best guy around, but, well, so he enables, like, the Jill training stuff, right, and the Zihark training stuff. How much do I want to give him credit for the fact he's enabling these two to sort of take off in their quests for greatness? I think I have him as worse than Volug. I like him here in B tier just because, well, I like him in part 4 better than Volug though, even though he does have that sort of, that Armor Knight downside. I'm gonna put him right above Volug. He's a truly cracked unit. It's interesting that he starts with Resolve, because, so the Resolve debate, right? He has Resolve, you want to leave it on him for 1-6-1 and 1-6-2, because he gets it for free, he's great, you might as well. But then he's not available for the rest of part 1. And he comes back in 313, or 312 and 313, and Resolve is good on him there, but there is an argument to take Resolve from him in part 1, because you can unequip the skill, and then just give it back to him if you want to give it back to him in part 3. Resolve being 15 capacity means that only tier 2 and tier 3 units can equip it, so you could give it to Zihark. I think Volug has the capacity for it in addition to Wildheart. Let me check his base capacity though. Give me 1 second to look at that. Okay, yeah, Volug can equip it. I wanted to double check because Wildheart is weird in that usually when you have a skill that a unit starts with, it doesn't cost capacity, but Wildheart still costs the 10 capacity, even though it's locked onto Volug, so it artificially lowers his capacity, but he still has enough for it. So Zihark and Volug can equip it from base. Micciah can, but she really doesn't want to. The skill and speed boosts are not super relevant. Like, she's already accurate and she's probably not doubling. Other than that, well, I guess you could give it to Tormod, but like, no, don't do that. And Muarum and Viika, like, no, don't bother with that. But if you want to give it to one of the Bjork, you can like instant promote Nolan or Jill, and they can benefit from it. If you're like doing the Ilyanna build, she definitely wants it. And if you're doing like hyper Aran investment or hyper Edward investment, maybe if you get them early promoted, there are candidates for it, but there's also kind of an argument to leave it on Tauroneo if you don't think you're going to have someone with it, because the skills get pretty like, because of the limited capacity, you sometimes run into the situation where you're like, well, I don't actually have someone to equip Resolve because I don't have that many promoted people, right? You can run into a situation where if you're not going to use it, you might want to just leave it on Tauroneo so that he doesn't waste capacity points re-equipping it in part 3. You can also combine it with like Edward's Wrath. Wrath Resolve is not nearly as good as it is in Path of Radiance, since Resolve only boosts skill and speed. It doesn't boost the strength. And Wrath, it gives you the extra crit, but it's at a lower health threshold, so it doesn't... they don't synergize nearly as well. The extra skill, I guess, like stacks with the crit, gives you a better crit chance, but the real magic in Path of Radiance was you up your strength and then you crit, and so you get triple of that gain as well. And that's just sort of gone. Like, they realized they gave you too much with that. But I personally feel like I usually take Resolve off Tauroneo and then give it back to him or leave it on whoever I gave it to for part 3. You can argue to leave it on him, and if you do, it's a nice little benefit because he gets it for free and he can combine it with more skills than other people can. I guess I should also say, because I mentioned using him as like an Ike killer in 313, so as a marshal, he's a Lance Axe marshal to start out, or a Lance Axe general to start out, but upon promoting to marshal, generals get the 3rd weapon triangle type. But unfortunately for Tauroneo, that's swords in his case, and it's going to be at D rank. And since the only brave weapon that Micciah gets is the brave sword, you don't have any way to sort of transfer another brave item. If you arm scroll Tauroneo up and like try to raise his sword rank that way, you can potentially get him to brave sword on time to kill Ike. It's definitely not worth the investment cost. You should just stick to lances and axes on him, because brave sword's really the only thing he's using from that. Otherwise, you give it to Zihark. But the Master Crown on Tauroneo is nice because he starts out able to use it. He's the only Dawn Brigade member who will get to Master Crown rank by default. Like, he always has. He's level 14 tier 2. So he can Master Crown. He gets very good stat bonuses from that. 4 HPs, 2 strength, 2 skill, 2 speed, 2 defense, and 4 res. So he gets that buff, and then he gets access to the Luna skill as well, which is just proxy kill. Like, it's increased crit chance, basically. You do it for the stat buffs more than anything else. I would say if you're hyper investing into Zihark, then Trueblade Zihark is a better investment than Martial Tauroneo. But I think the fact Tauroneo gets, like, he does it for free. If you haven't raised Zihark enough, if you didn't do this sort of Paragon strategy and whatnot, Tauroneo is a nice backup user of the Dawn Brigade's Master Crown, because they get one for free. So somebody should be going tier 3 for at least 313. And I think Martial Tauroneo is a very good user of it, just as like a safety pick, right? I think spending it on Zihark, Jill's probably not high enough level by them, but like Zihark or Jill in tier 3 will do more for you than Tauroneo does in tier 3. But Jill's almost never going to be able to get there, and Zihark, it depends, but it can be a struggle, especially if you're not actively planning your run around it, which you're not always going to. I think Zihark is one of the better units to invest in, but it does come at a real opportunity cost, right? And we need to talk about these two. Tauroneo mostly exists on his own in that regard, but I should just dive into the Jill and Zihark stuff, because there's a lot and it's gonna make people mad. I'm actually genuinely curious what the common consensus on Jill's viability is, if there even is one, because she's had a very weird history as a unit in the community. Since she shows up alongside Zihark, Tauroneo, and Volug with notably less impressive stats, she initially was disregarded almost immediately by the majority of Fire Emblem players as being very bad. She has 24 HP, 11 strength, 12 skill, 15 speed, 14 luck, 13 defense, 3 resistance, and of course 8 movement because she is on a Wyvern. She's a Wyvern Rider, or Draco Knight. And these stats are very bad. Like, they're probably going to be on par with or slightly ahead of the Dawn Brigade scrubs you got early on that you trained up, and they're going to be way behind all of the strong units that you just recruited. And it makes sense that she's not going to be on the same level as Zihark, Tauroneo, and Volug, because she is only a tier 1 unit instead of being tier 2 like they are. I mean, technically, Volug doesn't have tiers, but he's statted like a tier 2 unit. His experience gain is tier 2. He's functionally a tier 2 unit. So, like, Jill being behind them, not a huge deal. Except for, she's also, like, so she's a level 14 Draco Knight, so she gains experience faster than them, but not, like, a ton faster than them. She's gonna be a little bit behind the experience gain of, like, your underleveled scrubs. It's not great. It's really not great. And so for a while, she was just sort of disregarded as trash unit, trash bases. Her growths aren't even all that good to sort of make up for it. Like 45 strength, 50 HP. It's pretty pathetic. 35 defense. Like, it's really pathetic. The only good one is 65 speed, and that's not even, like, great. It's just good. And then 60 luck is, like, good as well, but, I don't know. It just doesn't feel phenomenal, right? Her bonus experience also weighing her towards speed and luck, and then it'll be a random third one between strength, skill, and resistance. If you get strength and speed, like if you do the rigging, which I'm not really accounting for, if you do the rigging, she does have a chance of getting like good stats in strength and speed, but I don't know. Just something worth considering, I guess. Not going to be factored into this ranking. But then, like, so, okay, after a while of Jilly's trash, then the idea came around as like, wait a minute, she is mounted. She's the only flyer the Dawn Brigade gets for the entire campaign. I mean, Viika exists for 2 maps, 2.5. She's the only flyer who's like permanent in the Dawn Brigade, right? And she's basically the only mounted unit because, lol, Fiona moment. So then the idea was, well, why not invest all of the stat boosters the Dawn Brigade has into her? Because you've got other units with, like, competent stats, right? Well, I mean, competent, like, really good stats, like, right off rip, right? So they don't really need those boosters. Jill definitely does. It sort of gets her on the same level as them. She's got a better experience gain than everyone else. You can give her some bonus experience, too, to sort of round things out. And then suddenly you've got a unit who's on par with these pre-promotes, and also she's, like, flying, right? She's mounted, she gets Canto, she gets Flight. Flight is actually super useful for the Dawn Brigade, not just because Jill's the only one who gets it, but also because there's minor to major flight utility in every map of Micciah's campaign. Like 1-6-1, there's Pegasus Knights who, it's a route map, so like Jill being able to fly up and fight them in the cliffs instead of having to wait for them to come down to you. They get like the first attack if they come to you as well. In 1-6-2, there's rivers to fly over. Jill's high movement can help her in rescuing Fiona. She can also rescue, drop people around, which is something that you can't really do with anyone else because she's the only one with Canto, except for, you know, again, lol Fiona. In Endgame, there's cliffs to go up. In 1-7, there's cliffs to go up. In 3-6, it's a full swamp map, so just ignoring the swamp terrain is a huge deal. And then 3-12 is a cliff map. Being able to hit and run up and down the cliffs is super useful. 3-13, it's a defense map with multiple layers in terms of like the ledges you can go up and down, so Jill being able to navigate throughout them is nice. Picking off stray tigers, stray birds, just anyone who's a problem. And her mobility also helps if you're going for the Ike kill, because you can kill Ike to end that map early. And Jill is the only mounted unit, so even if you're not making her the boss killer, like she can rescue drop Tauroneo or Zihark or whomever. So because of that, then the argument goes like, well, let's give her all of the stat boosters, because the Dawn Brigade actually gets a lot of stat boosters to them in part 1. At the time that Jill joins, you have an Angelic Robe and a Draco Shield available that you can give to her, and before part 1 is over, you'll get a second Angelic Robe, you'll get access to a Goddess Icon, a Speedwing, and a Secret Book, and all of these are highly desirable. Jill's physical bulk is by far her biggest weakness. Her skill is right behind her in that, though, because even if you fix her physical bulk, her accuracy issues with axes are going to be really holding her back in terms of the training aspect of it all, because if you're like, oh, I'll use the hammer to kill a general, get a easy kill EXP, but then she's got like a 50% hit rate. It's sad. So fixing, I mean, it doesn't fix that, a single secret book, but like bolstering that, fixing her bulk, like 1 Angelic Robe and 1 Draco Shield, or 2 Angelic Robes and the Draco Shield, set Jill up for life. It is a huge game changer for her. So then the idea is, well, let's just make her into a super unit. She's flying. Nobody else really needs those boosters, right? And I mean, kind of, except for that's a lot of favoritism that just kind of gets disregarded, and I would argue that other people do frequently want those stat boosters. Zihark in particular is a prime candidate for the Angelic Robes and the Draco Shield, particularly the Angelic Robes, but basically the thing that Jill wants the most, the bulk boosting stat boosters, are also competitive amongst Zihark, who is another very, very good unit. And so you end up in this situation where it's like, well, you can give her, like, you can fix her big problem with the bulk and let her start doing her training arc as a level 14 Draco Knight, train against, you know, the Pegasus Knights, the Archers, fight all those guys, try to get as much experience as she can, try to get 6 levels within the time period we have left in part 1. I think it's like 1-6-1, 1-6-2, 1-7, and then that's it, 1-E, because she misses 1-8, the swamp map. She's not allowed to participate. So she has 3 maps before endgame, 4 total, I guess, if you count endgame. And sort of committing those maps to being the experience training arc, try to get her on pace, give her the bulk boosters as a sort of jump start, is nice, but it's impossible to deny that that's a huge amount of favoritism, and it still doesn't fix her strength issue. Like, she's going to need might boosted forges with only 11 strength, and 45% growth as well. Like, she needs 6 levels in order to promote, and those levels have a less than 50% chance to boost her strength, and an energy drop is not something that the Dawn Brigade gets access to. So that's pretty unfortunate for her. Hey there, Editing Denny here. There is actually a energy drop that the Dawn Brigade gets access to. It's in the treasure chest in chapter 1-2. I even mentioned it during the Zihark section. I just for some reason temporarily forgot about it while talking about Jill, so I thought I would insert that in here in case anyone got confused. It doesn't change the conclusions that I came to regarding whether or not she should get every single stat booster, but I thought it was relevant to bring up and correct. Yes, she gets 3 strength on promotion, and that's nice, like, it brings her up to 14, but, like, 14 strength is still not great for a promoted Draco Knight, like, or I guess not Draco Knight, Draco Master at that point. Oh no, she only gets 2 strength on promotion, right, it's Draco Lord that gets 3 strength, the 3rd tier. Right, oh shit, so then she ends up at only 13 strength before her growths. That's also why I don't like giving Jill the instant Master Seal, because that's another thing I've seen people argue is like, give her the Master Seal, it boosts her stats, but really not by that much. Like, the Draco Knight to Draco Master stat boosts, they're fine, but they don't fix her primary problems. Like, she gets 2 HP, 2 strength, 2 magic, 1 skill, which is so fucking sad, 1 speed, 2 defense, 2 res, she gets an extra point of move, like, that's nice. An extra point of con, I guess, is whatever. She's fast enough that she doesn't need the con, ironically, so it just makes her worse at rescuing. Not that she doesn't have problems rescuing. She can rescue everyone, like, she's mounted. It'll be fine. But it's really just, it's super unfortunate that her stat gains from instant promoting do almost nothing for her. Like, she's still behind everyone else if you just instant promote her. And it's like, yeah, she's a flyer. She has flyer utility. Flyer utility is super useful. She misses 1-8, which is the biggest flyer utility map in the Dawn Brigade. So, like, that's also frustrating. That's a huge demerit on her part. But you do want to invest in her, right? Like, whether that be the experience or, like, just the experience or the experience and the stat boosters, she makes a very compelling case. And of the Dawn Brigade units, I think she is also the one who transitions into Part 4 the easiest, in part because in order to be functional in Part 3, she needs a fuck ton of favoritism. So, like, if you give her a fuck ton of favoritism, not a fuck ton, but, like, a lot of favoritism, right? If you give her a lot of favoritism, it's going to carry over into Part 4. Like, as a Tier 3 unit or a high-level Tier 2 unit, she will be super functional in Part 4. There's a lot of maps in Part 4 where flight is a huge benefit. There's tons of terrain on almost all of them. Even Ike's route, which is probably the least terrain heavy, has, like, walls for you to fly over in his defense map and ledges to fly up and down inside of Oliver's mansion. But then if you go with Tabarn, there's forests and trees to sort of fly over and bushes to be able to ignore. Micciah's route has the desert map, obviously, and then there's even in their first one, in 4-P, there's like a river that's sort of bisecting the area, and Jill can fly in and out over that to try to hit and run people, and it's nice. Like, it's definitely nice. Her Thunder affinity is, like, whatever. It boosts bulk, I think. I don't know. It's so hard talking about Jill because she has this really high ceiling of if you do the maximum investment in her, it is kind of irreplaceable in being, like, an actually functional and almost dominant flyer surrounded by mostly scrubs. If you're trying to do, like, really fast fly over and kill Ike, like, just get out of the Part 3 maps as soon as possible, she's vital for that. But if you're playing things more slowly, she is still useful doing, like, hit and run tactics. But she doesn't need as much hyper investment because as long as you get sort of her offenses up, which will kind of sometimes happen naturally through level ups and promotion bonuses, she can do, like, nice hit and run tactics. She can also potentially help with rescue dropping. Rescue dropping with Jill is super awkward, though, because she and Fiona are the only 2 mounts. As I mentioned, Fiona's kind of a fake unit. So what often ends up happening is if Jill rescues someone and, like, cantos backwards, you either have to commit an infantry member's turn to take dropping, which is not always gonna, like, be possible. If you rescue Tauroneo, for example, like, he's just staying in her saddlebags until next turn. Or Jill just takes off a turn, like, she can't do enemy phase combat. She has to drop someone next turn. So like in theory, her being mounted should be a bigger deal than it actually is. For the most part, it's like a movement upgrade, lets her ignore terrain, and lets her canto, which like that's a lot. But she's not super great at the rescue drop stuff. Unless you are, I guess Volug can help like pick up the heavy people too. But like, unless you're using Fiona, you cleverly like put Fiona forward, but then Fiona just fucking dies, right? Like, it becomes weird. It's so weird, Jill's sort of mount utility. The more you think about it, the worse it gets. It's still really fucking good though. Like, it is the only thing stopping her from being like an automatic D tier, right? Because her stats are just not there. Her stats are not there without assistance. I do think that you should feed her some amount of bonus experience. Probably not right when you get her, but like near the end of part 1. She needs to be promoted for part 3. Like that extra movement is super clutch for the swamp map. The stat boosts are going to be nice for her as well. But like you want her promoted by part 3. So if she doesn't naturally get there, just give her a master seal because she's level 14. She can use it automatically. And then you just sort of spend all of part 1 as like the training map for her. I don't want to say she's not contributing at all in part 1, because that's not entirely accurate, but she's mostly doing self-improvement and like filler cleanup jobs, right? Like she can fly over to assist Volug in protecting Fiona, but she's not doing it on her own. Like she's the backup, right? Like she's the filler unit. And she's working for self-improvement. She fights the Pegasuses. That is super useful because you've got a lot of frail units and it's hard to keep them all out of peg ranges on 1-6-1. But so she killing Pegasuses or even just blocking them, if she can't kill them, like stand in position blocking them so they can't reach your frails is really nice. So that's super useful. And then like the jail, she loses movement in jail because it's an indoor map, so she gets -2 move, which is very sad. And I think that's also the map where, like, I start noticing her accuracy issues. I think in part because there's so many armors on that map, and she wants to use the hammer, but her skill stat is just not there. Jill, but even without the hammer, like, Jill really wants a hit forge. And the plus hit forges, like, they're nice, but they really hurt your economy. And, like, the Dawn Brigade's economy, it's not as bad as the Grail Merc's economy, but I think people exaggerate how free it is, in part because there's a lot of good stuff to buy. Like buying the physics staff, buying, I think there's some skill scrolls to buy. Some of the stat boosters, which like Jill wants, have to be purchased. So there's a lot of stuff to do, and just forges too, like might forges. Anything you're spending on hit forges, you're not also spending on might forges. And so that can be a problem, whereas like Zihark, if his accuracy is good enough already, he just gets might forges. The more I talk about it, like, if I'd made this list a year ago, I think Jill would definitely go here, maybe even here. I feel like at best, she's an A tier unit. Probably like a mid A tier unit, definitely not a high A tier, probably not low. I could see low depending on how the rest of the list fills out. Her accuracy is really frustrating when training her up too. Like that is part of the argument for like just give her bonus experience, but I also think the bonus experience is best reserved for like these Chuckle Fox, not you, but like if you want a Leonardo sniper, if you want a Nolan warrior, like they really want the experience. Aran, if you're doing stuff with him, like he wants it because they're not always gonna naturally reach 14. Or Zihark, like Zihark actually really appreciates bonus experience even though he gets less experience out of it. Like he gets less bang for your buck, but he desperately wants to reach tier 3 before 3-6, and it's possible. But like bonus experience is a big part of helping him get there. So like it's super competitive. The robes are also huge game changers for Jill, but they're super competitive with Zihark, who is just a better unit than her. And like that's the thing is, you could argue that Jill uses the robes slightly better than Zihark because her bulk is like worse than his, but it's not even that much worse. Like she gets 2 HP from promotion, so she's got 4 less HP than Zihark at base, and then a 45% or 50% growth rate on it. But I also think like even if she uses them better, sometimes you just want to give them to the better unit, right? Ugh. Jill is so frustrating because she feels when you use a hyper investment Jill, you gaslight yourself into thinking she's like the best unit in the game, right? Like she's better than Haar. She's got that speed growth that he doesn't have, but she also doesn't have a good strength growth. I mean, 45 is not bad, right? Like I don't want to overplay it. 45, it's fine. 35, it's fine. It's more the fact that these growths are not good enough to justify her bases. Like if a unit with better bases had 45% growth in strength, 35% growth in defense, I wouldn't really comment on their growths. Their growths are fine, right? It's the matter that she starts out so far behind, not just the people around her, but where you want her to be. Where you want a unit joining your army in 1-6-1 to be. Jill is behind that. Behind that by a lot. And so you would expect, like, it's the Nino thing where, like, they should have super high growths to pay off, but, like, well, not even that, because Nino does. It's just that the averages don't work out. In Jill's case, she doesn't even really have the impressive growths to catch up. Like, her strength growth is only 10% higher than Zihark's. Which, like, it is higher, and she'll get the promotion bonuses, and she uses a higher might weapon type, but then you run into the forging problem again, right? Like, it's a whole nasty ordeal. I keep talking about Zihark, so we should probably just move on to him, because I feel like I'm gonna keep talking in circles around Jill, and we're just gonna end up at the same place, where, like, she is great long-term. I think I can definitively say she's definitely great long-term. Can I? Maybe she's low A. Maybe she is low A. Because, like, great long-term, only if you give her at least one of the robes. I don't think she's great long-term if you don't give her at least one of the robes. And, like, you can say, oh, the robe is her property, right? Like, she's got abysmal HP, and, like, you want a flyer with good HP. I don't know that she gets it for free, though. She benefits from it more. In 1-6-1, she benefits from it more than Zihark, right? Like, he doesn't need the boost immediately. She needs the boost immediately. But, like, in the long term, I don't know that that's true. Like, in, like, part 3 stuff, right? And if you don't super invest in her, like, you can't just turn her into a rescue bot. I think that's sort of the deciding factor is, like, worst case scenario, she does still have flight utility. And, like, having to take a turn off or, like, commit an infantry to rescuing, if it's, like, a low-con unit you rescued, right? Like, hey, you know, Nolan, can you help me pick up Ilyanna or whatever, right? I think that's fine. That's very doable. I think her floor is still way more functional than any of these chuckle fucks. Like, the floor of Jill is better than, like, the ceiling of Edward, right? I think that's good enough to justify either mid or low A. We'll see how this fills out. Definitely A tier. Definitely A tier. Talking myself back into it. Okay. I was worried for a second. I thought I was gonna put Jill below Micciah, ultimate rage bait. But no, I don't think that can be justified. Okay, so Zihark is an absolutely ridiculous unit. He joins in 1-6-1, and while his stats are worse than Tauroneo's, it's not by as much as you would expect, considering the 11 level difference between them. And his stats are better than anyone else's. And Tauroneo is, in many ways, kind of a fake unit, because he leaves, like, partway through part 1 and doesn't come back until partway through part 3. I mean, I say partway through, like, he leaves after the very first chapter you use him. Like, 1-6 is divided into 2 different maps, 161 and 162, but ultimately he's really only around for 1 chapter, where Zihark he's there for the rest of part 1, right? Like, he's gonna be your major carry for the Dawn Brigade army. 30 HP, 17 strength, 22 skill, 23 speed, 11 luck, 13 defense, which, you know, is not great, all things considered. I did just finish dogging on Jill for having 13 defense, so, like, fair is fair. He has more HP than her, but they do have the same defense base, and unfortunately Zihark has a lower defense growth. still, he is like, you know, bulkier than Edward, bulkier than, maybe not Nolan, probably bulkier than Nolan. It depends on how much you've trained up Nolan, right? But like bulkier than the majority of your units, and that's before factoring in that like, he's going to have good avoid thanks to his very high speed, like 70% growth with a 23 base. And he actually has reasonable caps. Like Swordmaster's speed cap is 30 and Trueblade is 40. He's hitting those. He's ramming those caps. Like he's gonna cap speed naturally, and then the BXP abuse is to get his strength up, which unfortunately only has a 35% growth. So without BXP abuse, it's not like it's not getting too high. You can give him an energy drop. There's I think the Dawn Brigade gets like 1 energy drop. It's either... Okay, so the Draco Shield is on Leonardo. The Angelic Robe is in the treasure room. Maybe buy it, or... I know because, like, I almost always slam it on Zihark, because the logic is, he has 23 speed. He's doubling everything, right? So... you might as well give the strength stat booster to the guy who gets to use it twice. That's sort of my logic. I guess Volug would be the other option. Like, it's basically +4 on Volug because he doubles and also it doubles, right? But it's Zihark or Volug are kind of the big users of it. Or Jill. Like I mentioned with Jill, her strength is also not great. Like 11 base. Yeah, this guy is like, he's 17 strength. He's stronger than Jill even after her promotion. And like their strength throats are not that far off. He has a 35%, she has a 45, right? Like he's almost always gonna be hitting harder than her. Now granted, swords are theoretically, you know, they're weaker. They have lower might than axes, right? But accuracy is actually super important in Radiant Dawn, especially once you enter part 2, but even in part 1. And in part 1, he doesn't suffer weapon triangle disadvantage because there's no triangle in hard mode. So against like the Lance Cavaliers and Pegasus Knights and whatnot, like all the dangerous foes that would normally triangle him, he just shrugs that off because nope, no triangle. That's a way you can make it work in your advantage. Like for most units, Edward versus the Brigands, Jill versus the Armors, no triangle is kind of a disadvantage. Like you want to be able to leverage triangle to your advantage. But in Zihark's case, I think that if there were a triangle, he would actually be a worse unit. Not much worse, because like being at triangle disadvantage isn't the end of the world, especially with like the high accuracy of swords and 22 base skill with a 75% growth, which again, skill, Swordmaster's skill cap is 30, and then Trueblade is 40, so he's ramming that cap as well. He's probably gonna cap skill faster than he caps speed and just never miss anything. He also, I guess, okay, do we talk about Earth Affinity? Because I'm gonna fucking pour fuel on the fire of this. Because normally, so people big up Earth Affinity so much. Especially in Path of Radiance, people are like, oh, Ike has Earth Affinity. You gotta do Ike, Oscar, Earth support, double Earth Affinity. It's so good. It's so good. Because you get 5 avoid in Path of Radiance from an Earth Affinity. So double Earth is 10 per rank, which can be 30 at A rank. That takes a long ass time. Like that's not gonna happen until very late in the campaign. And Ike and Oscar are characters who don't really want to be near each other. So it's not helping as much as you would like it to in Path of Radiance. And even in Radiant Dawn, I would say for a lot of characters, because the affinities, the supports all got buffed in Radiant Dawn, right? So Earth Affinity is actually stronger. I believe it's 10 per? Let me double check. Okay, it's not quite that strong. It's 7.5 per, although whenever there's a 50%, it's always rounded up in Radiant Dawn, which is another part of supports getting buffed, because in Path of Radiance, you always round down, but in Radiant Dawn, you always round up, so that's nice. So 7.5 per. That means if you get double Earth Affinity, you get 15 at C, 30 at B, and 45 at A. And supports build a lot faster in Radiant Dawn, and they're way more customizable. I believe Ike, Oscar, and Oscar Tanith are the only double Earths in Path of Radiance, whereas in Radiant Dawn, Actually, do Oscar and no, Kieran and Tanith support, so you can't get it with Oscar. Is Ike Oscar the only double Earth? Path of Radiance fans. The Earth Affinity Path of Radiance fans, answer me in the comments, who are the double Earths? I know Ike Oscar, because that's one everyone loves, even though they don't even want to really be near it. Like, they don't hang out in the same parts of the map. But in the case of the Dawn Brigade, and Radiant Dawn in general, because the supports are so customizable, like, you sacrifice the story stuff in order to get whoever you want can support with whoever you want. So Zihark has his pick of the litter in terms of Earth supports. I think Volug and Nolan are the two main ones. Fiona has an Earth support, right? But like, lol, Fiona. Let me just double check Fiona. Okay, so Volug, Fiona, and Nolan all have Earth supports, which means if Zihark supports up with one of them, he'll gain 15 avoid per support level. And it's very reasonable, especially if you're doing Volug or Nolan because they join earlier. It's very reasonable to get them up to B rank before part 3, which is a 30 avoid swing, because it's 7.5 for each of them for each level, right? 30 is a huge amount. If you get to A and get 45, which, like, that's probably some degree of shove grinding, right? It's possible, but it's probably not happening naturally. Well, supports build pretty fast. Anyway, if you get to A, it's 45, which is, like, huge. And the avoid is nice because Zihark is a naturally fast character, so he's already going to have a decent dodge stat. And then... So here's the thing that sucks, right? Is most of the enemies in part 3 are Lagoos. Lagoos are notoriously accurate, especially cats. So, like, stacking his natural void and the 45 gain from Earth Affinity, he's still probably not hitting under 50%, because what you really want to aim for is dropping below 50% in terms of the hit rates, because then the 2RN is working in your favor, right? Like, it's a huge swing. Going from 60 to 40 is a much bigger deal than going from 80 to 60, right? Like, once you turn the 2RNs in your favor, that's what you want. I don't think he can pull that off, unfortunately, but it's still a huge buff. Like, it passively buffs his bulk, which is probably his weakest point, is his bulk. It's good enough for part 1, for fighting, like, the Bjork enemies in part 1, but once you make it to part 3 and the part 3 maps, Zihark kind of gets 2-hit KO'd. Like, he becomes Mr. 2-round, because he just gets chunked for so much. Like, 30 HP, it's okay, but he really needs the Seraph robes, probably both angelic robes in an ideal world, and then the Draco shield, right? Like, he wants to supplement his bulk, but you can give him those, and you can give him a True Blade promotion. You do get a Master Crown in part 3, right? And so, training up Zihark. So here's, like, the Zihark special sauce, right? He starts as a level 3 Swordmaster. He needs 7 promoted levels. He's not getting a ton of experience in part 1. Most part 1 enemies are weak enough, like, they're tier 1. They're gonna give him 1 EXP, maybe 2. Even on kills, he gets, like, 6? 3? Doesn't matter. Give him Paragon. The reason you give him Paragon is who the fuck else is taking it? None of the tier 1 units can get Paragon. They don't have the capacity. You give it to Micciah? Sure. But, like, Micciah's not a unit who gets good over time because you train her. She gets staff, right? Like, she's good because of staffing. Her combat falls off in part 3, so her stats don't really matter. Magic matters, I guess, for, like, physic range, but she'll get there anyway. I think I feel like Micciah probably hits, like, 15 before she promotes anyway, just naturally. And you can throw Paragon on her during the time that you don't have Zihark, right? But I think Zihark should have Paragon glued to him. Doubles his EXP gain. It's not much per kill. It's not even going to be much per chip, right? In chip, he's getting 1 EXP doubled to 2, but it adds up over time. Also, I say in chip, but, like, Zihark's not chipping people in part 1. He doubles everything. He almost certainly 1-rounds almost anything. And you run into this unfortunate issue where, so Swordmaster has a 10% crit boost. And so I keep getting distracted. I need to focus in. Zihark Paragon. You use Zihark Paragon to get him as many kills as you can. Because, like, without taking away from, like, the Jill training and potentially the Nolan training, right? Like, you're not focusing your kills on Zihark for the purpose of training him. He's getting kills naturally because that's what he does, and he helps you clear the map that way. And as a side effect, he gets experience, so you might as well double that experience, because who else is using Paragon? And by doubling that experience, you get him closer and closer and closer to getting to level 10. Now, I do not think Zihark hits level 10 naturally. However, once you're in part 3, you can dump bonus experience into him. He probably hits 6 or 7 naturally. You dump a couple of levels of bonus experience into him, get him to level 10, feed him that first Master Crown, bing bang boom, you got yourself a True Blade. True Blade gets some pretty decent stat glow-ups. 2 defense and 4 HP in particular, like that's another Draco Shield functionally. It pushes him over the 2-rounded threshold. It makes it so that he gets 3-rounded instead of 2-rounded, combined with the Angelic Ropes, and maybe the Draco Shield. It depends on how lucky you get on defense levels. Like, it's a 25%, it's not impossible, but it's unlikely. Combine the bulk boosters with him. He doesn't really need the energy drop. I like giving it to him because I like giving him favoritism. But, like, I don't think he needs that. I think the only favoritism he needs is, like, the bulk boosters. The favoritism he wants is the bulk boosters and the bonus experience. And the bonus experience is a pretty big ask. Bulk boosters, it's Jill. Like, Jill still ends up fine, but not great. It does hurt Jill. It does hurt Jill quite a bit. I think Zihark is ultimately the better user of them because it makes his combat good enough. Like, he actually kills things reliably. You can forge plus hit swords or plus might swords, dependent on the situation. He can dodge things. Like, him getting 3-hit KO'd makes him a much more reliable enemy phaser. And the more people he faces on enemy phase, the more likely he is to dodge, thanks to his avoid, thanks to Earth Affinity, thanks to Earth Affinity supports. Anytime he dodges, he's saving you heal actions on account of Laura and Micciah, right? He's helping your action economy so they can heal other people. They can heal Jill. And that mitigates some of her problems too, right? And so you end up in this situation where by investing in Zihark and giving Zihark the favoritism, it's kind of like the Jill argument, where like you give Zihark some favoritism. The EXP and the bulk boosters are legit favoritism, but he will carry you and help the rest of your army out as a result of that favoritism. And it paves the way that way, right? I think it definitely lands him in S. I think that he is lower than Sothe, because the point where he really pops off, like, he's phenomenal in the end of Act 1, but he's around Tormod and Nialah and whatnot, right? So he doesn't feel, even though he's still doing a ton of good work, it doesn't feel necessary. I guess in that regard, you could see him getting kills as, like, you know, favoritism, self-improvement for him. But what, are you feeding EXP to Nialah? You're feeding EXP to Tormod, right? Like, no, you're not. Choosing to kill an enemy with Zihark instead of Nialah or Tormod is, like, just the correct choice, because Zihark sticks around for longer. Zihark is in every Dawn Brigade chapter. He's in 1-8, which is, like, surprisingly rare. Jill skips that map, Tauroneo skips that map, and Fiona skips that map. Like, for some reason, the idea is like, oh, we can only have people from the Dawn Brigade, not people who are loyal to the king. And then Zihark's like, okay, I'm leaving, I'm joining the Dawn Brigade then, fuck the king. He's such a pro like that. But yeah, so Zihark is, like, infinitely available within the Dawn Brigade campaign. And he kills stuff. I think he's probably the best Ike killer if you're trying to kill Ike. In part because you can do, like, the crit strat and adepts and, like, hope for procs or whatever, but also just because he's fast. Like, he'll hit the doubling thresholds, which will obviously vary depending on how strong your Ike is, but, like, he'll be able to double Ike. He'll have the strength, Like, he's probably going to be your best damage dealer. Maybe Tauroneo with a Brave weapon can outdamage him, but that's also then you gotta get the Brave Sword rank on Tauroneo, which is a whole other massive investment that really only benefits in terms of killing Ike. Whereas, like, with Zihark, any investment you give him to kill Ike also helps you in the other incredibly difficult Dawn Brigade Part 3 maps, right? Also helps in Part 2, in 3.12, also helps in 3.6 to fighting the Lagoos. So you're investing in Zihark, invests in your army. Help Zihark help you, right? Help Zihark help you. I should talk about the sort of chance-based nature of things, because I do think that is actually kind of annoying. He starts with Adept, and you can take it off. I like to leave it on, because since he often gets kill power by doubling, if you're, like, initiating an attack on player phase and Adept procs, it can save you a counter, and, like, he doesn't mind getting countered in Part 1. In Part 3, it is actually a big deal when Adept procs, and keeping that capacity, like, of just having it, it's not, like, a huge benefit, and it can sometimes be a downside in the way that it, like... So the way that it mixes with his crit skill, right? Because Swordmaster has 10 crit, Trueblade has 20, and Astra. The combination of his critical hit boost, Adept, and Astra make it so that anytime he's facing a foe who is too bulky for him to kill, such as Tigers, I think they're the big ones, maybe Armor Knights in 3.12, but I think Tigers for the most part, 3.6 Tigers and 3.13 Tigers are going to be like the main times this is an issue. Anytime he's facing a foe that he doesn't guaranteed kill, he has a chance of just killing them anyway. And this can be upside. Like, that's kind of how you kill Ike, is if you're like, okay, well, Ike is one of the best units in the game, Zihark doesn't have the stats for it, but, like, I'll just Astra, right? Unfortunately, the other side of that, the counter of that, is that it means when you're doing damage calcs for a big enemy phase, and Zihark loves doing enemy phases because who else on your team is doing it, right? It's like him, Jill, and Tauroneo. And you've got a lot of choke points to deal with if you're doing defensive strategies in the Dawn Brigade Part 3 maps. You have to assume he's going to kill every enemy. Because even though he's not guaranteed to, he might. And if he, if you're counting on, okay, he only takes 3 hits because he kills the cat, he kills the cat, and he doesn't kill the tiger. But then he dies in the 4th hit. If he procs Astra and kills the tiger, he frees up a slot, like he'll suffer from success. So you have to do your calcs as if he will suffer from success and sort of position him in that way, which can be obnoxious because then what can potentially happen is if he doesn't proc Addict, doesn't get a crit, doesn't proc Astra, right? Then he doesn't get the kill. And so you've been cautious and not sort of exposed him to as many people, which means they haven't been chipped on enemy phase. So it's going to be harder for you to kill everyone on, sort of player phase and doing your counterattacks and whatnot. So he's in this really awkward stage where he has just enough proc skills and crit chance and adept and whatnot that there is a decent chance that you have to account for. We're not talking like, oh, the 3% chance that Eliwood crits these guys and suffers from success. No, Zihark, like, has a reasonable chance to just suffer from success, but it's also not reliable enough that you can be like, oh, well, it'll probably happen. Like, Panette has an 80% crit, we'll just assume she crits. No, you can't just assume Zihark crits, so you also can't rely, like, it makes him a really unreliable killer, to those specific enemies, right? Like, there's a lot of enemies who he will just reliably kill. He doesn't need a proc for, and that's cool. It can sometimes be annoying, like the Zihark math of like, oh, if I put you here, you might just die. But if I put you back here, you might just not kill this guy, right? It gets annoying. But I do still think, like, especially for how much he does for you in the Part 3 maps, which are some of the hardest maps in the game. I would say the Dawn Brigade's maps, both the early Part 1 maps and the late Part 3 maps, are some of the most difficult. And I think Zihark does, if you invest in him, right, he does a ton of work in 3.6, 3.12, 3.13, right? And I think that's enough to earn S tier. The reason I have him below Sothe is I think the early part 1 maps are the most difficult portion of the game. So Sothe being absolutely busted during like 1-2 through 1-4, 1-5-ish, is more of a big deal to me than Zihark being busted in Act 3. Especially since, like, even though he's also busted in the back half of Part 1, like I said, he's surrounded by people like, hello, Nialah, hello, Tormod, right? Like, hello, Tauroneo. And Tauroneo kind of goes for 313 as well. Like, you want both Zihark and Tauroneo and Jill. Like, you want Jill, just because I'm saying, like, invest the bulk boosters in Zihark, right? And they hurt, it hurts Jill, right? That doesn't mean Jill becomes useless. Like, she's still, again, worst case scenario, she's a flying rescue dropper, flying Canto or flying trade bot. But if you invest, like, experience into her, you probably have enough, you probably don't have, like, enough bonus experience for both of them. And I do think Zihark uses the bonus experience better. But, like, Jill can kill things in Act 1, or in Part 1, right? So, you can train both of them. And that's super good. I guess on the topic of Zihark and Jill, I should also talk about the weird availability quirk that they have. For anyone who doesn't know, in Part 3, Ike and Micciah's armies fight against each other, and you can actually recruit both Jill and Zihark from the Dawn Brigade into the Grail Mercenaries. Zihark, it's Lethe and Mordecai can recruit him. Jill, I believe it's Mist and Lethe. They're also somewhat dependent on supports. I don't remember these specifics. You can always recruit them with someone. I think Haar can also always recruit Jill, and then it's Lethe and Mist if they have supports can get her. And then like Zihark, because you transfer supports. Zihark, I think Lethe and Mist can always get, and maybe there's someone else with supports that can get him, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Either way, it is optional. The first instance you have to recruit them is in 3-7. And if you recruit them for 3-7, they will be in the Grail Mercenaries for 3-8, 3-10, and 3-11. So they technically gain, oh, and 3-E. So they technically gain 2 maps of availability, as opposed to the Dawn Brigade, the only maps they would have left are 3-12 and 3-13. But I actually think, so the argument that people give, because they gain +2 maps of availability, and therefore, like, they can get more experience, they have more opportunities to fight people and whatnot, the argument people give is that recruiting Jill and Zihark into the Grail Mercenaries helps them but hurts the Dawn Brigade, and so you shouldn't do it because the Dawn Brigade is... It's more important to have strong units in the Dawn Brigade than to power up these two specifically. And I see why that argument, like, I see why people make that argument, because they do get extra maps, they probably get extra experience. I would argue that it hurts them, though, because while obviously it hurts the Dawn Brigade, you don't get replacement units for Jill and Zihark, so, like, you're just 2 slots down, because the Dawn Brigade can full deploy in Part 3. So you're just 2 slots down, and they're 2 very powerful units. Like, Sothe is the only one I have rated above them right now, and he's worse than them in Part 3. Like, he falls off. Hashtag Jagan moment, right? So it hurts to take away one or both of the Dawn Brigade's best soldiers before some of their hardest maps. But I'd also say it hurts them, because while they theoretically have more opportunities for experience, in the Dawn Brigade maps, Jill, Zihark, Tauroneo, and Volug are like the only 4 units doing combat. Maybe Nolan, maybe Aran, like if you trained them. Leonardo, maybe. But like it's mostly gonna be these 4, right? And so they're splitting the experience pie 4 ways. Like they're getting 25% of the map's experience each. If we look forward to the Grail Mercenaries, like Ike, Titania, Oscar, Shannon, Mia, Gotri, Boyd, Ranulf, right down here, he's hiding down here. He's not great, but like, oh, and the Hawks, right? Janaf and Ulki also hiding right here. You can see their hairdos. Oh, and you get the fucking Falco Knights too! God, the Grail Mercenaries have so many strong combat units. It's kind of ridiculous. And so even if you have, like, the deployment slots for them... Oh, right, fucking Brom and Nephenee join as well. And, like, they're not great. And Haar! Haar's a Grail Mercenary. Fuck, because, like, they're not great, but, like, they might be doing stuff. And then, like, Haar's there, right? They're fighting with so many strong units for experience. I think it genuinely hurts them. They're splitting experience instead of with, like, 2 others. Maybe 3 others, right? They're splitting it with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Probably with 8-ish people. Like, you get a ton of strong people in the Grail Mercs. So, like, there's just less experience to go around. Theoretically, it could be, you could say, like, oh, well, you get more experience from, like, the stronger enemies in the Grail Mercenaries. I haven't done all the math, but, like, the Lagoos, if you kill Lagoos while they're transformed, which is most of what you're going to be doing, because you want to kill the people who are the biggest threat. Like, you don't kill the untransformed Hawk. Or the untransformed cat who's just, like, standing there, right? You probably kill the hawk, because they can cross the line. But, like, you're not killing an untransformed cat. You're mostly killing transformed Lagoos. They give you an experience boost, right? Like, they're considered stronger. They're still tier 2. The Dawn Brigade fights tier 2 people in Act 3. I think they get more experience if they just stay with the Dawn Brigade. Unfortunately, being a Dawn Brigade unit in general is bad for your long-term viability, and I would say that Zihark sort of falls off in Part 4, especially if you give him an early True Brigade promotion, because then that guts his experience makeup, right? Like, if you give him a 10-1 promotion, not only are his stats gonna be worse compared to, like, I think Mia is the easiest comparison, because they actually have very similar stat growths and bases. They're just, like, in different armies. But, like, his stats will be a lot worse than her, but also he just, like, he grows slower, right? Even compared to, like, non-Swordmaster people, he's gonna end up having worse stats because of the whole early promo thing. But I think it's also worth it, like, to cash in on that, get that extra buff for the short term. Because you get so many strong units. Like, at the moment, I'm doing a video about Gotos. I'm recording a video about Gotos, and there are so many strong units that join at the end of Radiant Dawn. I think that the Radiant Dawn segment of that video took an hour on its own. You'll be fine if Zihark is good in Part 3 but bad in Part 4. And I don't think he's bad in Part 4, I just think he's mid in Part 4 if you early promote him. And, like, if you don't early promote him, he's what, a training project in Part 4? Is that better? Is that better than being a shitty pre-promote? Like, would you rather have Amelia or Noah? Zihark is definitely S tier. I think probably near the... I'd say probably near the bottom of S tier. Because it is also worth considering, right? Like, just like Jill is getting penalized for the bulk boosters, Zihark also gets penalized for the bulk boosters, and I do think his viability drops down if you don't give them to him. Much like Jill, I don't think he's bad if you don't give them to him. Like, he will still be, at worst, the 3rd or 4th best unit in the Dawn Brigade at all times. And oftentimes, like, just 2nd best. Because, like, Volug has gauge bullshit, right? So, like, Zihark can kind of just... A Zihark with no boosters is just Volug without dealing with the gauge, who can also wield forged weapons. And gets a brave weapon. I didn't even fucking talk about the brave sword. Like, the brave sword is huge, because it means you don't have to face a counter, or you can quad people. And, like, that's kill power. That's how you kill Ike, just quad him, right? If you can take a counter, which, like, Zihark might be able to. Ragnarlate's hard. Ragnarlate's hard. But you might be able to. Yeah, I think definitely S tier. You also get a Tempest Blade, and that's, like, cool. The Wind Edge in general, like, the 1-2 range swords in general, I think they're a nice tool for sword units to have. Like, they're bad. They're worse than javelins and hand axes. I'll say that much. But it's nice to have them. I like throwing one on Zihark because even though you don't need 1-2 range to enemy phase, because there's so many Lagoos, right? They're all 1 range locked. It's nice to be able to attack someone uncountered. You can't forge Wind Edges, but, like, use the Tempest Blade against a cat to kill them, or Storm Sword against a cat to kill them, or whatever. And then you can trade equip something else onto him for enemy phase. so he doesn't have to deal with the bad accuracy. His skill stat is also pretty good. Like, he has not great hit with the 1-2 range swords, but he's okay hit with the 1-2 range swords, which is... That's nice. It's nice. Like, he's probably going to be around the level of, like, Jill with a hand axe with the wind edge. And that's pretty cool. And after a string of good units, you know what time it is. It's Fiona time. I'm moving her to F tier immediately. What do I say about this unit? Like, she's a level 9 Lance Knight. So again, she starts unpromoted at the time that you're getting tier 2 characters. Like, she's in tier 1. She's a tier behind everyone. Same problems that Jill's faced, but like more extreme. Because her base level, 9, is lower, which I guess means she gains experience better, but her bases are lower. And she joins later. Like, Jill has 2 whole maps of availability on Fiona. Because Fiona is a green unit in 162, but she's just a, like, side objective. You gotta protect her. She's a game over condition. But you can't recruit her, which is, like, super unfortunate. I mean, like, she wouldn't be good if you could recruit her there, but just, like, 1 extra map availability on clearly a training project unit. Like, you only have 2 maps to train her, because she also misses 1-8. And then everyone misses 1-9. Like, I don't count that against her. But yeah, so she starts out with terrible bases. 25 HP, 8 strength, 6 magic, which is relevant for Imbue, which is one of her starting skills. It means that she'll gain 6 HP every turn. 8 skill, 10 speed, 7 luck, 8 defense, 6 resistance. These are almost universally, no, they are just universally worse bases than Jill, except for res. She has 3 more res. Fiona is more bulk focused, specifically in her growth. She has 95 or 55% luck, defense, and 50% res. And I would say luck is a defensive stat. But even then, like, she's got a worse luck growth than Jill. And then her offensive growths are worse than Jill as well. So if you raise them both, like, Fiona will be bulkier, but she'll overall be worse. Like, she's going to be slower, 65 or 60% speed versus 65, weaker, 40% strength versus 45. Like, they're not huge differences, but I do highlight the comparison because I did kind of rag on Jill for being this sort of training project with not very impressive bases and not great growths to make up for it. And Fiona's just worse in every regard. She at least starts with 2 skills. Imbue sort of is in that bulk focus where it recovers her HP every turn. I believe it's equal to magic. It might be magic divided by 2. It's not very much HP. And she doesn't have a good magic growth either, so it's... Or actually, oh, is Imbue... Is that the percentage one? I don't really use any of the recovery skills. Yeah, it's equal to magic. Okay, so she can recover 6 HP every turn, which is like, that's more than a fifth of her HP at the start with 25%, with 25 max, but it's still, it's not... Like, when you're getting 2-rounded, it's not making the difference, right? She's getting overkilled by so much that the 6 HP doesn't matter. Savior is an interesting one. It means that you don't suffer rescue penalties. Speed is the most relevant. Her skill is, like, pretty bad anyway, and she's not doing much damage even when she hits. So, like, here's the thing with Savior. In theory, it should combo with her sort of bulky focus. She becomes like, hey, you've got someone in danger, have Fiona rescue them. She doesn't get weighed down, so she can sort of take the hits for them. I think that's the general idea. It's like both of her skills are kind of bulk focused. In reality, her stats are bad enough, at least at base, and oftentimes after like some growths, right? That Savior doesn't make a difference. She starts out in a group of green cavaliers that all, like, rescue villagers, and you gotta protect them all, and I think the fact she has Savior was supposed to show off, like, oh, she's better at rescuing than them. Because her allies start getting, like, killed, they're gonna get easily doubled, easily hit, like, their avoid is tanked, their speed is tanked. And Fiona, also just gets easily hit, easily doubled because her stats just suck. I mean, obviously, if you cut her speed in half down to 5 speed, it would be even worse. But I think I don't think Savior helps her that much. I think you take it off of her and give it to someone better. And Imbue, you take it off of her and just sell it, because Imbue is just not a very good skill. In case you're not aware, Imbue, the whole recover based on your magic, it can only be given to physical units. And you also can't give it to white dragons, which Nasir's the only white dragon, but he has, like, high magic anyway. So you can't give it to any mages, you can't give it to any staffers, and you can't give it to any, you can't give it to white dragons. So nobody that actually has a good magic stat can use Imbue. So it's like the most worthless skill ever. Yeah, just sell that shit. It is better as gold than as a skill scroll. Fiona also, like, so this is already bad enough for Fiona, right? But it feels like kind of as an insult to injury, the maps that she's in are so ill-suited for her. The very first map after you recruit her is an indoor map. And cavalry take a movement penalty on indoor maps, setting them down to infantry moves. So she starts out 8 move because she's a cavalier. The movement penalty, I think it just knocks her down to 6? It might knock her to 5. I can't remember how it works for the unpromoteds. But in terms of promoted calves, as if she's ever getting to tier 2, it knocks them to match infantry of the same level. So I think it'll probably knock her down to 5, which is the unpromoted infantry. Or no, it knocks her down to 6, because that is the unpromoted infantry movement. But yeah, so she takes 2 move penalty indoors. Not the end of the world, but it has a bunch of ledges, and cavalry cannot climb up or go down ledges. Again, not a huge deal. You can there's a staircase you go around. There's stuff you can do on the ground floor, but it's annoying to not have that option, right? And cutting down on her movement means that the one sort of advantage she has is like, okay, my stat's stuck, but I'm mounted, right? I can rush forward to, like, maybe I could open a door, right? Or something. No, she can't even do that. Then she skips 1-8. It's a swamp map, so it wouldn't be good for her anyway, but she skips it. That sucks. Endgame is also indoors. Endgame, similarly, big focus on ledges. The ledge section in the middle, it's annoying to climb up because you're facing, like, downhill penalties when you're attacking people guarding the ledges, but it still sucks that she can't. Not the end of the world. Like, I think that people really emphasize, like, oh boy, the maps are really bad for her. It just puts her movement on par with the other infantry, which, like, does suck because the infantry have better stats than the cavalry, presumably just, like, to make up for the fact that cavalry get better move and canto. So, like, losing the better move is unfortunate, but I think the real map that, like, absolutely seals her fate as, like, wow, you suck, is 3-6. She cannot leave the starting point in 3-6, because cavalry can't go in the swamps, right? So she's stuck on that tiny little corner. Now, in fairness, a lot of players are going to be playing that map very passively. So, and if you're doing that, right, you're not leaving spawn anyway. And so she can kind of, like, use Canto to trade equip people, or rescue people if necessary, which can be nice. Like, that's a minor contribution, I suppose. So again, I think it's a little bit overstated. It is definitely, like, a more legitimate concern than the indoor maps in terms of God being out to get her. But it's not the end of the world. It does mean that if you're, like, doing the hyper investment strategy, like with Jill, that strategy doesn't translate to Fiona. The Jill strategy of, like, I'll just make someone really strong and have them fly over the swamp and whatnot. Ironically, Fiona might actually be slightly better at that because of her bulk focus. Like, if you just give her all the boosters and all the BXP, but she can never do it because she just can't go into the swamp. So, like, that sucks for her. And then 312, actually not that bad. There's a couple of, no, there's not ledges. It's just you can't push boulders. The ledges are all on Tauroneo's side, so, like, Fiona's not going there anyway. Fiona can do, like, trade equip Canto stuff in 312. I think most of what she's doing is just trade equip Canto. Like, she'll ride over, trade someone into a better weapon. Like, say Zihark had to attack someone with a wind edge, but then you don't want him to have a wind edge on enemy phase. just have Fiona trade equip and move. She can also help with rescue dropping, especially when combined with Jill. If you are like, oh, Micciah killed this armor, and then we have Jill rescue her out and Fiona take drop. Like, there's stuff she can do. And then 313 is really, really bad for her because about 2/3 of your army are just warm bodies blocking ledges. And Fiona, once again, like, she can block ledges, but she can't go up and down them, so navigating between the different ledges gets annoying. Her extra movement is nice. I believe that's considered an outdoor map. I can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, no, it is, because I would know if Jill got penalized. So that's an outdoor map. So she can, like, move between ledges on the same level more quickly, but sometimes you want to just climb up or down the ledge, and Fiona would have to go all the way around to do that, so, like, she's bad at that. I think ultimately, Meg is better than Fiona. I think it's closer than you would think, because, like, the big advantage Meg has is she can climb up and down those ledges, but she takes massive penalties for it because she's armored, right? She can't climb very far up and down those ledges. I think it takes her full turn, at least unpromoted, maybe promoted as well. And she can do, like, shoves, but I think trade equip Canto is better than shoving, just because it's rarer. Like, anyone can shove, right? Meg doesn't, like, shove better than others. What's her con? It's, like, okay. It's not... Yeah, she can shove, but, like, anyone can shove. It's not a big deal. So I think, like, trade equip is better than shoving. The big thing is Meg is around when you need bodies. Like, Meg can be a body in 1-4 and 1-5. And Fiona is never a body. She probably doesn't get deployed in part 1. So then all she's doing is trade equipping and, like, helping with rescue drops. And that's, like, it's not nothing. It stops Fiona from being the worst unit in the game. I'll say that much right here. There's at least one, probably multiple people who are worse than her. But it's still not good. It's not good at all. All right, next up is Tormod, and Tormod is incredibly weird to talk about. So, I think a lot of people would immediately throw him into F tier because Tormod returns to your army, like, permanently in part 4, super underleveled, oftentimes just getting 1 or 2 rounded by every enemy, and not even dealing that much, despite, like, starting with a meteor in his inventory, right? However, I feel like, and maybe this is, like, a personal annoyance, but I feel like people too eagerly disregard Tormod's early game contributions, specifically in part 1. So he joins in 1-7, about, like, turn 2, turn 3, depending on, like, how much shoving you're doing with Sothe to get him over there to talk to him quickly. And he immediately is pretty dominant. Of the, like, big pre-promoted units, because he is pre-promoted, he's a Thunder Sage, or Fire Sage. He is the only one with, well, I guess Sothe has 1-2 range, but he has 1-2 range, and he hits on res. And that's a very big deal. Like, just being able to kill people on enemy phase is nice. He leaves in part 3. Like, it wouldn't be as big a deal in part 3, but he's just not there for it. His bulk is, like, actually pretty reasonable, all things considered. Like, he is still a mage, but it feels like pent more than, like, Urk, if you get my meaning. So he's really good on 1-7. Yeah, 12 defense, 14 res. So, like, fighting mages he's also gonna be good at. And 17 magic, 20 speed, so he, like, doubles a lot of stuff, and he's often one-rounding, because res, in part 1, enemy res is gonna be low enough. He's usually one-rounding. In chapter 1-8, he's sort of force-deployed, and shows up in the bottom with his Laguz army with Muarum and Viika. And I think that is, like, his biggest contribution, is in 1-8, if you want to kill the Wyvern turn 1, which is a very, like, it's very good to kill the Wyvern turn 1, you have to shove Tormod with either Muarum or more likely Viika, because she's not doing much. You shove Tormod and then have him move to the right, and he can just barely reach to be in range to enemy phase the Wyvern. And that takes care of a huge problem, because if you're trying to protect the civilians, either for bonus experience or just because you're a little bit, like, inexperienced, and if all the civilians die, you get a game over. You want to kill that wyvern ASAP, because he can reach the civilians trapped in the swamp, and he can kill them. And even if he doesn't game over you by killing all 4 of them, each of them that lives is worth some bonus experience. So you want to try to save as many as you can. And of course, leaving him running around is bad, because he could game over you if you don't have any flyers in that map, right? Like, you've got Viika, but like, lol, Viika versus the wyverns. And she has to wait to transform. So you really want Tormod to do that. And then for the rest of the map, he's just like a decently bulky, like 34 HP, 12 defense. Mage who can like kill a bunch of stuff, right? He has A rank fire. He can use either regular fire or forged fire. He can use the other tome types, but you don't want him to. Like, fire is the best tome type. So that's really nice for him. And like, yeah, you have Nialah on that map. So you're gonna probably win that map anyway, as long as you can get rid of the wyvern and sort of protect the villagers. But it's nice that he has that. He can sort of assist in clearing the way and protecting. If you're trying to still train like Paragon Zihark or like Nolan or Edward or something, he can sort of help with that. And that's really cool. And then in 1-E, I mean, obviously you have Black Knight and Nialah. Like, that map is free, but he's still good and powerful there. And then he leaves, and he's just gone for the majority of the game. And when he comes back, he's super underpowered. Like, he comes back in the final Ike map, 4-4, I believe it is? Yeah, 4-4, Oliver's Mansion. And he, Muarum, and Viika are, like, surrounded by enemies. So they're already, like, they're underpowered, and it's such a bad first impression because you have to send your dudes up the ledges to kill the people around him, or he and Viika will just get murdered. He starts with a meteor. Like, he at least has the graciousness to give his inventory to Micciah's convoy, and then he starts with a meteor, and that's cool. But, he does, like, no damage with it, right? Like, it's a siege tome. He's a bad tower candidate. He doesn't even have, like, good growth rates. It's funny, his highest growth rate is strength at 55. It's tied with his speed, which is also at 55. So, like, you can give him Paragon in the Dawn Brigade, but don't do that. And you can like try to train him up on Oliver's Mansion, because part 4 is designed for training your underleveled units. But like, even if you do, what is his strength for like staff bonking people? Because he doesn't, Arc Sages, so Sages can't use staves, like Arc Sages use them, so he has to promote. He's level 5 Fire Sage. He's not getting enough experience in part 1 to instant promote in part 4. It is worth noting, if you're like struggling to protect him in part 4 and you're worried about like losing the meteor because he dies, if you enter the map, he spawns, and then you leave and go back to base, you can actually like manage him and the Lagoos in the base. So if you want to BXP him, you can do it before that map, which is pretty cool. Same with Muarum and Viika. It's more relevant for Muarum, who's like the most salvageable of them, but none of them are great in part 4. And I think because of that, he has a very bad last impression. And so a lot of people will view him as like really, really bad. And because he's not a traditional Jagan, because people will be like, oh, Marcus has a bad last impression, but he's so good early on. Tormod, you know, he shows up near the end of part 1. You could say he's the Goto of part 1. You shouldn't, though. But he does genuinely contribute in, like, 2 chapters he's really good. Because he's really good in his joint chapter 2, I would say. He helps out a lot there. It's very hard to rank him. I think it's hard to justify any higher than D tier, because even if we I think we should disregard part 4, because he basically doesn't exist, right? He's either an active liability or doesn't exist. But if we disregard that, there's like 1 map, 2 maps, and they're 2 maps that are a very big deal, but it's not like, you know, Athos is in 1 map and it's a very big deal, but Athos can like solo the map. Tormod can't really solo his maps. He does a lot, though. I think is top of D. Well, Zihark and Nialah. Oh, Nialah existing in 1-8 is like Tormod's biggest issue. Because if Tormod was like necessary to beat 1-8, he helps a lot in killing that wyvern, but it's like one enemy, right? Like, and then he kills others. Like, I don't want to downplay it. He'll kill, like, brigand reinforcements, right? He can protect those guys for a while. I think that's more than what, like, Edward does. I'm gonna put him in between Edward and Leonardo, break the boyfriends up. I think it's very hard to justify putting him any higher than this, but I do think you want to acknowledge how much he contributes early on. Like, it's 2 maps, and it's minor contributions on those 2 maps, but, like, I think it's still, well, it's major contributions on those 2 maps. It's not minor contributions, it's major. He gets celerity for free, but you should take it off of him, because otherwise you miss celerity for the entire campaign, and that sucks. You can leave it on him if you want for, like, 1-8, but take it off him before endgame, or you lose it, right? And celerity is +2 move as a skill, and that's, one of the best skills in the game. Arguably, celerity and savior you want to send with Ilyanna to Ike, and that's sort of a benefit of promoting Ilyanna, is she can equip celerity, so it's more inventory. Otherwise, I guess, like, if you're doing Jill strats in the Dawn Brigade, Jill appreciates celerity. But for the most part, I find, outside of, like, an LTC or speedrun scenario, the Dawn Brigade plays more passively, and the Grail Mercs play more aggressively. So I like sending celerity to the Grail Mercs, and then Savior, either send it to the Grail Mercs or keep it with the Dawn Brigade. Both of them can make use of it, but I think Grail Mercs make better use of it, personally. Yeah. Okay, Muarum is... So, I would like to say he's interesting, but he's kind of just sad. In theory, Muarum should be the most salvageable of the Legoo's Brotherhood, right? The Legoo's Liberation Army. Because he has the best stats out of all of them, and his stats can scale better because he transforms as a Legoo's, right? In practice, though, him being a Tiger Legoo's, it holds him back because he has to deal with gauge stuff. Now, Tiger is better than Wolf. I sort of went over how, in the case of Wolf, if you Olivia Grass, you still don't transform the next turn unless you do combat. That is not true for Tigers. Hey there, Editing Danny here. This is actually not accurate. So, I was confusing Radiant Dawn's mechanics with Path of Radiance's. In Path of Radiance, people gain gauge on turn 1, but in Radiant Dawn, you only gain gauge starting on turn 2. You don't gain any on the first turn. So, for a Tiger to transform on turn 2, they would need to both consume Olivia Grass and get attacked on turn 1. It's still easier than Wolves, but it is more complicated than I made it sound, so sorry about that. And they lose the same amount per turn as Wolves, which is, you know, it's beneficial. Like, being a Tiger is just better than being a Wolf. I'm sorry to break it to you furries, but it's just true, objectively, as proven by facts and science by this Radiant Dawn tier list. So that's cool for Muarum. But unfortunately, he has everything else working against him. He has the same problem as Tormod, where he's only around for 3 maps, and in one of them, Nialah and the Black Knight exist, so his contributions are, I would argue, pretty limited. I do think that even though Nialah exists in the swamp map, Muarum is still useful. You send him up north, or you can have him shove Tormod. Unfortunately, he can't fight the Wyvern turn 1, both because he's not transformed and because he can't go in the water. Like, he can't water walk far enough to... Only Tormod can fight the Wyvern. And I think that's why Tormod is the most valuable of the 3 of them. Because, like, that is the most valuable thing the Legoo's Liberation Army does. Being strong in 1-7 is nice, but he kind of shares that role with Tormod, with Zihark. Yeah, basically those 2. And, like, that's unfortunate because 1/3 of a strong unit... You know, I mean, not of a strong unit, but, like, 1/3 of the... It'd be different if he was the only strong one on that map, but, like, he's useful, right? Like, he's useful in one map. Like, he's fine in one map. In 1-7, actually, he does have the benefit of starting transformed. I always thought it was weird that he didn't start transformed in 1-8. I gaslight myself into thinking he does frequently because the cutscene makes it seem like he should start transformed, but he doesn't. So that's unfortunate. He has to Olive Grass turn 1 if you want him transformed turn 2, or just get attacked. Like, you can just set him in the choke point, and he gets attacked, and he can transform turn 2. So, like, that's cool. And he does good combat in the swamp map. Or you can just have him shove. He doesn't start with Smite. That's Mordecai. Yeah, you can just have him shove Tormod. And that's useful. And then you get to part 4, and his stats probably haven't improved that much. And they're, like, not good for part 4. I think they're better than Tormod's, but not by much. 36 strength is really good, actually. And 58 HP is also nice. 30 defense. Like, these are his transform stats, but they're good when he's transformed. The problem is, like, that strength is held back by being at A rank strike, which is just pretty unfortunate for that time. Nialah, who joins earlier than Muarum does, Muarum, I think Muarum. Nialah has S rank, and that feels bad. Like, he needs to train it up to SS. Muarum, like, he has one map to train twice as long. It's just not happening. Yeah, no, his stats are like fine-ish. I think the big one is 22 speed, his transform speed, puts him in basically the same speed tier as Tormod, and Tormod's getting doubled by a bunch of stuff, so Muarum is probably as well. I think of the three of them, he's probably not even the most salvageable, just the most useful on that Oliver's Mansion map. Like, he can do filler combat, which is cool, and he starts, I think he starts transformed on that map as well. Yeah, he starts transformed on that map and on 1.7. So two maps where he starts transformed. That's cool, I guess. It doesn't feel... I might be wrong. I might be gaslighting myself again. Either way, it's not a huge deal. I think he's like... Is he D tier or F tier is the question. I guess that sort of solidifies, like, Viika's definitely going in F. If I'm considering F tier for Muarum, I'm gonna put him at the bottom of D for now. I can genuinely see a world where he's F tier. I think that, like, Meg is a body on, like, a couple of maps, and Fiona can do, like, trade equipping and trade rescue dropping. It's so weird to say, like, Muarum, who does, like, actual combat for 3 maps, right? And 2 of those maps, I would say that combat matters, is worse than them. So I'll put him at low D. But the problem is, like, 2 out of 3 of those maps, too, right? Like, Nialah exists. And while I'm not penalizing Tormod that much for the Nialah thing, Tormod's at least doing something unique, like by killing that wyvern. Muarum isn't. Like, he's fighting people. I guess it is important to have someone down there fighting. Nialah's pretty far away from the south. And it is a, you know, it's a route map, so you want to kill everyone. Muarum's nice. Muarum's nice on that map. I think it earns him, like, bottom of D. I would argue that Aran is probably better than him, and that feels bad. Maybe he's better than Aran as a treat. No, Aran is so bad, though, right? Like, Aran is so bad. I'm trying to decide how much do I account for the Aran growth cope, right? Because I think it is not good. But he does have the high numbers, it's just that everything else is working against him. Like, he has the high growth numbers, right? So if you do decide to train him up instead of Jill or Zihark, like, I guess he pops off, which is more than I can say for Muarum. This really feels like trash versus garbage, but, like, different flavors, right? I'll put him here. I'll put him bottom of D tier. It feels bad. It feels bad to have a guy with 36 strength in part 1, like 1-7. Like, Aran's not measuring up. But Aran, like, helps in some of the harder maps. And he's like a body sometimes, right? Yeah, I think this is where... Unfortunately, I think this is where Muarum belongs. Like, that's really, really fucking sad for him. And of course, if Muarum belongs in D tier, Viika is definitely F. The question is she the top of F? I don't think she's the very bottom. I think she is better than Fiona. Actually, I don't even know if that's true. So Viika's a Raven. Ravens are flying Lagoos, and flying Lagoos actually get Canto, which is not true of the Beast Lagoos or the Dragon Lagoos. Like, I think that's kind of weird, but, like, good for the Ravens, right? And good for the Hawks, like, primarily good for the Hawks, because the Ravens aren't very good. Well, one Raven is good. Viika has, oh god, her gauge is so slow. So, Ravens get 6 transformation gauge per turn, and 10 per battle. So they actually gain more, oh god, how does this, so 12, 18. If you Olivey Grass, it's the same problem. Oh no, it's literally just the same as Wolf. It's literally the same as Wolf. So all the problems that Wolf had, yeah, Ravens have the exact same problem. Where either it takes 5 turns or some number of battles to boost them up, or like Olivey Grass and a battle. Like 2 turns and Olivey Grass doesn't get you there, which is very unfortunate. And Viika does not have the stat, like Volug has the stats where you're fine with that. You're not fine with it, but like, you make do, right? Like, it's... Volug has the stats, not to justify it, but, like, he's not garbage. Viika, even for Part 1 standards, her transform stats are not very good. She'll have 18 strength with A-rank strike, 26 skill, 30 speed, she'll double basically everything, but 0 times 2 is not that much damage. Not 0 times 2, but like she's dealing single digit oftentimes, especially to like wyverns. The thing that really sucks is that you want Viika to fight the wyverns because she's on, she's the only flyer you get access to on the swamp map on 1-8, right? But the wyverns are so defensively bulky on hard mode that she's not dealing enough damage to kill them. She like 2 or 3 rounds them, depending, I believe, on stat rolls. And that's while dealing with her abysmal gauge. She also doesn't have good constitution. So while untransformed, she only has 6 con. Which means that she cannot rescue the green villagers, the stationary green villagers, until she transforms. So I usually spend the first 2 turns on the map using grass with her, or else shoving. Viika's a good person to shove Tormod on turn 1, but then that slows down her transformation, right? Like shove, grass, and then what, right? Like, and then I guess you transform turn 3. It's so bad. But once she's transformed, she can start rescuing the villagers out of the swamp, put them on the solid ground. And when they're on solid ground, you can defend them from the brigands in the swamp more easily. Once Viika's transformed, she can also help fight the brigands in the swamp. I guess you could give her Savior to try to get her to perform both tasks at once. She's a level 13 Raven, though, so she has less capacity than both Volug and Muarum. She has enough for Savior, I think. But that's really, like... Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. She's flying Canto Shove. So, like, that's, I think, probably the biggest benefit she brings to the table. And that's nice in, like, 1-7, 1-8. I guess it's, like, okay in 1E if you're... Again, 1E is such a weird map to evaluate contributions on because Nialah and the Black Knight just make it so it's free. I guess Viika being weak means she can set up kills for people, like if you're trying to feed Jill specifically kills, or Nolan if you're training him. Because Zihark doesn't need setup for him, right? Like, he just kills. But if you're trying to train, like, Nolan, Jill, if you're Aran pilled, she can set up kills. So that's cool, I guess. Yeah, she's just not very good. She's just not very good. I honestly think I value Meg being a body in 1-4 and 1-5 more than Viika. Actually, no, that's not fair. And I'll tell you why that's not fair. Because if Muarum is, and I think he should be, if Muarum's doing combat in 1-8, Viika shoves Tormod. And, like, that's like a 10th of credit for killing that one wyvern. But, like, killing 1/10 of an important enemy is more than Meg does in her entire career. I don't think it earns Viika a spot out of F tier. She's just dealing with too many downsides, right? Like, even if you swim upstream and decide, like, I'm gonna train Viika, I'm gonna get her to actually have good stats this time, then she still has Raven Gauge, and Raven Gauge is so bad. It's not as bad as Cat Gauge, but it's in a really awkward position. Like, I think the Tiger Gauge, which is also the Hawk Gauge, is sort of in the perfect middle ground between Cat and Wolf/Raven. But Raven's not good. Raven Gauge isn't good. The good news is, once she transforms, she does at the very least untransform relatively slowly, but it's tied with Tigers. So it's not even like that slowly. Like, it is just worse than Tigers. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, not going to lie. Yeah, no, that's very unfortunate because Ravens are cool. Like, you didn't get a playable Raven in Path of Radiance, so getting one early on in Radiant Dawn, it feels like, oh shit, we're gonna get one now. But no. She's bad, and then you get Nialah, who's like also sucks, and neither of them are available. They're both gone for so long. Like, they're just both absent for such long portions of the game. It makes me sad. Like, Nialah is once again the best Raven, and he's not even, like, available. It's very unfortunate. We need another Laguz game, whether it's Tellius or, like, bringing the Laguz back in another setting. I don't care. But we need another Laguz game, because, like, the Laguz, more so than the Transforming in Fates and Awakening, the Laguz are so interesting, and unfortunately their interesting aspects, like, make them usually worse. But I think that, like, in Volug's case in particular, it's an interesting downside to design a unit around. And I think if you gave a Laguz unit these sort of cracked royal stats, but had them have to deal with gauge management, and maybe made gauge management a little bit easier, it could lead to a really fun and interesting unit. But not the case for her, which is, it makes me sad. She's so bad. Next up, we have Nialah. And this is the final unit to join in Part 1, aside from Black Knight, who I've already talked about ad nauseum. He's just sort of invincible temporary. But Nialah is, in some ways, also kind of temporary. She shows up in 1-8. In the top left corner alongside Volug, and then she's there in Endgame as well, but she leaves, and she's not available in any of the Part 3 maps for any army. And then when she finally comes back, it's in Part 4, and she's part of Ike's army in Part 4, sort of helping carry him to the tower. So, in some ways, she feels like a double Goto. She's the Goto of Part 1, and then she comes back in Part 4 to be an overall, like, entire game Goto. Right off the bat, she shows you that she means business, because she has absolutely absurd stats, and also a metric fuckton of skills. So, 66 HP, 34 strength, 10 magic, doesn't matter. 46, I guess if you want imbue game, right? Like, lol. But 46 skill, 38 speed, 35 luck, 32 defense, 26 res. So even mages, even the fire mages, honestly, are not going to be doing much to her. And that's if they hit her, because, like, 38 speed means her avoid is kind of ridiculous. She also starts out with double S strike, which means that 34 strength combined with double S strike combines to a total attack power of 54 with 38 AS, because, you know, 38 speed. And her base hit rate is 227. She is missing absolutely nothing. And she usually has a crit chance, because her base crit is 23, just because of a really high skill stat. So Nialah destroys everyone in Part 1. Nobody threatens her. Endgame, they even put, like, several fire mages and a meteor mage who's, like, protected by fire mages on the map. And Meteor 1, it has, like, sub 20% hit on Nialah in a 2RN game. And 2, even if it does hit her, it knocks her down. Like, it does chunk her for a decent amount because it's effective damage. But it's like, it doesn't even take, I don't even think it takes her below half HP. It's kind of absurd. Of the skills that she has, definitely the most relevant one is Form Shift. This means that Nialah starts her gauge at 30 instead of 0, and her gauge will never lower. She can untransform if you want her to, and this can potentially be used for, like, AI manipulation, or if you're training a scrub, you can have Nialah, like, tank a hit and then counter, and maybe she won't kill because her stats are lowered and she uses a worse weapon type. But even then, like, she has 19 speed on transform. Well, actually, 19 speed's not great for that point in the game. It's like, it's actually pretty okay. It's like Tauroneo benchmarks. It's not the worst, but it's like not great. But my point is, you can still untransform, so Form Shift is only upside. Not that you really want to untransform, but yeah, it's nice. She also has Guard. I talked about Guard with Sothe, but it's the percent chance to protect an adjacent support partner. She doesn't start with a support, and because she's around for such little time, she doesn't really have that much time to build it. If you want to take advantage of Guard, taking it off of her, giving it to someone else for part 3 is probably better, but you can, sometimes I build the Ike Nialah support, especially since Ike has Earth Affinity and sort of boosts Nilah's avoidance in part 4. Ike Nialah support, then, like, Guard can sometimes come up, but, like, then you run into the problem of, like, well, both Ike and Nialah are such strong units that Guard isn't really necessary. And then she has Glare. Glare is interesting. It is a activated ability, so it's not chance-based. You can just choose to glare an enemy, and it has a very low hit rate, but it petrifies them. I believe permanently. Yeah, permanently. Permanently petrify someone instead of attacking them. The petrified status means that they get boosted defense, I believe just defense, but they also have crit rate against them. And so if you want to do some, like, absolute abuse, you can glare there's 2 staffers in 1-8, and you can glare them to petrify them, and then slowly chunk them down over and over and over with, you know, whichever scrub you're trying to train, you know, Leonardo, Edward, Aran, Ilyanna, if you want to Ilyanna max, you can do that. Meg. It does only work for the people in 1-8, so, like, another knock against Fiona. Not that I'm counting this as, like, a real strategy, but it is kind of funny, because the staff passively heals, like, since the clerics have it equipped, it passively heals clerics every turn. So if you glare them, they can never attack. Well, they wouldn't attack, but they can never, like, run away. They have higher defense. So you can just repeatedly get chip EXP until you've trained your scrub long enough that they one-shot the cleric, even through the petrification. And that's pretty funny. The other main glare use is you can use glare on the Meteor Mage to unequip Meteor. I believe glare unequips Meteor, or maybe, no, you bait the Meteor Mage into attacking Nialah with Elfire, and then you glare the Meteor Mage to unequip Meteor and send Sothe up to steal Meteor, and that gives you an extra Siege Tome, which I sometimes do. The thing is, glare's percentage chance to go off is so low that unless you're using save states or on normal and easy and using, like, the battle save ability, it's probably not going to happen. It's a funny cheese, but it's not why Nialah is good. Like, Nialah is good because she has ridiculous stats, she has Form Shift, and she shows up way earlier than these stats should be. I guess I should also say Savage is the mastery ability. It's just a percent chance to severely boost your damage. I believe the exact number is, it's like, it doubles your strength or something? RD Savage. Strength divided by 2% chance to multiply the user's strength by 3 and have the foe's skill for 1 turn. I mean, if Nilah's tripling her strength, that's after bonuses. That's 112. 112, so that's 132 attack. I don't think an enemy is living that to to have their skill halved for 1 turn, and that's before factoring in that she doubles everything. In part 1, Nialah is not literally invincible like Black Knight, but she basically is. Like, she'll dodge a lot, and she takes, like, 1 to 2 damage from attacks. And even fire is not going to deal, like, tons to her. Then you enter part 4, and Nialah's stats are actually still mostly good enough. 66 HP and 32 defense, as it turns out, makes you quite tanky in the late game. She can fight hordes of enemies, which is good because part 4 is all route maps. At least Nialah's portion is all route maps. The only non-route map is on Tabarn's army. But in part 4, Nialah can fight a bunch of enemies on enemy phase. Being 1 range locked is actually kind of unfortunate because there are mages, there are archers, there's a lot of hand axe and javelin spam. So like that means it limits her enemy phase, but it doesn't make it impossible. She still has good enemy phases, and she dodges a lot, which can be a little bit like, it's a blessing and a curse because it does mean, because she has such high avoid, she can dodge a lot more enemies than you would expect. But it does also lead to a situation where, like, if you're not careful, you can overextend her and just, because she kills everything and dodges, if she just fails some dodges, if she gets unlucky, then she can take more damage than you were expecting and just kind of die. Especially against fire mages. At that point, there's, like, Bolganone, and those mages, plus the, like, really strong meteor mages, are actually going to be a threat to Nialah. Like, despite 26 res, effective damage is still effective damage. Like, crossbows kill Tabarn, Bolganone kills Nialah. But she helps the Grail Mercs sort of power through their last 2 maps in part 4. And then I think Nialah is a very good pick for the tower. Now, obviously, you get a lot of very strong Laguz Royals. But 34 strength, well, 54 attack, and 38 speed, plus, because Nialah's been around longer, you actually have a pretty good chance to proc her growths, which are not phenomenal. 30% strength, 20% speed are, like, the relevant ones. 30 defense, I guess, and 60 HP, which, unfortunately, is the only one that's not doubled. But, like, she might be a little bit faster. I'm gonna assume that she probably didn't get too many points. It's important to remember all those are 1. Like, all those 1 points are 2 points, basically. They're all doubled. So, like, if she does get lucky and get, like, a point of speed, that's 2 points of speed. That's 2 points of strength for strength, that sort of thing. But for the most part, I think she's probably still going to be pretty close to her base stats. But, like, her base stats are very good. She will one round a large majority of the generals in the tower. She kills all the bishops easily. And then Wisps, she deals a lot of damage to. Now, the Fire Wisps are going to deal effective damage to her, which is unfortunate, because especially if you're bringing, like, Kanagus and Gifka, you have quite a few people weak to fire magic, so adding another one is not the most tempting proposition. I think that is sort of, like, the big downside she has in the tower. But then when you get to Ashera, she has 38 base speed, which is, if you remember, just barely enough to double auras without any assistance at base. So Nialah will always be able to double auras with no White Tide support. And I think that's pretty darn cool. 54 attack is, it's still a lot. Like, it's not the highest of your potential royals. Kanagus and Gifka have attack in the 60s, and I think Tabarn, yeah, Tabarn is 56, so it's slightly higher. Tabarn is just like a stupidly broken unit, though. But Nialah being permanently transformed means that she gets an action on turn 1, which I think is a big deal. Like, that's, we'll talk about it when we get to the other, like, Laguz and stuff, but there's a few Laguz that's like, well, you don't get an action turn 1, that kind of sucks. The fact that she doubles means she can really benefit from Gareth and Enna to sort of boost, like, double the red tide boosts without needing to position Nasir, because since you only have 1 white tide, it gets a little bit awkward positioning Nasir in such a way that the most people possible can take advantage of it. So having people who don't care about white tide is definitely good. I think between, like, obviously with the Black Knight, you don't need Nialah, and, like, even if you didn't have Nialah in the Black Knight, you've got a lot of strong people for part 1 endgame. But, like, you've got a lot of strong people in FE7, right? Like, Harkin, Pent, Hawkeye exists, but that doesn't mean Athos isn't super useful in endgame. And I would say the same is true for, like, you know, you've got your, well, not Tauroneo, but you've got, like, Zihark, you've got Volug, you've got, Meg, power-leveled Meg. So, like, but then none of that means that Nialah isn't useful at the end of part 1. Black Knight arguably does, but, like, if that's the case, then we're penalizing everyone in part 1, and I kind of don't love that. I think Nialah is very, very good in part 1. It's kind of like, what if there were Athos plus Tabarn? Because even though she's worse than Tabarn is in his sort of part 4 sections, she's very comparable. I think Nialah is an easy A tier. The only question I have is whether she should be above or below Jill. Like, obviously, A tier is named Phenomenal Short Term, specifically with, like, Nialah and Tabarn in mind. But I do think Nialah is better, even though Tabarn is, like, on paper better, like, when you have them both. Just because I do value that presence in part 1. I'm gonna put Nialah at the top of A tier for now. I mean, we've got a lot of units between her and Tabarn, so I've got a lot of time to sort of reconsider and think on that opinion, but my instinct is she's probably better than Tabarn, and probably better than Jill. Yeah. I know a lot of people like to, not a lot of people, I know within, like, an LTC context, people will give her, like, celerity, and then you lose celerity for the entire Grail Mercenary campaign, and pass. Because you get pass access in the Dawn Brigade. I believe it's from one of the base conversations. And so, giving celerity or pass to Nialah for, like, a speedrun, a draft race, an LTC situation can be seen as, like, worth losing it for the entirety of the Grail Mercs, which I don't know about that, but I think that the fact that these sort of high-level challenge runners consider that a worthwhile trade-off shows just how useful she is in the Part 1 portions. And then, you know, obviously coming back in Part 4, she is a very, very good, she's a very, very good part of the Grail army as well. Like, I don't know what else there is to say. Nialah's just built different. She's just built different.
Okay, next up we have Elincia, and I have a feeling that this is probably going to be the most controversial placement in this tier list. I'm quite a bit lower on Elincia than most of the other Radiant Dawn heads I've spoken to. I don't think she's a bad unit. Let's get that out of the way right away. She's still, you know, a mounted staffer. Pre-promote starts in tier 3, and she has a lot of good things going for her, but I feel like she... I mean, let's dive into it. She is the same level of availability as Nialah, because she's a Part 4 joiner. She's in Tabarn's army, not Ike's, but same difference, right? And she has 2 sort of bonus chapters, those being 2-P and 2-E, the bookend moments of the Elincia arc, the Part 2 arc, the Royal Knights arc. Everyone refers to it by different things, but the Crimean Royal Knights army, she's in the first chapter and the last chapter. But she's kind of only in, I mean, she's not entirely only in the last chapter, but saying that she's a big part of the first chapter feels like a disservice, because she doesn't have her full kit unlocked. Elincia is a queen, which is a tier 3 class. It is a flying class that can use both swords and staves. And that's a really nice combination. There's only 2 mounted staffers in the game. Those are Mist and Elincia, and Mist has to go through a pretty egregious training arc in order to get her mounted, and she's on a horse instead of a Pegasus, which is a lot worse. So for a couple of other reasons. And then Elincia also just starting up pre-promoted. I think she generally has better combat than Mist, although her combat stats are not great. So she has 36 HP, 19 strength, 17 magic, 21 skill, 22 speed, 29 luck, 18 defense, and 24 resistance. These stats while they probably look pretty good at the time that she joins in part 2, it's similar to Nialah. That's kind of a preview. That's not her real join time. Elincia's real join time is in 4-2, near the very end of the game, and these stats are not keeping up. For comparison, despite being a tier 2 unit, Ike, who's a level 11 tier 2 unit, is higher statted than Elincia in every area except for magic, which doesn't matter to Ike. Res and luck are the 2 relevant ones for him. Otherwise, he's got more strength, more skill, more defense, even more speed, which surprised me. Ike is always way faster than I remember him being. It's just his growth sucks. But like Elincia, she's the Pegasus Knight, right? Like she's supposed to be the fast one, and she's tier 3, but no, she's got 1 less point of speed than Ike. Now, Ike is probably not the most fair comparison. Ike is one of the most cracked units in the game, but pulling up Tanith, who is also a flyer, also a Falco Knight. I mean, Elincia's not a Falco Knight, but you know what I mean, right? And she's tier 2. Tanith also mostly has better stats than Elincia. 20 strength, 23 speed, 19 defense, 35 HP, 20 res. She's got less res, but she's also, remember, she's a level 16 tier 2 unit. She's going to get promotion bonuses like 4 res, 3 defense, 3 strength. And she uses, I would argue, a better weapon type in lances. Well, she gets swords and lances, so I don't know. Not missing out on staffs obviously sucks, but if we're just talking combat-wise, Tanith, probably a better combat unit, even though Tanith, I think most people would agree, not very great. Marcia. This is the one that felt the most damning to me. Marcia has worse stats than Elincia, but she's also 15 levels lower than her. Marcia plus just Seraph Knight promotion bonuses is tied with or better than Elincia in almost every area, the exceptions being luck and resistance, which is, I mean, Marcia is not a unit people think is good. We'll get to her very, very shortly, like she's the next one on the list, but I wanted to bring these stats up as comparison because I really do think that Elincia's stats are underwhelming, and she's sort of elevated as this combat god combined with being a staffer and a flyer, and I feel like that oversells her quite a bit, especially when you think about the fact that she has very similar, I mean, she's got identical availability to Nialah and very similar availability to Debarn. She's sort of directly competing with him, both during, like, they're in the same army in part 4, and then in order to get brought into the tower, both of them are prime tower candidates, because I do think she's a good tower candidate as a mounted staffer. But these stats obviously do not tell the full story. The reason I bring up the stats is I would argue that without her personal weapon, her super awesome personal weapon, she's kind of shit. Like in 2-P, she's stuck with a slim sword and a mend staff. She's basically just a healer on a map where you don't really need healing. Like Marcia appreciates it kind of, but I think she's mostly fine without it. Leanne can't take damage because she gets kidnapped. Naeluchi, he likes it, but he's pretty dodgy. And then Haar obviously shrugs off all damage. I think there are some enemies on the map that just literally don't do damage to him. The boss does. I know the boss does, but Elincia is not healing Haar. Like, it's mostly Marcia and sometimes Naeluchi. And then, like, Marcia is really only doing stuff for self-improvement because Haar, after the first 4 turns, basically solos the map. So it becomes like, what is Elincia doing? Well, she's helping Marcia. What is Marcia doing? Well, she's doing self-improvement. So what is Elincia really doing? I guess you get staff EXP on your tier 3 unit. So yeah, Elincia, I know she technically has 2 bonus chapters of availability, but for all intents and purposes, it feels like 1.5 at most. But once you get to 2-E, you get the Amity. And the Amity was Elincia's personal weapon in Path of Radiance. And it was pretty shit in Path of Radiance. In Radiant Dawn, it has seen a significant glow up. It is a 15 might, 90 hit brave weapon with infinite durability.
and it gives Elincia 3 extra defense and 3 extra res. So it puts her in a position where I still wouldn't say she's like tanky. 21 defense, 27 res. I mean, she's magically tanky, but 21 defense for part 4, it's fine. It's not phenomenal, but it's also not bad, right? Again, comparing her to Ike, that is Ike's base, and Ike will have grown, obviously, because it's Ike. But like, it's a fine place to be. Especially as a flyer, since flyers tend to be frailer, with the exception of the royals, obviously. And well, actually, no, Haar also. Okay, maybe flyers don't actually tend to be frailer. Maybe I'm too ROM hack brain rotted. And I think that balance exists when it doesn't actually. But with this 15 might brave weapon, Elincia can start to do some ridiculous damage. You witness this first and foremost in 2-E, where she's fighting against mostly armored units. I think it's like generals, and then there's some snipers. And she can actually one round, depending on stat rolls. I think that sometimes the generals can survive, but for the most part, she one rounds, because she doubles. And because she has 21 defense, even with 36 HP, 21 defense, like, she's shrugging off attacks. She's dodging a lot, too, because she's got really high speed. 22 for that point in the game, right? 22 speed, pretty good. And so she just ends up doing really, really good damage. She also has Renewal, which combines with her okay bulk in order to make her, over the course of multiple turns, bulkier. Renewal doesn't heal a bunch. I believe is it 10% or 20%? I can never remember. I'm pretty sure earlier in the tier list, I also asked this question. I'm just pulling it up on the bot right now. It looks like it is 10%. So for her, that's 3 HP per turn. Not a bunch, but it adds up over time. And it's 4 HP per turn, I think, actually, because it rounds up. Either way, it's not a bunch, but it adds up over time, and it does sort of, like, supplement her bulk in a way that's really, really helpful. And then in part 4, she's nice. She's a flying staffer. Tabarn can mostly solo the part 4 maps that he's on, even though there are a few, like, crossbow enemies that are meant to keep him in check. You can just give him Nullify, and that makes it so he no longer has arrow weakness. Ironically, it means that, like, the crossbow enemies are usually more threatening to Elincia. Like, they will one-shot Elincia and they're pretty accurate, whereas they'll one-shot Tabarn, but Tabarn can dodge them half the time because his stats are stupid. So Elincia, I feel like she does help. She can heal up, like, the non-Tabarn units who are doing stuff if you sent, like, the other Hawks or some Cavaliers or whoever. The fact that she's got Canto and Flight is really nice because in 4-2, there's a lot of, like, grass to go through, and her not taking terrain penalties from that is nice. There's trees to fly over. She can sort of help with sniping the Blizzard guy, although Tabarn can also do that. Blizzard guy will deal effective damage to her, but that's not a huge deal. Like, she's got really good res. The effective damage that really matters is from bows and from crossbows. Because Elincia does still take effective damage from them, unlike Jill and Haar. And then in 4-5, she's really useful, because that's a swamp map, you want some number of flyers, and the fact that she has staff access means if you get rescue, she can help to do like a 1-turn, 2-turn, whatever you want to do. Fast clear of Izana, even if you're not trying to do the map fast, rescue's helpful, because he teleports around the map. And so getting your, like, good combat units to kill him, he's going to infinitely summon Laguz. And so getting your good combat units over to him can be tricky if he, like, teleports far away every time you're getting near him. So Elincia being able to use rescue to drag people partway across the swamp to let them kill him is nice. And that's really all that she has before deciding whether or not to bring her into the tower. And so I do think that deciding whether she is a good fit for your team in the tower kind of makes a big deal in terms of her viability. Because if all she's doing is getting you to the tower, she's doing stuff, but, like, not much. And I would put her probably, like, bottom of C tier in that scenario. But I would argue that Elincia is a pretty good tower candidate.
specifically because you already get one staffer in Micciah, but she's footlocked, right? I like having a mounted staffer in the tower. It helps on the first floor to sort of like canto around, be able to heal people and canto to safety, and to fly over the gaps, because there's a lot of air gaps if you want to sort of spread your army out, going with the left and right and center wings. Elincia can sort of weave between them and heal people up, while Micciah uses physic from the back lines, and that way you can sort of have all of your grounds covered. Elincia also no longer really cares about arrow weakness once you're in the tower. There's like one sniper with the double bow, but once you kill him, floor 1 is all generals and mages. Floor 2 has like a hodgepodge of enemies, but you kind of can clear that fast just by having Ike kill the Black Knight. And then floor 3 is dragons, so she doesn't take any effective damage there. Floor 4 and 5 have all magical enemies, so again, she does take effective damage from the wind wisps. I mean, get down from there. You're not C tier. Like, that was just for example. But like, she takes effective damage from the wind wisps, but also she has 24 base res and I believe a hit. Well, it's only 35, so not a great growth rate, but like, her base is good, right? The fact that there are so many magically inclined enemies towards endgame does kind of inherently make Elincia bulkier there. I say 24 res, it's 27 because of Amity, right? Being a mounted staffer also enables some quick kill strategies, specifically against Leron on E-4-E or 4-4-E. 4-E-4, I don't fucking know. The 4th floor of the tower. Now, killing Leron is... You don't need a mounted rescuer, but it definitely helps to have a mounted rescuer able to drag Raphael down so that he can dance for people. And that's nice. Her combat's also going to be fine in the tower. Like, she's going to be outclassed by royals and probably trained Haar, trained, like, whoever you've trained up as your, like, Grail mercenary projects. You know, whether that be Mia or... I guess like Nephenee, Boyd, Shannon. There's a lot of good Grail mercs. But like, being outclassed by them as a combat unit doesn't mean that you're bad. She can still do, I wouldn't even say filler combat. Like, she can still do good combat. She doesn't one round part 4 generals or endgame generals unless you give her like a lot of favoritism, probably bonus experience and stat boosters, just to get her strength up. But that's also, that's fine. You have, like, other people who can one round, or you can team up with some of the weaker people, like Enna and Kurthnaga and whatnot. Micciah is Thani, but she probably doesn't one-shot endgame generals unless you, again, a lot of favoritism in her, right? So, like, Elincia and Micciah can team up. Elincia can team up with, like, I don't know, Soniki or something. And you can get those 2 rounds, which is still appreciated, because you're forced to bring some suboptimal units into the tower, so you have people who can team up with her, right? And then you get that super good staff utility. You do end up in the awkward situation where, because stabs equip in Radiant Dawn, if she uses a staff, she unequips Amity, which not only means she can't counterattack, but it makes her a little bit less bulky. Like, she loses the defense and res bonus. And that can throw off some calcs if you're just using the damage forecast. If you're like, okay, how much does she take from this? Okay, she's fine, she lives in 2. Oh wait, no, she dies. But that feels more like player error than anything. I think factoring in Elincia as a tower candidate, I do think she belongs in B tier. Probably fairly low B tier. Because she has more availability than the Lions, but I would say the Lions offer more, just in terms of being, well, okay, so the mounted staffer role isn't replaceable by anyone other than Mist, but I guess I should acknowledge that, like, you don't need your staffer to be on a mount. Like, Oliver and Bastion are high-rank staffers you get for free. If you trained up, like, Soren, or I guess it would mostly be Soren, because, like, Tormod and Ilyanna, lol. But yeah, like, a trained up Soren, or Riss, you could train up Riss, I guess. Like, her mounted staffer status is fairly replaceable. but it is still, or her staffer status is fairly replaceable. The fact she's mounted is not. She does also have the ability to participate in a triangle attack. If you have her with 2 of the other pegs, which is Marcia and then Tanith and Cyrene. Tanith's all the way down here hiding. Any of the 4 of them can do a triangle attack with each other. Now, unfortunately, Tanith and Cyrene are forced to go on a different route than Elincia in Part 4. So if you want Elincia to participate in the triangle attack, you do have to bring 2 other Pegasus Knights into the tower with you. I don't think the triangle attack is all that useful anyway. It's a fun gimmick. But most of the bosses you're going to be fighting are either just straight up immune to crits or positioned in such a way where it's difficult to get the triangle attack off on them. So you end up mostly just using it to kill mooks, and like, you can do that. I did talk about how she sort of struggles to do that. But if you're bringing, like, Marcia and Cyrene and Tanith into the tower, you're increasing the number of units who are going to struggle to one-round generals. And so I think that's not the greatest situation to put yourself in. I guess Elincia can also use Wormslayer against the dragons. I would use Amity. I mean, you're not worried about, like, durability at that point because you bless things. So if you can trade a Wormslayer around between, like, Elincia and one other person, that will work fine, but I think Amity is just going to do better for you because you quad, like, yeah, you don't deal effective damage, but Elincia can just leave it in her inventory as well. But I did want to acknowledge, like, she does have a Wormslayer. That's one of the 2 effective weapons that matters for the tower. I think, is she better or worse than Volug? I think she's better than Nolan. I can see a world where this is a thing, that Nolan is pretty important to, like, early Dawn Brigade chapters. I think the point in the game where Nolan is important is harder and less replaceable than the point in the game where Elincia is doing stuff that you care about. I kind of breezed over 1-E or 2-E, but she is also helpful for either the strategy where you're playing it like a defense map, because she can sort of canto around and heal people while you're choking points, or the strategy where you try to rush and kill the boss, because you can either survive, I think it's 12 turns, or kill Ludwig. And if you want to kill Ludwig, the sort of go-to strategy is Haar with a hammer and Elincia with the Amity. They both rush forward, Leanne dances for them, and they do the wombo combo to kill Ludwig. And that's pretty cool for her, that no matter what strategy you're doing, she's going to be useful. It is Elincia's gambit after all, so like, I would hope Elincia is useful. But yeah, that's pretty cool for her. Even if she's not healing and you're doing defensive stuff, she can just like kill people. But as the only, well, one of only 2 potential staffers, the only one who's definitely a staffer, because you could, like, instant promote Calill. She is... Oh, no, you can't instant promote Calill. You don't get the Master Crown until Part 3, right. Yeah, so she's your only staffer on the Elincia's Gambit map, aside from green units. And that's pretty cool for her.
Alright, and that brings us to Marcia, who is... honestly, a very weird unit to talk about. Not the weirdest. We're gonna get a lot of weird units in Part 2. But Marcia is... she's in 2-P, right? And despite me saying that most of what she's doing in 2-P is kind of self-improvement, I feel like that's kind of selling her short. She's Edward, right? Like, she's kind of like Edward in that 2-P is not a particularly difficult map, but she is, for a time, the best unit on that map. Once Haar shows up on turn 4 out of 8, because it's a 8-turn survive map. Once Haar shows up, Marcia is no longer the best unit. He outclasses her by quite a lot. But I would argue that while it's just Marcia, Leanne, Naeluchi, and Elincia, Marcia is doing the best because Elincia is stuck on the Slim Sword, right? She's dealing like 4 times 2, 2 times 2 to these wyverns. It's not good. Marcia's Steel Lance, because of hard mode, is no longer at weapon triangle disadvantage, so she manages to just have decent accuracy and do decent damage to the wyverns. And she doesn't have to deal with Legu's gauge management, which is sort of Naeluchi's pitfall, aside from the fact that Naeluchi is also just sort of doing very similar combat to her. He doesn't really get a trade-off for it. I guess he's dodgier than her. But Marcia's bulky enough that, like, with Elincia healing, she can sort of hold the line for 4 turns, and then Haar shows up, and if you want to invest in her, you can sort of do self-improvement. The question of why you would invest in her, though, is a little bit... So, like, Marcia is... she's weird. She's got weird availability. She's in a lot of chapters I would consider bonus chapters. So, like, she's in 3 of the Part 2 maps, because she is then in Joffrey's Charge and Endgame. And she's in all of Endgame. Most of the Royal Knights only show up towards the end of Elincia's Gambit, but Marcia travels from the Royal Knight map to Elincia's Gambit, and she shows up on turn 1. She's not present in preps, so you can't give her bonus experience, which is a shame, because you get a lot of BXP in Joffrey's Charge. So if you wanted to, and it's stuck in Elincia's army, it doesn't get transferred to Ike. So I think best practice is, after you get a ton of BXP from Joffrey's Charge, you invest it in someone who's going to Ike's army. And that is going to be like Nephenee, Haar, or Brom. Usually Haar, if we're being honest. But I think Nephenee is like a decent candidate for it. If you want to meme Heather, you can like rig strength levels or something, steal bolting. But Marcia doesn't get any of that BXP. You can, of course, save it for her, give it to her during the, I believe it's 3-7 is the, or no, 3-8 is the, whatever the Royal Knight map is, 3-9, 3-9, because 3-10 is Rescue Elincia, 3-11 is the bridge. So yeah, you can save it for her, give it to her in 3-9, but I think that you benefit more from giving it to someone who's going to be around longer. So that's unfortunate for her. She can do the Ilyanna thing, though, which is kind of cool, in not necessarily transferring items between armies, but transferring items between maps. Because you get a hammer in Joffrey's Charge, and that hammer is very useful for killing Ludwig. It's sort of key to the fast kill, giving the hammer to Haar. So you put it on Marcia's inventory before finishing 2-3, and then she brings it to 2-E. Alternatively, the Brave Lance is also a decent thing to bring over. Marcia herself can use it, and I believe Haar can as well. Or you can, like, have Nephenee use it or something. Like, the Brave Lance... It's nice to get it off of Joffrey, although I would give it back to him before, or Marcia, before the end, just so that they have access to it in their Part 3 map. So already 3 maps in Part 2, and then she's in a Part 3 map, she's in the House Burning map, and she can be very useful there as well. She's one of only 2 units that can go up the ledges, the other one being, 3, because you get Calill and Devdan. So she, Calill, and Devdan are the only ones who can go up the ledges. And if you want to sort of extinguish the fires on the houses, she is key to that, and that can help to secure some more bonus experience. And then she joins Ike's army in 3-11, which is the return of the big crumbling pitfall bridge map. And she's available on Endgame, and then of course you can have her in Part 4. She's not restricted to a specific Part 4 army. She can go wherever she wants, but I would personally advise sending her on Micciah's army. It's the best map. It's the best one for flyers, and she can take advantage of the triangle attack because both Tanith and Sephiroth, or whatever her name is, not Soniki. This girl, I'll get to her. I'm forgetting on her name for some reason, but yeah, the other pegs are forced there so she can help triangle attack. So, like, she's around in, like, random maps, basically. But I wouldn't say she has good availability. Like, if we're just judging off of Ike's army, she's around for the last 2 maps, and then she has 4 extra maps of, like, bonus availability. How does she perform in those 4 maps? Because once she shows up in Ike's army, she's kind of just an under-leveled Pegasus Knight, unless you've been really focusing, like you save the Joffrey's Charge PXP for her. She's going to be pretty under-leveled
not Pegasus, Falco Knight. But like it's basically Pegasus Knight, because it's tier 2 instead of tier 3. In the part 2 maps, like I said, she's useful in prologue. In 2-3, it's weird because she is theoretically useful in sort of weaving through. There's a lot of grass to fly over and walls to fly over, but the map also has a weirdly high number of archers. There's longbow snipers on the sort of battalions that shoot down. There's a lot of crossbow enemies in the center of the map as well. So once you get towards the, like in the beginning, there's not really that much threatening her, but once you get towards the top half of the map, she ends up not being able to position super well, and it can really limit her ability to attack offensively. Even with hit and run via Canto, it's hard to attack someone and then retreat to a safe space. Combine that with her fairly middling offenses, because all of the enemies in 2-3, for anyone who hasn't played, they're all unpromoted. They're all tier 1. And the gimmick is they're supposed to be super weak, but the more of them you leave alive, the more BXP you get. So in theory, the fact that she doesn't kill them on counterattack can actually kind of be a good thing. But in practice, you do want to be able to kill some number of the enemies, if for no other reason than because they'll end up clogging up the choke points if you can't and don't. If you're trying to like train Astrid or something, Marcia and Astrid actually work together hilariously well, because Marcia can't kill anything. She leaves them at like 3 to 4 HP, and then Astrid deals like 2 to 3 damage. So if you're trying to like feed Astrid, I guess that's a good combo, but I wouldn't really count that as a huge benefit for Marcia. I would say instead, sort of the big thing for her is that she is not weak to the Horse Slayer, and she doesn't have to deal with the sort of terrain bonuses. So you can have her take pot shots and Canto away, as long as you bear in mind all of the sort of bow ranges. And that's also true in Elincia's Gambit. She's one of only 3, or she's one of 4 flyers if you count Naeluchi as well. So there's a lot more flexibility in having your Air Force like pick off select targets and Canto backwards, and she can be a part of that. She and Naeluchi kind of work together because neither of them are strong enough to one round. Unless, I guess, if you give her the Brave Lance, like, that could be an argument for smuggling the Brave Lance, is now Marcia kills things just like Haar and Elincia do. Probably have to try that on my next playthrough, because that sounds kind of cool. Not a great use of the Brave Lance, but, like, good for Marcia, right? But yeah, she's okay on those maps. I think the big showing is just, like, extinguishing houses in, the Part 3 map, 3-9. But God, that's not that good. That's not that good. I think she's probably a, like, high D tier unit. Maybe, like, here? If you do train Marcia up, she ends up just being another Seraph Knight. And that is not great. And that's not great. Because, like, the Seraph Knights you have, like, Marcia, a trained Marcia doesn't stand out as being better than them. I think we're sliding her down, actually. Because you already get some Seraph Knights, right? Like, it's funny, the time that Marcia joins your army is also the time that you get 2 very strong Seraph Knights alongside her. I guess White Wings moment, right? We get Palakatria and Est. I wouldn't call her an Est, but it is, get up there. You're better than Aran, you're better than, I think, probably better than Edward. Yeah, probably a little bit worse than Tormod, just because they do similar things in that they're useful in a couple of maps, like a small number, 3 maps, 4 maps, but they're never the best at what they're doing, except for Tormod, again, like, I really must emphasize that he does have a job he's the best at. He's the best at killing that wyvern, and, like, she's got nothing she's necessarily the best at, except for, I guess, the Ilyanna cred of smuggling items, which is something, but I value it less than killing that wyvern. That wyvern is scary, right? Like, that wyvern is, he can cause problems for you. He can cause a game over. Not having the hammer doesn't cause a game over. It just means that, like, the fast kill's a little trickier. And then putting out fires is, like, that's side objectives, right? It's BXP. Which I guess the Wyvern guy kind of is as well, but he literally can game over you, whereas, like, if all the houses get burned down, you lose BXP, but that's about it.
And then we get to Naeluchi, and I think the old man is a pretty perfect demonstration of the problems that Laguz face entirely overall, just as a concept. I sort of touched upon, like, the gauge issues with Muarum and Viika and Volug, but Volug and Muarum have, like, the advantage of having very good stats for their join time, and Viika has the disadvantage of, like, not existing in the entire game and also having shit stats. Naeluchi, I think, is much more close to the level that all of the other Laguz are, all the ones who you would, like, theoretically maybe have used if it weren't for, Laguz issues.
And that is, I think Laguz were designed with the idea that they were going to have much better stats than the Bjork, but they only get to use them half the time. So, like, half the time, you have really good combat unit, and half the time, you've got nothing. However, the way that it ends up articulating is most Laguz actually just have stats and combat that are on par with the Bjork. And they only get to take advantage of that combat about a third of the time, because whenever you attack, you lose some gauge. So even though it usually takes you, more turns to build up gauge than to lose it, you can, of course, try to sort of build gauge by letting yourself get attacked unarmed, but since their stats, while untransformed, are cut in half, they end up actually taking a lot of damage from just, like, generic enemies. Lethe, for example, in the first map that she's in, she can take, despite being a fast Laguz, right? Like, cats are the fast ones. She takes 20 times 2 of her 50 HP from just, like, regular-ass snipers. So the Laguz, when they're untransformed, the idea of, like, using them to bait attacks to build gauge that way, with the exception of, like, Volug maybe, and Muarum maybe, I think for the most part, it's just a recipe for them dying before they can transform. Or when they finally can transform, you then have to spend their first turn healing up with, like, a vulnerary or something. And Naeluchi very much suffers from this, because he has an advantage on 2-P. He starts transformed. He eats part of a Laguz stone in a cutscene. He has a 2 out of 3 use stone in his inventory, which is pretty cool. I think that's, like, a cool detail. And he starts transformed, but he's dealing, like, 10 times 2, depending on stat rolls, obviously, but 10 times 2 compared to Marcia's 7 times 2. So, he is dealing more damage, but not much more damage, and both of them 3-round the Wyverns anyway. So, it doesn't actually make a huge difference, except for that Naeluchi, I guess he's slightly dodgier, but then he untransforms, and you have to either consume the Laguz Stone, which I would always rather save for Elincia's Gambit, where it's much more useful, or he is just useless for the rest of Prologue. Which, like, in fairness, Haar shows up and is not super useful, and you can kind of try to manage gauge by actively untransforming him. I think that's an aspect of the Laguz gauge that most people overlook. If you untransform, then they don't go back down to 0, right? They start building from where they were. So one thing that I'll do with Naeluchi on Prologue is I'll have him, like, attack on turn 1 or 2, and then untransform on turn 3, he's at, like, 17 gauge, and he can start building it back up. And that is a bit of a way to manage it. But all of this is to say, Naeluchi's combat is not better than the units around him for the most part, but he is still dealing with Crow gauge, or rather, I mean Raven gauge. Sorry, I always called them crows. But it's, like, a pretty big downside. He does at the very least get Canto, and that's pretty cool. But he's also hardly available. he's actually got worse availability than Marcia, because he's in 2-P, and then he's in 2-2, the cave map. Although you have to either spend turn 1 stoning, or like spend a couple of turns using grass and hide him in the lake. And even then, like even once he's transformed, his combat's not very good. Like it's not noticeably worse than like Brom and Nephenee or whatever. I mean, I would say it's worse. I would say it is worse, but not like a ton worse. And then there's crossbows and archers in the cave map. And there's crossbows and archers in Elincia's Gambit, which is the last map that Naeluchi's in before part 4. Again, he can serve as sort of like the part of your 4-man air force in Elincia's Gambit if you're trying to sort of do a more defensive strategy, wait the turns out. Even if you're not like trying to wait out all the turns, if you're just trying to wait until you can steal, I think there's a stealable Draco Shield. It's either a Draco Shield and energy drop. There's a stat booster. It's a pretty good one. You could sort of have him help whittle people down. But his damage is not going to be phenomenal. Like, he doubles, and he often dodges. He's facing usually 30 to 40% hit rates when transformed, and then when untransformed, he faces like 80, 90, 100. And he ends up getting doubled despite being, you know, fast or whatever. So that's, like, obnoxious. Naeluchi also is, I think he's the only unit in the game with a 0 vision stat that can be deployed in a Fog of War map. No, that's not true, because Ike's army has a part 4 Fog of War map. But he's forced in a Fog of War map, and he in 2-2's Fog of War, and he has a 0 vision stat, which is very funny. I do still think, like, he usually provides more vision because he's not doing anything turn 1, so you have him light the torches, but it's very unfortunate for him. I do think it's funny that, like, yeah, he's got old eyesight, bad eyes, so he's got 0 vision. But if you just send him out, like, if you fly him to the middle of nowhere, he can't see anything around him. He can't attack anyone, even at 1 range, unless he has a spotter, so that can be kind of funny. Overall, I do think he's trash tier, though, almost certainly. He's, like, what if, because, like, I do have Muarum in D. I have Muarum in low D. I could potentially see a Naeluchi D tier justification. His part 4 stats are definitely better than, like, Muarum's part 4 stats. But I think Muarum is Muarum actually all that helpful in part 1? I don't know if I'm talking myself into moving Muarum down to F. I don't think we can move Muarum down to F. I don't think Muarum is so much better than Naeluchi that Naeluchi has a tier difference. Because if you send Naeluchi with, I like to send him with Micciah's army, so he can build support with Nialah. I think they have a bond support. I might be wrong. I have to double check that. Yeah, he has a bond support with both Leanne and Nialah, and they're both forced into Micciah's army, so I would usually send him there. Being a flyer in the desert also is, like, okay. He's not going to do great combat in the desert, but he's a flying Kanto shelf bot, and that's nice. He does also have a bit of that, like, Ilyanna Marcia utility, and I think of the 3 of them, like, obviously Ilyanna's is the most impactful, but I would argue that, like, Naeluchi you smuggle Marcia's weapons to 2-2. Specifically her Steel Lance, because Nephenee already has a Javelin. But Nephenee's inventory in 2-1 and 2-2 is really bad. She's stuck on a Steel Great Lance and a Javelin. The Javelin's, like, alright, but she doesn't really have the strength to use it. And the Steel Great Lance, it weighs her down, so unless she gets a lucky strength or speed level, weighs her down and it's super inaccurate. The Steel Lance, while not great, is better. And so I would argue that since Marcia is going to get to, you can access an armory in 2-3 for the Geoffery's charge, but you can't for 2-2. I would argue
giving Marcia's Steel Lance to Naeluchi in 2-P, sort of smuggling it over for Nephenee, just give her a more functional weapon, is a nice bit of utility. And like that, combined with being, I guess, a shove bot in the desert, and a bond support for Nialah, like, I think that might maybe be enough to elevate him above F. Because he does, like... He does all these tiny little jobs, right? I don't know. I can see a world where he's down here as well. Because I also put Meg here, right? And she's a warm body, like blocking ledges, and she has some important bulk thresholds in like her join map. I think his jobs, while they're comparable to Meg's, he has like just a few more. He is going to be, he's bad filler, right? Like he does filler combat about a third of the time, because 2/3 of the time you're managing gauge stuff. And then he does bad filler combat. Well, not bad filler, like he does good filler combat, it's just only a third of the time. So yeah, I think very, very bottom of D tier is probably ideal for him. But it is close. It is close. Before we go, I should mention that he has Wrath as well. Naeluchi has Wrath. This is, of course, the nerfed version, the Radiant Dawn version, where it is a 30% HP threshold and gives you 50 extra crit. And that's like, it's okay. Like, he's not dealing a ton of damage. So getting those extra crits, especially since he's doubling, so he's 2 chances to fish for it, can make the difference between one rounding and not one rounding, and it can sometimes sort of surprise you. It does occasionally get in the way if you're trying to feed experience to like Brom, Nephenee, or Marcia for whatever reason. But it's usually helpful more so than harmful. I wouldn't say it's a huge deal though. The thing is that like, because he's super dodgy, you can kind of try to get away with him being in Wrath range for extended periods of time. I don't like doing it just because 30% is still gonna hit about a third of the time. But he is quite dodgy. He can sort of like get some extra value out of that. And in part 2, which the main maps that he cares about are, you know, 2-P, 2-2, and 2-E, you can't remove skills during the preps in part 2, so like, it is nice for him to just sort of have Wrath, be able to take advantage of that when it comes up, and his HP pool is high enough that it comes up a decent amount. Like, it's not like 30% has him to the brink where he's gonna die to literally everything. The stuff that's going to kill him anyway, like crossbows and archers and whatnot, they would kill him at full HP, so it's not the end of the world. I wouldn't actively go for it, but it's like, it's fine. It's a nice bonus. Okay, next up is Haar, and I could probably just say best unit in the game and end this segment, and people would be happy with that. Haar being busted is such a universal truth in Fire Emblem spaces that it pierces the veil between casual and elitist and LTCer, speedrun, Iron Man, whatever you want to say. Haar is just the best at everything. I don't think there's anyone who would argue he's not at least S tier, and I think most people would agree with me that he is the best unit in the game, and one of the best units in the franchise. I'm not just gonna leave it at that. Like, I do kind of want to talk about him, considering that he is, like, one of the most important, units to the tier list, right? So Haar is a level 11 Dragon Master. That is the tier 2 class. I think it's, like, Dragon Lord is tier 3. But he has 46 HP, 23 strength, 2 magic, doesn't matter, 24 skill, 20 speed, 13 luck, 23 defense, and 7 resistance, which is sort of his big Achilles heel. Well, his speed can be also, because even though he has a really good speed base of 20, well, not really good, but like good enough for the time that he joins,
He's doubling stuff at base. He only has a 30% growth, and I think without, like, Speedwing support or BXP abuse, he'll fall into a situation where he's, at the very least, failing to double pretty frequently. He does have also very, very good growths aside from the speed and resistance. 30% HP is actually bad, but his HP base is high enough that I don't think it matters. But 70% strength, 70% skill, 45 luck, 65 defense, and then of course his bad growths are the 30 speed, 20 res, and 5 magic, which again doesn't matter. Like, what are you, imbue Haar gaming? Probably not. Like, I'd rather spend his capacity on something useful, because there's a bunch of skills that Haar can benefit from. Since he is a Dragon Master, he is a flyer, 9-move flyer, and he isn't weak to bows, so basically all physical attacks, regardless of the weapon type, he's going to be shrugging them off. 23 defense with a 65% growth rate means that even though his HP is generally going to be lower than your other combat gods because of the low growth, it's going to be good enough. It's going to be good enough. Like, he's still going to be bulky. The 7 res, though, that is a legitimate problem. So, Wyverns take effective damage from Thunder Magic, and there's actually a decent number of Thunder Mages in Part 3 for Haar to deal with, including a couple of Bolting Mages. I know in his join map, or the map where he joins Ike, there's a pretty scary Bolting Mage in the top right that can sort of, restrict his ability to move throughout everywhere in the map, his bolting being 10 range, it boxes him out of a lot of places, right? So that can be a problem. Even the non-thunder magic, I do think is going to present an issue to him. He only has 7 res, so getting hit by 2 magic attacks is often enough to, if not kill him, reduce him to the point where even physical attacks can kill him. And of course, his really low res means that in Part 4, when there's a ton of status stabs flying around, Haar is going to need constant support from someone with a restore staff. And that can be an issue. I like sending him with Ike's army, but Ike's army kind of doesn't have great staffing support, because you get Elincia for free in into Barnes' army, and she can sort of keep pace with Haar. Then in Ike's army, you don't really get anyone for free. I think Mist always goes with Ike, but Mist is like, unless you've super trained her. You could send like Riss or Laura, because Micciah is in Micaiah's army, obviously. The problem is Restore being 1 range means you do need someone who's able to like keep pace with Haar. So if you're really worried about the sleep staffs, I guess you could send him with Tabarn's army so Elincia could restore him. That in and of itself feels like a bit of a waste, because like, you've already got a super powerful flyer in Tabarn. So it can be a little bit awkward towards the end of the game. Like, I do think Haar's dominance, I'm gonna come off sounding much more negative on Haar than I am. Like, he is the best unit in the game, but I do think his dominance is sometimes overstated, especially as it goes into endgame. I think there are some team compositions where it's reasonable not to bring him into the tower. Like, I don't think he's an auto-include in the way the Lions are. Just because if you've got, like, if you don't have the action economy to restore him from the various status stabs, or if you've got, like, there's lots of magical enemies in the tower, like floor 4 and floor 5. Both are entirely magical enemies, and there are thunder enemies, specifically. The wisps come in all 3 elements. And because thunder has crit, even though Haar has good luck at well, actually, no, he doesn't really. It's 13 base and 45% growth. Yeah, so Haar is almost always going to be facing a crit chance, unless you give him Fortune, which is a good skill to give him, right? Because if he gets crit by a Thunder Tome, he just dies, like, just straight up. Bad res, effective damage, crit, yeah, no, you're dead. And in fairness, you know, Haar has decent avoid, not great avoid, but decent avoid, and Thunder is a very inaccurate spell type, so he will oftentimes just dodge, and even if he doesn't just dodge, like, the crit chance on Thunder is low enough that it's not a huge deal, but it is omnipresent, and I do think it's like, it's a meaningful downside. That combined with his speed, if you're not BXP abusing or like feeding him speed wings, I do think a couple of speed wings mostly solve his speed problems. Like, he's not doubling the really fast enemies like sword masters and whatnot, but he'll keep doubling mid-speed enemies with a couple of speed wings. And if you're BXPing him, you kind of accidentally abuse his BXP abuse, just because strength, defense, and skill will cap so quickly. Their growths are so high. He'll just sort of naturally reach his caps. He only needs 6 strength levels to cap strength in Dragon Master. And then he probably doesn't cap it in Draco Lord. But he's still... I think you're going to accidentally get some speed level ups without intentionally BXP abusing. And that also goes away towards fixing his speed issues. But the speed issues are real. Like, if you're not consciously trying to fix them, they can present a problem. Okay, I should probably back up, because I kind of dove into Haar head first, talking about his, like, part 4 and his weaknesses and whatnot. Sort of working off the assumption that everyone knows his general deal, because he is such a famously broken unit, but in case you have not played Radiant Dawn and are not familiar with Haar, he joins partway through 2-P, and he shows up again in 2-E to help out with that. I sort of went over how he is a big part of the puzzle to doing the early kill if you want to clear 2-E early. But even if you're not, he's useful on Elincia's Gambit, just playing defensively, because he's a flyer. 9 move, flight, canto, and that map is really good for flyers. It's got a lot of verticality, so he can just sort of ignore that, flying up and down ledges and attack people, do the sort of like the canto hit and run type deal. Not that he needs to hit and run, like his stats are phenomenal. He can just enemy phase a bunch of people. Because wyverns don't take effective damage from bows, like it's just lightning, not bows. And there are some thunder mages, but or Thunder Sages specifically, but it's not a big deal. Then he rejoins, he joins Ike's army in 3-2, so he misses 3P and 3-1. But he has sort of those 2 Elincia chapters of bonus availability. I don't think they're a huge deal. Like, he's helpful in endgame, and then, like, I guess he's helpful in prologue. Prologue feels very much, like, 2P is very much a prologue, whereas 3P and 4P are real chapters. 1P and 2P are very, very simplistic maps where it feels like this doesn't really count. But the reason I bring up the Elincia maps is if we are counting them as bonus availability, then it means he has the same availability as Ike, because he misses 2 chapters of Ike's campaign, and then he shows up and he's there for the rest of it. So from that perspective, I would say he has perfect availability. And he's your first flyer, and he's the only flyer in the Grail Mercs for a very long time, which is always a very nice place to be. Like, that strength alone got Jill in A tier, right? I mean, it's not the only thing she has going for her, but it's the biggest thing she has going for her. That's the sort of thing that gets units like Shauna and Marcia and FE9 and Vanessa and whatnot to be rated super highly. You know, I think most people would rate the early pegs as between S and A tier, depending on the entry. You know, you've got the Chloe moment, like, even in reclass games, someone who starts in early peg is super useful. And Path of Radiance is Radiant Dawn is a game where you have rescue dropping, you have Canto, you have all these tools that are not always present for flyers. So even if Haar was just the only flyer in the Grail Mercs for a while, he would be rated very highly. But as I went over, his stats are bonkers. Like, he has some of the best bases and very, very good growths out of the entire cast. It's truly absurd. Like, he will just carry you throughout part 3 with no problem. And if you pass some of the Dawn Brigade skills onto him, he can make very good use of things like Savior if you want to have him sort of escort Ike around, or my favorite thing to do is have him support with Heather and escort her around by savioring her. Is if you want to, like, if you want to get really abusive, you can, like, BXP abuse Heather's strength and steal bolting by having Haar, like, rescue drop her into bolting range. But even just having the ability to, like, savior rescue her around to steal the important stealables like arm scrolls, statue frags, those sorts of things is nice. You can also give him pass so that he has even better mobility, because he's already able to fly and sort of go up ledges that way. And there's a lot of maps that really benefit flight in Radiant Dawn, specifically the Grail Army. Like, there's a swamp map. The map that he joins on has a big river. There's a mountain map that, like, slows down cavaliers because they can't go up ledges. The defense map has a lot of terrain to go up and down, like the walls and whatnot. Lava map, he can fly between the two different halves of it. Like, there's just so many uses for flight. And for most of the time, he's the only flyer. And even once you get others, he's the only Bjork flyer. I guess you can recruit Jill, but, like, you shouldn't. So he just sort of benefits from that, combined with his phenomenal combat. You can give him celerity if you want, like, to extend his range even further. I would argue that celerity and savior are probably the two best ones for him. He starts with cancel as well, which doesn't really matter. It's a chance percent to, it's a percent chance to stop the enemy from counterattacking, but Haar usually doesn't care about that. It can if you're, like, one range trying to kill a thunder guy. It can help, like, to stop the thunder guy from counterattacking. But for the most part, I think the skills that he benefits from are going to be whatever you give him. But yeah, Haar, very, very good. Haar also, because he shows up in 2-E, because I mentioned this with Marcia, how she misses out on preps for 2-E, Haar's present in preps. So if you want to, you can feed him a ton of BXP, and then when he joins Ike's army, he's going to be even stronger than he already was. Haar is a very good candidate for early promotion, either through BXP or just give him a crown. And that will not only give him stat boosts, but also the mastery skill stun, that he'll just sometimes proc and kill people. Basically crit bonus. The mastery skills are all basically crit bonuses. And I think part of why he's such a good candidate for this is he's going to be naturally getting a lot of combat experience anyway, so you can just you can BXP him and get him, like, even stronger. Or, alternatively, if you just want to early Master Crown him, he doesn't really care about missing those level ups. Like, he does have very high strength and defense and skill growth, so his level ups are going to be good, but his bases are good enough that if you just want the short-term gain, it's not the worst thing in the world. I think there are better candidates for the early crown, personally. But it's not terrible. Like, the fact that he can promote, I think, is one of his biggest advantages over, I would say Ike is Haar's biggest competition for best unit in the game. I guess spoilers for where Ike's gonna end up, but I think the fact that Haar has that ability to early promote, alongside just flight and a very good weapon type in axes, like, you can just force hands axes for part 4 and have him go to town. All just very, very phenomenal attributes. This is basically, like, what if Shanna showed up with Marcus's stats and Donald's growths. It's an absurd unit. Next up, we have Brom. Brom is an Axe General, and the game wants to make sure you know that he's an Axe General, because they have a fucking cutscene where he explains to Nephenee how he used to be a lance wielder and now he's an axe wielder. So the game really wants to make sure you know he's an Axe General. I believe he can also use swords at base, because each general type has 2 weapons, it's just he can't use lances. Yeah, he uses... So, I mean, technically he can use swords, E-rank swords. I guess if you smuggle the Slim Sword with Naeluchi, you can give it to Brom for Chapter 2-2, but, like, that's not super relevant. The biggest thing that Brom has going for him is he exists in 2-1 and 2-2. Because he joins Ike's army around the same time as Haar, but I would argue that, like, when he's in Ike's army, he's actually pretty bad. He is stuck on general movement, so that's going to be one less move than infantry. He has 6 movement, whereas promoted infantry, like all the tier 2 people on Ike's army,
will have 7, and obviously the mounted units in Oscar, Titania, and Haar will have 9. So Brom is lagging behind that way, and his stats are like, I mean, they're decent for part 2. He's got 16 speed, so despite being an armor knight, he's actually not doubled by any of the enemies he'll be facing in his part 2 maps. Maybe some of the endgame enemies if they like roll up on speed, but there's a lot of generals there, so I don't think that's even going to be a problem for him. And I know that in 2-1-2-2, I've never seen Brom get doubled by anything. Even the mages, I guess the Myrmidon, but the Myrmidon deals 0 times 2, so like that doesn't count. Anyone who deals damage to him, like the archers, the brigands, well, the brigands hardly deal damage to him, it's like 3 damage. But that's sort of Brom's big claim to fame in part 2 is he's bulky. 36 HP, 19 strength, 17 skill, 16 speed, 13 luck, 21 defense, and 9 resistance. So not even like terrible res. Like res is his weak point, but since he's not getting doubled by mages, really the only threat is getting crit by thunder. And getting crit by thunder is a problem. Like Thunder's gonna pull crit on him, only 13 luck and only a, I mean, it's a 70% growth, but he's not gonna grow too often because he doesn't have that many opportunities for level up. But in 2-1, your only options are Brom and Nephenee, so you kind of have to make use of both of them to a pretty extreme degree. I would argue Nephenee is the better of the two of them on that map, because depending on enemy speed rolls, she can double, whereas Brom's never going to be able to double, but he also doesn't get doubled. And his accuracy is generally going to be better than hers, even though he only has a 17 skill. He starts with an Iron Axe, where she has a Steel Great Lance. I know I'm kind of drifting into Nephenee territory, but it's hard to talk about 2-1 without comparing them to each other, since they're the only units that exist for most of that map, and like when you get Heather, she's not helping. But Brom is accurate. He also gets a Steel Axe on 2-1 in one of the villages, so he can choose between a slight power boost or a slight accuracy boost, which is nice. It's nice to sort of have that trade-off. The downside is, of course, he doesn't have any 2-range options, since you don't get a hand axe, and you can't purchase items in the 2-2 preps. So he doesn't have 2-range until you can potentially get him a hand axe for endgame. But for most of the time that he's like existing and relevant, he's not going to have 2-range. But he is going to tank stuff real hard. And I kind of like, in 2-1, I kind of like leaving him near start and having him go around collecting the villages and vulnerating himself while Nephenee charges down to the southeast in order to recruit Heather and save those villages. Because brigands show up on turn 8, so you're not in a huge rush, but with only 2 units, you are kind of getting overwhelmed by the enemy militia. I would also say that Brom, just in being tanky, is most likely going to be your best answer to the boss of Chapter 2-1, if you, like, take advantage of the choke point and sort of wear him out that way. You can gamble on, like, Nephenee Wrath crits, but I think that's a very risky strategy, because both of them are game overs, so you can't afford to have either of them die on 2-1. So instead, I like to have Brom sort of sit in the 1-tile choke point by the stairs. He slowly whittles down the boss. There's no healing, so you just got to eventually land enough, like 70 to 80s. Brom's biorhythm actually is pretty extreme. For the most part, I don't think biorhythm matters, but for the characters with very extreme swings, it can, especially in the case of 2-1 being basically a Fire Emblem 6 chapter where hit rates are kind of sporadic. I've seen over the course of 3 turns, Brom's biorhythm cause him to go from a 70% hit rate to a 90% hit rate against the boss, so like that's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, Brom's not going to be taking, I mean, he still takes a good deal of punishment. Like 38 HP, or 36 HP is not so much that he can afford to take multiple turns of beating without eating like a herb or vulnerary or whatever, but I think the fact that he is bulky enough, he can sort of take that punishment. And then on 2-2, you can either have him help out with the main squad, or what I like to do is send him on a solo mission to the top left. There is a mage in the fog, so you gotta be careful, because I think it's a thunder mage
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Thunder Mage. So he does face, like, the chance of death on crit, but, again, he's not doubled, and he'll get chunked enough that you can just heal it off with a Vulnerary, sort of keep those enemies busy while everyone else pushes through the rest of the fog map. I think that's probably his best purpose, and then on 2E, he can help with the choke point. Again, he's bulky enough that, like, 21 defense with a 60% growth rate, he can just sort of hold the line. And is having access to a, I think it's an Iron Axe, not a Bronze Axe. He's an Iron Axe. Having access to that during 2-1, 2-2 is nice for his accuracy. Like, he can actually do some chip damage. But then when you get him in the main campaign, like, once he joins Ike's army, he's just kind of, all of his disadvantages add up. He's going to be understated as compared to the Grail Mercs. It's already rough for Gotri, dealing with, like, general speed cap and the move problems. Brom only has a 30% speed growth, so he's not catching up. Like, 16 speed is good. Not good, but, like, good enough for Part 2. It's not good enough for Part 3. He's getting doubled by a lot of stuff, including mages, so then he suddenly, like, starts getting shredded because 9 res is also not enough for Part 3. And that's before taking into account that, like, he has lower movement. I don't think it's the end of the world to have lower movement in Part 3. Like, Gotri still manages to be a pretty good unit. But it's enough that, like, it's a deal breaker on a unit who's already struggling. So I don't think his Part 3 performance is particularly stellar. I guess one thing that's notable, that's kind of fun, but less, like, it's not good, but it's fun, is he starts with the disarm skill, and that's basically, it's a % chance to disarm the enemy when you hit them. The main purpose of it, in Part 2, because you can't take it off of him in Part 2, is you have him attack someone, or if he gets attacked on enemy phase, since he's, like, tanking, and he counterattacks, they unequip their weapon, and since you can only steal unequipped weapons, it's a way for Heather to get a little bit of extra value. I like having her steal, like, random stuff that Brom disarms. It's not good, but it can be funny. I got a Poison Lance, which you can't otherwise get off of it in my most recent playthrough, and that's cool. And it just sort of happens accidentally, since I think Brom is at his best sort of tanking in those 2 chapters. Where does this end up putting him? Because I think that if it were just for Part 3, I think Brom would definitely be trash tier. Like, he's better than Viika, Meg, and Fiona, but he also has much stiffer competition than them. I think if Naeluchi gets to be D tier, I think Brom is probably just on the grounds of 2-1 and 2-2. I almost don't want to give him credit for 2-1, if I'm being perfectly honest, because in some ways, 2-1 is like a playable cutscene. There's some different strategies you can take. You can sort of hole up with both Brom and Nephenee in the starting area. You can send both of them south and sort of abandon those villages. You can just send one south and try to recruit Heather as early as possible. Like, there are different iterations you can take, but I think for the most part, there's not too much that diverges from each other. Like, you're gonna have the same units, they have the same base stats, same inventory, and there's not too many different, like, with only 2 units, your tactical options are limited. So, like, it's hard to give him credit for that, right? Like, I don't know. I feel similarly about Joffrey's Charge, but at least Joffrey's Charge has, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, 5 people. This is a 2-person map. Like, Heather doesn't count. Sorry, lesbians aren't people. No, I can't leave that in. I gotta fucking cut that part out. Fuck. Okay, thinking about it a little bit more, I think Brom is definitely low D tier instead of high F tier. The term short-term filler is kind of made for units like him. You know, the Part 2 Scrub Squad who doesn't really do anything after Part 2. In fact, I think he's probably... Let's get you up here. Around Marcia level, right? Because they've got
while Marcia has greater potential as a flyer, if you want to, train up a flyer, probably more appealing than training up an armor knight. Like, Brom is still useful in the maps where he's there. His bulk is no joke during the Part 2 maps. It's just a matter of, it doesn't keep pace, and if you're in the market for a Grail Mercenary General, you already have Guthrie, and it's not like you need to be a general in order to be bulky. Like, Titania and Ike exist, Haar exists, heck, even like Boyd, Oscar, Mia to a lesser extent. Not that I'm implying Mia is like worse, just in terms of bulk, lesser extent in terms of the raw physical bulk. Don't worry, I know if I say anything bad about Mia, the Mia fans will swarm the comment section, but my point is that you've got other options for someone bulky who doesn't come with the downsides of being a general, and I touched upon them with Tauroneo, but they're more important for the Grail Mercs. That speed cap before promoting is really harsh. It basically means that if you want them to keep up and still be able to, like, meet doubling thresholds or even avoid getting doubled in the case of some of the faster enemies, you kind of got to spend the first Master Crown on them, which is a pretty huge investment. And Brom is just not really worth that. And that's before factoring in that, again, unlike Adri, Brom's speed stat is pretty bad. Like, his base is fine, his growth is not. He's not hitting that general cap, but it exists to keep him in place just in case anyway. And that's just unfortunate for him. Still good while you have him, like good during the Part 2 maps. So I guess Tormod is sort of in the same boat, right? Where it's like good during the Part 1 maps, and then he comes back and it's like whatever in Part 4. Brom is kind of like whatever in Part 3, and especially whatever in Part 4. Although, considering sometimes the Part 4 route maps, it can be nice just to have a bulky guy. If he's gotten a little bit of chip EXP throughout, Parts 2 and Part 3, maybe he can be deployed as filler in Part 4. Then he'd be bad filler, right? Like, he can be either the bad filler or the short-term filler. Like, if you drag him around long enough, he ends up filling both those labels. And I should mention it now, although this will apply to a large number of Part 2 units, because Brom joins the Grail Mercenaries, he can smuggle some items from Elincia's army over to Ike's army. Haar can do that too, but Haar was already the best unit in the game, right? But I think the Hammer is the most notable, since you can't unequip skills, you can't really, bring Paragon, which would be a huge deal. That's Ilyanna tier utility, but the Hammer is a big deal. Bringing some, Lagoo Stones or whatever. Haar, Brom, and Nephenee all do it in 3-2, and Mordecai and Lethe will show up a couple of chapters later, I believe 3-5. So, yeah, 3-5, the mountain map. No, 3-4. 3-4 is the mountain map. Yeah, so it's only 2 maps later, because, 3-3 is the Burning the Tents, and then 3-4 is mountain map. So they show up on mountain map if you want, if you've got Brom and Nephenee and Haar's inventory full, and you still want to bring, the Spectre card, or more likely stat boosters, you can throw them on the Lagoos, and that's kind of cool for them. And Heather. Heather also joins in 3-2. So a lot of people have that utility, so it's not really elevating Brom up, but I did want to mention it because it's something that's nice. One last thing that I almost forgot to mention about Brom is he has the water affinity, which is arguably the best affinity in the game, at least for C tier, because it gives attack and defense, and it only gives half a point each, but it rounds up. So if you get a C support with someone with water affinity, you get a boost to your attack and defense. One strategy that I sometimes will do is if I give Titania or Haar the Savior skill, then I can build their support with Brom and have them basically use Brom like a Fate's backpack to bolster their attack and defense. You can theoretically do this with other units who have, as long as they're not cavalry, right? Who have beneficial affinities, if you want, extra hit or extra avoid if you're, Earth affinity pilled or something. But I think Brom is one of the primary beneficiaries of this strategy, or not beneficiaries, but like givers of this strategy, because he's in the Grail Mercs, he has the water affinity, and let's be honest, you're not really missing him if he's gone. Like, if you decided you want to give Haar an avoid bonus, and you have Haar rescue Ike the entire map, you're going to notice the absence of one of the strongest units in your army. Meanwhile, if you're boosting Titania's offenses and defenses by having her rescue Brom, then basically all you're losing out on is the deployment slot. It's super niche, and I'm not giving Brom too many points for that, but it's something worth considering, and I think it's a cool enough strategy that I wanted to bring it up. Next up is Nephenee, and god, this unit is so sad. So, in theory, she should be better than Brom, and you'll notice I said in theory, which might give you a hint as to where she ends up on the tier list. Because in practice, there's a weird amount of things working against this unit. She's a halberdier. She's a level 1 halberdier. Brom is a level 1 or level 2 general. So Nephenee shows up at the same time as Brom. She shares his availability. They're both in 2-1 and 2-2 and then 2E. And she has 20 speed, so she's faster than Brom, which means that even though she has lower strength at only 15 strength, she can meet the doubling threshold for a lot of enemies that Brom cannot, which means that 4 points less of strength, like, really isn't a big deal, because she still doubles and deals more damage than him, is what I would like to say. However, Nephenee starts with a steel Great Lance in her inventory, and it, alongside a Javelin, are the only 2 weapons she gets for 2-1. The Steel Great Lance weighs her down by 3. That means that her AS drops from 20 to 17. And now, instead of being a speed tier above Brom, she's in the same speed tier as him. And in every other area, she's basically strictly worse. Less defense at only 15. Well, she has more skill, but the Steel Great Lance is a very inaccurate weapon. It's got like 70 hit. Yeah, 70 hit. So, like, less accuracy. Brom has an Iron Axe, so he's more accurate. Less strength, obviously, 15 strength. Yeah, I guess she has more res for the few mages that you run into, but it's not looking good for her. She does at least get 1-2 range, which Brom lacks. And if you smuggle the Steel Lance to her, she's not actually weighed down by the Steel Lance. Nephenee is definitely the unit who benefits the most from transfers, because if you give her a speed and strength transfer, that's plus 3 AS, plus 4 AS, because she's only weighed down by 1 now instead of 3, because she gets the 2 strength, and then she gets 2 more speed on top of that. And so she actually, with transfers, will double in one-round enemies, but this is a no-transfers list. So, unfortunately, Nephenee is just doing a worse job than Brom in almost every area. The big place where she is doing better is, 1-2 range, but that's, like, not a huge deal on 2-1. It can matter on 2-2, but it's not a huge deal on 2-1. And movement. Her movement is actually enough of a benefit in terms of, like, making recruiting Heather easier, getting the south villages in a more timely manner, that I do think it is an advantage she has over Brom. And if you want to train one of them up long-term, make them a member of the Grail Mercenaries, a functional member, she has 7 move instead of 6, so she's kind of better in that regard. Halberdier also has better caps, and she actually has, like, a really good speed growth with 65%. Her strength growth, not so much, but you can just, like, give her weapons that are not the Steel Great Lance. Like, holy shit, the Steel Great Lance really screws her over. She can chunk for, like, a decent amount of damage. But even then, like, not so much. Because it's, like, a really high might weapon. It's, like, what, 8 might? 14 might, holy shit. Yeah, it's really high might weapon. But again, low accuracy, only 70 hit, 18 weight, so she's not doubling. Like, I'd much rather just use the Steel Lance, actually double stuff. She can double with the Javelin, but in my experience, she is not doing much damage even when she doubles with the Javelin, and she's not going to have super high accuracy as well. I remember just looking against the Brigands, which are like the weakest enemies on the map.
She had the choice between dealing 12 damage to a brigand or 5 times 2 with the javelin. And then obviously, you know, there's stat variance in Radiant Dawn, so I can't say for certain that this will always be the case. But I'm just recording numbers off of my most recent playthrough, and I'm like, damn, that's really pathetic, because either way, she's 4-rounding this brigand, and has an inaccurate hit rate, like 70s hit rate. The javelin, for what it's worth, is actually less accurate than the steel great lance. It is 65 hit. She's at the very least not weighed down, and she can avoid a counter, which is relevant because your healing is quite limited on 2-1 and 2-2. You don't have a staffer, so you gotta, like, take a turn off to vulnerary, take a turn off to eat a herb. And that can be a problem when dealing with the time pressure of, like, the brigands show up, Heather's gonna show up. It can be a problem. So it's nice to not have to face a counter. She does, of course, have to visit the Javelin Village, which is all the way on the bottom left, in order to get it first, which is a little annoying, but not the end of the world. I think Nephenee's the one you want to send down south anyway, just because she's got better movement. So the Legend's going to be a huge deal, and she can, again, reach Heather faster. But yeah, if you do want to train her up in the Grail Mercs, she's got, like, I want to say she's got decent potential, but it's hard to advocate for training her. Not only is she going to start out weaker than the other Grail Mercs, just because even with the Part 2 experience, she's going to be a lower level than them at the time that they join, especially because they get 2 chapters, right? They get 3P and 3-1 to gain some experience before Nephenee shows up in 3-2. So she really doesn't have an availability lead on them. She's just a lower level. But also her growths are just not very good. She has a 70% skill growth and a 65% speed growth, but that's really it. 35 strength and 35 defense are not very good. And if you wanted someone who's like a fast unit, right? This is a bit of an unfair comparison, but Mia also has a 65% speed growth and just starts out with more base speed, more base strength, and a higher strength growth. Only 10%, but, like, still. Even looking at, like, Boyd, right? Boyd has 18 base speed compared to Nephenee's 20. Like, he's not a very fast unit, and he's not that much slower than her at base. So Nephenee has some stiff competition. Like, Mia and Boyd aren't even, like, the A tiers. Not A tier, but, like, the A team of the Grail Mercs. Like, Ike, Titania, you know, Shannon, kind of. Like, Nephenee has stiff competition, and I don't really think she measures up to it. But if you like her, she's probably easier to drag across the finish line than Brom is. I see that portion of the game as less valuable than Part 2, and unfortunately in Part 2, she is just worse than him. I don't think so much worse that there's, like, units in between them. I do think she's probably more beneficial than Edward would be. But Bad Filler feels right for her. Because if you do sort of drag her kicking and screaming into the Grail Merc army, she's going to be a bad filler unit for most of her time. She does start with the Wrath skill, which is pretty cool. Wrath is a, you know, despite being nerfed, it's kind of synergistic with her. Like, she's not the tankiest unit out there, 15 base defense with a 35 growth. But she can, at the very least, often take a hit while in Wrath range. And the Halberdier line has a crit bonus, so much like with Edward, right, where it's a crit boosting skill that stacks with the crit boosting skill. Halberdier only has 5 extra crit, and Sentinel has 10, as opposed to Swordmaster with 10 and 15, respectively. But it's still, it's something. The thing is, because you can't remove skills in Part 2, I find that Wrath is actually somewhat of a detriment on Nephenee. If you're trying to slow play Lincia's Gambit, Nephenee is worse at holding a choke point than the other units, just because if she's at low HP, she might just Wrath crit and suffer from success, so you've kind of got to be mindful of that. Whereas with someone like Brom, you can do the numbers and realize, okay, he'll live at like 5 HP, and that's fine, I'll heal him next turn. Nephenee, if she's gonna live in Wrath range and die to like more than one attack than what would happen, That's not a safe calculation anymore because she might just get a Wrath crit and then take that extra attack and die. So it's a little bit harder. Like, it's not impossible. You can do the math to avoid putting her in Wrath range. But I would like to remove Wrath from her for 2-E. I guess it does long-term help her because it means that since there's no motivation to remove Wrath for 2E, like since you can't do it, you're not likely to, or you're less likely to remove it if you're going to use her long-term. Because it is nice that she gets it for free. Unlike Edward, where, you know, you kind of want to take it off of him as soon as possible. If you are using Nephenee long-term, like, it's nice to sort of stack that with, you've got Vantage from Mia you can combo it with, or, you know, Adept. I think someone has an Adept. Or you get in a Scroll. I don't remember. But you can combine it with, like, some good skills to sort of try and make a Wrath Nephenee work. It's not great. Like, Nephenee fans will tell you that it's great, but it's really not. I feel like she gets overgassed quite a bit, because she sort of sits in the intersection of cute girl syndrome, playable soldier syndrome, and lesbianism syndrome. Even though she's not gay, like, she is sort of the one people pair Heather with, right? As they should, as is her right as a woman. But, like, it's one of those things where, like, okay, it definitely elevates her in the sort of community perception. Like, I think those are all factors that somewhat get her overhyped. And that brings us to the lady herself, Heather. Heather's stats are remarkably unimpressive, even before factoring in the terrible weapon type that knives are. She's got 32 HP, 15 strength, 9 magic, 21 skill, 25 speed is nice. It means she'll be very dodgy. She also doubles a bunch, but 0 times 2 is still 0. 16 luck, fine. And then 10 defense, 14 res. She can, I guess, be a mage killer for the few magical enemies in 2-1 and 2-2, which are the primary maps she's going to be doing any amount of combat in. But she is not designed to be a combat god. And as you can see from her growth rates, like, that's not changing. The only stats that are reasonably going up are skill, speed, and luck. But that's fine, because those are all defensive stats. Like, she can sort of try to dodge tank. Not effectively. Like, enemies are, I mean, not the most accurate in Radiant Dawn. Like, she can pull, like, 30 to 40 hit rates from, like, Steel Axe, Thunder, like, those sorts of enemies. But she's not someone I would recommend frontline, right? Unless you're memeing, unless you're, like, hardcore memeing. That 25% strength growth is very unfortunate, because strength is actually a big deal in Thief utility. I believe I mentioned this with Sothe, but just in case I didn't, or because it's been a few hours and you need a refresher, you can steal unarmed weapons and stabs in Radiant Dawn, but you need to have more strength than their weight. And so I have very fond memories of using bonus experience abuse and resetting my Wii over and over in order to get Heather to 20 strength, which is needed to steal the 19 weight bolting from 3-3. You shouldn't do that. It's very silly, it's very fun, because if you, like, drop her in 2 range of the guy, then and have no one in bolting range, he'll switch to his Thunder Tome, and you can steal it. I was actually checking the Serenus Forest list of all the stealables in Radiant Dawn as a refresher, and they actually list that bolting, but they say to use the disarm skill on Brom. You don't need disarm. Like, you can just bait him. He has an L-Thunder or a Thunder. You can bait him into attacking, and as long as you don't counter and kill him, then you can steal the bolting from him the following turn. So that's, you know, a little tip for you if you want to do some degeneracy. But looking at Heather in a more, like, realistic setting, how we're actually planning on using her, she's a thief. She steals stuff. She has pass, and you can take that off of her, but in part 2 you can't. So she sort of weaves throughout the battlefield, and there's a good number of steal targets. The Crimean army and the Grail Mercenaries have a lot more stealables than the Dawn Brigade do. And I would say a lot more relevant ones. In particular, in the Grail Mercs, a big source of your money
is stealing stuff with Heather. There's a statue frag that you can get from, I believe, a wyvern in 3-3. Serenus First says it's a bishop. It's a bishop. I'll trust them. And it's 3-2, not 3-3. I always get that mixed up because it's the third map of Ike's campaign. 3-P does not feel like a prologue map, so I get those mixed up. But the map where Heather first joins, she can immediately steal a... she can steal the statue frag. She can steal a recover staff, or I believe a light tome, but you'd rather get the staff in most situations. And then, like, some coins. Elixirs, vulneraries on most maps have that sort of stuff. There's, on 3-3, the burning the houses, or burning the supplies map. There's a couple of bishops who drop good loot. One of them drops an Asher icon, and the other one drops a white gem. You could just kill them to get this stuff, but you get more bonus experience if you spare them. So Heather can steal those belongings for you, and she's not really giving you the white gem, she's giving you the bonus experience, is the way I think about it. But, like, generating BXP is nice. In part 2, I sort of breezed over part 2, but, like, she can steal, there's a secret book in 2-2. She's pretty key to getting the Discipline Scroll, which is a hidden item. Anyone can get it, but, like, she's more likely to, and you are on a bit of a timer in 2-2, so I give her partial credit for that. And then, in 2F, I believe there's either a Draco Shield or an Energy Drop. It looks like Draco Shield. And then the Arm Scroll is also, like, partial credit to Heather because there's a turn limit, right? So, like, if you want the Arm Scroll, her having a higher chance is nice. It looks like you can also steal a Reaper card on 2F. I didn't know about that. And then, obviously, all of that gets added on top of anything that Brom disarms. I think I mentioned getting, like, a Poison Lance or something. You can get some stupid stuff. Unfortunately, 15 strength means there are limitations, like steel weapons, and especially great weapons are almost never going to be within her wheelhouse, and I do think it's very funny that Disarm plus Steal the Bolting is listed on the Serenus Forest. I guess it's because that's the only way you can get a Bolting. I don't think you're naturally given any because it deals effective damage to the dragon, so it's like the strongest or whatever. So maybe that's why it's listed on there, but it's not the only Disarm plus Steal that you can get. Like, you can Disarm and Steal basically any weapon that Heather has the con for. I would even say bolting, like, with 19 weight. I say con, I mean strength. I'm 3-ship brained. But, like, I would say the bolting isn't even really within her wheelhouse, whereas, like, a bunch of hand axes, irons, that sort of stuff, like, she can do that, and that's not the biggest deal in the world, but it supplements your income, and the Grail Mercs really want money. She can help get the second Ettard, which is hidden treasure in 3-4. I believe she can steal, yeah, an energy drop in 3-5. I thought there was also another arm scroll. Maybe that's later. Yeah, it looks like vulneraries. The torch staff. No, that's a bargain. Oh, some more olivey grass. Yeah, mostly, I feel like it's mostly the stat boosters. There's a spirit dust in 3-9 she can get. That's a hidden item, but, you know, stealable, still good. Or not stealable, but like the extra chance in order to get more BXP, still good. And then I think the best hidden item is the one in 3F, Rescue, which 3F is another map that you don't have full control over where it ends, because it ends when a certain number of units die, and like green units and red units are fighting each other. So her having a higher chance is a pretty big deal, I would say. And then since Sothe is forced to go with Micciah's army, Heather is the only Lock Touch unit who can be in Oliver's mansion, and there's quite a few treasures in that chapter. You can use chest keys if you like buy them and save them up or whatever, but I think it is a lot easier if you just have Heather. You've got the deployment slots for her at that point. And that's where you get Blizzard, which is one of the siege tomes that you do actually get, which is pretty cool. As well as like a good amount of money. It looks like Fortified and Arbalist. So there's some good stuff. Ultimately, I don't think Heather is the greatest thief in the franchise. I know, slander. But like, she is genuinely quite helpful. I think her thief utility is at least on par with Sothe's. Arguably better. Obviously, Sothe has the whole Jagan thing going for him. And that is, I think, a much bigger deal than stealing a few odd stat boosters and getting you some money and BXP and stuff. But I would say that Heather is, like, solidly C tier. I would call her long-term filler, or good short-term, depending on how you look at it. Like, she's not doing combat. I think she deals 0 damage to the boss of 2-1, and that's including if she uses the Reaper card, because he actually has, like, decent res. So, like, she's not doing much in terms of combat. You can occasionally, you know, supplement damage from someone else. In 2-2 and 2F, that's kind of a big deal because you're stuck with, like, the Scrub Squad, and so maybe Lethe or Mordecai or, you know, Nephenee or Brom doesn't quite kill, and Heather can get the last 2 or 3 points of damage. And since she has a throwable knife and a one-range knife, you can choose to either, you know, throw in order to not face counter and give the EXP to someone else, or attack from close up if you need a little bit of extra damage, and then maybe she dodges, or maybe you let her get the kill. Because her getting experience, like, it helps in terms of, I guess, being able to steal more stuff if you want to gamble those 25%. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I do also want to shout out getting a support with her for either Brom or Nephenee. I tend to do it with Nephenee, both because, you know, lesbianism, but also Nephenee is able to get down and recruit her faster, and I think Nephenee needs the help more. Heather has the fire support, so that's going to grant not only might, but also a decent amount of hit. I think it's C, it's 15 hit, and that is a pretty huge deal for Nephenee, especially if you don't smuggle the Steel Lance using Naeluchi. If you want to, like, leave that on Marcia so you don't have to buy one in Geoffery's charge, then getting to bolster Nephenee's accuracy makes her a much more effective unit. You can also bolster Brom's if you want, and that can bring him up from, you know, 90 to 100, which is valuable in its own way. I personally prefer taking the 70% and pumping it up to, like, 85%. Let me just make sure that is... Let me check the exact numbers on the hit. Okay, I was confusing with the A support. It's a lot less powerful. It's only 5 hit, not 15. I still think it's beneficial to Nephenee to get that 5 extra hit. Like, yeah, you get a little bit of extra accuracy. Probably less so for Brom, although going from 90 to 95 is, again, like, it's notable, right? It's notable. But yeah, the fire support on Heather, just because she shows up around Brom and Nephenee, you can, I guess, have them support each other as well, but I tend to split them up on 2-2. Maybe I'm too stuck in my ways in that regard, but fire is a good affinity.
Oh boy, now it's time for Lucia. I've not been looking forward to this one. So, as I keep saying, despite the fact that the popular consensus of Radiant Dawn tiering is that availability is so wacky you can't really account for it properly, I think for the most part that problem is solved by just dividing things into Ike's army and Micciah's army like I do. You know, with the bonus availability for people being relevant for all these part 2ers and whatnot. In Lucia's case, it is actually just absurd to the point where I don't think you discount her availability, because her biggest flaw is the lack of availability. Oh, but oh boy, does she make it difficult to judge. Because she is available in 2-2, and then she leaves. She's very good in 2-2. I know when I did my first playthrough and I didn't realize part 2 would have a weird structure, I thought it would just be, you know, part 1, again, very similar to part 1. I thought, oh yeah, she'll be the Jagan, right? Like, she starts with the Silver Sword, she joins in 2-2, just like Sothe did 1-2, but then she leaves at the end of 2-2, and she doesn't come back until part 4. And in fact, I believe she's forced into Elincia's army, which means that she's not only, like, a late returner, but she shows up with terrible, terrible stats in the army that is probably least in need of filler units. Just because you have both Tabarn and Elincia there for free, and they kind of just sweep everything. So, you know, I'm tempted to, off of that, like, that alone probably puts her in, like, F tier or D tier, right? One of the two, like, low D, possible high F. But then you got to account for the fact that she is
actually in part 2, and her part 2 performance is, I mean, I wouldn't even just say it's great. I would say it's nearly essential. Like, if we're just looking at 2-2, she's at least A, possibly S, because that chapter, you can beat it without her, do the Nephenee solo stuff or whatever, but, like, you can do Micciah solo of part 1. That doesn't make Sothe any worse. Lucia in part 2 is kind of absurd. She has 38 HP, 18 strength, 10 magic, which doesn't really matter, 27 skill, and 27 speed, so she's doubling everything, and she will never miss. 19 luck, 14 defense, and 15 res. So she's able to be a decent mixed tank on the front lines. Not like the bulkiest unit out there, but 14, 15 combined with 38 HP is going to be serviceable enough for 2-2, and she's killing everything she attacks. Her inventory is also very stellar. She starts with a silver sword, steel sword, and wind edge, so she can do some 1-2 range gaming, and her skill is so high that the low accuracy of the wind edge really isn't that much of a problem. And the silver sword and steel sword, she can one-round basically anything on player face with it. She is a level 14 swordmaster, so she's not going to be gaining much experience, and her growths are garbage anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, she deletes everything, right? Like, she is the hashtag Avel archetype or whatever. It's kind of... 2-2 isn't, like, the hardest map out there, although I do think it gets a lot harder if you skip Lucia. And it's not so simple that I feel confident writing it off as, like, a playable cutscene. Because there's different iterations depending on the strategies you take, sending Brom north, sending Brom west, or not west, east. Do you leave someone in the back? Do you use the Laguz stone early? Because you have 2 Laguz. You have Mordecai, Lethe, and Nialah, so 3 Laguz. And you have 2 Laguz stone, and then some olivey grass. Do you want to conserve those resources and olivey grass, or do you want to immediately spend them? And I do think Lucia's existence makes it so that you can avoid spending those stone uses, because it's nice to save the Laguz stone uses, especially since Mordecai, Lethe, and Naeluchi are not great units. I like saving the stones for Ike's army when you get the Hawk Bros right here. They're actually pretty phenomenal. So Lucia existing sort of lets you save that resource. She also just makes 2-2 less of a hassle. Like, it's an annoying fog of war map. There's crossbow units, there's bow units, and you've got a couple of flyers, and you're stuck with Laguz, who, like, Mordecai and Lethe, we'll get to them in a second, but they're not great, especially if you're saving the stone. And even Brom and Nephenee, right? Like, they're filler, but, like, not great filler. But it is one map, right? Like, okay, so think of it in terms of FE7, Athos is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. But he's in one map, and so he ends up in C tier, right? Lucia is nowhere near as good as Athos on the one map that she's on. I feel like I can't justify C tier. I could probably put her in, like, mid D? Because when she comes back in part 4, she is just a filler unit. Like, her base stats are great for 2-2, but they're on Zihark and Mia base stats level. And even if you haven't been training up Zihark and Mia, you've been training other people. You're going to have people who are significantly better than Lucia. It's also potentially worth noting, for the most part, I've kind of not been commenting on weapon ranks, aside from the Laguz, for whom raising strike rank is a significant buff. And that's because the Bjork units usually have the weapon rank you need them to get, right? And Lucia has A rank at base, which is good enough for 2-2, but because she's absent for so long, you don't actually have the opportunity to raise her sword rank, and so when she returns in part 4, she's still at A rank. You want S rank or even S plus SS, depending on the translation, because you get the Veikati and the Alondite, and, Lucia, if you do hyper-focus in trying to train her up,
you can get her there. But I feel like she is one of very few units that is actually going to struggle to hit those weapon rank caps just because of the situation where she ends up missing so much time. She does also start with the skill parity. Parity is a bad skill. It gets rid of support bonuses and terrain bonuses for both units involved. Enemies very rarely have support bonuses. It does help in 2-2, because the mage boss has terrain bonuses, so if you want to, like, fight him, parity helps. And then, like, I guess in... Well, no, there's no terrain bonuses because she's forced into Lucia's army. Or not Lucia's army, Elincia's army, Tabaran's army. Although, I guess, does Part 4 even have you face anyone on throne bonuses? I guess, in theory, if you bring Lucia into the tower, there's the various ward wood and defense wood tiles, like the ward tiles that give 20 res and the defense tiles that give 20 defense. And she would ignore those. But at that point, I would just take parity off of her and give it to someone else instead. Yeah, I think I like her less than Nephenee, less than Edward. Like, it's so hard to judge, but, I guess no, it's not actually that different from, like, Muarum, right? I think that she's above Muarum, but below the people who actually exist in the game, because she has the Muarum problem of disappearing, and then when she comes back, she's severely outclassed. I don't think she's as outclassed as him. And I also think that even though it's only one map to Muarum's 3, the fact that she's the only super unit, whereas Muarum exists alongside Tormod, alongside, well, not Viika, but Nialah, like, he's alongside other super units. Lucia is legit just the only super unit in 2-2. And then when she comes back, she's easier to salvage than any of Tormod's squad, right? And once again, Tormod is sort of getting bonus points for that swamp map and the uniquely powerful thing that he does there. Which, I could see a potential argument that, like, okay, but Lucia also is uniquely powerful in one map, right? And maybe that just means I'm overvaluing Tormod. Yeah, I think we go here for Tormod. I still like Tormod better than Edward and Aran, but I like Edward and Aran better than Lucia. I think that's where I want them to be. Yeah, so justice for Brom and Nephenee. And I'm sorry, Tormod fans. I still think he's the Tor god. Killing that wyvern is a very big deal, but I think I am overemphasizing it. All right, next up is Mordecai, and he's in a very unfortunate situation. It's not quite as bad, his availability, as Lucia's, but it's more just, it's sad. So, he's available in 2-2 and 2-E, very similar to Brom and Nephenee, like he's in that same sort of group. And then he will eventually rejoin the Grail Mercenaries. Although, it takes the Laguz longer to rejoin Ike's army than the Bjork. So, he joins up with Ike's army in the mountain map, 3-4. And then, he's absent in 3-5. And he won't rejoin until, I believe it's 3-7? Yeah, 3-7 is the next Ike army map, where they're in the swamp again. And after that point, he's available in every Ike map up until endgame, at which point you then split him into one of the 4 armies, right? This is already a little bit awkward. Like, missing out on 3-5 is not just annoying because, like, it's a map that you miss, and anytime you miss a map, it's kind of a big deal, but 3-5 in particular has more deployment slots available than the previous maps had. There's a lot of like, oh, you gotta bench these units because you have more units than slots. And in 3-5, you face the opposite problem where it's like, well, I guess I'm taking my instant promoted Ilyanna off the bench and like my untrained Rolf will man the ballista because you've just got so many dudes or so many slots and not enough dudes to fill them. So if Mordecai were around on 3-5, that would at the very least give him like another map to potentially be free filler availability. He has Smite at base, which like you can take off and give to someone else, but since he's got such high con, he makes good use of it. Like he can shove people of all weights, which is pretty cool. But unfortunately, he just misses that map. And what's worse is because that is the map that all the Laguz miss, it means basically that Mordecai's availability, the maps where you can deploy him, perfectly overlap with the maps where you are forced to deploy Ranulf. And since you're always forced to deploy Ranulf, you are always handling at least one unit with Laguz gauge. You want to limit the number of annoying Laguz gauges that you have to deal with in a single map. Especially because stones and grass gets expensive if you gotta buy them for like 3 or 4 units. You want some number of people who can just do stuff, you know? You do get the advantage of like, okay, well, I have to use Ranulf, I might as well make use of the really, really good stats on the turns that he's able to transform. But you also just want old reliables like Ike, Titania, you know, Boyd, Oscar, Shannon, who can just always do something every turn. And the more Laguz you have, the fewer units you have who can do stuff every turn. Especially turn 1, because remember, even if you use a stone to transform on turn 1, you aren't attacking on turn 1. Using a stone is your action. And so being able to actually kill threatening enemies, actually, you know, break walls, do whatever you need to do on turn 1, I think is a big deal, and that's sort of one of the main downsides of stacking up multiple Laguz. That's not to say that there's no reason to have any Laguz other than Ranulf. I'm pretty high on the birds, as we'll talk to in a while. But you gotta have a lot going for you to justify a deployment of an additional Laguz. You know, be Laguz number 2, Laguz number 3, or whatever. And unfortunately, Mordecai kind of doesn't. His stats are, I would say his stats are actually, like, good enough to justify being a Laguz gauge unit. You know, 57 HP, assuming transformed stats, he has 28 strength, 18 skill, 18 speed, 32 defense, 15 luck, and 8 resistance. And while transformed, he has 9 move, right? That's some impressive combat. His speed isn't great, but it's not terrible. Like, he's not in the speed tier where everything will be doubling him, but he is going to struggle to double stuff, and unfortunately, his speed growth is also pretty bad, 15%. It means that oftentimes he's just going to be stuck at base. So he doesn't scale super well into the later parts of part 3, but he can do, like, you know, he can be a decent combat unit if you deploy him early on. But I would argue that it is not enough to justify dealing with yet another gauge unit, especially since he has that sort of awkward availability, and he's not a long-term unit. Like, the Laguz in general have pretty bad growths, and the idea behind this, at least I assume, is to compensate for the fact that aside from luck and HP, anytime they level up a stat, it is actually 2 of that stat. So 35 strength is not great. It means that more often than not, Mordecai is not going to get a strength level. Probably once every 3 levels he'll level up strength, right? But when he does level up strength, that's functionally plus 2 strength. So it gives him 28 strength, or lets him go from 28 strength to 30 strength, right? And so in the case of speed, his 15% speed, he's probably only getting that once every 10 levels, but it's 2 points of speed, so he's not going to fall behind as fast as you would expect. Unfortunately, Laguz, they don't get experience very well. They're treated like promoted units. And so even though Mordecai, you know, he's level 16, it's not the highest, he's going to get experience slower than the people around him, like, you know, Nephenee, Brom are all like 10 levels lower than him. A lot of the Part 2 enemies just aren't going to give Mordecai the type of experience he needs. Now, you can, of course, speed this up by letting him get attacked, because when they're untransformed,
I don't know the exact formula, but they do gain more experience. I think they're treated as like 10 levels lower or something ridiculous like that. But then you run into the problem of, okay, untransformed, he's got 9 speed, 16 defense. He's getting doubled and, like, pounded for a ton of damage. That's not good. Even with 57 HP, like, you're already using items to manage his gauge. Do you really want to then either commit a healer to healing him or use items to manage his HP? Like, at that point, what is he doing other than just getting beat up and hoping that maybe he'll roll a 15% growth or whatever? More likely than not, it would just be strength and defense, which, like, fair enough. You know, 35% strength, 45% defense. There are worse stats to be competent in. But I think that I see the vision of, you know, the lower stats compensating for the fact that you get 2, but I think the lower experience gain and the lower stats, like, they work together to make it just not worth it. And as such, I really don't like Mordecai in part 3, but in part 2, he's decent filler. I think that he can be short-term filler, like that's sort of the D tier situation. I think he's quite useful in 2-2, and I like him in 2E if you're playing things slowly. Like, he can choke a point with the best of them. You eat a stone on turn 1 and then just, like, continuously grass. If you're trying to play Elincia's Gambit much more defensively, you know, waiting out the clock, putting him in a choke point, he doesn't need to do anything on player phase. You can have him just eat grass and then, like, get physicked by Elincia or by the green, or not yet green, yellow. There's yellow unit clerics, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's at least one yellow unit cleric. And so, like, it's not the end of the world that he doesn't have a player phase. It's not great, especially if he's... Because then you run into the situation of, okay, if he gets hit by a bunch of people, he'll untransform on enemy phase. I don't hate him in 2E, but then it's like, it's Lucia tier, right? I think... probably in between Aran and Lucia, just because he is... It's similar to, like, you know, Lucia versus Mordecai, right? Where, okay, she's around a little bit longer and a little bit more salvageable in the long term, and he even more so than her. And he's really only around... Like, he's only useful in 2-2 and 2-E. But if you do want to bring him in Ike's army and sort of, like, struggle upstream, he's got water affinity. That's pretty nice. Like, that boosts someone's attack and someone's defense. You can, I guess, also give, and this applies to both Mordecai and Lethe, you could give him a ton of the bonus experience that you get from Geoffery's charge, since he is available in Elincia's Gambit, and since bonus experience is always going to give 3 stats, you know, there's a little bit of like, well, is that BXP manipulation? I would argue no, like, it's getting him more than you would expect, but it's also like, you're just giving it to him to get him stats, right? Like, it's not like a purposely waiting and trying to get around Haar's deficit or whatever. I think it's an edge case. I also just don't think that's the best use of the Elincia's Gambit bonus experience, just because at the end of the day, even with Mordecai gaining like a bunch more stats than your other units, he's still dealing with gauge problems, and gauge problems really can weigh a unit down. But the Grail Mercs can't afford to have people who are just like super enemy phase gods, and hey, like having really high defense, really high strength, he basically becomes a 9-move armor knight, and like that's some good enemy phase right there. I guess I should mention that, just like Volug, Mordecai starts with A rank strike, so his base attack is only going to be 38, but if you build his strength rank up, he gains 5 per level, so an SS, 38 is accounting for with his strength as well, right? It's a 10 might weapon, and then there's a 15 might weapon at S rank, and a 20 might weapon at SS. So that's pretty alright. He's stuck at 1 range locked, which is unfortunate, but at the very least, it's a super accurate 1 range locked weapon.
And hey, that's nice because Mordecai's skill isn't exactly the greatest. 25% growth and a functional 18 base is not really where you want to be. Smite is nice though. For anyone who doesn't know, Smite lets you shove 2 tiles instead of 1. And you can, of course, if you're not using him, take it off and give it to someone else. But as I say, he's heavy. You can't take it off in part 2, so like he gets it for free in 2-2 and 2E. And it can be good for defensively positioning people. Like if Mordecai isn't the one holding the choke point, he can smite someone into position or smite someone out of position. You can smite enemies, so he can like smite an enemy forward, make room for, you know, a Marcia hit and run tactic or something. I think he's better than Aran, probably. The more I talk about it, like he's fine in a couple of maps, and then he's probably not someone you want on your team long term. And then we get to Lethe, and this is, oh god, she's such an unfortunate unit. So Lethe has all of the downsides that Mordecai has, and then more downsides of her own, and no real upsides to compensate. While transformed, she has 51 HP, 18 strength, 12 magic, 26 skill, 24 speed, 18 luck, 18 defense, 20 res. Right off the bat, in most areas, that is just weaker than Mordecai. She has better res than him, which is nice, but she's got lower defense and lower HP, so she's not going to be tanking particularly well. And she has significantly lower strength. Her attack power, considering she also has A-rank strike, she only has 26 attack at base because of that 18 strength, and also Cat Claw only being 8 damage at A. And then it is 18 at SS instead of 20. So not only is her strength lower, but her weapon is worse, and she is more accurate because she has high skill, and I think Cat Claw is a little bit more accurate itself, but I think Mordecai is plenty accurate on his own. The main advantage, the only thing that I would say Lethe has over Mordecai is her speed stat. When transformed at 24 speed, she is legitimately a speed tier ahead of Mordecai, and there are enemies that she will double that he does not. But it's not that much ahead. Like, it's only 24 versus 18, right? It's 6 speed difference. Meaningful, but not game-changing. She is still going to fail to double fast enemies like Swordmasters and whatnot. Pegasus Knights, all that sort of stuff. And that is unfortunate. She does have a good speed growth. 50% speed growth is very good, especially considering every level up is 2 functionally. So when you think about it, like, on average, she will gain speed every level, but she starts out as a level 21 cat, which means she gets experience even slower than Mordecai does. Technically, being level 21 is an upside in that once you get to 30, the Lagoos can use the Satori sign, I think it's called. There's an item that lets them get their mastery skill. For Lethe, that's going to be the skill Rend, which gives her a speed divided by 2% chance to multiply her strength by 5 and then inflict the stun status on the opponent. Although, ultimately, stunning them is kind of pointless because they're going to die anyway. So, like, if you can get her 9 levels, this is kind of a cool minor upside. But getting her there is rough. She's dealing with gauge stuff. She shares her ability with Ralnelf, who also deals with gauge stuff. And they both deal with Cat Gauge, which is the most obnoxious of the gauges. Because you could justify, like, okay, well, you know, I'll use Mordecai because he has Tiger Gauge. It's a little bit easier. I'll just ignore Ralnelf, right? He's just basically a dead deployment slot. Lethe, not so much. Like, she's also on Cat Gauge. And the big thing about Cat Gauge is you transform quickly, but you also untransform quickly. And since she wants to really be a player phase unit, not really do much enemy phasing, like her bulk is not there, she is wanting to take advantage of all of her turns to attack people, but she can't because you really need to just eat grass every turn in order to keep her alive. And then because then you're eating grass to keep her transformed, she's then going to, I guess, have to enemy phase using her player phase oriented stats. And then that gets her beat up, and so she needs to eat healing items or get healed by other people, and it's a spiraling mess. I also think, like, it's worth noting, she's statted like a Myrmidon, but her closest competition, if we're talking about in Ike's army, is Mia. Mia has 17 strength, which is only 1 less than transformed Lethe, and 28 speed, and Mia actually has, like, really good growths in both of those departments. Well, not really good in terms of strength, but like good enough. 45, right? I think it's better than Lethe, right? Lethe has 35? Lethe has, yeah, 35. So she's just sort of really, really in a bad situation. I guess technically, one upside that she has, although it's hard to take advantage of this, Lethe has the Heaven Affinity, which I would argue is probably the most desirable of the affinities, simply because it adds hit. How many characters have I talked about where I'm like, you need a hit forge for them, or like, it sucks because like you have low hit with the 1-2 range swords, low hit with the 1-2 range swords. Lethe herself doesn't really need the hit boost, so it does kind of suck for her that her affinity doesn't help her out. She kind of just becomes a support bot for someone else. But if you want to do that savior strategy I was talking about with like savior, Brom, support him, you could raise someone's support with Lethe and have them savior her and then just get a big hit boost, right? You know, Nephenee with the Steel Great Lance. Now suddenly you don't have to switch to the Steel Lance, get that might downgrade. She can use the Steel Great Lance and like actually hit stuff. Jill, if you recruit her over to the Grail Mercs, or even Haar, like, because axes, you know, axe accuracy. Heck, can Mia pick up an untransformed Lethe? She has 11 weight. I don't think Mia can pick her up, can she? RD Mia. That's sort of the problem that you run into, is it does kind of have to be a cavalry unit, but like Titania can benefit from that. Yeah, Mia only has 7. She can't pick her up. That's unfortunate. But like, you know, the Storm Sword, whatever. But Titania, when she promotes, gets to use swords, right? Or she can use hand axes. Like, you don't have to spend a forge boosting up Titania. So that can be nice. Unfortunately, Lethe joining so late, like, the reason that I suggest it with Brom is, Brom joins in 3-2. Lethe joins 3-4, and then she's, like, gone half the time, right? By the time that Lethe is there and you, like, get a support with a cavalry who wants the hit boost, you know, cavalry have kind of fallen off at that point, right? God, she's so unfortunate. Definitely worse than Mordecai. Probably worse than, like, Lucia and Aran. Better than Muarum. I think Muarum is like the worst of these beasties. But yeah, just super unfortunate. And in the thing that really gets me, right? The thing that really gets my goat is Lethe is, you know, okay, you're meant to take advantage of the cat gauge by letting her get attacked while she's untransformed. In 2-2, archers double her while she's untransformed. And she's the fast one, right? It's because she loses so much speed by getting that cut in half. Down to 12 speed, she gets doubled. She doesn't have good bulk. She will get dealt 40 damage by steelbow archers. Depending on rolls, it could be a little bit more, a little bit less. But in my experience, it's around 40. That means that if you vulnerary, she still dies. Because she gets, you vulnerary, because she gets knocked down to 10 or 11 HP, right? You vulnerary, she's up to 31, she gets hit by 40, she's dead. She's dead. Like, she can't even vulnerary to get attacked by people. So, like, you can't build up the cat cage by letting her get attacked. You have to use a fucking stone and grass and then use it to keep it up. It's just downside. It's so awful. It's so awful. I've seen a, like, weird resurgence in my comment section that, like, oh, you know, cat cage isn't as bad as people say it is. It is as bad as people say it is. Like, yes, you can manage it, but it is such a downside. Because if cat gauge were on the bulkier Lagoos, like, if cat gauge were on someone like Muarum or Mordecai or this guy over here, the king, the prince, they have the bulk, even while untransformed, to take multiple hits. You know, they'll still get doubled, but they're bulky enough that, like, you can take advantage of their untransformed time to build up gauge. If cat gauge were on them, it would actually be, I think, pretty good. But it's on the two frail people, you know, and ravens, it's frail for them as well. This fast gauge is on Lethe, it's on Lyre, it's on Ranulf, it's on the people who can't take hits. And that's sort of the killing blow, is like, you can't take advantage of getting attacked and building gauge up. And if you're not taking advantage of that, then the only thing that's happening is you're losing gauge faster every time you do combat, and every time a turn passes. Because realistically, if you're waiting while untransformed, you're wasting like 3 turns before you even do anything. That's such a huge waste. You gotta use items, and then once you're using items, they're all kind of transforming at the same rate. Like, they'll take 2 grasses or 1 stone. So it's just pure downside. It's just pure downside. Next up is Geoffery, and he's just like Lucia 2.0. I swear, it's just the part 2 units. It's just the part 2 units that have this fucking availability bullshit. But he is available in 2-3. In fact, he's the main character of 2-3. And then if you wait around long enough in Elincia's Gambit, he will show up in, I believe it's on turn 10? Or turn 8. They show up partway through as sort of like a rescue mission coming from the rear. Although I don't think he actually helps that much, because he has to spend a couple of turns charging down. They show up in like the top right-hand side of the map, and you have to charge down in order to link back up with anyone. From a storytelling perspective, I do love it. It's a pretty epic moment that way. But if you're struggling to hold the line as Elincia and co., the Royal Knights on Geoffery's behalf are not going to help that much when they show up. They're just sort of there. That's unfortunate. And then in 3-9, yeah, 3-9 is the Crimean Royal Knight map, because 3-10 is the field, 3-11 is the bridge, and then 12-13 are Micciah. So in 3-9, he is once again the main character, and in both 2-3 and 3-9, Geoffery is even more so than Lucia, like the only competent unit. Well, I mean, Kieran exists, but Kieran has some stuff working against him. Geoffery is very, very strong, 37 HP, 24 strength, 23 skill, 20 speed, which is not great, but serviceable. 19 luck, 18 defense, and 15 res. And then, of course, as a paladin, a lance paladin, he has 9 move. He also starts out with a brave lance, and at base, he and Devdan and Marcia are the only ones who can use it. You can, of course, trade it between them, but Marcia being much frailer, not really able to frontline as easily, and Devdan being on infantry duty, means that oftentimes Geoffery ends up using it best, I would argue. He also has a short spear, so he can do like 1-2 range enemy phase gaming, delete select targets on player phase with the Brave Lance. He is not quite invincible in 2-3, but I would say because you're facing a bunch of, for anyone who hasn't played 2-3, you face a bunch of unpromoted foes. And so they're not going to be doing too much to him. Now, of course, the fact that he is doubling and one-rounding most of them with like the short spear and the steel lance and whatnot is kind of a problem, because the way that you get bonus experience is by leaving these weak enemies alive. But because he's so bulky, you can sort of have him charge forward, equip a weaker weapon, or unequip all your weapons, and then not kill as many, or like just chips him down or whatever.
and potentially have him not have to worry about like leaving these mounted units alive and get the experience that way. There is a Horse Slayer foe who I think the best strategy, unfortunately, is just to have Geoffery dodge a like 37 that would kill him otherwise, and that's pretty frustrating. I think that's a problem with 2-3 because you just have mostly mounted units. It is like, it's really annoying. There's an overlapping area where the Horse Slayer guy, because he's a mounted Horse Slayer guy, he covers a large swath of the area. And the only units not dealt effective damage by it are Marcia, who is a flying unit, and Devdan, who is infantry. Everyone else is mounted, right? So they all die to the Horse Slayer. There's crossbows covering that same area, so Marcia's out. So you have to send Devdan forward as an infantry unit, which, like, you can rescue him forward. You got horses, right? But, like, it's either that, like, or you just hope that you dodge. And I do think that, unfortunately, like, just hope you dodge is probably the best strategy. Although Devdan, like, he can do work in it, and, you know, rescue him forward. It just ends up being slower. And on that map, you really don't want to play slow because you want to rush, get the kill the boss, seize, in order to not have to, like, the longer you're around, the more the yellow units are probably going to kill the red units, or you will just kill them on enemy phase. So that's unfortunate for you. But if you just want to, like, rush forward, Geoffery is kind of a key part to that strategy, just because he's so bulky, and he has high move. But then he's gone. Like, he's in 2-3. 2-3, he's, like, basically, again, your most competent unit. You rush him forward, put out the fires, try to kill the boss as fast as you can. He kind of has to, like, zigzag around because the bushes will slow him down too much, but nothing really to hold him back other than just getting ganged up on, right? And then you enter into the late game, and he's just nowhere to be found. Like, he is the only Royal Knight who doesn't join Ike's army when Ike joins up with Elincia. He instead goes off on, like, a stealth mission for plot reasons, and you don't get him back until 4-5, the chapter right before the tower. And it's a swamp map. And so because he's on a horse, he can't even enter the map. He can't fight the majority of foes. Like, he's stuck in the starting area. And unlike with Fiona, it matters because he has actual, like, still decent stats. I wouldn't say they're good for part 4. But a lot of that is just the caps, right? Like, Silver Knight caps are pretty unfortunate. And he has Paragon. He starts with the Paragon, like, auto-equipped. You can't remove it in part 2. You can remove it in part 3, and you probably should, just because you want to give it to someone who will actually bring it to Ike's army, rather than getting extra experience on Geoffery. But it does help him with the fact that, like, because he's level 15, he normally wouldn't gain much experience, and it's sort of the Zihark thing where, like, doubling not much is going to add up over time, so he doesn't fall behind in the same way that his sister does in terms of missing out so much time. He still falls pretty far behind, and I would argue that Lance Paladin / Silver Knight is just not a very good endgame class, so he's not a desirable tower pick in any way, shape, or form, and that's before accounting for the fact that, like, he's probably going to be under-leveled because he misses the entire fucking game, and in the one map that he's there in part 4, because part 4 is sort of like, it's designed to train up these people that miss so much of the game. It's like, okay, well, I want to bring Lucia to tower, I'll train her up, but he's just not allowed to go into the swamp. Like, part 4 is the training arc for all these, like, chuckle fucks. And in particular, 4-5 has the infinitely respawning Lagoos, so, like, if you want to do grinding and abuse, that's kind of how you do it. But he just can't. Like, he just can't because he can't get in the swamp. He's stuck on the island. It's so fucking tragic. Ooh. So I'm thinking now, the more I think about it, like, it almost feels like he's worse than Lucia. I do think he's better, because the maps that he's on, like Geoffrey's Charge, the thing about Geoffrey's Charge, right, is you kind of don't want to perform super well on that map, because the bonus experience is going to be way better for you than whatever experience the Royal Knights can get out of it. Even if you're planning on using, like, Kieran, Astrid, Makalov long-term, Devdan, even Geoffery, right? Like, it makes more sense to just get bonus experience and feed the bonus experience to them at a later point when you, like, combine the armies and have Elincia's army able to get the bonus experience for them, instead of killing those tier 1 units, because for the most part, the tier 1 units aren't giving much experience. You get, like, 2 to 10 experience per kill. Not even, because they're, like... I mean, Astrid has Paragon, and she gets 32 off of a kill, right? So, like, a kill is gonna give these guys who are not level 1 with Paragon... like 5 EXP, 10 EXP. It's so bad. So like I almost don't value him for that. But for part 3, the 3-9, like that is something legitimately useful that he does. Again, very much like the Brom Nephenee, where how much is it an actual scene? Like how much is an actual chapter? How much is it a playable cutscene? Hard to say. I think it is enough of a playable cutscene that, like, I don't value it too highly, but it is still... It's varied enough, especially considering that Kieran, Astrid, Makalov, Devdan, and Calill, and Marcia all can have gained experience by then, and, like, things can iterate differently. You get a Master Crown to work with as well, and depending on who you give the crown to... things will play differently, you know, whether you give it to Marcia, whether you give it to one of the Cavs, whether you give it to Devdan or Calill. So there's enough flexibility that it does feel like a real chapter, just a pretty limited one. So yeah, I am going to... I think I put him under Aran. I think I put him over Aran, under Mordecai. Or... Because Aran is like Mr. Potential Man, and Geoffery doesn't have the potential... But he does do stuff, like, he is Mr. Concrete. I think I'll take actually concretely doing something, even if it's lesser than the potential of Aran's Mr. Potential. It's, Geoffery is okay, I'll put it this way. In every single playthrough, Geoffery is going to do important stuff in 1 or 2, usually 2 maps. And in some playthroughs, he might also be a tower candidate. But in most playthroughs, I'd say he isn't. Meanwhile, in every single playthrough, Aran is going to block ledges, and then in some playthroughs, you'll hyper-invest into him, and, like, instead of having Edward and Nolan do stuff, he'll be, like, a god. But in most playthroughs, I think his ceiling is the ledge blocking. And so, going off of that, you know, Aran has higher highs, but Geoffery has more highs. More frequent highs, I think. Even if his highs are lower. If that makes sense. Next up is Kieran, and I did just get done saying that Geoffery is probably, like, your strongest guy in 2-3 and 3-9. But that might not even be accurate, because Kieran, looking at their stats side by side, Kieran is actually remarkably close to his mentor. He has 41 HP, 21 strength, 20 skill, 20 speed, 16 luck, 18 defense, and 11 resistance. So he is arguably bulkier just because he has a higher HP total and the same defense. Less res, but there's not that many magical enemies that the Royal Knights will face. And then he has a little bit less strength, but they have the same speed, and he has a better weapon type in axes as opposed to lances. The main downside is that Kieran gets like a silver axe, whereas Geoffery gets a brave lance. So he's going to be able to nuke stuff, but Kieran still does some very good work. I think that oftentimes it feels worse because some of the axes you have access to initially in 2-3, like the steel pole axe and the silver axe and whatnot, they can have a little bit shakier hit rate, but you can buy other stuff, and Kieran, oh no, he has the silver axe. The silver axe is pretty good in terms of hit rate, right? He has a silver axe at base. It's just the pole axe that feels weird. So it's not actually as bad as it seems. One of the available items you can purchase in Geoffery's charge as well is you can grab yourself a hammer. You can get a horse slayer as well, I believe, but I think that's less effective because even though you're facing mostly mounted units, Geoffery kills them with no problem. But you can get a hammer, and the hammer lets Kieran just nuke armor knights. Hammer itself is very important for dealing with the Black Knight fight later, but armors can be a pretty difficult enemy type to fight down just because they are so bulky. And so Kieran having that niche of being like, well, I just kill armors is nice. And then just like with Geoffery, being able to charge forward, maybe even equip, you know, that steel poleaxe and then miss some of the enemies in order to not kill them and get that bonus experience is kind of nice. His accuracy can struggle a little bit with only 20 skill and no forged weapons in part 2 or in the Grail Knights, not Grail Knights, the Crimea Knights part 3 map. But overall, I would say his performance on those 2 maps is similar to Geoffery. He's a level 11 paladin as well, so he can gain experience at a decent rate. Obviously, Geoffery having Paragon means that Geoffery is usually going to promote before Kieran does, but you can just give Kieran Paragon. Like, he starts with Gamble, and Gamble, who cares? But you can just give Kieran Paragon after part 2 if you want. Like, I think Kieran's probably a decent user of, because he'll join Ike's army in 311, and then if you want to pass Paragon to someone other than Kieran, you can do that just in the prep screen. And if you give Kieran Paragon, like, then, well, he's gaining experience faster than Geoffery. And if you don't, he's gaining it almost as fast as Geoffery, even without the Paragon. Or if you just take Paragon off of Geoffery, Kieran is suddenly gaining it faster. So that's, like, pretty good. And his growths are all right. Like, 60% strength and defense. Those are the 2 that he's going to get mostly. And then 30% speed is unfortunate. 40 skill, also unfortunate. But once he joins the Grail Mercs, you can forge axes for him. And then once he joins the Grail Mercs, he's in 2 chapters before part 4. Not great. Like, low availability is definitely Kieran's biggest issue. But at least he fucking exists in the game, unlike these 2 chuckle fucks. Sorry, Aran, you're in the middle of the blue siblings, and you end up catching strays, but Geoffery and Lucia is just like, fuck off. Kieran at least joins up with Ike's army, and I think he can be decent filler in those maps. Unfortunately, the first one, the bridge map, is not a great time for mounted units because there's all those holes, and enemies will throw down light ruins. Because you can't rescue mounted units, Cavaliers, you can run into a situation where the enemy throws light ruins on the only non-hole spaces, and then when you have all the holes collapse, suddenly all of your mounted units are stuck on the left-hand side of the holes, and they have to wait like 5 turns for a light barrier to run out before they can actually make it over. You can get around this a little bit by exploiting things by having flyers stand on where you know there's a hole and have your calves pass through them. If there's someone occupying, because flyers won't activate the pitfalls, right? So if there's someone occupying the pitfall space and the pitfall hasn't been activated, you can pass through without activating it. This is because if the pitfall activated, it would stop your unit on an occupied space, and that can't happen. That'll cause problems. 2 units occupying the same space, so you can kind of use an exploit to get around this, but it is still unfortunate. It's a pretty big downside for the Cavs, and I end up usually not using that exploit in part because it can be awkward to just like sit a random flyer on the, like, hey, you're not doing anything, just stand here, and it also feels a little bit like annoying. You gotta pull a map up and consult and see like, okay, here's where I go, and yada yada. But it is a good thing you can do. Like, it sort of negates that problem. It is still something that, like, it sucks that they make it necessary, but in a way the infantry does too if you don't want to rescue drop them around. And then, of course, in 3-E, it's a big field. You know, it's a semi-route map. You gotta kill a certain number of units, but it's a big field. Spreading out with a lot of high move units is nice, and so Kieran being a mounted unit with higher move lets him do that, which is cool. Obviously, once you're in part 4, that's probably going to be the time that he plays catch-up, because I would imagine that Kieran is going to be a little bit behind the rest of the Grail Mercs when he joins up, at least the ones you focused on. You know, like if you've hyper-invested into like Boyd, Oscar, or whatever, there's going to be some that are promoted, whereas like Kieran, probably not tier 3 yet, but he's got a decent like, stat spread. And Gold Knight, I mean, Gold Knight's not great. You get Wormslayer and you get Hammer for the tower, so effective damage versus dragons and effective damage versus knights is cool. His res is also not very good, so like the final few floors being all magical sucks for him. I guess I should say, because Cavaliers and all the mounted classes lose movement on indoor maps. But the tower is not considered an indoor map, even though you're inside a tower. I think they did that just so that you would be able to bring all of your people into endgame and not have to face those penalties. So Kieran is almost never going to face indoor penalties. I believe the only possibility is if you send him with Ike to Oliver's mansion. Of course, if you send him with Tabard's army, he has to deal with swamp stuff. But unlike Geoffery, Kieran is not forced, so you can send him whichever way you want. I mean, the downside to that, though, is in every single path, there's not great stuff for mounted people. Like, Micciah's army goes through the desert, and they have a river map. Ike's army is probably the least bad for mounted units, just because there's an indoor map, and that sucks, and there's ledges on that indoor map that you have to go all the way a long way around for that, but it's fine. Like, you probably want to send some people the long way anyway, because it's a route map. And then the other Ike map is the defend map, where you're just sort of running around and yada yada yada. It's not a big deal. And then the Tabarn map, you've got forest map followed by swamp map. So like, there's nothing for the fucking Cavs to do. Like, that is definitely the worst route for your mounted units to go. And the other route has a desert. Like, it's so awful. So you can, like, send Kieran with the Grail Mercs. And, like, hey, you know, if you send Oscar, like, they can finally be the Christmas Cavs together. And that's pretty cool for him. Ultimately, definitely not the strongest unit out there, but probably the most promising of the Part 2 units we've talked about in terms of like training potential, as well as just starting out in a good position. I think that there's potentially an argument to say, like, I don't think he's quite good short term. I think he's better than Marcia, but only just barely. His stats are like actually functional, whereas Marcia's very much needs the babying. His speed is going to be a problem. That is kind of the issue, is there's a lot of Grail Mercs whose speed is a problem, and Kieran just adds more to that issue. So maybe I put him below Marcia, because Marcia, if she has one thing going for her, it is speed. But there's a lot of Grail Mercs with low speed, and Kieran, so like this Speedwing is really competitive from like Ike and Haar and Titania and whatnot, and Kieran's just going to make that even more of an issue if you decide to add him to your squad. And it is also just worth acknowledging that the Gold Knight, and it's better than Silver Knight, but it still doesn't scale super well into the later portion of the game, and that's a little bit unfortunate, but I still think Kieran is, like, he's pretty good. Like, I do think, because you have the slots for him, usually, when you go to the bridge map, I do think that you probably should just be deploying him on the bridge map, on the end game, and then, you know, wherever you send him in Part 4, like, he'll be useful. I like Kieran. It's just, I wish he was in the game more often. He'd probably get his way out of D tier if he was in, like, 1 or 2 more chapters. I could justify giving him a C tier for like a long-term filler, but you can't be long-term filler if you're around for like 5 maps. That's not long-term. Next up, we have Astrid, and oh boy, talk about a monumental fall off. You know, if Haar and Ike are the units who got the biggest glow-ups in the transition to Radiant Down, Astrid is easily the unit who got the biggest fall down. She was never, like, phenomenal in Path of Radiance, but Paragon worked differently in Path of Radiance than in Radiant Dawn, and Cavalier was, like, one of the best classes in Path of Radiance, whereas in Radiant Dawn, it's honestly more of a liability than anything.
The biggest difference is Paragon, however, because Paragon was her big selling point in Path of Radiance. You just give her a bunch of bonus experience, she gets double the BXP, and then even when she's doing combat, she gets double combat experience, and it's pretty phenomenal for her. The two big changes is since Paragon is a removable skill, it's no longer, like, unique to her. You can give it to someone else, and yeah, she has it without capacity, but if you just want to give Paragon to someone who, like, already has good stats, that's gonna be a better use of your time than trying to struggle with Astrid, especially since Paragon now no longer affects bonus experience. And the reason for that is obvious, like, you would just equip it to everyone before BXPing it, and then remove it from them and equip it to whoever you're next to BXPing, so, like, the exploit would be super, super obvious if Paragon affected bonus experience, but since it doesn't, now Astrid needs to actually get, like, all of her Paragon EXP on the field, because the strategy in Path of Radiance was just feed her bonus experience levels, like, jumpstart it with BXP, and because of the Paragon, she gets extra, and then, like, she's no longer a training project. So I think if bonus experience didn't exist in Path of Radiance, Astrid would be a much weaker unit, just because, or, like, if she couldn't use Paragon bonus experience, right? Because then it's like, well, why are we BXPing this super underpowered one when you could instead BXP someone who's, like, strong already, like Kieran, Oscar, Marcia, Jill, that sort of thing. But now, as it stands, Astrid is just, like, fundamentally a trainee. You can't cheat the system by using Paragon BXP to give her, like, 10 to 20 levels just for free. And so she's stuck with those awful bases. 33 HP, 13 strength, 8 magic, 16 skill, 15 speed, 17 luck, 10 defense, 14 resistance. And then she is also bow-locked, which is not a particularly good weapon type. It means training her up is going to be almost exclusively doing player phase combat. I mean, she's so frail that she wouldn't be enemy phasing with axes and swords or whatever anyway, and in theory, I guess bows can be an advantage for her, because she can, like, take pot shots or get kills and then canto away, but she's dealing, like, 3 damage and oftentimes not doubling. And this is against the units who are all, like, tier 1. Like, the enemies in her join map in 2-3 are a bunch of tier 1 cavaliers, whereas Astrid is a paladin. She's a bow paladin. But she's still performing poorly against them because her bases are just so bad. And unlike other trainees where it's like, well, you know, you get a lot of good growths for your bases, like for your struggle with these bad bases, right? Astrid has pretty bad growths too. Like, they're not terrible, but they honestly feel on the level of the Lagoos. Part of me makes me wonder that, like, because she has Paragon, maybe she had bad growths in the same way that the Lagoos, because they get doubled stats, have bad growths. But she has 55 HP, 40% strength, 20% magic, doesn't really matter, 45% skill, 40% speed, 70% luck, 30% defense, and 50% res. The only growths I would say are really good are her luck growth and her res growth, whereas, like, her HP growth and defense growth are really bad, and then her strength and speed growths are just fine. Like, another unit having a 40% in strength and speed, if it was like a pre-promote, right? If it was someone who had, like, really good bases, like Geoffery or whatever, like, that would be fine, but not outstanding. It being on Astrid is really sad. It's really sad. Yeah, I think Astrid is in contention for the worst unit in the game. She has the same availability as Kieran also, so, like, she doesn't even have a ton of time to take advantage of Paragon, and, like, I was gonna say of her growths, but then I remembered, no, her growths kind of suck, it's just Paragon. Like, she doesn't have, she's supposed to be a training project, but her growths suck, and she's not around very long to get trained up. And then, like, Paladin or Bow Paladin into Silver Knight is just also not a great place to be. Like, Paladin caps are pretty unfortunate. Lances and bows in the tower is, it's not terrible, but it's not great. The Wishblade is definitely a missable S rank, whereas a lot of the other S ranks are easier to get because you have to kill Zelgius' second in command, Levial, in order to get the Wishblade.
But she can't even use the Wishblade. She uses the double bow, which in fairness, there's not too many people who want to use the double bow. Shannon, Rolf, and Leonardo are the other double bow users. But yeah, lances and bows, just like not a great combination. Paladin caps are a little unfortunate. At least she has Canto, and that's, well, but all of this is like assuming again that she gets trained up. Because you only have her in 2-3, the very tail end of 2-4, and in both of those maps, she's not getting much experience because the enemies are pretty weak. Like, even with Paragon, I think I mentioned earlier, I did some testing in her join map, she gets 32 EXP from kills. Because the enemies are so low level. And she'll get more in 2-E, because they're like, you know, higher level. They are actually some tier 2 enemies, but not a ton more. Like, she's still not getting a ton of experience. And because she shows up late, and that's a map that there's limited turns on because it's a defend map, it's not like you can go out of your way to, like, grind her up if you really want to use her. So the first opportunity you have to actually get a big training arc in is 3-9. And not only is 3-9, like, it's also a map where there's a time pressure. Like, the map doesn't end, but you do want to rush to stop the houses from burning for BXP. But it's also a map where Astrid just gets one-rounded by a lot of stuff at base. And she's probably close to at base, and maybe you trained her up a little bit, but her defense growth as 30%. Like, she's still getting one-rounded by a lot of stuff. She deals almost no damage. She does, like, a lot of enemies she'll just do 0 to. Again, like, assuming at base. Because you could have trained her a little. Or I guess you could, well, you can't forge her a bow. Because Elincia doesn't have access to the forge. But you could, like, buy a better bow. You could give her the bonus experience from Elincia's charge, but since that's not doubled, it feels like a waste because you're wasting the lower levels. Like with Paragon, you get the lower levels faster because you're, you know, getting EXP faster. So it feels bad to BXP the Paragon user. I honestly think the best thing to do is to take Paragon off of her. And not deploy her in 2-3 in Geoffery's charge because you can't take it off of her there. Because if Astrid dies with Paragon, you lose access to Paragon, and, like, that sucks. Because you want Paragon. Even though there's not too much of the game left once Astrid joins Ike's army, you still want Paragon. Like, it's nice to train people up. And then, of course, once she joins Ike's army, in addition to being underpowered, she just deals with the same problems Kieran does, where, like, the bridge map isn't great for her, endgame is, and then, you know, you can go in whatever army you want, but there's always going to be some downside. Again, probably the best army for the Cavs is Ike's army, just because I think it has the least downsides, but honestly, I would send Astrid wherever. Like, I sent her in the desert before just so that she can pose as a distraction to enemies. It's also worth noting that bows are particularly bad in Radiant Dawn because sort of the double-edged sword of, like, the wyverns not getting affected by bows is nice for Jill and Haar, but it is bad for all of the bow users. Like, Leonardo doesn't fight wyverns, he fights hawks, so that's fine. But there's not really, I don't think there's any Falconites in Elincia's Gambit. And then I know Ike's army fights 0 enemies that take flying effective damage. So the only way that you can, I think in endgame there's, well, so Ike's army in part 3. In part 4, Ike's army does fight Falconites. And I think that's sort of like, okay, well, she can shoot down those Falconites, I guess. But that's also part 4, like, the enemies are going to be strong enough that an untrained Astrid, and again, she's almost certainly untrained just because of the situations leading up to this, this point in the game. She's not killing them, like, God. Astrid is so fucking unfortunate. Like, it's honestly tragic. I do think she's in contention for the worst unit in the game. She's definitely the worst Bjork in the game. Like, the only contenders for being worse than her, Liar right here, Kai'Sa, I think it's just them. I guess spoilers. Maybe you could make an argument for, like, the late joiners, the sort of the tower squad. But I would argue that Astrid is worse than them because, like, at least they show up at base ready to do, like, maybe you'll be a filler unit in the tower or whatever, which I don't think is much, but it is something. Next up is Makalov.
And thankfully, he is the last of the Geoffery Cavaliers we have to talk about. He's also the most boring of them. He's not quite as good as Kieran and Geoffery, but he's not quite as bad as Astrid either. He's mostly just functions as a worse version of Kieran, because they share the same availability. They share basically the same role of like, okay, you do stuff in the Geoffery maps, and then you join Ike's army, and like if Ike's army wants a filler paladin, you exist. Because Makalov is worse than Kieran, and Kieran is already like not always going to make the cut in terms of being a filler unit, then Makalov is even less likely to. Like, it's often that you'll have one deployment slot for a free filler unit from the Royal Knights, but it's not often that you'll have two or like three if you're bringing Devdan and Calill along as well. So Makalov often, I find, just hits the bench for that reason. But his stats are thoroughly whatever. 37 HP, 18 strength, 17 skill, 18 speed, 20 luck, 17 defense, 9 resistance. And he uses swords, which are a fine weapon type, but like not good. I think you'd almost always rather be using axes and lances because, you know, you can forge hand axes, but by the time you're able to forge hand axes, he's probably promoted to Gold Knight and he gets swords and axes. So I don't know, him being a blade paladin or a sword paladin is, I guess, kind of upside as compared to axe paladin, because he gets to use either Alondite or Veikati, which are going to be less competitive than Irvan, just because you get so many S-rank swords, whereas Irvan's the only axe. So that's kind of cool. But he is just, I mean, take everything I said about Kieran and like dial it down by a little bit because he's got worse stats. No skills, because Tempest, I guess, didn't make the jump from Path of Radiance to Radiant Dawn. He's probably, like, deserves to be very close to Geoffery. I think maybe worse than Aran, better than Lucia, because he can actually be a filler unit in Ike's army. I can see an argument for Makalov above Aran, but I'm honestly not invested in this unit. He's like the most unremarkable unit in the cast, not only because he just has the stats of all time, but also because he's nearly identical to Kieran in every regard other than stats and I guess weapon type technically, but like whatever. But he just fills the same role of a guy I just finished talking about. I don't know what else there is to say. He doesn't even have, like, particularly impressive growths. 75% speed is actually kind of bonkers, but it's offset by the fact that his speed base is 18, which is genuinely not very good. And also the speed caps for the Paladin class are not great. 33 speed for Gold Knight is, like, I mean, he'll get there, and like with an aura, I guess he can double stuff, but it's not really good. It's not really good. Yeah, it's not really good at all. All right, next up is Devdan or Danved, depending on what you want to call him or whatever. And he is finally not a Cavalier! Praise the Lord, we're out of Cavalier Town. So he's slightly different, although he does have the same availability as Kieran, Makalov, and Astrid, in that he's around for 3 maps as the Royal Knights, and then he joins up with Ike's army for the bridge map and for endgame. Because he is not mounted, he's arguably better for the bridge map, since you can rescue him over if you end up in a sticky situation with the pitfalls opening up and the light ruins down and whatnot. You can have flyers rescue him over, whereas you can't do that with mounted units. But I would say overall, being a halberdier is probably worse for him. Well, not necessarily worse for him. It puts him in a different position. It's in a weird niche. Because in 2-3, he is the only unit who can successfully bait the Horseslayer guy, because, as I mentioned, he overlaps with the crossbow guys. So in 2-3, Devdan, if you're willing to sort of slow down or rescue drop him forward, can fight the Horseslayer guy, which the other units will struggle to do.
And then in 3-9, there's the northern path where there's like some cliffs that he would have to climb up. Calill can also climb up and Marcia can fly up. So he's not the only one who can go up there, but honestly, all three of them are probably needed for the combat up there just because none of them have particularly strong combat. So it's nice to have all of them over there while the Cavaliers have to go the long way around. And then you can sort of, rescue him over on the bridge map. And then, of course, part 4 is very unfriendly to horses with the deserts and swamps and all that stuff. So Devdan has a lot more flexibility in terms of what army he wants to go on. He still doesn't love being in like a desert map, and a swamp map is still going to lower his movement and stuff, but he at least gets to participate, right? Like, he gets to actually do stuff, so that's pretty good for him. His stats are fine. Like, it's got a Makalov tier, 39 HP, 17 strength, 8 magic, 23 skill, 21 speed, 18 luck, 15 defense, and 12 resistance. His bulk in particular is kind of sad. He does have a decent 45% defense growth. Overall, his growths are also pretty Makalov core, pretty Astrid core with like, okay, you've got 75% HP, that's pretty good, and then 40% strength, 30% skill, 45% speed. Like, they're fine. They are not, I would not complain about them, but they're also not blowing me out of the water. And for a unit who's available for as little of the game as Devdan, the fact that he doesn't really have any standout traits, it makes it feel like I wouldn't deploy him when he joins up with Ike's army, unless he's like one of your favorites for whatever reason. He's mostly just doing what he does in Joffrey's army. And he does actually fill that unique role of, like, the horse slayer, being able to climb up ledges. Like, him being infantry in an army full of cavalry is surprisingly an upside. Like, usually you've got an army full of foot soldiers, and the Cavaliers are the ones with the upside because they get extra move. But it's fairly trivial, especially with, like, Astrid's not doing anything other than rescuing people. So if you want to rescue him forward, it's fairly trivial to be like, hey, Makalov, Astrid, y'all suck. Like, just rescue drop Devdan. But also then, what do you get out of it? Well, you get not taking horse effective damage, but it's not like Danved has, like, significantly better stats than the Cavs. Like, in many ways, he has worse stats. He's less bulky than all of them except for Astrid, and he has lower strength than all of them. Like, his strength is 17 strength. That's less than Makalov, right? But he gets to use lances, which is cool. And he starts with S-rank lances, so you can give him the Brave Lance if you want to improve his combat. I don't know why you would. Like, Joffrey has that. Joffrey's good. But if you're in the train of like, well, Joffrey's good enough without it, you can give it to Devdan. And that's kind of cool. Like, that's the upside he shares with Marcia, is them being lance users and Joffrey just starting with a lot of really good lances means they can just share the wealth in that regard. Ultimately, I think I'm going to put him directly above Joffrey just because he can join Ike's army as sort of like a filler guy. I don't know if like, the more I talk about it though, what is he doing as a filler guy in the Grail Mercenaries, right? Maybe he's like above Makalov because while Makalov is like, I guess, a slightly better filler guy in the Grail Mercs, Kieran is honestly the one taking that job. So then Devdan having those sort of niches of, I can climb up ledges, I can fight the horse slayer guy. Like, it's tiny stuff, but when you're struggling, like, all the D tier guys are scrapping with each other, right? You gotta take those tiny edges. I guess the question is, are Devdan's edges, which are unique, more valuable than Aran's edges of, like, I stand on a ledge, I shove people, which are not unique, because a lot of people can do them, but they're also, like, you need them more. Like, how many people think about Devdan fighting the horse slayer guy versus how many people think about, like, well, I didn't train Aran, but he can block a ledge in 313, and that's a big deal. He can push a rock in 312, and that's something. I do think that Devdan's probably, he gets the edge in that regard. Is it enough to make up for Aran's potential man mode though, because like I want to bear in mind the Aran fans are gonna be like, but his growths, because like Aran has good growths and like Devdan doesn't, right? They're both stuck in Halberdier as well. Like Halberdier is not a very good class. It's got like slightly better caps than the Gold Knights and Silver Knights in exchange for being locked to one weapon type, and also it's like got a shitty crit bonus. Yippee. But no mount. I think I'm gonna have Devdan directly above Aran, if for no other reason than because I don't fucking care about either of them. But I can think of more unique things that Danved can do. Like fighting that Horse Slayer guy, it's sort of like the Tormod effect, right? Of like Tormod fights one dude, the Wyvern. But I remember it, because that's important. You fight one dude, the Horse Slayer guy, but I remember it, because that shit's important. And, you know, climbing in 3-9 is also nothing to be, like, scoffed at, especially if you have an untrained Marcia, or, like, just base Calill. Having another combat unit up there is nice. Like, good for him. You know, good for him. And on the topic of climbing up that ledge with Devdan, let's talk about Calill. She actually has a slightly different availability to Kieran. From looking at things from just Ike's army's perspective, it is the same. It is just 2 bonus chapters. Well, I guess technically the Cavaliers get 3 or 2.5 bonus chapters, but Calill will join Ike's army alongside the rest of the Crimea Royal Knights. But in Part 2, she is available for all of 2-E, and then in Part 3, she's in 3-9, but she's not in Joffrey's charge. In 2-E, her sort of intended role is to help in the long-term defense. She gets a Meteor Tome, which is 5 durability, but you're supposed to, you know, snipe people at long range with the Meteor Tome to help defend. You should not do this, even if you are just using Calill to, like, attack people down ledge with like random fire tomes or whatever. That's going to be more useful both in terms of helping you fend off this attack on Elincia's Gambit, and also just in terms of conserving the Meteor Tome for what you need. I think it is almost always just strictly better to give the Meteor Tome to Brom, Nephenee, or Haar, and then let Soren make use of it, because he gets more chapters, more important chapters to do sort of long-range combat. And he's also just got better stats than Calill. But Calill is still kind of useful in the defense map, even if you're not using Meteor. And I guess if you're planning on just forever benching Soren immediately, you can fire away the Meteor. Like, it's not the worst thing to do, but it is definitely... I would argue that the enemies on Elincia's Gambit are weak enough that you don't need to fire away with one of your very limited siege tomes, and instead you should preserve it for more difficult maps. It's not hoarding to not use resources when you don't need them. That being said, she's not, like, super useful, even with or without the Meteor. She can climb up the ledge in 3-9, which is, like, kind of cool. I think she and Devdan together sort of help to fend off the few infantry that they're going to face, because she can attack from 2 range, and then he can sort of, like, block the choke point, and that's nice for her. And then when you join up with Ike's army, she's... pretty bad. Like, she's pretty bad. Both because, so her stats are just way worse than Soren's. I mean, not way worse, but they are noticeably worse, and Soren has been available throughout the entire Grailmerk arc, whereas Calill joins at the very end of it. She has 32 HP, 19 magic, 18 skill, 18 speed, 16 luck, 11 defense, 17 res, and her growths are also not great, like 35 HP, 25 strength, 45 magic, 60 skill, 55 speed, 55 luck, 15 defense, and 50 res. I think she's supposed to be the fast mage. She has, I believe, of the mages, the highest
speed growth. But mages in Radiant Dawn are held back mostly by speed caps. The Sage class, she's a Fire Sage, has a speed cap of 25. And then the Arc Sage, which is the third tier, has the cap of 32. As you might remember from discussing Meg and Brom and Tauroneo, 32 speed is slow enough that even when given a white pool and boosted speed that way, you are unable to double auras on the final map. So even with her, not even good, just decent, well, good, not great. It's good, not great speed growth. She's going to be hitting those caps and sort of held back that way. And then I guess this speed cap aligns with the other big issue that the Sage class has. They're Armor Knights. For all intents and purposes, the game looks at them and is like, yeah, you know, you need Armor Knight movement. So they're going to fall behind in that regard. They got pretty bad caps, pretty bad movement. Like, they have one less move than regular infantry, and over time, that's going to catch up. Calill isn't really a victim of this because both 2-E and 3-9 are maps where you don't need a ton of movement. Like, she climbs up ledges and doesn't really move much, and then in 2E, you're holding the line. Like, she's sort of pelting people from behind the choke points and whatnot. So that's, like, not terrible for her. I guess the idea is you make up for the low move by using Siege Domes, but Siege Domes are so limited in durability. They're only 5 durability each, and they're very rare, that I would not say that that makes up for the low movement. Yeah, Calill's not super useful. She does have an interesting strategy that you can do with her, because Sages, Arc Sage, regular Sages do not have staves, but Arc Sages get E-rank staves upon promotion. And normally, Elincia's army, Geoffery's army, doesn't have a healer. But, and this can sometimes make 3-9 a little bit tricky. You gotta use vulneraries or rely on yellow units to heal you, and they oftentimes just get killed by the reinforcements that show up behind. But Calill is a level 6 Fire Sage, and you do have access to a Master Crown in 3-9. So if you get a little bit of experience on her in 2-E and then feed her some of Elincia's bonus experience in 3-9, you can instant promote her, buy her a heal staff, and now you've got a healer that can help top up the Crimean Royal Knights. And that's not like the greatest thing in the world, but it is genuinely helpful. It does also mean that when Calill joins up with Ike's army, she will be a pre-promoted Arc Sage, which can be kind of nice. The Grail Mercs already have access to 2 staffers in Mist and Riss, and I find that oftentimes they don't even need both of them. But if you find yourself in a position where you're like, I desperately need another staffer, I guess promoting Calill in Elincia's army and then like having her heal the Grail Mercs on the bridge map is a thing you technically can do. Worth noting that with this promotion, she's probably still worse than Soren was at base. Soren has 23 magic at base, whereas Calill has a 19 magic stat, and Soren also just has a better magic growth, 80%. He's going to be hitting magic every level, so even if you benched Soren, it's honestly pretty likely that a benched Soren has more magic than Calill, because she's only got a 45% growth, and much like with the rest of these Crimean Knights, like, just isn't around long enough to grow, and her growth isn't good even in that regard. So I would argue that, like, she does get 2 magic off the instant promotion. So, like, I guess technically then she's only 2 behind Soren's bases if you do the instant promotion, and then she has a not terrible magic growth, so maybe she'll be ahead of an instant bench Soren. But, like, if we're comparing a unit who joins at the end of the game, or the end of Ike's campaign, with, like, an instant bench Soren, and the question is, maybe she's better. I don't even think Soren is, like, particularly good, because he's held back by the same traits that Calill is, and that the Arc Sage class is just not super desirable. But at least, like, if you want an Arc Sage, like a long-term Arc Sage, at least Soren is around long-term and has, like, good growths. That not, like, great growths. Well, his magic growth is great, but, like, his growths are they channel him towards specifically what Arcsage wants to be, which is big magic damage. So like, I don't know, Calill, like, what is your purpose? I guess you're just Danved tier. I do think that, like, the ability to wield that heal staff, it is literally just E-rank stab, so, like, she can't physic people, right? But I think that, like, having that option, even if the crown is probably more investment than it's worth, elevates her slightly above Danved for me. I'm thinking now, because the Horse Slayer is a thing. Oh, fuck. See, that's the problem. That's the problem with these goddamn Part 2 units, is, like, all of them are like, hey, I show up at the end of Ike's campaign, so I'm not really useful in that regard. And then I do, like, 2 semi-unique things in the Crimean Royal Knights arc, and, like, which of those do you value more? I think Danved, the Horse Slayer, doesn't cost you a fucking Master Crown. Like, just give the Master Crown to Kieran, or save the Master Crown in your convoy and give it to someone in Ike's army. You can't sell promotion items, so, like, it's not like money that you're investing in Calill. So if you have no one else to give the crown to, because Master Crown is sort of a double-edged sword in Radiant Dawn, since you promote by just leveling up to level 21. And since caps are actually pretty important going into endgame, early promotion in this game can sometimes screw over a unit long-term, not always. There's a lot of people who make it work, like Nolan can make it work. Well, Nolan kind of falls off long-term. Maybe it does. Like Tauroneo can make it work. I think Kieran can make it work, but he's mostly like in the filler role. But for a lot of people, like Calill, right, who's already worse than Soren is at base, early promoting to sort of just not even get to the chance to take advantage of those growths can hurt her. And so investing the Master Crown in a unit that you're not going to use for the entire game is not the worst use case. Like, if you're just like, I desperately want a staffer 4-3-9, and then I'm probably going to bench Calill forever, well, congratulations, the Master Crown also kind of screws over her long term, so they kind of cancel each other out, right? Like, it's, well, if we're Master Crowning a unit we're not going to use long term, you don't have to worry about losing out on all those levels. And, like, that's kind of cool, I guess. It doesn't make her good. Like, the fact that I'm like, oh, I don't care about losing those levels because I don't want to use Calill long term is not a compliment to her, but it does sort of unlock that strategy. Fuck, I hate the Part 2 units, y'all. I hate the Part 2 units so much. Like, why can't you just be in more of the game? You have the stats that suggest you should be in more of the game. My sort of Radiant Dawn conspiracy theory is Part 2 was supposed to last longer, and then the game was already too fucking long. So they cut part of Part 2 and made it shorter, and then, like, it's still too fucking long. But yeah. Okay, and that brings us to the Grail Mercenaries. And if you're worried that the tier list is looking a little bottom heavy, maybe we need to move some people up to get a better equalization, you want a more equal distribution than we've currently got going on, don't worry, because we're about to get a lot of really good units, one after another, after another, after another. The Grail Mercenaries are, with few exceptions, super fucking cracked. And if anything, I fear the tier list might be a little bit too top heavy after we talk about Ike and company. And why don't we start with Ike? A unit who is so good that he sort of does the same thing Haar does, where he gaslights people into thinking he's better in Path of Radiance, just because of how phenomenal his Radiant Dawn performance is. Ike is actually really similar to Haar in terms of, like, their stat spread and everything. If you look at their base stats side by side, they have very similar stats. They're also both level 11 tier 2 units. 44 HP, 24 strength, 2 magic, 28 skill, 23 speed, 14 luck, 21 defense, 7 res. The main weak point obviously is resistance. Ike is not great against mages and their ilk. He really does just fucking take after Hector, doesn't he? His growths are also quite good. They're not like, you know, Est level or whatever, but 65% HP, 55% strength, 10% magic, 60% speed, 60% skill, 35% speed, 30% luck, 40% defense, and 15% res. Again, res is that weak point. And unfortunately, the 35% speed is also a bit of a weak point. One thing that is kind of going to be a pattern with the Grail mercenaries is a lot of them have very bad speed bases or speed growths or both. Ike's speed base is, I think, actually pretty good, 23 speed. It's not like the best out there, but especially in comparison to the other Grail mercenaries, I think he's one of the fastest outside of like Mia. The problem is with that 35% speed growth, and Ike only gets 9 levels during part 3 because he cannot promote to tier 3 early on. He often ends up falling behind in terms of like the speed tier you want him at a couple of chapters into part 3. And as such, he is one of many Grail mercenaries who really wants the early speed wing you can get access to with them. I think I typically like giving it to Ike just because it'll help keep him doubling things, keep him in like a good doubling threshold. He doesn't double everything. There's fast enemies that he can't double at 25 speed, but it stops him from getting doubled, and it lets him double a lot of stuff, which is good. Other than that, Ike's stats are just really, really good. Super high strength, super high HP and defense, and as if that's not good enough, right? Because, like, unfortunately, he's sword locked, right? Swords aren't exactly the best weapon in the game. He is an S rank sword, so he can use basically all of them. By the time you start getting the S plus weapons or SS weapons, he's going to be able to use them as well. So he gets all of them, but he doesn't need any special swords, if we're being quite honest, except for, I guess, wind edges. And that's because Ike gets 2 different personal weapons, which he's going to use at different points in the game. He starts with the Ettard, which is a 50 durability sword that just hits really fucking hard. It's basically a silver sword that only Ike can use. It has 12 might, 75 hit, and 10 crit, as compared to the silver sword Vanilla's 12 might and 80 hit with no crit. So it's Lucia's 5 hit, but Ike has a good skill stat. I tend to find that Ike isn't facing low accuracy anyway with the Ettard. And the 10 crit is, I mean, it's nice, I guess. You shouldn't be banking on crits, especially with a 10 crit weapon, but it's a thing that will sometimes happen, and I guess save him Ettard durability. You get 2 Ettards, because he starts with one in his inventory, and then in 3-4 you can find one in his hidden treasure. And that means you have 100 uses of Ettard, even without random 10% crits. It should last the entirety of part 3 until you get Ragnell. But the 10% crit can, I guess, like, add to Ike's bulk. If he attacks someone and you're planning on doubling and eating a counterattack, and then he just, like, randomly gets a crit, he's a little bit bulkier that way. And that can be nice, I guess. I find that Ike really just needs Ettard and maybe a Wind Edge for 1-2 range. Wind Edges aren't great, but, like, you know, it's nice to have the option of 1-2 range on top of just smacking enemies really hard and doubling them and killing them. Yeah, just Ike does combat really good. He's got Haar stats, and, like, I mean, do we need to go over again that Haar's stats are phenomenal? Aside from the speed growth being shaky, I think that he should maintain having a good stat spread throughout the entirety of the campaign, basically effortlessly. Like, you give him the speed wing, he needs nothing else, and that's nice. He does face, I mean, obviously, as an infantry unit, it's worse than being a flyer, but I don't think that's as big a deal. Like, I don't think being infantry is as big a deal in this game as it is in others. You'd rather be a flyer than infantry, but honestly, in most situations, I'd kind of rather be infantry than cavalry. As long as, so I guess it depends on the map, because, like, 3-2, 3-1, there's not really any upside to being infantry, but a lot of the maps in Part 3 are really harsh to horse-mounted units, as we'll talk about more in depth when I get to Titania. And as such, like, being infantry, yeah, Ike's got less movement than the mounted units, but he can climb up ledges, he can do shove strats, he doesn't face, like, intense movement penalties from, even in 3-P, there's a lot of thickets you gotta go through in the Fog of War map. And Ike's not gonna face as intense movement penalties as people like Titania and Oscar will during that portion. So it's not like, it's not like being infantry is necessarily the greatest thing in the world, but it's definitely not as bad as it could be. And Ike having a really high con means that he's going to be able to shove, or I guess 12 con's not a lot, but like he has enough con that he can shove a lot of the lighter units around, which is nice, especially for lower move people like Soren or Riss or Mist before she gets a horse, which, like, that's cool. Mostly I think Ike's just really, really solid combat. He has Earth Affinity, which you can stack with Oscar if you want to do, like, avoid stuff. And I think that's better in this than in Path of Radiance. Like, the numbers are higher, obviously, but I also think just in Path of Radiance, I didn't really like using Ike as a support bot because in addition to the avoid bonus not being a big deal, Ike didn't really like frontlining in Path of Radiance because he's not terribly bulky, and he's not terribly good at combat in that game. But in Radiant Dawn, he is terribly bulky, and he is terribly good at combat. So having him frontline alongside, it doesn't have to be double Earth with Oscar, like I do Shannon sometimes, or, I mean, the Sacred Brom, or Titania, or any of those. But just getting, like, a little bit of extra avoid helps to add to that sort of bulk threshold. If you're facing 5 or 6 enemies and one of them misses, you get a little bit of extra bulk. Going from turn to turn. I guess the more significant downside that Ike faces, as opposed to just being infantry, is his story promotion. Ike cannot use a Master Crown, so he doesn't promote throughout all of Part 3. And instead, he promotes starting in Part 4. Which means that you're only going to get those 9 levels, and then he's just sort of stuck level capped. He can find himself falling behind the rest of the army during the end game of Part 3, when, you know, like, Oscar and Titania become Gold and Silver Knights, Shannon becomes a Marksman, Marksman, Soren becomes, like, Arcsage, Boyd becomes Reaver, you know, and it can be a little bit awkward to be like, okay, Ike, either you sandbag him to, like, not waste experience or whatever, or even if you don't sandbag him, he falls behind a little bit. He'll catch back up as soon as he gets his promotion, because his promotion bonuses are nice. You know, 2 speed, 2 strength, 2 defense, 4 res, 4 HP, like, nothing great, but it gives him Ether as well, and Nihil, right, it gives him Nihil, which Nihil's a very big deal going into the end game, because it turns off enemy skills, specifically counter on the Ashera auras, and you can take Nihil off of Ike, you don't have to leave it on him, but I think you probably should, because Ike is supposed to get or not supposed to, he has to get the final boss kill. So you want to leave, I like leaving Nihil on him just so that he can fight the final boss easier. Because if you kill Ashera with anyone other than Ike using Ragnell, she revives herself at full HP. She just gets, like, basically another free health bar. So Ike needs to, at the very least, be good enough to take on the final boss, and the best way to do that, aside from just, you know, training him, which you should because he's good, is to leave Nihil on him. And then Aether, of course, is probably the best mastery skill. It gives him 2 attacks, one with Ether, or one with Ether, one with Soul, one with Luna. All the mastery skills are basically auto kill buttons, but the fact that Ike gets to recover HP and does a second attack, like, it virtually guarantees everything's fucking dead, and he gets to self-heal himself, which then makes him even bulkier on the physical end of the spectrum. So that's just, it's just gravy, right? It's just gravy. Oh, I didn't even talk about Ragnell. There's so much to glaze about Ike that I'm sort of jumping around erratically, but
The reason that only having 100 uses of Ettard, you don't really have to conserve them. Like, you can just throw Ettard on him, throw a Wind Edge on him, and then have him Ettard everything. You don't really have to worry about, like, oh, but what if I need it? I'll switch to the Steel Sword, whatever. No, because at chapter 3-11, Ike gets given the Ragnell back from Begnion. Like, when he allies with Begnion, at the end of Path of Radiance, he gave Ragnell back to the Empire because it's their royal treasure that his dad was just holding on to. And they give it back to him because, like, hey, you're allied with us, you've used this blade before, like, we need all the firepower we can get. And then that's just an infinite durability 1-2 range sword with incredible stats. So, like, there's no reason not to just have that on him for the entirety of the game. He gets axe access, which for the most part he doesn't want to use, but it lets him use hammer because there's no effective, like, there's no armor slayers in this game. So hammer is nice, specifically for the Black Knight fight, like, because that's just how you trivialize it. But also just having hammer is good. There's a lot of generals in part 4, even outside of the tower. But yeah, Ragnell, 18 might, 80 hit, 5 crit, 1-2 range. And then, like, it has 20 weight. Ragnell has 20 weight, and Ettard has 17 weight, which makes me think at one point in development, the idea was, like, we'll make Ike's personal weapons really heavy so that he can't double with them. But he has 24 strength, so, like, he doesn't get weighed down by either of them. It doesn't, their big weight literally does nothing. Weight is a non-factor in Radiant Dawn. Like, maybe some Dawn Brigade characters or mages. The mages probably get affected, but, like, Dawn Brigade characters might get affected very early on, but then you get too much strength and your weight, you can't weigh down by anything. Which is why getting weighed down factored, like, offsetting weight by strength, I think is such a stupid system, but yeah, Ike, very, very fucking good. The fact that he does have to wait for that story promotion is really the only downside that I can think of. Like, he sort of has a dip, but even then, like, when he would have a dip, when he would fall behind, you know, Mia turning into a true blade or whatever, he gets Ragnell. And, like, Ragnell is basically a mini promotion. Like, he just promoted from a 12 might run range weapon to an 18 might 2 range weapon. I guess you lose 5 crit, going from 10 crit to 5 crit, but like, boo fucking who, just Ragnell everything. He's definitely an S tier unit. I'm debating. He's worse than Haar, obviously. He's worse than Sothe, I think, obviously, as well. I'm debating above or below Zihark for Ike. Because the thing is that, right, in a vacuum, side by side, obviously Ike is stronger than Zihark. Like, better stats, better weapon types, just fucking destroys every chapter that he's in. But Zihark is similar to the Sothe thing, right? Where, like, Zihark is carrying a harder portion of the game. Zihark's competition, his immediate competition, are scrubs like Leonardo and Edward and whatnot, right? Whereas Ike is fighting with, you know, Gatri, Shannon, Boyd, Oscar, Titania, Mia, Janaf and Ulki, even the fucking, like, late game Falcos or whatever, you know, they're not on the same level as the Grail Mercenaries, but they're better than a lot of the Dawn Brigades, especially the Part 3 Dawn Brigades, right? Like, Zihark's up here because of how much he does in Part 3. Ike, even though he is side by side with Zihark better, and he's carrying for more of the game, I think, than Zihark. I think ultimately, I wouldn't say he's more replaceable, but he doesn't stand out as much, and that's kind of going to be a thing with a lot of the Grail Mercenaries, is they are all going to place very high, but a lot of them will place lower than people who, in a vacuum, side by side, would be like a weaker version of them. Like Jill, I think, is going to be above a lot of the Grail Mercenaries that strictly outclass her in, or not strictly, but like outclass her in Part 4. But she's doing stuff in Part 3, like, side by side with Brolin and stuff, right? Even Nolan might be better than some of the Grail Mercs. Like, so some of the lower-end Grail Mercs I can see, potentially. I mean, obviously, Rolf is the lowest of the low-end Grail Mercs, but it's something to bear in mind that, like, the Dawn Brigade units being ranked above the Grail Mercenary units does not reflect the idea that if you are choosing between deploying Zihark versus Titania,
you should bench Titania. Rather, it is that the structure of Radiant Dawn necessitates that some units just can't help you in very hard chapters. Next up is Titania. And I'm actually curious if people think Titania is a Jagan or not. In Radiant Dawn specifically. Obviously in Path of Radiance she is. But in Radiant Dawn, she is higher leveled than the other Grail Mercenaries. She's a level 16 Paladin. So she's, 5 levels above Ike and 5 or 6 levels above most of the other Grail Mercenaries. But she's not super far ahead. I guess Ike tends to be higher level than the other Grail Mercs. Like Soren's level 5, for example. But I don't think Titania necessarily... I can see the argument. She is ahead of others in terms of, level and stats. But she's not so far ahead that I think it's set in stone. So I'm curious what people think about that aspect of her. She is good. She's got good stats. 36 HP, 25 strength, 10 magic, 22 skill, 21 speed, 19 luck, 20 defense, 14 res. And her growths are also, honestly, quite good. 60% HP is not really where you want to be at, but 60% strength is nice. 55% skill is nice. 50% speed is really quite good for the Grail Mercenaries, especially, who often tend to be on the slower end of things. 40% luck, 20% defense, and 30% resistance, alongside a basically worthless 15% magic. She starts with a counter skill, which is, it's kind of a meme because it's basically chance based to reflect damage dealt to you, and Titania is pretty bulky. She's not the most bulky unit out there. She has less base defense than Ike, but only by 1. But she's not going to be taking a ton of damage, so even though, obviously counter being chance based means that you can't rely on it, but even when it does go off, it usually is okay, well, she was killing anyway, or, okay, 2 damage, woohoo, counter. It's, I guess, technically an upside. I would take it off and, either give it to a frail unit, roll for Soren or whoever, or sell it entirely. Titania's in a weird spot, though. A lot of her stats are actually pretty close to on par with Ike, which is less a knock against her and more just, more Ike glazing. Her speed is actually pretty awkward. 21 speed, despite being very fractionally below where Ike was at, is functionally kind of a speed tier lower. It's only 2 speed less than 23, but for context, in 3-P, I believe outside of armors, there's not a unit in 3-P that Titania doubles. Now the trade-off is 50% speed growth is actually quite good. She is going to, of the Grail Mercs outside of Mia and Guthrie, she's the one who's most likely to get out of that speed hole. But then that comes to the other awkward part about Titania is, as a level 16 Axe Paladin, her experience gain is going to be quite slow for the first few levels. So even though her growths are good, 60% strength, 50% speed, nothing to scoff your pretty little head at, she's not going to be proccing them that often because she doesn't level up that often. And that's kind of sad. It's also worth noting that her bulk, she's got decent mixed bulk at base, but both her defense and res growth are pretty low, and enemies will scale to the point where her HP, defense, and res, combined, just aren't going to keep up going into later parts of Part 3 and Part 4, which can present a bit of a problem, even though she's probably going to be the first one to promote to Gold Knight, and, that helps her out a lot, the extra defense, the extra HP, the extra speed, 2 points of speed is... Again, it's game-changing for her, right? Which is why she's also, you're going to hear this a lot, but she's a good candidate for the Speedwing. Because it climbs her out of that initial hole before you run into 23. And that's nice. I think the biggest thing that holds Titania back is, ironically, being a Paladin. As an Axe Paladin, she has the best weapon type, Axes, but...
Paladins are in such an awkward position, especially for the Grail Mercenaries. Because there's some maps where it's like, yeah, obviously, you get extra move, like 9 movement, you get Canto, like it's all good, right? But even as early as 3P, I mentioned, there's bushes that'll slow you down. And then the Paladins tend to not fall behind, but like they don't pull ahead in the way that the infantry does. 3-1, it's nice to have that extra movement. Like there's a little side path with bushes on the left, but the units that are going to the right, because it's a route map, you sort of got to split up. You're going to want to send Oscar, Titania, and your high movement units over to the right. And then obviously 3-2 is a big open field, which there's a little bit of river crossing and forests up in the north. But I think going through the whole big old field, like that's good for Titania. 3-3 is good for Titania. That's the tent burning map. But then you run into your first major problem in 3-4, and this introduces something that's going to happen a lot, where Paladins only get to play part of the map. 3-4 is a mountain map, and there's some ledges you have to climb up about halfway through the map. Titania can go the long way for half of it, because there's a shortcut that's all the way up ledges, but you can go the long way with your mounted units, and then you run into ledges that just everyone has to go up, even going the long way, and suddenly Titania and Oscar don't get to play the game anymore. And then in 3-5, it's a defend map, right? They can go the long way downstairs, but not getting to take the shortcut on the ledges is a pretty big deal. And then even once you go the long way down the stairs, there's a lot of grass to go through, and that's a problem. 3-6 is a Micciah map, but then 3-7 is another swamp map. And I wouldn't even say halfway through. It's like less than a third of the way through the game. There are swamp tiles that are just inaccessible to cavalry. I think this also affects Gatri. I have to double check, but I'm pretty sure armors also cannot leave the islands. And for a little bit, there's like little reeds that connect the islands, but then you run into one that is just, nope, sorry, you don't get to play anymore. If you're on a horse, get fucked. I wish Thracia dismounting was in Radiant Dawn, to be honest. And then after the swamp map, you have, whatchamacallit, it's the indoor volcano fire map, which there's lava tiles that are slow you down, and that's annoying, but that's not like the end of the world. And because it's an indoor map, and Path of Radiance has the indoor versus outdoor map thing, Paladins are going to be on equal move to infantry. And so, you know, I think people sometimes make much more of a big deal of indoor maps because they're used to it in like Thracia and FE3 where it really fucks them over. It just gives -2 move, like puts them on par with infantry, but it still takes away that bonus, which is pretty unfortunate. And then 3-10 is an Elincia map, 3-11, oh no, 3-9 is the Elincia map, 3-10 is the big open field, and that's like the return of movement being king. Like suddenly the Paladins are all like, woohoo, yippee, hooray! And then 3-11 is big fucking crash down to earth moment of, this is Pitfall Bridge. And you can cheese Pitfall Bridge by having a flyer wait on the pitfalls and let the calves sort of like go over that. But if you don't do that, and if you don't do that, which like you might not because you might not know that strategy, you might not because it really limits your flyers to have them basically stand on tiles instead of move around using their flight movement, then cavalry gets falls behind really hard because they can't cross over the pitfalls because they can't be rescued, like ferried by flyers in the way the infantry can. And there are multiple points in Pitfall Bridge where there's only one non-pitfall tile, but then the enemy will throw a shine tile down, and so it's just a solid wall. This happens at 2 different spots on Pitfall Bridge. So unless you were ferrying people, like unless you were specifically using the, I'm gonna have my flying units sit still on an untriggered pitfall, and then the calves can run through it strategy, you end up with just all your mounted units waiting behind, and it sucks. And then Titania is forced to go with Ike's army, which isn't terrible, but you probably prefer... Actually, Ike's army is probably the best one for calves, isn't it? So that's probably good for her. But like, even then, Ike's first map is a defend map, so like, woohoo, 3-1, it's a defend map. The Canto's nice, like, but it's not a super high movement map necessarily. And then in Oliver's Mansion, you gotta go the long way around and go up the stairs instead of getting to go up the shortcut Like, there's a ledge shortcut right by the spawn point, but the cavalry just gotta run all the way, long way around and go up the stairs. So it gets, like, really obnoxious. And for all of that, your payoff for all of that is a gold knight with okay stats. Because, like, by the end of the game, I mean, her stats will be more than okay, but, like, they're not gonna be far and above other people. It's not like Haar tier, right? I don't know. I feel like the game just kind of hates mounted units. Specifically, Ike's maps hate mounted units. Like half of Ike's maps, you know. There are, you know, I guess I don't want to understate it. There are maps, you know, 3-2, 3-10. Those are good maps for Titania. And even in the maps where mounted units are at a disadvantage, they're not all to the same extreme as like mountain map, swamp map. You don't get to play the game anymore. But it is just an unfortunate position. I think the hatred of mounts, specifically the hatred of paladins, is what holds Titania back from S tier. I think she is A tier because she's still great long term, and phenomenal short term. Like, she's both. She's both great long term and phenomenal short term. And I think because she's around more than Nialah, I think I'm going to put her in A tier above Nialah and therefore also above Jill, but I can't justify, despite the good growths, despite the good bases, well, I guess her HP base is like questionable, 36 HP at level 16 Axe Paladin, especially on a 60% growth, like that kind of holds her back too. But other than that, good bases, right? Like good bases, good growths. Not a great class. Like, weirdly, not a great class, right? You would expect Paladin, great class, super Canto. But it feels like it falls short in so many instances. I'd really just rather be, I mean, like a flyer, obviously. But I feel like half of the time I'd just rather be infantry, and infantry get the other advantages as well. I don't know. I know people can be too harsh on cavalry. Like, I even mentioned the 7-move indoors. Like, okay, you're matching infantry now, though, right? But it feels like an unfortunate place for her to be. At least Gold Knight is better than Silver Knight, because if you choose to take Titania into the tower, which, like, you can, you know, she'll be good in the tower. She gets hammers for the generals on Endgame 1, and Worm Slayers for the dragons on Endgame 3. So, like, that's bing, bang, boom. That's good. Oh, speaking of Endgame, 3 Endgame is also a good map for Cavaliers, right? So, like, there are good maps for Cavaliers. There are good maps for Paladin, and she'll be good on all of them. Which is why, like, she's an A tier instead of, like, knocked down to B on, like, bad class basis or whatever, right? I should clear, Paladin's not a bad class, but it is not... Maybe I'm being too negative about it. Paladin is on the same level as a good infantry class. And my Game Boy Advance Path of Radiance brain rot says that is bad for Paladin. Because Paladin's supposed to feel like a top tier class, and instead it's just like a good tier class, right? Yeah, that's sort of where I'm at in that.
All right, this one's gonna piss some people off, but I have to speak my truth. I do not think Soren is a particularly good unit, especially in the context of the Grail Mercenaries, where he's surrounded by good to great characters. I think he's still C tier, you know, long-term filler. If you want a mage on your team as the Grail Mercs, he's literally the only option. Risk doesn't count, because the main appeal of mages is Siege Tomes. And if you sort of like smuggle the Meteor Tome in, he can be useful. His stats are not particularly solid, though. 28 HP, 9 strength, 23 magic, that's his best stat. And it's good, like 23 magic is good, but everything else is like, 21 skill, 18 speed, 11 luck, 9 defense, 21 resistance. So mage on mage battles he'll do good in, but yeah, he's mostly held back by the fact that mage, or sage I guess technically, wind sage,
is just not a particularly good class. He starts with the Adept skill, which is an absolute meme because speed is by far his worst stat, aside from strength and defense, which, I mean, you expect strength and defense to not be good on mages, but Soren is just so slow. 18 base speed and a 35% growth. And then, only 9 strength, so he's actually going to be weighed down by weapons as well. The main sort of upside, because the rest of his growths are pretty bad, 40% HP, 25% strength, 60% skill is fine, but if you're hitting stuff, like, that's sort of the bare minimum. 35 speed, as I said, 35 luck, 25 defense, 70 res, again, like mage on mage action is not really anything. In the absence of Luna, it's not really anything that matters. And even upon promotion to Archsage, he only gets E rank stabs. So it's not like being a hybrid combat plus staffer is something you can potentially be like, okay. He's got lower base stabs. Once he hits Archsage, he can click heal, and that's about it. Although his heals will, at the very least, heal people. He's not going to have physic or whatever. But he's going to probably full heal people by clicking the heal button. Because Soren's best stat is his magic stat. 23 base magic and a fucking 80% growth is kind of absurd. He's basically Lilina 2.0. If you know Lilina from the Binding Blade, she's the character with basically no skill, no speed, etc. Like, she's just the magic person. Soren at least has skill, but Lilina doesn't have problem hitting stuff because Anima's so accurate. And then Soren doesn't have problem hitting stuff because his skill is so good, right? So both of them are hit hard, hit accurately, slow as balls, frail as balls, right? In Lilina's case, enemies' stat thresholds are enough that she can double a surprising number of people. And just being able to do, like, accurate chip on player phase is useful, so the fact that she's frail isn't a huge deal. In Soren's case, unfortunately, enemy speed thresholds are high enough that it's very hard for him to double things. And the Grail Mercenaries do the majority of their combat on enemy phase. So Soren being a 9 defense, 28 HP, 18 speed, which is relevant because he gets doubled by a lot of enemies too. Soren gets one round by a lot of characters. Not as many as like Mist and Wrist, but he gets one rounded quite a bit. And as someone who's supposed to be doing combat, like, Soren can't really contribute much outside of combat. Or at all, really. He can't contribute on the backlines. So being, like, whenever he exposes himself, he's risking death. That's not good. That's not good at all. It's just not a good situation to be in. Now, like I said, you can smuggle Meteor. If you're deranged, you can steal a Bolting as well. And I do think the high magic stat and Siege Tomes is valuable, but Meteor has 5 durability. It's just not... You don't get enough out of it, in my opinion, to really justify making him a core member of your team. Like, he can do filler stuff, he can do a little bit of chip, set up kills for people. In the maps where he's force deployed, it's nice to have, like, another person dealing damage, especially 3-1, the route map. Just having extra bodies is always nice. Like, I even appreciate Rolf there, right? But he's just not doing enough for you. I'm genuinely tempted to put him down into bad filler with Leonardo, because I think in an average playthrough, Leonardo is going to do more than Soren. They both have pretty abysmal ceilings, right? Soren just becomes a sage who hits the magic cap. But, like, then magical damage and Radiant Dawn, right? And he's not doubling stuff. Like, oh god, 35 speed. The Arc Sage magic cap is also 40, so you can't even try to, like, BXP your way out of it, because he'll hit it, but he hits it really late, so you then can't be like, okay, well, now I'll get the speed. He's just so frail, y'all. He's so frail. Maybe this is a sign that, like, Leonardo gets moved up? Or maybe Soren is bad filler. This is gonna piss people off. I think he's better than Marcia, but I do find myself getting more use out of Leonardo just doing chip in the Dawn Brigade. You know what it is? The Dawn Brigade needs the chip more than the Grail Mercenaries do. The Grail Mercenaries have so many characters who are just like competent on their own. You know, Boyd, Oscar, Shannon, Gotri, Mia, Ike, Titania, they're all one-rounding stuff. Meanwhile, like, Nolan's not one-rounding. Micciah one-rounds armors and cavaliers, but that's it. You know, Jill's not one-rounding for a while. Zihark one-rounds. So maybe... Yeah, I think Leonardo is more useful than Soren. Like, maybe that's a hot take. I don't know. I think Soren's just very bad. You do at the very least have more opportunities to train Soren, right, than Leonardo, but the payoff just isn't worth it. Like, ooh, I've got a magic stat and nothing else. Let me click my heal button. I'm still stuck in fucking armored movement. Even with all the siege tomes in the world, like, you know, you get Sanaki for free in the tower. People are gonna be mad because they like Soren as a character because he's like Ike's boyfriend or whatever. But as a unit, it's just... I want him to be better. I want him to be better because he was so bad in Path of Radiance, right? That, like, so many units who were bad in Path of Radiance get a redemption arc in Radiant Dawn, right? Like Zihark, Mia, and then, like, the top tiers end up, like, getting, you know, brought down to size, right? It just feels bad that Soren's sort of the exception to the rule. Although I guess there are some, you know, otherwise similar cases. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, it really is. Next up is Mist. She is a Valkyrie, or I guess technically a cleric, because she doesn't have the horse yet. She starts out as a level 1 cleric, and she's basically one of the Dawn Brigade's 2 staffers. I think I'm gonna move Risk, because I do want to talk about them next to each other. It feels relevant, because the Grail Mercenaries really only need 1 staffer. They benefit from a second one, but they really only need 1. And as such, Mist and Risk are kind of directly competing for a deployment slot in a lot of playthroughs. And in that competition, I think Mist ultimately usually fails. She's not terrible as a staffer, but her magic stat isn't very good. I mean, to start out, the rest of her stats are, you know, not relevant to the staffing role, but they're bad. 28 HP, 8 strength, which I guess is relevant for combat, which we'll get to, but 13 skill, 15 speed, even lower than Soren. You know, the 50% speed growth is better, but not by enough, right? 13 base speed, or 15 base speed is horrible, and in combination with 7 defense and 28 HP, and also 16 res is not great. She gets one-rounded by the majority of foes. Every physical enemy will double and one-round her, and most magical enemies will also, if not one-round her, come close. But don't be surprised if she gets one-rounded by mages. Like, it's just not ideal. Now, as a level 1 unit, right, she grows relatively fast, but not like that fast, right? The rest of your army's levels 5, 6, 7, you know, that sort of stuff. Mist is not that much lower level than them. And her base magic of 13 is... It means that her heals with, like, a basic heal staff are not going to be great. Her physic range is not going to be great. Now, she has B-rank stabs, so she can make up for this magic with, like, mend, right? And being able to use physic is something that's cool, even if the range isn't going to be great. She does also have a weird special attribute. She has 7 move instead of 6. 6 is the normal movement for staffers and mages. But she has 7. She's treated like a physical infantry, you know, like a Myrmidon or whatever. And part of that, I think, is because she uses physical weapons. That 8 strength, and that 13 skill. Like, it's unfortunate because she uses swords. And that strength, like 25% strength growth, it's not great. Most of her growths are not great. The only outstanding one is a 70% luck, which I guess is supposed to be for Miracle, but... You know, Miracle's not a very good skill.
But her combat's going to be abysmal. And I think because her combat is abysmal, people do routinely underrate her by looking at purely the combat instance of things. Because her combat's bad, right? She has a personal weapon, the Floret, and that is a 1-2 range sword. Better than the Wind Edge as well, because it's, Wind Edge is not very good. The Floret, it says in its description that it's a magical sword, but it is physical, and I don't know whether that's a mistranslation or a coding error, but she would definitely be better if it were magical. It's just magic is her better stat. It's still a 14 might, 95 hit sword. Like, it's an option other than the Wind Edge. 15 crit too, which is cool. And it builds weapon experience higher. Like, it's not magical, she can't use magic, but it is better than a Wind Edge if you want to do 1-2 range gaming. And as a very frail character, she needs to attack uncountered. If she's doing like chip or whatever, or if she's going for a kill, because if she misses, she dies, right? And her accuracy is pretty bad with certain skill. So having this accurate 2-range sword is still useful for her, but I don't think it should be the main focus. Like, she is on healer duty, and as a 7-move healer, she's useful. I think she's arguably a worse healer than Riss for the Grail Mercenaries, but if you want 2 healers, she's your only option for a second one, and she does have a long-term payoff. Even though her growths are, as I mentioned, not very good, 40% HP, 25% strength, 45% magic, 55% skill, 50% speed, 70% luck, and 25% defense with 40 res. She does have one benefit to training her, and that is her promoted class of Valkyrie gets a horse. Also get very decent promotion bonuses, 4 HP, 5 strength, make it so she can actually deal decent damage with swords. And since the Floret gives 4 weapon experience per attack, she'll have a good sword rank if you use combat to promote her, because the combat is how you basically, staff experience is bad enough that you're not promoting without doing some combat. But hey, you get a horse, you get 5 strength, 2 magic, 2 skill, 2 speed, 5 defense, 2 res, and an extra 2 move, because, now you're on a horse, you have Canto. And she's one of only 2 mounted staffers. The other one is Elincia. Unfortunately, because there is a benefit to training up Mist to have, like, you want a mounted staffer for the late game. Like, the tower, there's some good strategies having a mounted rescue user. Unfortunately, Elincia just kind of does that job better. It's not unreasonable to bring both of them if you trained Mist and you want 2 mounted staffers. Like, that's good. Then with Micciah, it kind of becomes excessive. Like, 3 staffers, really. At least Elincia can do some combat. Mist kind of can't unless you're babying her. Like, I've killed Digincia with her, but it's not optimal. Like, she's not good at it. So, like, it is unfortunate that she's at both points of the game outshined. Like, she's second fiddle to Riss and second fiddle to Elincia. And in theory, you could be like, okay, but what if you early promote her in the Grail Mercenaries, get her on a horse for the Grail Mercenaries? But that's where the really weird attribute she has comes in. Her promotion has to be either getting to level 21, which is how all units can promote, or she can use a unique Master Crown that only she can use, that you get in Part 4. I believe in 4-1? Or 4-4. I can't remember which. It's one of the Ike maps, because she's forced to go with Ike. Hold on, let me check real quick. Yeah, it's 4-1, so she can have a horse for both of her Part 4 maps, even if you didn't train her up. But otherwise, if you want her to have a horse during the during the Part 3, the Grail Mercenary maps, right? You do have to put in the effort and train her. And as I said with Titania, that's not even necessarily a huge upside for some of those maps. Like, if she gets a horse in the Pitfall Bridge or in the Swamp, like if you're hyper training her, that's not great for her. Like, that's not where you want to be at, right? So it is unfortunate. She's kind of outclassed at both areas. I think she's still solidly a C tier. Like, she's a good long-term filler unit. And when you have her short-term, like,
when she and Riss are free, you might as well take advantage of the 2 healers. And I don't hate having a second healer during the part 3 maps. Like, I usually prefer to only field one of them. But that's also because I like using all of the Grail Mercs, like combat-wise or whatever. You can do worse than having both Riss and Mist, because she can still, you know, worst case scenario, with her extra movement, she can just take advantage of men to one-range people. That way, Riss can be the one with Physic, because Riss is actually quite good at the healing role. He is still, much like Mist, frail as shit. 27 HP, but 14 speed, so he gets doubled by everything once again, and 7 defense, with 24 res, like, he can fight mages good, I guess. But, yeah, otherwise, you know, he's not really doing anything in terms of actually facing combat, or even seeing the front lines. He has light magic, and his magic stat is quite good. 23 magic, you know, it's the same base as Soren, less growth, 65%, but that's okay because, you know, he's a staffer. He can still staff with that amount. And Physic, he'll have good range. He'll do good healing with heal. Like, he's a good healer. He's just not good at combat. I think he's ultimately, you know, sort of in the same boat as Mist, minus the long-term training payoff, because his growths, similar to Mist, are just not where you want to be at. 40% HP, 25% strength, 65% magic, 35% skill, 35% speed, 60% luck, 20% defense, and 75% resistance. So you train him up, you make him a saint, and he'll be a worse version of Soren, but with a higher staff rank. But in the short term, before you train him up, he's a healer and Soren isn't. And that's sort of where I value him the most, is during the Grail Mercenary maps, when you're doing combat with, like, Mia, Gotri, Boyd, Ike, and they might not have, like, fully trained up. They do need some healing support. Riss is able to provide that pretty easily. He can also, like, you know, at the end of the day, he can also be a rescue bot, I guess. He can do some physics stuff, depending on what route you send him in part 4, because he's not route locked. Mist is always going to be sent with Ike's army. And so in theory, that's points for her as well. Like, it gives Ike a guaranteed healer. Although it's funny because if you promote her, then she's stuck not going up ledges like Titania, right? But hey, you know, then you can send Riss into the desert or whatever, and he's got desert movement because he's a mage and he can physic people and stuff. Or you can send him with Tabarn's army, who doesn't have a natural healer. Especially since, like, Lara doesn't scale super well into the late game. I think Micciah being, like, the guaranteed healer in the Micciah army, and then Ike having a guaranteed healer in Mist, Riss just kind of becomes, like, a go-to for the Hawk army if you want them to have a healer. Like, they have Elincia, but Elincia is also a combat unit, so if you want someone to, like, if you want to take advantage of Elincia's combat, then Riss can be the healer, and that's, like, alright for him. And then, you know, of course, in the Grail Mercenary maps, he's decent at healing. No skills, but A-rank stabs. C-rank light, which doesn't really matter because he shouldn't be doing combat. Like, he's not good at it. Ultimately, I think Riss, Lara, and Mist all fill very similar roles. I do like Riss more than Lara, and I do like Mist less, but, like, it's because I'm valuing their short-term contributions. What's funny is, like, it's kind of the exact opposite in terms of long-term, because, like, Mist has the best long-term payoff. She's just been outshone by Elincia, right? So, I don't know. The healers they're kind of just staff bot out of 10. It's kind of hard to be a staff bot out of 10 and be lower than C tier. You gotta be really abysmal to score that. Alright, next up is Rolf. And let's rip this band-aid off. This is the last of the Grail Mercenary stinkers. Everyone else from here on out is actually good. At the bare minimum. Like C tier and above. But Rolf is not. I'm sorry. I love Rolf. He's one of my favorite bad units. Just because, you know, nostalgia. Path of Radiance was my first game, and I thought he was good back then. But yeah, he's not very good. And he's at least better in Radiant Dawn than he is in Path of Radiance, right? I am at the top of F tier. There's definitely people who are worse off than him. But he has similar problems to Soren. It's like, what if Soren was a sniper? And, you know, in fairness, sniper is a regular movement class. He has 7 movement, but he also starts out under-leveled and understated. Like, he's a level 1 sniper. So he's got 32 HP, 17 strength, which is abysmally low. It's tied with Mia for the lowest strength. But Mia is, you know, fast, right? She doubles everything. Whereas Rolf isn't. He only has 19 speed. Like, that's 1 more than Soren, right? 20 skill. He hits stuff. But 13 luck, 13 defense, 9 res. He can't really do anything on enemy phase because even if you've lined up, like, archer counter stuff, there are plenty of situations in the early Grail Mercenary chapters where snipers can enemy phase. Shinana is relatively good at doing this, right? But Rolf is just too frail. 13 defense on 32 HP. He gets 2 or 3 rounded by most foes. And that's, of course, before then factoring in the other problems archers have is that this portion of the campaign features a lot of enemy phase combat, and he's just not able to counter most people. When he does, he's not dealing much damage. He has B rank bows. And so he starts out with weaker bows than Shannon, but you can actually trade, I think, everything except for the silencer Rolf can use. But it kind of comes down to why would you? Because the silencer is it's a really good bow. And that's like one of the advantages of Shannon. But Shannon also just has better stats. So even if you give like the killer bow, right, to Rolf, he's just not doing much with his 17 strength and 19 speed. Of course, he is meant to be a growth unit, so it'd be unfair to dismiss him before talking about that aspect of him. But even then, his growths they're very min-maxed, and in a way that does not particularly benefit him. He has 85% HP growth and 75% strength growth, but the rest of his growths are pretty, like, mediocre. 10% magic, 45% skill, 45% speed, and that's the killer, because it's not a bad speed growth, but it's not a good one. I guess it's good for the Grail Mercs, because they all tend to have speed issues, but it's not good enough to dig him out of the 19 speed hole. And then, of course, 35% luck, 35% defense, 20% res. So he's basically like, what if Soren, but you're in a worse class, you have a worse strength growth than Soren's magic, because Soren has 80% magic, right? And he doesn't have access to, you know, siege tomes like Soren does. He has direct competition, like at least Soren, right? At least Soren is the only mage. So if you want someone to use Meteor during the Grail Merc chapters, or you want someone to, like, you know, hit on the Armor Knight's res or whatever, you have to use Soren. Whereas Rolf is directly competing with Shannon, who's just better than him at base. Like, long term, Rolf does have a better strength growth. Rolf is going to have the higher strength. He'll sort of snowball that way. But he's not under-leveled enough to really snowball like an Est would. And Sniper's already just not super desirable. Like, why would you want 2 of them, right? Because the idea, right, behind a Sniper is you attack people without getting countered, which he can do, and you deal effective damage to flyers. I think in a Radiant Dawn remake, Rolf would get better, because you do face a decent number of flyers. They're just almost always wyverns. In part 3, I don't think there's any units that take effective damage from flyers that you will end up, or from arrows that you end up facing against. It's just all enemy wyverns. Like, there's wyverns in the swamp map, there's wyverns on the defend map, there's wyverns all over the shop. Like, you face wyverns in the map where it's 3-2, the map where Haar rejoins. There's a ton of wyverns. If Rolf could actually, like, deal effective damage to any of those wyverns, I think he would at the very least be C tier. Because, you know, he's got long-term potential. It's just training him is a pain in the ass, and the payoff is another sniper. Whereas, you know, we've kind of got the only sniper we need already. There are ballistas, like the Grail Mercenaries. I would be remiss if I didn't mention 3-P has some ballistas that you can use to sort of help attack the enemies that are attacking the allied Lagoos. And 3-5 is a defend map that has some ballistas, and Rolf can help man those. His deployment is free on both of those maps, or I think you undeploy one person on 3-5, but like that's always going to be Ilyanna. So his deployment is relatively free, and like that is, I think, the biggest thing that sort of pushes him to the top of the trash tier. His 75% strength growth is also not to be shrugged at. Like, if you choose, Rolf is gonna be my training project, he will get muscles. Like, he'll ram the 27 cap for Sniper, and the 36 cap for Marksman, right? And like, cool, I guess. I already struggled to justify Shannon in the late game, just because in the beginning of the Grail Mercenaries, there is a place for this, like, sort of player phase unit, right? But then as you move on, it becomes harder and harder because there's more and more route maps. And in Part 4, it's oops, all route maps. There are flyers in Part 4. There's Pegasuses in... Micciah's army fights some Pegasuses, and Ike's army fights some Pegasuses. Actually, all three armies fight Pegasuses, because the first three chapters all have some Pegasuses. And then there's Hawks in Tabarn's army. You face them in the Lagoos swamp map. So if you want to train Rolf up, like, that's an opportunity to do so. But you could also, you know, say the same about Fiona, right? Just give her Dragon Foe. So it just doesn't really even out to anything. Even crossbows, like Leonardo, right? Ironically, Leonardo having a shittier strength makes him kind of feel better than Rolf because he can just use crossbows to make up for that shortcoming. If Rolf uses crossbows, he doesn't get... His one upside is his big strength. He doesn't get to use them, so, like, what's the point? It's just, like, it's a very eye-roll moment. Yeah, it's a very eye-roll moment. It is also, I guess, worth noting that he, Boyd, and Oscar once again have a triangle attack. Oscar needs to promote, and Boyd needs to use a crossbow so that they can triangle attack. But hey, like, guaranteed crit is cool. If you're training Rolf anyway, like, for the memes, you kind of might as well. And I guess triangle attack is also a way to train him, but you need to promote Oscar for it. And by the time Oscar's promoted, like, Rolf has either had some training or is so far behind that you can't really do it. Like, so unlike Est, in, you know, the Arcanea games, Est can actually use the triangle attack for training. Rolf really can't. So it's just kind of unfortunate for him. Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate. All right, next we have Boyd, and I actually think Boyd is pretty solid. I don't see that many people talk about the Radiant Dawn version of Boyd, but I think he's pretty solid. With 22 base strength, he's not weighed down by any axes, although his speed is still a problem with 18 base. But 45% speed growth is actually decently high for the Grail Mercenaries. Or not decently high, but it is on the higher end, right? It's only 10% more than Ike and Soren have, so it's not like Boyd is going to be zooming, but it could be worse. He's definitely still in contention for Speedwing Squad, but maybe not as badly as some of the other Grail Mercs. His stat spread overall leans very high in the strength direction. 45 HP, 22 strength, 1 magic, 20 skill, 18 speed, 13 luck, 15 defense, 8 resistance, and then his growths are 80% HP, 65% strength, 5% magic, 45% skill, 45% speed, 40% luck, 50% defense, and 10% resistance. I think Boyd's biggest issue is his hit rates. I mean, obviously speed is a problem, but speed is going to be a problem for basically everyone in the Grail Mercenaries. And Boyd, at least, is less of a problem than others. You know, the exceptions to that, of course, is Mia. But everyone else is kind of slow. But for Boyd, he's not terrible. He's not terrible in that regard.
And he makes up for it with big strength and the highest might weapon type in terms of axes. But axes also have fairly low hit, and Boyd likes using the pole axes because they have higher might. If he's not doubling anyway, he might as well just use the highest might thing. And pole axes also have pretty bad hit. The iron pole axe has 65 hit, and then the steel and silver each have 60. If you give him regular axes, it's a little bit more accurate, but still not exactly where you want to be. And his skill and luck stats are, I mean, they're not great. His luck is terrible. His skill isn't terrible, but his luck is terrible. Like 13 base luck. He's actually fairly likely to face crit from the various crit bonus enemies, even at tier 2, because the tier 2 crit bonus is only 10 crit. But even then, Boyd will face 1% crits sometimes, and there's just not much you can do about that. He does have the bond supports with his brothers, and actually, I forget, does bond support affect crit avoid, or is it just hit? Okay, so each of his bond supports with Oscar and Rolf give +5 crit avoid, and that's sort of how you can manage his low luck. But luck and skill both contributing to hit rate means that Boyd is, he's gonna struggle. He's gonna struggle with his hit rates. And that is sort of the primary sin that he has. Because he hits hard, and, you know, he usually only hits once, but that's a universal problem. But he hits hard. I guess his other big problem is that he's an infantry, but, you know, I think a Cavs is more of a bonus. And, you know, Cavs aren't exactly great, as we went over with Titania, and as we'll go over with Oscar, like, Cav is sometimes more of a downside. Worth noting, Boyd can use crossbows to fix his hit issues, specifically against, well, there's not really any enemies that take effective damage from them, but specifically against frail enemies, because crossbows don't factor in your natural strength. And so because of that, it's sort of like, it's running against type, right? Like, Boyd is the big strength guy. He has that 65% strength growth with a 22 base. And yet, he's using the weapon that just ignores his strongest attribute. Also worth noting that, like, Ike, Titania, and Haar all have more strength than Boyd. The more I talk about him, the more I see why maybe people aren't as high on him as me. I still think he's solidly in good. Probably under Elincia. Elincia's availability is a big problem. Maybe under Nolan, above Elincia, because he's around for the entire time, right? And if you train him up, he'll hit stuff. He'll smack stuff with his good weapon type, right? Hand axes in the late part 3 and part 4 are very useful for, like, routing maps. Yeah, he's solid. I think he's good long term, but I don't think I would ever call him great short term. Like, I think he's very much in the good long term segment where he's solid. He's solid, but I can also understand why a lot of people end up skipping Boyd. He feels like a very skippable unit. Oscar, on the other hand, is probably statistically, aside from, like, Titania and Ike, the Grail Merc that I like the most. He does have a bit of a noodle arm problem, but he is one of the few that pierces through the Grail Mercenary speed problem. He has pretty well-rounded stats outside of that. 38 HP, 20 strength, which is unfortunate, 7 magic, 22 skill, 21 speed, 18 luck, 17 defense, 13 resistance, and his growths are fine. They're nothing to write home about, but they're not bad. 50% HP, 35% strength. That's the one that really hurts, his strength. He can run into 0x2 moments sometimes, but 20% magic, 65% skill, 60% speed, 55% luck, 30% defense, 20% resistance, and he's a Lance Knight, which means he's on a horse. As I went over with Titania, there are a few maps in early part 3
where being on a horse is advantageous. Then very quickly, being on a horse becomes disadvantageous for like the middle of Act 3. And then towards the end of Act 3, it's a mixed bag. There's a few open plains maps like 3-E and 3-8? No, 3-10. 3-10. Because 11 is the bridge, 10 is Elincia. But then there's also, you know, the swamp map, the volcano map, the bridge map, the defend map is like kind of a mixed bag. So I don't necessarily know that horses are the upside they usually are. I do think in Oscar's case, since he has the horse early and he's very much an early part 3 unit, I think that his long-term potential is questionable. That 65% speed growth is kind of, or 60, sorry, it's only a 60% speed growth, but that's kind of the main selling point, is like, similar to Mia, he can double enemies, and if he's doubling, you know, I say 0 times 2, but he uses lances and bows when he promotes, but he uses lances, like, he's gonna be dealing enough damage that doubling is good. But oftentimes with his double attacks, like, you find yourself lacking unless you use an effective weapon like the Horse Slayer, or bows against random Pegasus in part 4, right? Like, there's just not much for him. Still, like, I think he's a solid sort of Titania Junior in having well-rounded stats and being able to zoom ahead on those sort of cav-focused maps. I think I like him. I definitely like him more than his brother. I think I like him more than... No. Nolan's pretty important to the early Dawn Brigade maps. I think I like him a little bit less than Nolan, simply because, again, the Grail Mercenaries have this thing where they're gonna all be pretty good. I think Oscar's great short-term and good long-term. But the Grail Mercs are probably, aside from, you know, like Rolf over here, the Stinker, and Soren, the Stinker, but for the most part, the Grail Mercs are pretty good. And because of that, they kind of... Nolan runs into this situation where he's pretty good and no one else is pretty good. So the Grail Mercs all being pretty good kind of cancel each other out when it comes to beating Nolan. Like, you have to be a phenomenal unit in order to be more valuable than someone who is really holding the team together. And Oscar's not really holding the team together. He's doing some solid filler combat, and he can charge ahead in ways that are helpful. He can rescue drop people alongside Titania in ways that are helpful, but there's maps that are going to hold him back because being on a horse is bad, and there's going to be a point where his strength just doesn't keep up. Although, speaking of units that start off very strong in early part 3 and then have a bit of fall off, Shannon is, well, basically that, a strong unit at the beginning of part 3, and then he falls off. Although it has nothing to do with bad growths or anything like that, or maps that are designed to hinder cavs, because he's an infantry unit, right? Although the map design is the main reason why I'm not as high on Shannon the later the campaign goes. Because early on, in the early Grail Merc maps, you are very proactive in how you're acting. You're going to do a lot of stuff on player phase. You're going to be trying to kill as many people as you can before the enemy gets a turn. Because you don't necessarily have, like, a ton of super units. You don't have enemy phase gods. So Shannon is useful because he is fast enough and relatively strong enough. Most of his strength comes from his weapon might, to kill enemies pretty quickly. He has 43 HP, so he's surprisingly bulky for a archer, and 20 defense. So if you can find situations for him to enemy phase, is going to be relatively successful in that. Even his 14 res is nice against mages, and in 3-1 there's a wall that he can sort of enemy phase over, which is quite nice. The other maps don't really have terrain that he can enemy phase over, but you can sort of take advantage of enemy ranges to allow him to, you know, archer enemy phase, right? His 21 strength and 24 speed means that he is almost always doubling enemies, and 21 strength, it's only one more than Oscar, so it's not super impressive, but he actually has the speed stat to nearly guaranteed double everyone. Even fast enemies like Swordmasters are going to be having trouble with Shannon. And his growth sort of keep up that aspect of things. 50% HP, 40% strength, 15 magic, 70% skill, 65% speed, 30% luck, 45% defense, and 20% res. Now, he is a level 13 sniper, so much like Titania, he sort of functions in that Jagan role. He's not getting any experience as quickly, but it does also mean he's closer to promotion. If you spend a crown on him or just get him enough experience and BXP to naturally promote, he turns into a marksman. And not only does that boost his crit bonus from 10% to 15%, which can, in conjunction with his very fast speed, just make for some kills that you don't expect because he gets a crit while doubling or something. He gets Deadeye, and he gets bow range +1. And bow range +1 is not the most useful skill, since in Radiant Dawn, the farther you... Well, it's not a skill, it's like an inherent thing. It's not even listed as a skill in sort of the skill screen, but you do get extra range on all your bow attacks, and unfortunately, bows have the fall-off thing that Three Houses does, where your accuracy goes down at longer range. So a lot of the time, Shannon is going to be facing pretty miserable hit rates at 3 or 4 range with longbows. He does have a 28 skill stat and 70% skill growth, so he can somewhat mitigate the damage penalty. And if you're like firing downhill from a ledge or something, that helps as well. But it is sort of more of an emergency button than anything. Like, it's a range extender. It's nice when you're doing player phase combat. And I do think during the early maps of the Dawn Brigade, you're doing a lot of player phase combat. So he can be quite useful there. Not the Dawn Brigade, the early maps of the Grail Mercenaries, you're doing player phase combat. I mean, Dawn Brigade 2, to an even greater extent, because they have no bulk, but Shannon's not in the Dawn Brigade, despite the fact that he would fit right in. Yeah, I think he's useful in like 3-P, there's ballistas, and he's certainly better at using them than Rolf. 3-6, he's also a good ballista user there in sort of the defend map, right? Or I think that's 3-5. Yeah, 3-5. He's a good ballista user there. He's also just good at deleting problematic foes. I mentioned the 3-1 enemy phasing, but there's also problematic enemies in 3-2 and 3-3. 3-4 is the defend map, 3-5 is the Dawn Brigade, and then 6 is the opposite end of the swamp. And then 7 is the volcano, 8, I'm missing one. Oh, I forgot the field. Yeah, so everything move it up by 1. Whatever. The point is, Shannon's very useful early on. Bows are not as good during the route spam. That is like the end of part 3. Even though 3-E isn't technically a route map, it functions like a route map. And then 3-10 is a route map, and all of part 4 is route maps. Although if you send Shannon down with Tabarn's army, which, I mean, he would appreciate because he gets to execute Lagoos, then there's not a route map, and he can deal effective damage against the flyers. Like, in part 4, he can at the very least deal effective damage, because that's the problem with Shannon, is with Wyverns losing the sort of effectiveness of bows. I think he would be, like, there's some people who would put him in A tier, right? I would not put him in A tier. I think he's a solid B tier unit, like probably better than Volug. However, I think if he were able to deal effective damage with the, like, against the Wyverns, then it would be a different story. Then we would be talking about a potential A tier placement. Unfortunate for him, unfortunate for Rolf as well, who would probably be out of F tier at the very least. And unfortunate for Oscar, because Oscar gets bows eventually. On the topic of bows, I guess I should mention the double bow, because this is sort of the big thing that people like. There's the sort of narrative that Shannon starts out really good, and then he falls off, and then he comes back in the tower. And if you bring Shannon in the tower, he is probably the best double bow user. The double bow does have 1 range. It's a 1-2 range bow, but as a marksman, it's a 1-3 range bow. And then it does allow him to enemy phase effectively. He has the bulk for it. He has the stats for it. I think he's fine. I think he's probably still not worth a tower slot most of the time, unless you've been really focusing on training him up, which I do sometimes. I think he's a fun unit to use. But you gotta remember the tower, you're competing with the Laguz Royals, you're competing with your other trained up super units. Just because you're the best user of a specific S-rank weapon doesn't necessarily mean that you are the best person to bring into the tower. There's still no flyers for him to deal effective damage to in the tower, although the Marksman Bow Range Plus buff will help occasionally with positioning for the Ashura boss fight. If you're setting up an aura, if you're setting up one of the red pools or the white pools, having him be able to stand farther away and sort of deal significant damage, because of the aura boosts and not necessarily have to be as close as everyone else. It gives increased flexibility. So there is some merit to bring into the tower. Certainly better than other bow users, but I don't know. I think that Shannon is probably a little bit overgassed in general. Speaking of in general, Gottree is incredibly fucking solid. These stats are phenomenal. I forgot how good Gottree's base stats were. 44 HP, 25 strength, 5 magic, 18 skill, 20 speed, 15 luck, 24 defense, and 11 resistance too. Like, he's not even like super weak to mages, right? And then his growths are also impressive. 50% HP is not great, but 60% strength and speed. Like, he's zooming. 5% magic, 45% skill, 30% luck, 60% defense, 35% resistance. If we're going just off of the combat numbers, you know, his pure stats and growths, Gottree is really, really fucking good. He can use lances and axes as well, 2 very good weapon types. So he has access to 1-2 range, he has access to 2 different effective tools in the Horse Slayer and the Hammer, and he gets access to swords upon promotion if you want the Worm Slayer for whatever reason, although it's D-rank swords as a martial. The biggest thing that holds Gottree back, because that strength, defense, and speed at 60% each is very, very juicy, and his base stats are also very, very juicy. The biggest thing that holds him back is his class. General is a garbage class for a couple of reasons. It has lower movement than other infantry. It's on the same level of movement as mages, and that is unfortunate in such a movement-heavy campaign as Ike's campaign. I think Gottree would be much better suited for the Dawn Brigade as, I mean, a lot of characters would be better suited for the Dawn Brigade, but Gottree in particular, even if you scaled down his stats to match up with what you expect from like Zihark and Volug and the actual good DP members, I think he would be quite solid because they don't play as aggressively as Ike's army does. But the lower movement is bad, especially because I believe he can't even cross swamp tiles. Like, he doesn't have to sit out of the ledge maps, but I'm fairly certain if it's not that he has to sit out, it's that it slows him down so much he might as well sit out. Like, the swamp tiles, the massive amount of terrain in the Grail Marks is a big problem for him, and he's gonna fall behind. Like, at least Titania and Oscar can be like, okay, the terrain is a problem, but I can zoom forward and then other people catch up to me. Gottree falls behind, and then terrain becomes a bigger problem, and it's like, well, what are you gonna do? And the answer is, what is he gonna do? Like, he'll tank, and he'll hit back real hard, and he'll double, except for he actually won't. Because that 60% speed growth, super impressive for the Grail Mercenaries, right? Yeah, his speed cap as a general is 23.
So it's not actually helping him that much. The 23 speed cap means that there's just a lot of enemies he can't double in part 3 without getting the early crown. He starts at level 10, so you can give him the early crown. I think promoting him with experience is a little bit unreasonable, especially since, you know, by the time he does promote with experience, 23 is going to be way worse than it is, right? So you do want to early crown him if you want to use Gotri as sort of like a long-term unit, but I do think he is good long-term, and of course, great short-term. Like I think he fits into both of those roles. The martial speed cap, unfortunately, is 31, which means he falls into that really unfortunate category of even with a white pool, cannot double Ashura. And to be fair, that's also where Titania falls in and Oscar falls in, right? But the speed tier problems are frequently bringing Gotri down. Still, I think he's a solid unit. I think that like, especially when we get to the route maps, yes, it is frustrating to have that lower movement, right? And he's not the easiest to shove around either at 23 weight. A lot of units just cannot shove him, so you can't even really supplement the move. Because like with Soren, right, or the other mages, they're light enough that everyone can shove them, and so you can try to supplement the move that way. Really, the only way you can supplement Gotri's move is by rescue dropping him, and then the birds can't rescue drop him because he has too much weight, so it's like, it's a hassle, right? But on those maps, at the very least, he is doing good combat in the areas where he's at, and most of the maps that are very movement intensive do have something for the low move units to do. Like in the Elincia map in 3-10, right? He can stay behind and fight the enemies in the south, because it is a route map, and so you do have to have someone fight those enemies, and he's very bulky, very strong. Even people who double him, he's not going to be taking much damage from. He can make enemies tink him sometimes, which is pretty awesome. So sending him to fight those south guys. In the volcano, that's another route map. Having him go to the northeast corner is sort of the nice sort of slow zone. The swamp map's not great, but on the mountain map, he's at least able to climb stuff. The bridge map, he can sort of hold off ballistas or fight some people in the front. And then, of course, in 3-P, there's people near the starting point. And all the part 4 maps have some amount of reinforcements that do the whole teleport behind you, nothing personnel kid trick. And Gotri can just sort of stay in the back lines of whichever army you send him on, and he'll do a solid cleanup job just on that low move grind set. Although, probably don't send him with Elincia to Barn, because then he's fighting with Tauroneo, who's just going to be better than him at it. I guess they can work together, but I don't know. I value that role kind of as a one-man job. So I usually send him with Ike. It feels right to keep the Grail Mercs together, right? But you can send him with whoever. He's not locked into the Merc squad. And that's just sort of where he is. Like, his biggest stumble, I think more so than the movement, is that speed cap. 23 speed cap in tier 2 is so unfortunate. On a unit with 60% speed growth too, like, he was so close to being one of the fastest Grail mercenaries, and I guess he kind of is, as long as you give him that early crown. But that is a huge ask, right? Like, everyone wants that crown. Shannon gets bow range. Titania can take the crown early if she hasn't promoted yet and just, you know, pop off as a gold knight. Everyone gets their tier 3 skills too, like Soul on Oscar and Titania. It helps Oscar make up for the stat deficits, right? Colossus? I don't think it's actually Colossus. What is it on Reavers that they get? What do they get? Oh, it is Colossus. It's just been reworked. Actually, I think Gotri is probably worse than Shannon. It's close. Like, the two of them are right there next to each other. I think Gotri's probably a little bit worse, though. Alright, next up is Mia, and I think this one's gonna make some people mad, because Mia is a unit I see sort of constantly getting gassed up as like, oh, she sucks in Path of Radiance, but she's a god in Radiant Dawn. She's S tier in Radiant Dawn. She's the best Grail mercenary.
And like, I think she's good. I do think she's good. She escapes the speed allegations. I mean, she stole all of the Grail Mercenaries' speed, it feels like. But all of her other stats are pretty abysmal. 34 HP, 17 strength, that's tied with Rolf for the lowest strength out of the non-mage units. I mean, I guess technically Mist is using swords too, but like, you know, Mist isn't really using swords, she's staffing, right? 5 magic, 26 skill, and 28 speed. Those are the good ones. 18 luck, 13 defense, and 8 resistance. These stats and her growths, the 70% HP, 45% strength, 15 magic, 60 speed, 60 skill, 65 speed, 35 luck, 40 defense, 25 res. They're actually very similar to Zihark, and I'm very high on Zihark, but Zihark is in part helped by his join situation. He starts over-leveled, he starts with basically free access to Paragon, he's in the Dawn Brigade, and ends up, as a result, facing weaker enemies than Mia will. The enemies that the Grail Mercenaries face are significantly stronger than those that the Dawn Brigade faces. Yes, even the Lagoos, who are, you know, strong compared to the Dawn Brigade, the Grail Mercenaries are up against foes that are more difficult, and the Grail Mercenaries have more route-based maps, and so having that frailty is a problem when you're trying to set up for big enemy phases. Now, Mia can deal a lot of damage. She has the super high speed, she doubles everything. Swords are not a great damage weapon type, but, you know, she'll hit twice. 17 strength is not great in terms of strength. I guess, like, give her a blade. Well, oh, wait, does she get weighed down by blades? She actually might get weighed down by blades. Iron blade. If she gets weighed down by blades, no, they're only 13 weight. Yeah, 13 weight steel blade is, yeah, okay. She's not weighed down by blades. No one gets weighed down by shit in Radiant Dawn. Like, let's be real. Other than siege tomes, I guess. But yeah, give her a blade, give her like a silver, give her a forge, make up for her strength, I guess. And like, she can do work. She can do work. I think she's one of the better Grail Mercenaries, but I think the amount that she's better than like Boyd and Oscar is consistently fairly overblown. I think this is going to be controversial, but I actually think that I prefer both Shannon and Gotri over her. Obviously, Titania and Ike are significantly better. But I think I have her, like, here, right next to Volug, underneath Shannon and Gotri, because her low strength also means that Vantage as a free skill on her basically doesn't matter, unless you're going for crit stuff. You know, she does get 20 crit as a True Blade, and she has 10 to start out as a Swordmaster. She'll get Astra as a True Blade. You can potentially, like, go, oh, Vantage Astra or something, but that's a long ways away. Like, she's a level 7 Swordmaster. 28 speed and 26 skill are fucking stupid good for her level. It's just that her strength isn't great, although BXP does help to fix that a little bit. Is she better than Gotri? She has the one more movement. She has the ability to actually fucking double stuff. But she's so frail. 13 defense. Like, even factoring in that her speed means she's not getting doubled, she's dodge tanking, she's so frail. The terrain does make a big difference in terms of their movements, though, because she's not as affected by terrain as Gotri. Gotri's already got one less move than her. She's easier to shove around because she's only got fucking 7 weight. She might be better than Gotri. She might be better than Gotri. I do think they're close. Like, people are going to be mad that I'm even just considering it, but I do think they're close. I think Gotri's a little bit slept on, and I think Mia gets overhyped because of cute girl bias. I think she does. I hate to split the duo up. I mean, Gotri would love sandwiching. Gotri would love sandwiching a girl with Shannon. Oh, but fucking, I do think she's probably, like, slightly better than Gotri. These three are, like, the premier non-Titania Grail Mercenaries. Well, non-Haar as well, if we count him as one of the Grail Mercs. You know, he's their early flyer. But this is, like, the cream of the crop, and then you've got, like, you know, Boyd and Oscar down here. Maybe we could move Brom and Nephenee up. No, I think Soren's probably better than them. I'm just looking at the Grill Mercs in general. I remember being more impressed by Nephenee, but I think that was on a transfers run and heavy favoritism. Yeah, this feels about right for the mercenaries. I kind of like this. I'm still back and forth about Mia and Gatri. I do think the movement probably makes the difference, but I hate how frail she is. Like, she can't use that movement as effectively as you'd want unless you give her some bulk boosters. 40% defense on 13 base and 34 HP. Like, it's just not great. She gets 3-rounded a lot and 2-rounded. Like, again, she's got that Zihark stat spread against stronger enemies. It's not great. Vantage doesn't help her bulk either. Like, she's noodle armed. She's noodle armed. Can she even use the extra movement to enemy phase? Like, I guess for player phase stuff. Embrace the comment section. Embrace the comment section. Yell at me. Yell at me for Guthrie over Mia.
Next up is Ranulf. I think Ranulf is a little bit slept on. Obviously, Cat Gauge is very obnoxious, and it is the primary leading factor in his strength, is you have to deal with Cat Gauge. But he's force deployed in a large amount of Part 3. He's force deployed in basically every Part 3 map that he's available, which, unfortunately, he has weird availability. So he's first available in 3-3, which is the mountain map, but then he's not available in 3-4, and he comes back in 3-6, and he'll be forced and sort of act as a second lord during that portion of time. And the fact that he is forced, I think, is what gives him an advantage over the other Lagoos. He is also just statistically superior to them, but even while you're dealing with just Cat Gauge, dealing with 1 gauge is fine. It's not great, but you have Lagoo Stones and Olivey Grass. Like, you can manage it, and his stats are kind of worth it. If he's transformed, he will have 55 HP, 28 strength, 12 magic, 32 skill, 30 speed, 23 luck, 26 defense, 20 resistance, and his con and weight are also what his con and weight are, right? His growths are also, well, he has good HP growths. His other growths are bad. 70% HP, and then 30% strength, 15% magic, 40% skill, 35% speed, 55% luck, 15% defense, 10% resistance. He is, he's not winning any growth unit awards, although, BXP sort of gets around that. And he starts at level 26, which means he's only 4 levels from Satori Sign. I forget, what is this cat Satori Sign skill? He gets Rend. It's basically a crit bonus. It multiplies his strength by 5, so, yeah, 5 times 30 strength, nothing's living that. 28 strength. Well, probably 30 by the time you get it, because you'll get at least 1 strength level. On average, but yeah, his stats are quite good. He is, 1 range locked. His weapon type is not great. He starts at A rank strike, which is the lowest strike can be, but he's force deployed. You can kind of justify using him in that filler role, and he'll be very good filler. I would say, like, probably more useful on average than the healers in the Dawn Brigade. Actually, probably more useful than the Ilyanna is to the Dawn Brigade. I keep calling the Grail Mercenaries the Dawn Brigade. Fuck! But yeah, he's more useful than any of the healers. He's more useful than Ilyanna. I don't think he's quite enough to be on good long term, because his availability is so funky, and I don't like managing stone stuff long term. Like, if you're gonna manage stone stuff long term, you get the birds towards the end of the Grail Mercenary campaign, and you have Skrymir in part 4, you have the Royals in part 4, and they suddenly become like, oh fuck, you get like Gifka in the tower, right? So there comes a point where managing stone stuff becomes something that other units prioritize, but the time that he's around, Ranulf
sort of monopolizes the stones from Lethe, Mordecai, and then, of course, Kai'Sa and Liar, I guess, if you wanted to meme around with them. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, because... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Liar is such a fucking meme unit. She has genuinely awful stats. Even transformed, her only good stats are skill and speed, and they're at 22 each. Like, this is what if Mia was even worse and also only got to participate in about, you know, a third of the map, half of the map, right? Oh my god. I know that the Lagoos have 9 move, right? Like, that's, I guess, the advantage, but she does just feel almost strictly worse than Mia. 14 defense, I guess. 47 HP, 14 strength, 12 magic, 22 skill, 22 speed, 16 luck, 14 defense, 16 res, and then 50% HP growth, 35% strength growth, 10% magic growth, 65% skill growth, 70% speed growth, 50% luck growth, 20% defense growth, 30% resistance growth. I know that the Lagoos functionally get 2 points every time they level up a stat, and that's why their growths are so much worse, but god, the only area in which she's adequate is speed, and then she has a good speed growth. It just feels so bad. What is the point of this unit? Level 17, by the way, 13 levels from Satori Sign, A-rank strike, deals with gauge. You know, you already have a gauge unit force deployed who's just got better stats than her in every fucking area. I'm genuinely tempted to put Liar worse than Astrid. I'm of the opinion that... So what do Fiona and Astrid do, right? Fiona and Astrid are both force deployed for 2 maps. So they get free deployment for 2 maps. Well, not forced, but they're free for 2 maps, right? Fiona has 3 maps. The 3 Part 3 Dawn Brigade maps. Astrid has 2. 3 technically with Elincia's Gambit. Astrid does very little combat in Joffrey's charge. Like, she's doing chip damage to people. 0 times 2, getting 1 rounded by everything in the Burning Houses map. And probably doesn't show up, and if she does, very little that she can do in Elincia's Gambit. So, is that more than Liar having such bad stats that any reasonable person is going to keep her benched? But technically, Liar exists for longer than Astrid? Like, Fiona's definitely better than Liar. The question is this or this, and we're going to be asking a similar question with Kai'Sa, depending on how Liar ends up, because Kai'Sa is just the better Liar, but also they're not very good. I think Liar is actually worse than Astrid. I think I would rather have free deploy on Joffrey's charge, do a little bit of chip, maybe be a sacrificial lamb in the fire map. You can do something with a free deploy. Liar has no reason to get deployed. Liar does have better stats than Astrid, but Astrid has Canto and like an actual weapon you can forge. And Astrid actually has growths and Paragon. I think Liar is worse than Astrid. The question is Kai'Sa worse than Astrid? Because Kai'Sa is just better Liar. Kai'Sa's a tiger. They have 55 HP, 20 strength, 6 magic, 20 skill, 22 speed. They're faster than Liar. they're the tiger and they're faster. 14 luck, 20 defense, 10 res, and of course they're dealing with Tiger Transformation Gauge, and they start with the Quick Claw skill. Quick Claw is I think it's a chance-based ability. If they get attacked from range, they might stun someone. Let me double check that. Quick Claw, chance-based ability, speed percent to deal user strength to damage if combat is happening above 1 range. Okay, so it lets them counter, basically, but without their weapon, at a speed percent chance. That's not very good. That's not very good. At least they have a 1 in 5 to do that, right?
That's better than Liar. The stats are better than Liar. Their growths are, I guess, worse than Liar. 40% strength, already better. 85% HP, better. Wait, no, it's just the speed and skill that's worse. Everything else is better. 45 skill, 35 speed, 50 luck, 40 defense, 15 res. Jesus Christ, Kai'Sa. I think Kai'Sa, they also, this is not like super relevant, but weirdly, they have like 13 or 7 filled gauge on their join map. I think it's a glitch, but in the English version of Radiant Dawn, in the US version, they start with like a weird, I think it's 7. They have a weird integer of their gauge filled to start out. They're not transformed, but they're ahead of the curve. It's really fucking weird. I think I'm gonna put them above Astrid and Liar below Astrid. Astrid is very fucking bad, y'all. Astrid is very bad. Next up is Janaf, and Janaf is kind of incredible. He joins you in the Grail Mercenary Swamp map, so that's 3-7. And he'll stick around for, I mean, the rest of the Grail Mercenary campaign, and then part 4. He doesn't leave at all. You can miss him and Ulki. If you do, they will join instead on the bridge map, which is the end of the Grail Merc campaign, which is pretty unfortunate. But for the time they're around, that's about half of the Grail Merc campaign, and they are probably amongst your best units there. You do have to deal with Gauge, which is a little bit annoying, but they have Hawk Gauge, which is better than Cat Gauge in terms of, you know, what gauge you want to manage. And they sort of, as much as Ranulf monopolizes the gauges for the beasts, they sort of take the gauge items from him, and he's stuck begging for scraps. Like, he'll use all of the grass, but he's probably not using stones once the Hawks show up, unless you really want to go all in on the Laguz squad. But Janaf in particular is just really good. He's got solid stats. 57 HP, 32 strength, 4 magic, 38 skill, 34 speed, 30 luck, 24 defense, 16 resistance, all this while transformed, of course. And then his growths are also, I mean, I guess they're good for Laguz growths. 55% HP, 40% strength, 15 magic, 45 skill, 25 speed, which is unfortunate, but 34 is more than enough to carry him through the mid game. And then 50 luck and 35 defense, 10 resistance, and he starts with A rank strike, which again, not great. It's the lowest the strike can be, but you know, what are you gonna do? You can try to build it up, or you can just get him a single level, give him a Satori sign, he gets Tear. Tear is basically an increased crit chance because it's the mastery skill for Hawks. Hawks also have Canto in this, and they're flying without taking indoor map penalties. So they get full move on the volcano map. They're able to, I mean, they join in the swamp. They're able to navigate the swamp really well. Because they're flyers with Canto, they're a big part of the getting Ike to fight the Black Knight in order to unlock Bozo down here, right? So they're big in that regard. I'm kind of talking about the Hawks in general. I do think Janaf is better. He's a level higher and he has more strength. And he has the better skill, because the Hawks also have personal skills. These cannot be unassigned. They're just innate to them. And Janaf has Insight, which gives him 20 extra hit and 5 fog range if you ever deploy him in a fog map, which I think his only option is the Ike one in part 4. Yeah, that's the only fog map that he can participate in. But hey, it exists, and it's nice in RR, I guess. The extra fog range, that is. But just Canto, phenomenal stats, flight. The biggest thing that holds him back is his availability. But even then, he misses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Ike's maps. And then he's around for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so he's around for about half of the campaign. And then he's around for all of part 4 as well. And I think he's still useful in part 4 just because he has good enough base stats. I think I like him more than Mia, more than Gatri, more than Shannon. I don't think I like him more than Shannon. He's a solid B tier.
I think this is about right. Yeah, this feels good to me. Ulki, on the other hand, you know, you can barely see him now down here. But he is level 28, so he's 2 levels from Satori Sign, and he has worse strength. But he's got better speed. The speed isn't huge because you're going to double most things with Janaf anyway. But yeah, 59 HP. I almost said 59% HP because it feels like a growth, but no, that's his base. 59 HP, 28 strength, 6 magic, 34 skill, 36 luck, 36 speed, 25 luck, 22 defense, 20 resistance, and his growths are noticeably not great. 65 HP, 25 strength, 30 magic, 25 skill, 40 speed, 35 luck, 30 defense, 25 resistance. So he's got worse defense, he's got worse strength, he's got better res, better speed. And he's got, in my opinion, a worse skill. Vigilance gives 20 avoid and crit avoid. And the crit avoid is nice. The avoid is also, I mean, the avoid is good because the Hawks are fast enough that they can actually dodge quite a few attacks. You do have to be careful of crossbows because they take effective damage from bows, but oftentimes the bow units will have like 30 to 40% hit on them and not deal enough damage to actually kill them in one shot. Crossbows, however, super accurate, super effective. Like, crossbows will one-shot them, so you gotta watch out for crossbows. But otherwise, you know, just Canto Flyer with good stats, joins alongside Janaf. I guess the avoid, maybe the avoid skill is more useful than the hit skill just because of how much their avoid supplements their bulk. It's arguable. I like the hit skill personally because I'm reliability pilled, but you could make an argument, because they do some sort of hybrid regular bulk dodge tanking, right? You should just use both of these bozos. And honestly, I didn't even mention this. They're flyer cantos that can shove because they're not mounted, right? So having them shove each other, both to extend each other's range and to build support with each other, they tend to support fast. And Ulki is sort of the one that that boosts the support the most because he has water affinity. You could also, I guess, pair him up with another flyer or just any unit you want. Like, water affinity is good just to get a fast C rank water affinity, but boosting attack and defense by 1, it's nice. I think he is ultimately a little bit worse than Janaf, but not enough that I would put any units between them. I think I put him right underneath Janaf, just slower to get the Satori sign, less base strength, better affinity, a little bit better speed. Yeah, just fucking solid. Flyers with Shove and Canto. You have to deal with Hawk Gauge, but it's absolutely worth dealing with. They are really, really fucking good. They instantly become just sort of staples of your army. At least one of them. There's an argument that deploying both of them, it stretches the Laguz resources, especially if you're actively using Ranulf, which I think it's kind of like there's no reason not to. So in that regard, you know, Ulki being the worst one can be seen as sort of a mark against him, because if you're only fielding one, it's probably Janaf. But I find room for both of them, even if I have to wait on Ulki's gauge with grass and stuff. Just having, I'm willing to deploy 2 deployment slots to have one of the Hawks transformed at all times. And Ulki can do support stuff, right? And flying shove. Like, he's still a flying Canto shover. That's the thing, is that the cats, when they're untransformed, are basically worthless, but the birds are flying Canto shovers. And that's something, especially since, yeah, they're not the best shovers in the world. He's got 11 weight, although when he transforms it's 20, and then Janaf has 7 weight, and when he transforms it's 16, but they can shove your light units, they can shove each other. They can't really shove cavalry. That's the advantage that the Tigers have, is they can shove cavalry. But they also don't have Canto. And they don't fly. Like, just flying is good. Flyer emblem. And going from one water affinity flyer to another, Sigrun is disappointing.
disappointing, honestly. I really wished that she was playable in Path of Radiance. She seemed really cool, and when I learned she was playable in Radiant Dawn, it made me excited. But her stats... I mean, first off, her join time, you know, my availability. She's around for 2 chapters in Ike's campaign, and then is forced to go Sonaki route, which is where you want her anyway, because the desert map is there, but it makes for a grand total of only 4 pre-tower maps. But even without the availability issues, Sigrun's stats just kind of don't stand up to scrutiny. She has 18 base strength as a level 19 Falcon Knight. In comparison, level 5 Marcia, who joined a while ago but actually has like a weirdly similar availability to Sigrun, she only has 4 maps on her, but she had 16 strength as a level 5 Falcon Knight. So Sigrun, looking disappointing in that department, looking disappointing in basically every area in comparison to Marcia. And Marcia's a unit I don't think is particularly good. Sigrun's got 34 HP, 18 strength, 13 magic, 22 skill, 24 speed, 28 luck, 20 defense, 22 resistance. 40% HP, 45% strength, 10% magic, 70% skill, 25% speed, fucking abysmally slow, 70% luck, 10% defense, and 50% resistance. She is a flyer with water affinity, and she can do kind of filler combat for 4 maps. And when I say kind of filler combat, like, it's not even... She is at the very least, as a level 19, like, she can get promotion bonuses and maybe gamble on stun stuff. Seraph Knight promotion bonuses help her a little bit. The 3 strength, pushing it to 21, is nice. And the fact she can promote without using your Master Crowns is cool. Only 2 levels of BXP gets her over that threshold. But God, 24 base speed as that's her selling point. With silver weapons, she's not doing good combat. Like, it's bad. It's bad out here. It's bad. I might actually, just like looking at Marcia, because I want to put Sigrun in... I think she's short-term filler in the same way that Marcia is. So does she end up in D tier as well? This kind of makes me think maybe Marcia should be boosted up. Because Marcia has 1, 2, 3, 4. If we count 2-P, she has 4 maps on Sigrun. And she'll be probably statistically better than Sigrun if she gained any amount of experience during that time. She fights weaker enemies too, so Sigrun's definitely worse. And then Marcia will like gain, even if you didn't train Marcia, she'll gain experience faster and surpass Sigrun quickly. Sigrun is force deployed on the bridge map, which is her join map, which is sort of a benefit. She's also a game over condition, so you can't like use her as her force deployedness as like a sacrifice strat, you know, FE7 will strategies, but she's just so disappointing. She can do some fun filler stuff. She's part of the Pegasus triangle attack, but she's just not in the game that often, and her stats are just so bad. Her stats are... It's not just that they're bad and she's a high level. Like, they're only slightly above the peg who's a much lower level. It's Juno all over again. This is Tellius Juno. The 3rd peg, just underwhelming stats and absurdly high level. At least she has water support going for her. Oh, get down there. You're under Kieran as well. Yeah. Under Brom and Nephenee too. Above Tormod. Like, I have standards, but fuck. I put her next to Marcia because I was like, oh, this is who we're competing with. But no, she's competing with, like, Kieran rejoins at the same time that Marcia does, right? I like his stats better than hers. You know, horse is not great, but hey, 3-E, that's a horse map. There's some horse maps on part 4, kind of. Like, you're just a part 4 filler unit in the desert. You can escort people, like rescue drop them around.
it's just disappointing. It's just disappointing. She doesn't even have any special skills either. Not that it matters, like you could take them off her, but there's nothing really going for her. At least Tanith is salvageable. She is probably the best statted of the Pegasus Knights, aside from Elincia, who's kind of cheating. But 35 HP, 20 magic, or 20 strength, 10 magic, 21 skill, 23 speed, so 1 point slower than Sigrun, but, you know, it's okay. 22 luck, 19 defense, 20 resistance, and she's level 16, so she grows a little bit faster. She also has better growths. 35% HP, 55% strength, 15 magic, 75% skill, 40% speed, 35% luck, 40% defense, 30% res. I'm not thrilled by this, but I do think she's definitely the most useful of them. I deploy her. I mean, I'll deploy Sigrun as well, but Sigrun's not doing much. I'll deploy Tanith on every map that she's available, and I always get some amount of filler mileage out of her. Now, that's only 6? Yeah, that's 6 pre-tower maps, but I don't know. I think that she is noticeably a tier above Sigrun, but I like her less than Heather, because Heather is stealing items. I like the loot that Heather gets more than Tanith. Tanith gets a couple of levels under her belt, and she becomes a solid filler unit for about 5 chapters, and then you leave her outside of the tower unless you're doing a meme triangle attack run. And I've done the meme triangle attack runs, and they're fun. And, you know, it's the Elincia and Tanith show at that point, with just Marcia and Sigrun existing to basically set up triangle attacks for them. Even then, Sigrun feels underwhelming. Like, obviously the triangle attack lets her kill stuff, but now you've got to position in a way that's a little bit awkward and annoying. She has Earth Affinity, and that can be useful for certain units. As a flyer with Earth Affinity, she does pair very well with the Hawks if you're not having them pair with each other. Sort of split the Hawks, send them, you know, one of them to the Sanaki army, and then have Sigrun give them extra void. Maybe Ulki, because he already has extra void. And then that also helps Sigrun out because she gets the water bonuses at C rank. And that's good for her, because she's oftentimes just a couple of points under thresholds you want her at, although speed tends to be the big one. With only 40% speed growth and 23 base, it's the struggle bus. Yeah. I'm not thrilled about her. I do think, and here's the thing, like, these names are a little bit fast and loose, because I don't know that I would call Tanith a long-term filler unit, but she does feel a tier above the other pegs, you know? So, it's not quite fitting in the definition, but I think it's close enough. It's just, these are meant to be explanatory rather than, they're descriptive rather than prescriptive, right? So if something doesn't quite fit, I think it's still fine. Okay, so moving on to the part 4 units, I have moved the Herons and Black Knight to the top so that we can actually see the people coming up, or at least for as long until D tier gets a little bit too full. It might be the D tier's a little bit too crowded. I'll have to reevaluate after, like, towards the end. I am planning on, once everyone is on the list and, like, the whole thing is filled out, doing a sort of correction section where I move people around. I can already see a few that I've kind of changed my mind on in the process of doing this. So I got a couple of people I want to touch on after the list is filled, and hopefully the D tier problems won't be so D tier. At least I don't need 3 rows of D tier, right? But Skrymmir's definitely not D tier. He is a lion, which means he's technically a Laguz, but lion gauge is such that if you just pop a single Laguz gem, or Laguz stone, the gem is permanent, but if you pop a Laguz stone, then he basically stays transformed for the entire map, or most of it, or if you like Olive Grass,
twice, potentially, or just like all of your grass up like once after stoning. Basically, he can play... He's a good Laguz because he can basically ignore the gauge, right? The gauge does not matter to him because lions gain and lose gauge so slowly. That is, of course, a downside if you are out of stones, if you've done like a Laguz-heavy playthrough. He does need a stone to initially transform, or he will be untransformed for a very long time. But once transformed, Skrymir has... Well, I was going to say very good stats. Yeah, I think he has very good stats. His strength is the standout one. Well, his HP too. 66 HP, and then while transformed, 38 strength. Yes, it's going off of strike, but he has S-rank strike, which is not, like, you know, phenomenal, but it's better than A, right? Like, it's the middle point, right? His magic doesn't matter, but it's 6. 28 skill, 26 speed, which is good enough to double some stuff. 24 luck, 32 defense. He's bulky as shit. And then 18 res, and he gets 9 move because all Laguz have 9 move. He starts out with Resolve and Provoke. Resolve is, of course, phenomenal. It multiplies your speed and skill when you're below 50% HP. If you do go the Olive Grass route and spend 2 turns grassing him up, then it's fairly easy to get him in Resolve range when he has those lower stats. Untransformed, he only has 13 speed, so he actually gets doubled by stuff instead of doubling things. And his defense of 16 is not great, but since his HP, 66, is still really high, he can actually take a few hits and like punch people back with 19 strength while untransformed, and still do a decent job of that. Skrymir's main problems, well, I guess there's 2 of them, right? Well, I didn't mean it like that, but he does have 2 big problems in the form of his father and his father's shadow. These are the 2 big problems, but Skrymir's 2 big problems. The first one is he does have to basically eat a stone every map in order to be useful. Otherwise, you're dealing with a very, very obnoxious gauge from the wrong direction. It's phenomenal once you're transformed, but it's obnoxious when you are untransformed, right? So he spends turn 1 not actually doing something. That's a big deal. Bigger deal is his availability. He is in 4-P and 4-3, and then you can bring him into the tower for those additional 5 maps if you want, but you probably won't because of the aforementioned his dad and Gifka, Kanagus and Gifka. I was struggling to think of Kanagus' name real quick. Free Resolve is nice, but Kanagus just outclasses him and has Form Shift, and you can just like throw Resolve on him. Gifka just outclasses him, you can throw Resolve on them. Resolve not increasing strength in Radiant Dawn. From a balance perspective, I get it. From a Skrymir perspective, it would be very funny to further get another 19 strength, right? He already probably has the highest strength, and probably some of the highest damage output, unless you've gone, like, insane with Forges for Haar or something. He is in the desert route, and that kind of hurts his availability because it's hard for him to contribute there. Although once he transforms, he takes less terrain penalties than the Bjork, which is nice, I guess. But the reason I bring that up is you probably send some number of flyers the desert route, and it's possible Haar is there competing with him. And so that is like, you know, a super forged, like, Silver Axe Haar is really the only thing I can think of that reasonably deals more damage than Skrymir. The desert map is a map that can complete itself because the Black Knight is there, but I don't really necessarily count that against him. I think he's definitely good short term. The question is, he's probably better than Sigrun. I think he's worse than Heather. I value Heather's thief utility a bit more than being a big fuck-off combat unit on, like, realistically 2 maps. I think it's unlikely you bring him into the tower. There's a lot of Laguz to bring in the tower, and you want some number of 2-range units as well. You know, axe, lance, bow, sword. Like, being able to... You want to be able to attack from all sides of the various auras, the white pool, the red pool, the black pool, maybe, if you care about that. And so having bows to do, like, 3-range stuff, having access to throw axes, having the Wishblade, just having access to the legendary weapons is also... You don't need a user for every legendary weapon, but if you load up on too many Lagoos, you'll be like Alondite and Wishblade and Armads are all gathering dust. Ragnell's the only legendary I use, right? And so I do think that he's competing for tower slots, because you get 10 tower slots. He's competing with a lot of people, and people like Nialah, Gifka, Canigus... They sort of, Tibarn, honestly, like, they do his role. They do his role, right? And so he's competing directly with people that do the role of being big fuck-off Lagoos numbers, but those people do it better than him. Like, he just has worse strength than Gifka. And I think worse speed as well, which is unfortunate for him in terms of tower prospects. If you do bring him in, it's not like he'll be bad. It's not like he'll underperform in the tower. There's certainly characters, there's tower characters who do worse. There's part 4 characters who do worse in the tower. There's people, I mean, fuck. There's people forced in the tower who perform worse in the tower, right? But I think C tier is sort of the best that I can hope for him to aspire towards. I do love this guy. I use him pretty heavily in the 2 maps that he's free in, and then I brought him to the tower a few times, like, you know, going against my own advice. It's fun, you know, bring your favorites, right? But it's unfortunate, the situation that he finds himself in, right? It's, I say 2 problems and there are 2 lions. Although, the lions aren't the only ones competing with him, because Nesala is also a really strong Lagoos, and he's on all the same maps that Skramir is. He's on 4-P, 4-3, the desert map, but he's flying in the desert map, right? So he's better, or at least, you know, better mobility there. And then he's a tower candidate, and I think he's a much better tower candidate. He also has... theoretically, I was gonna say he trades strength for speed, and that is true to an extent, but he still has really good strength. When transformed, and because he has, I guess I should say, he has form shift, so he's permanently transformed. There's no reason to ever untransform him. You can, but there's no reason to, because he ignores his gauge, right? He is the first form shift, Nialah is the first form shift Lagoos. So he has form shift, he ignores gauge. But when transformed, which he should always be, he has 60 HP, 34 strength, 14 magic, 40 skill, 42 speed, 20 luck, 26 defense, and 28 resistance. His defense and res are also, like, really good, and 60 HP. He's not quite as tanky as someone like, you know, Gifka, someone like Tibarn, even Nialah, especially factoring in her avoid, although he has a lot of avoid as well. But the main thing that threatens him are bows. Really, it's bows and crossbows, because with his high avoid, bows are not as big a deal, but crossbows, they're gonna hit him, and they'll probably shred him, and then bows themselves are a big deal against him. But his high speed, like 42 speed, means he has a significant amount of avoid. And 42 speed is also it's 2 speed short, but because of the way Lagoos bonuses work, he is 1 speed level up away from doubling Ashura raw with no white pool. He is already doubling the auras for free with no white pool, and that's huge. Like, that is a huge threshold to reach. His damage output, unfortunately, is not as great as it should be, because for some reason, he is the only royal who starts with S strike instead of SS strike. And so he's 80 strikes away from getting SS and getting that huge sort of damage boost. And it almost feels like a bit of a training arc for him on the 2 maps where he exists before going to the tower. You want to get him into 80 rounds of combat or 40 rounds of combat because he doubles and get that strike rank up. And it can be, honestly, like, that doesn't sound like a huge amount, but in the 2 maps he's in, that can be a bit of a challenge. It can be, you have to put in a bit of work, right?
And that's a little bit annoying. Like, I do dock him some points for that, but it's not like he doesn't want to do combat. This isn't like Est or whatever, where you're just doing combat for self-improvement. He is going to be one of the better units in Micciah's army in part 4, especially in the second map, in the desert map, because he's flying. He combines flying and good combat. Like, he's the reason that Haar is not an auto-include in Micciah route, because you do have a good combat flyer. And that map does unfortunately have some anti-air units, right? But he'll dodge some of them. He can sort of like weave, because he'll have more mobility than them, right? And he has Canto, because birds have Canto in this. Unlike grounded Lagoos, for some reason, the flying Lagoos get Canto. So he can fly in, kill an archer, fly out of range of archers, or fly in, kill someone, fly out of range of archers, because the desert slows everyone down. I haven't even gone over all of his skills, is the other thing, because he has phenomenal stats. He also has a full skill loadout. If you want to give him any skills, you actually have to remove a skill from him, because he starts with Maelstrom, which is a... Oh, that's not the mastery skill, because Tear is the mastery skill, and it's a % chance to deal extra damage. What is Maelstrom? Because I know in Path of Radiance, it lets him cast Elwind, or not Elwind, Wind. But what is Maelstrom in Radiant Dawn? I'm pulling it up in... Oh, it's bad. Skill % chance to deal user strength damage to foe if combat is happening above 1 range. Yeah, I mean, I guess it technically gives him the option to counter people at 1-2 range, like, or not the option, but like the chance to. And his strength stat is 34, but it subtracts defense. Like it's basically just he attacks with no weapon at a chance base. It's not very good. Like, if you're gonna remove something to give him like Vantage Wrath as a combo, because spoilers, he has Vantage as well as his 4th skill. Tear, Vantage, Maelstrom, Form Shift, and then Shove and Canto, which again, like with the Hawks, just a flying shove bot at bare minimum, which if you're using Naesalva's turn to be a flying shove bot, I don't really know why you're doing that, but like, it's cool that he can. I think he's easily B tier. The question is he above or below Elincia? I think he's below Elincia. He's great short term, but he has less availability than Elincia, and Elincia has a more unique role than Naesalva does, being a flying staffer, being that long-ranged rescuer, that high-move rescuer. Whereas Naesalva is just another combat flyer, and we're about to get handed in a little bit, in the next chapters, a combat flyer that is even better at being another combat flyer than Naesalva is. And, you know, we already have Haar, we already have Jill, we already have potentially one of the White Wings, we already have potentially the Hawks. Like, there's a lot of other good combat flyers, combat Lagoos, and like I said with Skrymir, the role of Lagoos going into the tower is more competitive than other weapon types if you're trying to get as many of the legendary weapons as possible. I think if you're going to drop a Lagoos Royal from the tower, because like in quote-unquote optimal play, you bring every Royal in the tower, right? You bring Nialah, you bring Naesalva, you bring Tabarn, you bring Kanagus, and you probably bring Gifka, who's sort of an honorary Royal. I think if you're dropping one of those 5, it's either Nialah or Naesalva, depending on how you feel about Canto versus dodge reliability versus, you know, Nylah's just being awesome. Just being awesome, right? But I think I would drop Naesalva if I was dropping any of them. I usually don't drop any of them, like just full disclosure, unless I'm specifically doing a no Royals challenge run. I always bring all 5. But if I'm going to drop one, I say always, I've dropped him before, right? Like I've dropped him for like, sorry, I'm bringing my fucking like super Kieran or super Makalov. For some reason, I'm addicted to training up Kieran and Makalov because they're like the Royal Knights who are kind of somewhat salvageable. Marcia too. Even though they're shit. It's like, I want to bring someone from every army. And there's only like 3 people from that army. It's bad. It's bad.
Next up is Sanaki, and this is a unit I want to be better than she is. She's, oh boy, Sanaki. So, Sanaki's an Empress, which is technically a unique Tier 3 class, similar to Queen for Elincia being, like, not promoted from Falco, but, like, treated like Tier 3 for the case of Masteries and stuff. So she starts out with Flare, and she can use all 4 offensive magic types: Fire, Thunder, Wind, and Light. Her weapon ranks in these are already not great. Fire, S rank, it's similar to the Strike rank thing, but unlike both Skrymir and Naeluchi, she's not doubling people, so she can't build rank all that fast. And then Thunder, Wind, and Light at A rank is very unfortunate. She's basically never going to wield the S ranks or SS ranks for those weapons. Especially not the SS ranks, unless you, like, arm scroll her up, which I guess is feasible. But, like, why are you saving your arm scrolls for Sanaki? Because she's just disappointing as a combat unit. If she had staves, she would instantly jump up to, like, at least C tier. I think she's probably a D tier unit. I think I'm just going to throw her in there already, like, off rip. Here. Yeah, Tormod's a good comparison. Tormod's, like, useful in the early game. Sanaki, oh, maybe she's worse Tormod. Because Sanaki's main thing, right? She's forced in the tower, and she's free in the tower, which is nice. Because you want some number of people who can hit on res for the defense tile auras. And that's nice. She can benefit from White Pool and get both plus magic and plus speed, whereas other units have to benefit from both red and white pool separately, like next to each other. And so it makes positioning a little bit easier, but god, hitting on res, even when there's a ton of generals, like, she's just not dealing enough damage to one-shot them, and her speed is not, or her AS, I guess, is the problem. Her AS is not going to be enough to double, oftentimes. She has 28 HP, and 10 defense, so she dies to fucking every physical attacker. 28 res means she can at least fight magical attackers, and there are some bishops, like, to fight up against. And then against wisps and stuff, right, on floors 4 and 5, it's nice to be able to fight against the little wisps. I guess I'm talking about her in the tower, because I think that's when she's at her most useful. But she joins in 4-P. Like, she joins in Micciah's army. It's sort of like, it's her army, technically, but, like, it's Micciah's army. Let's be real. She's got 28 HP, 33 magic, 2 strength, which means she gets weighed down by everything, 22 skill, 23 speed. She's slower than that, though, because of the 2 strength. 32 luck, 10 defense, 28 res. The 2 maps in Micciah's army kind of serve as her training arc since she's forced into the tower. The big defense map, she's not super useful in. You can do some stuff with Sibylline, which is her personal weapon. It's a 13 might fire tome, and it gives extra defense when equipped. No, that's the SS rank gives extra defense. So she can't, she has to, oh my god, she has to trade her fire rank to use the plus defense tome. Yeah, Sibylline is just like a 13 might, 95 hit, 10 crit weapon. Yay. I mean, I guess it is, that 13's, like, decent might. It's good might for a tome. And, like, she hits on res. She's not doing terrible combat in 4-P. And then in 4-3, similarly, like, she can set up for kills for your training projects, or she deals enough that if you set up for her, she can kill. And I do think it's sort of the training arc for her. Train up her fire rank, train up her stats. Her growths are not great. 70% HP, 40% strength, 60% magic, which is kind of the premier one. But then 60% skill, 35% speed is very unfortunate. 55 luck, 30 defense, 50 res. Again, she gets shredded by physical attackers, but at least in the desert, mages are unhindered by terrain. So she can sort of, she doesn't get the Canto privileges Nialah does, but she can outrange people in a way that's useful if you want to get kills with her.
She can hit on the weaker defensive stat. That's nice. Being forced into Micciah's army is unfortunate because I think mages prefer going to Barn's army, since in the second to Barn map, there's a ton of Lagoos that they can pick on with effective damage. It would also be nice just to train her up because that is the infinite reinforcement map. But alas, it's not meant to be. She's just kind of the mage that you bring into the tower. And like I said, you want someone to hit on res. Sometimes you even want multiple people to hit on res, right? And that's nice. The fact that she exists does make the other late joining mages worse. I think maybe I'm being a bit too harsh on her. I think she's definitely bad filler, but I think I'll put her above Brom and Nephenee. I think, talking about it more, I think I'm being a bit too harsh on her, putting her below Tormod. Because while Tormod is dominant on his maps, like, you gotta remember Nialah exists on fucking 2 of those maps, right? So, like, she's never gonna have the dominance that Tormod does, but also, like, Tormod's dominance is oftentimes, it feels theoretical as opposed to practical. Sanaki as a filler unit is practical. Sanaki does do meaningful chip to the generals in the tower. She does meaningful chip. I say chip, she'll bring people down to single-digit HP, right? Or, like, to the teens at the most. It's not even, like, 9 damage bow chip or whatever. Like, she's got 33 magic and a 13 might tome. That's 46 attack, hitting on res. Which, while res is higher in Radiant Dawn than in most Fire Emblems, it's still the weaker defensive stat. So, like, she's doing that. She's doing, like, the Soren job. And honestly, she's kind of the reason why training Soren is kind of meh. Because you just end up with her, and she just has the Soren stats anyway. So if you want a late game mage, like, she exists. Maybe I'm being... I think she's probably worse than Soren, because Soren does have, the Meteor Tome or whatever. And to be clear, Sanaki can use Siege Tomes as well. And she can even use Siege Tomes in the tower. Like, it's nice that you can bless a Siege Tome for her, and then she can just click a Siege Tome every single turn. If you manage to get your hands on the bolting, like Thief Abuse, that's a good way to handle the dragon map, is just have her bolting every turn. If not, just Meteoring for chip. Meteor is nice. And if you brought another mage in, they can sort of stand next to each other and trade whatever tome you've chosen. The fact she has light means Purge is also on the table. If you blessed Purge and then have her bless, like, Cymbeline so that she can attack at one range against auras and stuff, and then she and Micciah can trade Purge with each other. She would prefer staffs over light, I think, because just being a second free staffer would mean she always has something she can do in the tower. But being a second free Purger, if you choose to bless Purge, like if Micciah has the Purge rank, I guess that's the main choice. Because, like, if Micciah doesn't have Purge rank, you can't, you could bless Purge for Sanaki's purposes, but, like, you just do Meteor instead, I think. But if Micciah has the Purge rank, you might do, like, bless Cymbeline with Sanaki, bless Purge with Micciah, and then they both have a Siege Tome, and that's nice, to sort of chip people away. And then the rest is nice for the last few floors, so her low HP isn't a problem because the auras will never, or the wisps will never attack her because she has such good res. Am I talking myself into Sanaki above Soren? I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. I think Sanaki is just right below Soren in the D tier, in the bad filler tier. Yeah, I think this seems pretty decent. All right, next up is to Barn, and brace yourselves. It's the legendary A tier to Barn. I think he's better than Nialah? Nialah has the 2 endgame Dawn Brigade maps for availability, but Black Knight's on one of them, so it's really like 1.5 maps of availability. And to Barn is fucking goated. Like, they're definitely the 2 best royals, right? In terms of just, you get them early, you get them strong, but Tabarn has flight, Tabarn has Canto, Tabarn has better stats than Nialah, for the most part. I think the big one is speed, right? Does Nialah have enough speed to double Ashura? She does not. Oh god, Tabarn's faster than Nialah too. Yeah, he's just better than her in basically every statistic department. He has 68 HP, 36 strength, 4 magic, which doesn't matter, 48 skill, 40 speed, 29 luck, 32 defense, 10 resistance. Yeah, Tabarn's just better than Nialah statistically in every area. The speed is relevant. He's at 40 speed. That is exactly 4 speed shy of doubling Ashura without any pool support, which means either 2 speed level ups or a speed wing. I'd go with the speed wing if you want Tabarn to double Nialah, because he has a 20% speed growth, so like it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen naturally. But yeah, if you give him the speed wing, he doubles Ashura. Although, yeah, no. It does fit within his caps. His speed cap is 23, which doubles to 46. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, he's got phenomenal base stats. Flight, Canto, Shove, like the combination of the 3 of them. If for some reason Tabarn's best action is to shove Canto, like he can do that like the Hawks can. He also he comes with Form Shift, obviously. He has Tear, the mastery skill, and then he has Savior and Pavise as his other 2 skills. Well, and Shove and Canto by default, but he's filled up his skills, right? He has Pavise, which just makes him even tankier. It means that sometimes, I mean, you shouldn't put him in range of a crossbow, but sometimes he'll just Pavise it. Same with regular bows, although he often dodges them too. And then Savior is honestly probably his weakest skill, which is wild to say about a skill as good as Savior, but who is Tabarn rescuing? I guess he does have like a good con, right? He's got 28 con, so he can rescue light people, but I more mean who is he rescuing strategically? Like at what point is he rescuing someone out of danger? I guess it's nice. He has Flight and Canto. He can do it if you end up kind of screwed. Really, the only person I tend to find in danger in the Tabarn maps is Elincia, though, and she's mounted, so she can't be rescued. I guess I should say Tabarn is the head of the 3rd army. Micciah, Ike, and Tabarn each get their own armies. Sorry, Elincia, the plot sidelines you once again. It's the Dawn army, the Grail army, and then the Hawk army. Like, why not the Crimea army? Because Elincia is not actually a main character in Radiant Dawn. It's so sad. It's so sad. But I mean, he's available for 4-2 and 4-5. 4-5 is notable as it's the only non-route map of Part 4, and you kind of want flight. Like, Elincia and Tabarn sort of work together there. Elincia is forced on Tabarn's route, and between Tabarn and Elincia, you kind of don't really need anyone else, although 4-5 is used for grinding if you want to grind people up, because it is the infinite reinforcements map. It's the only map in the game with infinite reinforcements, so that's kind of cool. And then in the tower, you set him in the tower, he just destroys everything. He should one-round most enemies, but the ones he doesn't, he can just tear. I guess Digincia is the big one that he doesn't, but then he can't just tear Digincia because of the, whatchamacallit, Nihil. It's not Nihil, but it's Nihil. It's Mantle, which negates skills, which is, you know, a little unfortunate. But, yeah, Tabarn's just really freaking strong. Self-evidently so. It feels weird to put a unit who joins this late with this sort of like Part 4 availability in A tier. You know, he's above people who've been around for a lot longer. I mean, he's above basically all of the Grail mercenaries except for Titania and Ike, but I do think he's dominant enough, and Radiant Dawn's structured in a weird way such that oftentimes people just get sort of rotated out, and I do think when Tabarn joins, most of the Grail Mercs are kind of going to get rotated out. Most of the Dawn Brigade, I mean, almost all of the Dawn Brigade gets rotated out. Even Jill oftentimes gets rotated out. Like, she just sort of, she carries you. And Zihark, right? Same deal. Like, the Dawn Brigade members I have ranked high, Sothe obviously falls off. But, like, Jill and Zihark, who I do think are quite good, oftentimes just get rotated out. Because by necessity, to make the Dawn Brigade chapters work, they've had to sort of early promote. They've had to sort of invest themselves farther to the point where it screws over their long term. So then Tabarn just sort of shows up and he's like, yo, I'm here. I'm here and I'm ready to fucking tear. I'm here and I'm ready to tear. That's his fucking catchphrase. And then going from probably the strongest part 4 unit to one of the weakest ones, we got Peleus. I like Peleus. I like using him. I don't like him as a character. He's stupid garbage as a character, but as a unit, I do think it's kind of fun to get this like tier 2, almost est, but shit growths. So I've been trying to justify placing him into like D tier on the grounds of like, ooh, he gets double Fenrir, that's pretty cool. But there's no justifying it. Peleus, you're trash. You're probably worse than Rolf, if I'm being completely honest and unbiased, unfortunately. He's a Dark Sage, so he's a tier 2 Sage. He can use Thunder and Dark at base. He has Miracle, which is a bad skill. And then his stats are incredibly underwhelming. 33 HP, 13 Strength, 24 Magic, 20 Skill, 21 Speed, 14 Luck, 14 Defense, 19 Resistance. And as I said, he can use Dark and Thunder, but that's it. He doesn't get Wind and Fire. Thunder is the worst of the magic types because it has bad hit and bad might, like in exchange for crit. And then Dark is also inaccurate. And bro only has 20 skill too. Like he's gonna have an accuracy issue. So that's just, it's really, really unfortunate. He deals with all the mage problems that all the other mages deal with, but then he's stuck on, it's like part 1 Ilyanna, except for you've got really fucking good units. Because I would love him to be, I don't know, I'd like him to be a little bit useful. He gets 2 Fenrir tomes, which are basically only his, because only he and Laran can use dark magic, and Laran, you have to bless a weapon for Laran to be able to use it. So in order to bring dark magic to Laran, Peleus has to be in the tower to bless a weapon, but then not using that weapon. So it's basically his PRF. Like, it feels like his PRF. If you don't bring him in the tower, all the dark magic is his PRF. But he's just, it's even having 10 uncontested Siege Tome uses is not enough to make up for bad stats, bad accuracy, no bulk in a bunch of route maps. All right, he can do ranged chip fine, but it's not even accurate. It's like, it's not accurate bow chip. It's inaccurate Fenrir chip, right? Why are we using Fenrir to chip? Because he can't do anything else. He can't even staff. He does, at least at Arc Sage, get B rank stabs, which is better than the Anima Sages, which get E on promotion. He gets B, so he can't use like real stabs if you master seal him, but then his join situation is awkward. It means you can't BXP him because he joins in 4-2, the first Tibarn map, but he joins on like turn 2 or turn 3. I think it's turn 2. He joins not during preps, so you can't bonus experience him. You can't give him a master seal unless you have it on someone waiting for them to trade it to him. So he's 9 levels from promotion from being able to use those B stabs. If you want to, or no, I say Master Seal, I meant Master Crown. But if you want to crown him, you save a crown for him, and then it's like, why? Why are you doing this? So you have another B staffer? Just like fucking send Lara with Tibarn's army if you want another B staffer. Like, being the mage who promotes into staffer on the route when Elincia is forced is so bad. I guess it means Elincia can do combat, but I'm not thrilled with her combat. I want Peleus to be better because I think it's because he's a dark mage, right? He's the only dark mage in Teleus. Laran doesn't count. And it's just, it's sad, but he's one of the worst units in the game, even though he has 10 free uses of Siege Tomes. It's so unfortunate. Just your stats suck, bro. Your stats suck and your weapon type sucks. Being stuck on Thunder and Dark. Like, all the anima types to get in addition to Dark, he can't get, like, even Wind would be, like, at least accurate. Fire is what you want, but, like, Wind is at least accurate. But no, it's gotta be Thunder. Jesus Christ. Then we get to Stefan, and the bad times keep rolling. Although he's not quite Peleus level of bad. He's more of a filler unit than anything. His recruitment is obnoxious. You have to have Micciah stand on a specific desert tile, and it's you gotta walk her like halfway across the map, or all the way across the map, basically, in order to get there, but I don't really count that against him. It's just worth noting that sometimes Mr. Filler of all filler is not worth going for, even though he has the SS rank Viika on him. Worth noting, swords, there's 2 SS ranks, and the Wormslayer is like the secret third one, because you do kind of want a Wormslayer against all of the dragons, but his stats are like, they're fine. They're not like, he's really fast, 36 speed, he's really fast. Everything else is fine. 53 HP, 27 strength, 7 magic, which doesn't matter, 37 skill, 36 speed, 20 luck, 21 defense, 16 resistance. And his growths are basically 50s across the board. It's 55 HP, 50 strength, 20 magic, 60 skill, 60 speed, 15 luck, 40 defense, 50 res. These don't really matter. You're not really growing that much after he joins. He also doesn't have any skills other than Astra, the mastery skill, which is, you know, every True Blade's gonna have that. But he's got fine stats. I think Stefan is sort of like the benchmark for, if a unit you've trained up is worse than him, he goes in the tower, right? Like, he's kind of the tower gatekeeper. He's the exam. You gotta pass the Stefan exam. As I mentioned, swords are kind of a desirable weapon type to have multiple people of, so even if you already have a trained sword user, you get another SS user for Viika or Alondite. And then the Wormslayer is also nice. It's nice to bless a Wormslayer. Ragnell is automatically blessed, so Ike already has a weapon, which means he can't hold something else in order to bless it instead. So even if you're not using Stefan, like, I've brought him in the tower to bless Wormslayers for like Hypertrained Mist, Hypertrained Mia, stuff like that. He can do filler combat in floor 1 and floor 2. Like, he's decent filler there. He joins late enough in Micciah's second map, the 4-3, yeah. That I don't really count his filler combat there, but like, he technically can, you know, whack a priest or something, kill an archer, but it's not great. Ultimately, I think if you're bringing Stefan to the tower, it's either because you wanted to bless a sword and you already have all your sword users, like, you know, Mia or whoever, or your team is in kind of dire straits. Like, he is sort of the tower filler slot, but that's good enough to end up in short-term filler, right? Just where in short-term filler? I think I like him less than Lucia, more than Lethe, because you get so many strong tower-exclusive units. Like, you get Kanigas, you get Gifka, you get Nialah, you get... I mean, I guess Nialah, Tabarn, and Nesala aren't tower-exclusive, but they feel like auto-slams. And then he's also competing with not just the auto-slams, but also trained people, right? Like, if you've trained up Haar, which it's weird to say Haar is a training project, but, like, you know, he's not going in 0 growths. Well, he might, who knows? His bases are really good. But, like, a trained up Haar, trained up Boyd, trained up, you know, Mia, trained up Brolin, you know, whoever you've decided to invest in. And then you've got other potential, like, other people vying for that I show up late and I'm a tower dude. What's the next couple of people we talk about are all like, I'm here for the tower, please let me in the tower. And you only get 10 tower slots in addition to the force people. Your dancer doesn't take one of those 10, but it's stiff competition, and when all you can do is be filler in the tower, like, sometimes that's good enough. If just, you know, your Mia didn't level and you want another sword user or something, but sometimes it's not. And oftentimes it's not. Like, Stefan is the sign of a weak team, I think. Not that he himself is weak, but he's sort of, only the weak teams really need him. Speaking of people who are sort of competing for that tower slot, we've got Oliver here. I'll sort of slide him up. I don't think... Is Oliver D tier? I don't think he is. I think he's the top of F tier. So Oliver is a saint. And I'll get this out of the way, right? Like, if you want a third staffer
because you get Micciah for free, and I do think the second staffer, the best one to bring, is Elincia, or like if you got lucky, Mist, but probably Elincia. If you want a third staffer, Oliver is probably the best third staffer to bring into the tower. But I don't think most teams want a third staffer. Like, I think... And also, like, if you want a third staffer, you can train up, like, you know, Riss or Soren or whoever, right? I guess Soren's a bad example because he's not a staffer, but, like, Peleus. Oh, God. No, Oliver's probably better than Peleus to go into the tower, even if you trained up Peleus. His stats are, like... They're weirdly bad. They're weirdly bad. 48 HP, 22 strength means he doesn't get weighed down by any tomes, including Purge, but he's not doubling anyway because his speed sucks. 31 magic, 22 skill, 20 speed. Like, this is a tower unit because he joins at the end of Ike's map at 4-4. You can use him, I guess, to, like, against some of the reinforcements in 4-4 because it is a route map. But I think for the most part, he's going to join towards the very end of that map. He doesn't exist there. He exists just in the tower. Why the fuck does he have 20 speed? 28 luck, 18 defense, 32 res. 20 speed is fucking absurd, though. Like, I'm always shocked by how low his speed is. Actually, I want to see Tormod. Does Tormod... What's Tormod's fucking base speed? He has the same base speed as Tormod! What the fuck? Oh my god. He's literally got the same base speed as Tormod. Oliver, why are your stats so shit? God damn. The reason I say I think he's the best, like, third staffer is since he has a light rank, he can share a Blessed Purge with Micciah and Soniki and just have the three of them traded around on turns that they're not... Well, I guess Sonic is never staffing, but, like, on turns he's not staffing, and Micciah's not staffing, and, like, that's nice if you've blessed a Purge. Honestly, his stats are so fucking underwhelming. I might eat crow on that. I might say, actually, you're worse than Rolf, and our next potential tower guy is the best staffer, because... God damn, 20 speed is fucking absurd. Like, it's not like the mages are ever fast. There are no fast mages in Radiant Dawn. But Jesus Christ, he has Tormod's base speed, and he joins in the map Tormod returns with stats that are, like, universally considered bad, right? Like, Tormod probably gains speed in part 1. Tormod will be faster than Oliver. And it's not like Oliver has good growths. Like, 45 speed growth, 30 defense, 55 strength growth. What the fuck is this unit? Bonk people with staves, I guess? Like, Jesus Christ. This guy's so bad. I thought he at least would be like, I'm the staffer to the tower, and I was gonna go on a spiel about how, like, I don't think you need a third staffer because you've got so many units that are competent that don't need healing every turn, and you've got things like Physic, and like Micciah can just keep your team healed up, Elincia, if you brought her. But goddamn, like, he's not even good enough for that. His stats just suck. All right, I guess let's move on to the actual best third staffer, Bastion. He's not like his stats are that much better than Oliver's, but like they're a little better. 45 HP, 21 strength, 35 magic, 27 skill, 24 speed, 21 luck, 20 defense, 32 res. Woo, res tanking. He can fight the bishops good. He has corrosion. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He has B rank staffs, so like I guess technically he can't use like the A rank staff. So is that fucking fortify or some shit? It does. I don't care. Like Micciah can use that instead. The main reason you want a third staffer is to like click physic or restore or something. I'll put him at the top of trash because he has thunder access, which can deal effective damage to all of the dragons on the dragon map. He's also around for, he's actually exists on the map where he joins, right? Whereas Oliver does not. Oliver joins at the end of his map. Bastion joins actually during prep. So if you want to, you can sort of like fuck around with him, give him skills for the Laguz map. And having access to fire, wind, and thunder means he can deal effective damage to every enemy on the Laguz map, other than the boss. So if you want to like grind him up a little, it's not like his growths are good. 25% HP, 20% strength, 30 magic, 70 skill, 40 speed.
I guess that's 40 speed is good for a mage. Jesus Christ. Why are mages all armor knights here? 40 luck, 25 defense, 50 res. Like, okay. I guess he's gonna be the gatekeeper of the trash tier. He just joins so close to tower. Like, he exists on one map before tower, and I don't think he makes a good case for being in tower. It's kind of like what I was getting at with Oliver, where you've got Micciah as a free staffer. If you want a second staffer, Elincia is by far the best candidate. If you want a third staffer, it's either Bastion with B rank staffs at base, Oliver with A and shit stats. Bastion can also share like a Forged Meteor or a Blessed Meteor with Soniki. Or bolting if you're lucky enough to steal that, which I don't really think you usually are. Or Blizzard, Blizzard, you get the Blizzard. I think you have to buy Blizzard, but he can share a blessed Animatome, and Soniki, or Micciah can bless her own Purge, and then they don't necessarily need to huddle next to each other like FE11 Ballisticians. They can, rather than trading, I mean, I guess Soniki and Bastion can, right? But yeah, it's like, it's not stellar. Like, it's not stellar for him. He's probably better than a trained up Soren. I don't even know if that's true. Trained up Soren might just mog him. Because Soren, like, he's got shit speed growth, but he actually has, like, a really good magic growth. It's like 60%, 80%. What is it again? RD Soren. I'm struggling to remember. Yeah, 80% magic growth, 23 base. Yeah, Soren probably beats him if you trained him up. But then that does require training Soren. And also the staff rank, right? Like, Soren gets E staffs on promotion. Bastion starts with B. If you want another staffer in the tower, like, it's not going to be Soren, Ilyanna, or Calill. It's going to be Bastion or Oliver. Or I guess one of the staffers, like Mist and Riss. But then, like, what are you doing if you're bringing Riss, right? Or Laura. Yeah, he's bad. Like, the unit who shows up near the end of the game with filler stats is bad. Who would have fucking guessed?
Alright, next up is Volk. You technically have to pay to get Volk in your army, but I don't count that cost against him because he gives you back more money than you pay to recruit him. So it's kind of like the Paper Mario Oil Tycoon, where you spend money to make money. Because he pays Ike back the money that he got from him in Path of Radiance, and that is more than the cost of hiring him. So, Volk is basically a free recruit. Like, functionally costs negative money to recruit. You actually lose money for not recruiting him, although I'm not giving him that money as a credit for that money, because that money's a story event, right? But he has incredibly cracked stats. He has 52 HP, 30 strength, 5 magic, which doesn't matter, 36 skill, 35 speed, 19 luck, 26 defense, 22 resistance. Those are very good stats. They are, better than Stefan almost universally. He uses a worse weapon type though, right? He has stillness, which doesn't matter, and then his mastery skill of lethality also... Who fucking cares? Like, don't gamble on lethality stuff. I had a chatter big up a, like, gamble plus adept plus lethality plus a max crit forge stiletto or something, and it's like, I think you've got more reliable ways to kill things than gambling on Volk lethality. But the reason I bring up Chatters and Volk is I do think I've been sleeping on him a little bit. Before having sort of like Volk defenders go at me on streams, I probably would have put him somewhere in F tier. I've not been the biggest fan of this unit, but I think he is like just the better Stefan, kind of. The unfortunate thing is he can't do the blessing. He can't like hold a sword to bless for someone. He doesn't have anything dragon effective. But the base lard is 18 might, which means it's basically just a one-range locked Alondite that has a little bit of extra crit, a little bit of extra hit, and then doesn't give the defense buff. So it's not like, it's probably the worst of the legendary weapons, but it's not as bad as like knives compared to other, like generic knives are compared to generic weapons. And
you're using the base lard, or you're using the legendaries for basically everything at that point, right? So he's not super useful on floor 1, and he's okay on floor 2, and then like he'll become filler out of 10 on floors 3, 4, and 5. Maybe he's like a little bit worse than Stefan. I think Stefan is probably better, because his stats are better. Well, his stats are better. His stats are better, yeah. So I'm going to put him above Stefan. They're very, very similar in that they come on your team. They're sort of the sign of a weak team in that you don't have 5 people to go alongside the 5 Legoose Royals. But you could do worse, right? Like, if you've got a weak team, they exist to sort of bail you out of trouble. Also worth noting, he can technically open the only chest left in the game. It does cost 50 gold, so you can get the funny dummy message because they didn't put a message in. His growths are also, like, weird, weirdly kind of competent, actually. 50% HP, 50% strength, 5% magic, which doesn't matter, 60% skill, 65% speed, 20% luck, 45% defense, 15% res. Like I said, stillness just doesn't work. It doesn't work the way it should. It's supposed to be like shade on crack, but it just doesn't. It doesn't work. Enemies will still go for him if they can like get a kill or whatnot. So it's unfortunate, but his stats kind of speak for themselves. They're good. They're good enough. They're good enough. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. Worth noting with that good speed growth too, he can potentially get to the point where he doubles Ashura with a pool, but his speed cap is so much that he can't naturally do it. Only the Legoose Royals can do that, which is unfortunate. Or actually, I think, can Trueblade? Trueblade cannot. Nope, only Legoose Royals. Doubles Auras without a pool, though, which is nice.
All right, though. Now we got the big boys. Kanagus and his shadow, Gifka. So Kanagus has...
Holy fucking shit, these stats. So he's got Form Shift, so these are always online. 76 HP, 44 Strength, 8 Magic, 46 Skill, 34 Speed, 30 Luck, 44 defense, 20 resistance. Holy fucking shit. Like, so notably, 34 speed is enough. It's exactly enough that with White Pool, he doubles auras. He doesn't double Ashura, but the magic number for doubling auras is 39. Doubling Ashura is 44. So he can't reach Ashura unless he gets like 2 speed wings, and that's a lot of investment because his speed growth is only 20%, as opposed to Gifka, who can actually reasonably get there without speed wings, right? But we'll talk about Gifka in a bit. Kanagus has Form Shift. He doesn't have to use a gem or a stone or anything like that. He's just always online, always good stats. I don't think he's quite A tier material. I think he's like... I think I have him under the Hawks. He has phenomenal stats. No Kanto, but just like the broken... Take care of the tower. The tower is taken care of stats, right? But that's kind of all he does, is like he exists in the tower to invalidate like Stefan and Vulcan and whatnot, right? I think if they're bad term filler, he's great short term. Is he phenomenal short term? Is he going to be an A tier? Is A tier going to be more than 50% Royals? God, he doubles with a White Pool. He doubles auras with a White Pool. That's a big deal. I think he's still B tier. I think I still have him in B tier. I think I still have him there. He's competing with, units who are on the same level as him, but he's around for shorter than them. I think that's a tier difference. I think that's on these late game units, these late game stat balls. I think that's notable that like, my availability. I know, my availability, but like it is, he also, Fortune is a really good skill that he gets for free, but you probably want to slap Nihil on whoever you're using to fight Degincia anyway. Yeah, I think B tier is about where I'd have him. He's pretty freaking phenomenal. But you've also got other pretty freaking phenomenal people who've been around longer and can pull off their own sort of shenanigans. And then we get to Gifka, and Gifka is very similar to Kanagus, just a lion with big fuck-off stats.
There are two main differences between them, though, that I think are worth highlighting. The first is that Gifka, while he has slightly lower stats in most areas, he has more speed. He has 2 more speed. Well, 1 more speed, but doubled when transformed, right? And then he has a decent speed growth of 50%. He is 2 speed level ups from being able to naturally double auras and double Ashura with White Pool support. And that's very achievable for him. With this 50% speed growth and like, if you have BXP saved up, it's very achievable just to get 2 speed level ups. So I think that is, you know, an upside for him over Canigis, even though he has lower strength at 42, assuming no transfers, right? He would end up dealing more damage because he's doubling. The other thing is that, well, I guess 3 things, because he does have Nullify, which is kind of like layman's Nihil. Nullify gets rid of effective damage, I believe. So, Nullify's whatever. He has Roar, it's cool. But the other big thing is he does not have Form Shift. So he needs to use the Lagoo's gem. Now you have 2 gems, 5 uses each. So he can use a gem, which permanently transforms you. You can use one every map. But it means that turn 1, he doesn't actually get to do something. And I think that's enough of a downside that I have him here. Here. Yeah. He's like a little bit worse than Canigis. And it's because you lose that turn 1. Even in the Ashura boss fight, that hurts. Because, like, you run up, you have to gem, right? You can't just, like... I guess you could dance, right? And then you actually get a turn 1. But you're still losing an action, right? You always have to commit your first action to eating the gem. And then once you do, you never have to worry about it again. But it is enough of a downside. It's obnoxious, right? There's these little things that separate them. With the characters who are just big ball of stats in the tower, I do think focusing on the little things is relevant. And then now we have the fucking dragons. And we start with Kurthnaga. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I looked at his stats. I was reminded of how fucking bad Kurthnaga and Anna's stats are. So Kurthnaga, 55 HP, 30 strength. He starts out without Form Shift, but he'll get it after floor 3 of the tower, after you kill Canigis, right? Or not Canigis, Diginsia. After you kill Diginsia, the king of the dragons, he gets Form Shift, right? But he starts out without it, so on the first 3 floors, you have to use a gem if you want him to do combat, and oh boy, your reward for using a gem, 30 strength, 14 magic, 16 skill, at least, you know, strike is accurate, but he has A-rank strike. Oh my god, he has A-rank strike. I fucking forgot. He has goddamn A-rank strike. Oh my god. 20 speed, 21 luck, 30 defense, 30 res. Not even good growths. Like, I know it's the Lagoo's whole, you know, you get 2 stats in 1 level up thing, but 45 strength, 35 speed, 25 defense? God, that's abysmal. God, an A-rank strike. His combat's really bad. Still D tier, though. I think, like, here... He is the weakest of the tides. He has Night Tide. Night Tide gives adjacent units +5 to their defense and resistance. It's good if you're, like, enemy phasing, which you do a lot on floor 1. It can be useful. It's the weakest tide, especially because... You know, you use it for enemy phasing, but if someone has 2 range, they'll just attack Kurthnaga instead of, like, you Night Tide at Ike or whatever, right? It's fine. I prefer the offensive tides, and that's basically his big selling point. Like, I don't know. Comment that he's an Est if you want to piss me off. It won't actually upset me, but it is funny how many people refer to him as an Est and, like, the god-awful growths. I guess, like, oh, the strike rank. Train his strike rank on floor 1. Worth noting, in floor 3, both Kurthnaga and Anna are functionally invincible because none of the enemies will ever attack or counterattack them. So, you know, that's cool, I guess. So if you do want to train him, or God forbid her, up, that's the map to do it, because they can do like 3 damage at a time, chip. Just dink, 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 level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. It's so awful. And then if you think Kurth Naga's stats are bad, Anna actually has worse stats than him by a pretty significant milestone. 59 HP, 20 strength, Jesus fucking Christ, 30 magic, which does almost nothing. It's like, it helps with like renewal, or not even renewal, because she starts with renewal. She has Miracle, Renewal, Boon, and Blood Tide, right? It's, oh, what is it? Imbue? Imbibe? Whatever the Fiona skill is, right? 26 skill, 22 speed, 18 luck, 26 defense, 34 resistance. And she doesn't have form shift. She never has it. So if you want her to use these god-awful stats, you have to use a gem. It's fine. She's not here for combat. She's here for Blood Tide. Blood Tide gives +5 strength and skill to adjacent allies, and it is enough to be good short term. It elevates her to C tier all on its own. I think I like her better than Skrymir. I think I like her better than Heather, honestly. Better than the Thief utility. The Blood Tide increases your damage output so much, because it's 4 units, right? In the Ashura boss fight alone, this is a huge boon, because you can have 4 units benefit from it, then have her move, and 4 more units benefit from it. If they're doubling, that's 10 damage each. If they're not doubling, it's 5 damage each. That's still a huge amount. Even if you were only using her for just the Ashura floor, hint, hint, there's a character that does that, she would be great. She would still be good short term, right? The fact that she is also useful on the other 4 floors to boost your damage of whoever you want, aside from Ike on floor 2, obviously, is, it's really nice. Also, she has 34 resistance while transformed. She is, while she dies to everything physical, against the wisps, against the, like, the flame spirit, wind spirit, thunder spirit stuff, she's fine. She shrugs that off easy, easy, easy. So I think she's good short term. I think Blood Tide is just a very powerful skill, a very powerful passive, and I like it. Alright, only a few more characters to go, and next up we have Renning. And Renning is a unit who looks a lot better than he actually is. He's a gold knight, he can use swords and axes, so he can, you know, equip a sword to bless it. He can use the hammer in the first floor of the tower to fight the generals. He can use the Worm Slayer to fight the dragons. Like, that's pretty cool. His stats are just not where you want a physical unit stats to be. He's dealing with paladin caps, which are always very unfortunate. The speed cap of 33 is not great, but he's also probably not hitting this speed cap because he has 29 speed base and a 40% speed growth. His other stats are also just unimpressive. 56 HP, 31 strength, 18 magic, 32 skill, 29 speed, 24 luck, 27 defense, 23 res. And then his growths are like, the impressive ones are 70% defense and 60% strength. But otherwise, he has 40% HP, 10% magic, 50% skill, 40% speed, which is really bad, and 10% luck. Is just not good. He's just not good. It's like, so he fills the same role that like Volk and Stefan do, right? Of being like another physical dude you can bring on the team if you're lacking. But are you lacking 3? Are you lacking 3? With the Royals all filling things out? I don't even know if he makes the cut in like a 0 growths run, right? Because you got 5 Royals, these 2 bozos. Elincia probably makes it in 0 growths. There's like 2 slots left, right? Maybe he makes it over like the mages. Haar probably makes it in 0 growths though, right? Flying. I don't know, maybe I'd bring Skrymir. I might prefer Skrymir over this fucking clown. I think he's trashed here. I think he is. And that's fills the screen, by the way. That fills the screen. Formatting fucked now. Formatting fucked. But I think Renning is trashed here. I think he belongs in the garbage. I think he is just not very good. I don't think he's very good. Alright, I've adjusted the formatting a little bit so we can fit all of the rows now, so, you know, we get all the rows, because there's just a lot of characters in this game. But Nasir is up next, and Nasir's a white dragon. He's the only white dragon you get,
And he actually has pretty freaking good stats in every area except for speed. God damn. Fucking, even the magical Lagoos can't have good speed. Because white dragons are magic. They use their magic stat, they deal magic damage, they hit on res. And so he is capable of hitting the plus defense tile auras for decent chip damage. I wouldn't say it's like, kill damage. But his 48 magic and S rank strike, which is unfortunately not SS rank, but whatever. Better than A rank, better than his granddaughter, right? New magic chip, that's nice. The rest of his stats are also really good. 74 HP, 14 strength, doesn't matter. 26 skill, 16 speed, again, that's his bad one. And then 19 luck, 24 defense, doesn't matter, because after he joins, every enemy is magical, and he has 42 res while transformed. Like, you need to use a gem for these stats, but like, goddamn, he's fucking immortal, right? He also has Boon and Nihil inherently, which is nice. Like, I don't know, avoids the counter damage from auras. You probably want to take it off him and give it to someone who's dealing more damage, but still, it's cool. And then he has White Pool. White Pool is +5 to your speed and magic. And this is necessary for doubling Ashura on a lot of units and for doubling auras on a lot of units because of the way speed caps work. This doubles your damage output. This helps you to kill those auras within 2 to 3 turns before Ashura's attacks get out of hand. This is stronger than Red Tide, and so even though he's around less, I like him better than Enna. Like, he does actual magical combat that I care about. In fact, I think I like him better than Mist. Not Lara, but better than Mist. He does actual magical combat that I care about, right? Like, it's just chip, but it's something. Again, it's a reason why these clowns down here, like Oliver and Bastion, just aren't necessary. Why having a mage in the tower, like you have Micciah, you have Nasir, you have Sanaki, they can deal enough magical chip that you really don't need another one, right? And then White Tide. White Tide's just so good. Even though it's boosting magic, which you don't have that many mages, it boosts speed. Like, this speed is the best offensive stat in terms of increasing your damage output against Ashura and the auras, right? So it's really good. It's really, really good. Gareth, on the other hand, notoriously ends up on, like, worst unit of all time lists all the time. I don't think he's the worst unit of all time. He's noticeably worse than the other Aurabots. Oh god, the list grows! But he's noticeably worse than the other Aurabots. I think he ends up in C tier. He's not, like, so much worse, but he has Red Tide, right? And that's his only defining feature. That and his 18 res against all magical enemies and 14 speed. He gets doubled and fucking, like, one-rounded by the electric spirits. And because they teleport around, it's basically impossible to keep him alive. But while he is alive, he can contribute some red tiding, which is pretty cool. And then he can die. And when he dies, that's okay because he's contributed some damage. He also has 44 strength. Like, if you want to do physical chip with him, he can do that. The rest of his stats are, 14 speed, right? He gets doubled by stuff. Yeah, 42 defense against no physical enemies. Yay. Even with 82 HP, like, he's got that Largo moment of just getting shredded by somebody who has... because he doesn't have defenses, right? Like, he's defenses list. So it's just unfortunate for him. But he's still good. And you should have a slot to deploy him because Sothe is not force deployed. He's forced into the tower, but he's not force deployed. So undeploy Sothe, deploy Gareth. Like, it's just math. And then we have the quote-unquote Goto himself. Laron is only available in New Game Plus, so his ranking inherently makes this a New Game Plus tier list. You have to deploy Black Knight, and then you also have to defeat Black Knight, or have Ike fight Black Knight on the swamp map where they can do that. If you fulfill those two conditions, then Laron joins you on turn 1 of the final map, but not during preps, so you can't trade items to him, which is actually really unfortunate. Not only does he join with no weapons in his inventory, so you need to trade him a blessed item. He has the goddess staff, right? So he can full heal everyone on the map.
3 times, which is something. Like, I don't know. How much do the people on the map need the full heal? Probably if they're taking counter damage from the auras, right? It's probably enough to get him, like, bottom of D tier. I want to put this guy in F tier, right? Because he's not dealing damage. You have to trade a blessed weapon to him, and that takes a blessed weapon away from someone else. Usually Micciah, which, like, isn't the biggest deal in the world. She's on staff duty anyway. And he has 40 magic. He can do, like, purge stuff. Because he uses light and dark magic, so he can't use elemental magic from, like, Bastion or Sonicy or trained Soren or whoever, right? You also have to commit a unit to, like, running to the left side of the map to trade it to him instead of going to Ashura. Or you can have him, like, meet everyone up, but then that delays him getting the trades even sooner. It's obnoxious arming him. Like, I wish he just joined with a weapon. It would make sense for him to join with a weapon that's blessed by Ashura and therefore can damage her, right? I don't know. It's obnoxious. It's obnoxious, but the Goddess Staff is good enough to keep him out of F tier, I think. Like, he's better than all these bozos, unfortunately. I would love to put him in F tier because he's such a fucking clown. But unfortunately, that's where he ends up. This list has gone on for a while, however, it's taken me even longer to record than it has for you to watch it. This has been over the course of several months, actually, believe it or not. And in that time, I've actually had some opinions change on these characters, right? And so I do want to make some, I guess, adjustments, corrections, whatever you want to call them. Moving people up, down, around, etc. I think Tauroneo, I want to put below the Hawks. He only has 1 map of availability more than Nialah, and, like, he's still super dominant and super necessary on those maps. But I think he goes below the Hawks. I think Tauroneo's goated, but he's just not around. And then, like, in part 4, he's fallen off, whereas Nialah hasn't, right? So I think that's sort of fair for him. The other big one that stands out to me is I think I underrated Marcia. I think Marcia's, like, here. If you actually give her some part 2 experience, she can end up, like, with the best stats of the Falco Knights, which is not saying a lot, but it's saying something. Like, I do think it makes her into either, you know, good short-term, long-term filler. I think so I guess I should explain, like, these are meant to be descriptive, not prescriptive, right? So, like, just because Marcia's not around in a ton of maps and, like, that could be short term, she's also noticeably better than these people. With the exception of maybe Soren. I think Soren could be considered the bottom of long-term filler, because he is around for the entirety of Ike's campaign. I don't think he's particularly good as filler, but, like, you have Meteor, you have Bolting, or you can steal the Bolting, which you probably don't, but you have Meteor stuff, right? I think you can get him a Blizzard, at least for part 4. So he can do Siege Tome stuff. It's not great, and then he can do, like, Magical Chip. You've got a lot of slots. I think he's usually quickly benched, but I don't know. I think a C tier is probably fairer than a D tier for him. And yeah, those are the only ones that are jumping out to me at the moment. Maybe Oscar under Boyd. I like the movement though, right? Like, because this is a no transfers list. Yeah, I think this is about how I feel about the cast. I think it would be funny to put Renning here, right? But I think more realistically, his stats are fine enough that he can be the top of F tier. Maybe Bastion. Because, like, Bastion serves a distinct role of being, like, the best pre-promoted tier 3 mage if you want that. I just don't think that role's very good. But, like, Renning, why are you bringing him over Stefan and Volk? And, like, if you're bringing all 3 of them, Jesus Christ, you're in dire straits. Maybe Elincia over Boyd? Boyd can struggle early on.
Yeah, I like this. I like this for a no transfers tier list. So I'm just gonna let it sit on screen for a second, in case anyone wants to take any sort of pictures or whatever. Yeah. And then from a transfers point of view, I don't actually think transfers change that many units. There are a few of them, though. Jill is a standout. She really appreciates transfers. It helps with her stats starting underwhelming. But I don't know that it makes her better than Nialah or Tabarn, right? Like, transfers help her a bunch, but I don't think they actually move her on the tier list. She's just a very good candidate for them. Going down the line, Mia appreciates a strength transfer if you can get it for her, although Path of Radiance, that's not going to happen very much. I think with transfers, Mia ends up like this, just above Gotchery. Transfers don't, like, because it's +2 to specific stats, right? They help Boyd too. He likes the speed. He can start doubling stuff, speed and strength. And then the big ones are Ilyanna goes up to here because she meets some more doubling thresholds that she wouldn't otherwise, as like a bit better of a chip bot, right? And I'll go here. Nephenee goes up to here because with a speed and strength transfer, she can double with the Steel Great Lance. And that's pretty cool for her. But otherwise, yeah, as you can see, I don't really think transfers actually impact things all that much. Because most units stay in the same exact place, regardless of whether or not they get transfers. Oh, I forgot. Gifka. With transfers, he gets a strength transfer for free if you pick him, right? And that's sort of the big thing there. People say he's better than Cannagus. He still has to gem turn 1. But he ends up there with transfers. Like, I should mention it. Like, Mia jumped over him and then, like, he leapfrogged her, right? But yeah, no one else really benefits that much from transfers. Like, Soren, I guess, appreciates the speed, but it doesn't change his place in the tier list. Like I said, Jill really appreciates them, but it doesn't change her place. Not enough to, like, make her better than Nialah, right? Most people don't care about them. Like, Oscar likes them, but not enough to make him better than Nolan. Most people just aren't impacted by transfers as much as you think. They're cool. They're, like, theoretically cool, but that's really it. This video has been a long time in the works, as I just mentioned, so I want to thank all of my patrons for financially supporting me while I worked on it and other projects. As such, thank you, Logs, Glupshido, Erica Ford, Pergnite, YLO1, George Grenville the 7th PM, Jamie Collins, Arvis, Crispy Matthews, Floahay, Amy Hazel, Hungry Heart, Hound Dogs, Burnt to Cinders, Ziggy WSB, Lovis Roman, Shinthia, Faulty Videos, Kyle Madison, Derek Williams, Anna Cabana, The Daily Fugle, Faye, Magic Bite, Thoughtful Insanity, Robin Goodfeller, JT Spreader, Laura Hunter, Dysike, Chris, Root Beer Pants, Queen Elizam, Control Tagius, Roman Kromancic, Knick Knack Hammersmack, Carrier Has Left, Angel Napcaceres, Zanwiff, Not Gino, Name Number 5, Flynn Gone, Edward C., Cyrockin 2, Cabbage, Caius Cole, Bree, Punchfighter Champion, Eggman, Maxine the Vampire Queen, Sardonic Muse, Wesley Toma, Name Number 5, Sensitive Luigi, Rage, Femtal Illness, Wannabe Cinnabon, Punk Tattoo Guy, Key the Iron Idol, Calamity Callie, Jackson McMahon, Saren Gurlixy, Rezi, Dino Anna, Alice, Andu, Rhea, Gameboo, Carosa, Fyrant, Your Doctor, Frozen Helm, KH, Girl Boss, Lizard Bong Water, Christopher Bueno, Marin McLean, Jaden, Dylan Solis, Some Trades, Guiji555, Smaz Ruby, Zycrom, Robin D, Alen B, Theythom, Clan Clan, Pillowilla,
Gabe the Green, and especially my Jagans, Hime Rowan, Alexander Roper, Dragonback Lancer, Siggy, Autumn, and Squid Stats. If you want to join these names for as little as $3 a month, there is a link to my Patreon down below. But honestly, regardless of what you do, I'm just happy that you watched a 12-hour video about the Radiant Dawn cast. I guess if you liked it, click the like and subscribe buttons. Yay! YouTube stuff. Hype the video. All that jazz.